हेलो फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम बैक टू माय चैनल। तो आज की वीडियो में मैं एक नया स्टोरी स्टार्ट करने वाला हूँ और यह स्टोरी एक ही वीडियो में पूरी तरह से कंप्लीट हो जाएगा। यानी यही वीडियो में ये पूरा का पूरा नॉवल स्टोरी कंप्लीट हो जाएगा। तो बिना किसी देरी के चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं। और ये स्टोरी बहुत शॉर्ट स्टोरी होने वाला है, ऐसा आपको जैसे पता चल ही गया है क्योंकि एक वीडियो में पूरा ख़त्म हो जाएगा। बिना किसी देरी के चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं और क्या कर सकते हैं।
Chapter 1 Lin Yu. Nine Academy, Room 7. Inside the spacious room, only a few people remained at this moment. In front of two side-by-side beds, a young boy and girl were whispering to each other while tidying up the beds in front of them. However, mostly the male was tidying up, while the female stood to the side, speaking in a low voice. Third brother, stop looking. What is there to look at with that Lin Yu? A trash blue silver grass spirit, and he meditates for 16 hours every day. It cracks me up. The young girl with a scorpion braid looked at the male meditating cross-legged on another bed not far away, chuckling in a low voice. Xiao Wu, don't say that. The boy called third brother said helplessly in a low voice, I am also blue silver grass. Although he said this, his tone faintly carried a hint of arrogance. How can that be the same? Xiao Wu retorted loudly. Third brother, you possess innate full spirit power and became a spirit grandmaster at only 9 years old. Lin Yu merely stumbled into having innate rank 1 spirit power, and even in the 6th year, he isn't even a spirit master. As she spoke, Xiao Wu's sneer became even more noticeable. Forget it, let's stop talking and go shopping. I'll listen to you, I just happen to need to make a trip to the blacksmith shop. Chatting away, the two walked out of room 7. Not long after Tang San and Xiao Wu left, the male they had been talking about, named Lin Yu, suddenly had a wave of spirit power ripple around his body, blowing the nearby bedsheets to flutter a little. Having come to the Douluo Continent for 12 years, I've finally broken through to a spirit master. Rank 1 blue silver grass is truly slow. At this speed, won't I also get stuck at level 29? Lin Yu opened his eyes and murmured in a low voice. After being sent over by the Great Fortune Heavenly Sovereign in his past life, he had still fantasized about awakening innate full spirit power, twin spirits, beating up the world, achieving divinity, marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman, and reaching the pinnacle of life. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. An orphan with a blue silver grass spirit, fortunately he still possessed rank 1 spirit power, barely managing to become a spirit master. Due to having no family, after awakening his spirit, he was directly taken back to the Nuoding City Spirit Sub-Temple by a spirit hall deacon. Later, with the help of Grandmaster Faxiu Nuo of the Spirit Sub-Temple, he entered Nine Academy to become a work-study student. After 6 years, he finally successfully broke through the level 10 bottleneck today, achieving what Tang San had accomplished when he awakened his spirit at age 6. Forget it, rank 1 is rank 1. Besides, it's not like there's no possibility of improvement. 6 years had passed, and Lin Yu had long stopped dwelling on this issue. He looked in the direction where Tang San had gone, his eyes flashing twice, but ultimately suppressed the plan in his heart. The time to execute the plan was still far away. His plan was naturally not to suck up to Tang San and Xiao Wu. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, but rather that those people looked down on him entirely. Innate rank 1 blue silver grass was an existence that even dogs and people loathed. The top priority right now is to find Brother Dao to get my first spirit ring and become a spirit master first. Leaving Nine Academy, Lin Yu familiarly arrived at the Nuoding Spirit Sub-Temple and saw an acquaintance right as he entered the door. Brother Dao, what a coincidence. Are you on duty today? You came a bit late today. Seeing Lin Yu, Su Yuntao immediately burst into laughter, but his expression quickly turned stern. Also, what Brother Dao? Call me uncle. With that, he motioned with his chin toward a nearby corner. Go clean up today's hygiene. Later I'll take you out to eat, my treat. After being brought back to the Spirit Sub-Temple, Lin Yu naturally joined the Spirit Hall. After all, with rank 1 innate spirit power, not many factions were willing to accept him, and going to some minor households was useless. After much deliberation, only the Spirit Hall remained. However, because he was not a spirit master and was still young, he could not be on duty at the Spirit Sub-Temple. Therefore, Faxiu Nuo and Su Yuntao arranged some easy chores for him to earn some living expenses. However, Lin Yu did not go clean right away. Instead, he extended his palm toward Su Yuntao and summoned his blue silver grass. Brother Dao, I've broken through to level 10. Oh, breaking through. Su Yuntao subconsciously replied, then immediately realized something, his face full of shock. What, you've broken through? Yes, just a moment ago. Lin Yu nodded. Good. Su Yuntao felt genuinely happy for Lin Yu, grabbing his hand and walking toward the interior of the sub-temple. Let's go, we're going to see Grandmaster Faxiu Nuo. A moment later, when Faxiu Nuo heard that Lin Yu had broken through to level 10, he also clapped his hands with a face full of joy. Good child, hard work pays off. Lin Yu had joined the Spirit Hall under his guidance at age 6. They had watched him grow up and had seen his diligence with their own eyes. As he spoke, he took out a token from his spirit tool and handed it to Su Yuntao. Yuntao, don't be on duty today. I'll find someone to replace you later. Take Xiao Yu to obtain his spirit ring and become a spirit master sooner. No problem, I'll take him right now. 2 days later, led by Su Yuntao, Lin Yu rushed non-stop to the soul hunting forest hundreds of miles away. This was also one of the must-visit places within a radius of hundreds of miles for all low-tier spirit masters to obtain spirit rings. Yu, have you considered what kind of spirit ring to absorb? Su Yuntao walked with Lin Yu through the dense forest, looking around while asking about the others' plans. For blue silver grass, naturally absorbing a plant-type spirit ring is best. Lin Yu answered casually. He wouldn't be like Tang San, absorbing all sorts of messy spirit rings and turning himself into a monstrosity. He didn't have blue silver emperor blood to support him, nor did he have subsequent bloodline awakenings to reset his stats, so every spirit ring had to be carefully calculated. Plant type, it's indeed suitable for blue silver grass. Su Yuntao nodded and took out a map. Let me see what suits you, 100-year solitary bamboo, 180-year heart-pulling vine. Oh, there's also a 400-year golden-veined alfalfa grass here. 400-year golden-veined alfalfa grass. Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked. Brother Dao, can I choose it? Seeing Lin Yu's excited appearance, Su Yuntao also laughed and patted his shoulder. Of course you can, but honestly speaking, Xiao Yu, I didn't have conditions like yours back then. You brat had better repay me well in the future. Brother Dao, don't worry. Lin Yu nodded repeatedly. 400-year golden-veined alfalfa sounded intimidating, but in reality, alfalfa grass and blue silver grass didn't have much of a gap. They were both considered the lowest among plant-type spirit beasts. Even for Su Yuntao, who was at the spirit grandmaster level, handling it was extremely easy, finishing off the hunt in no time. 3 hours later, Lin Yu sat cross-legged among the patch of alfalfa grass, a yellow spirit ring hovering right above his head, moving closer to the blue silver grass in his hand. Accompanied by a wave of spirit power, the aura on his body instantly broke through another bottleneck, reaching level 11. He officially became a one-ring spirit master. Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Su Yuntao, and shouted excitedly, "Brother Dao, I've become a spirit master." However, when his gaze swept across the top of Su Yuntao's head, he was instantly frozen in place, his gaze dull. Right there, several bubbles were quietly floating up. This is Chapter 2, Higher Dimensional Descender, Trait Replication. At this moment, in Lin Yu's eyes, 2 speech bubbles were blinking above Su Yuntao's head. When he looked closely, a piece of information flooded into his mind. Innate Rank 2 White Blind Eye God Special. Innate Rank 2 White, a talent system unique to the Douluo Continent, possessing Rank 2 innate spirit power upon spirit awakening, with a small probability of breaking through to a spirit elder. Blind Eye God Special, a trait that should not have existed, born from the gazes of a large number of higher dimensional voyeurs, unable to be replicated. After these pieces of information passed through Lin Yu's mind, his attention was deeply captured by the words, unable to be replicated. Unable to be replicated. Conversely, does that mean I can replicate Brother Dao's innate Rank 2 bubble? Realizing this, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Could this be his cheat? Thinking this, he hurriedly looked at his own hands. Right then, several more bubbles popped up in front of his eyes. Higher Dimensional Descender Prismatic Unique, Soul Vigor, Purple Innate Rank 1 White. Higher Dimensional Descender Prismatic Unique. You are a reincarnated descender from a higher dimension, possessing a higher dimensional talent exclusive to you. Talent awakened. Trait replication. Soul Vigor, Purple. Having lived for 2 lifetimes and undergone 2 developments, your soul foundation is innately stronger than others, able to resist more mental negative states, and soul cultivation yields twice the result with half the effort. Innate Rank 1 White. The native bloodline of the Douluo Continent caused you to only awaken the spirit power aptitude of Innate Rank 1. Higher Dimensional Descender, is that how it is? Lin Yu thought to himself, instantly understanding. At the same time, he also learned the limitations of his higher dimensional talent, trait replication. Higher dimensional life forms can naturally modify low dimensional stories at will while in higher dimensions, but once they descend, they connect with the lower dimension. The talents generated by higher dimensional energy must also align with the world. The Douluo Continent naturally has the spirit master system. Every time he breaks through a realm of boundary, he can replicate a trait from someone else and acquire the special abilities attached to that trait. However, not all traits can be replicated. For instance, Su Yuntao's Blind Eye God does not belong to the replicable category, because it is essentially equivalent to Lin Yu's unique trait, Higher Dimensional Descender. In addition, there are also gender-exclusive traits, such as the good pregnancy constitution, which Lin Yu likewise cannot replicate. Only, how should I replicate? Thinking this, Lin Yu looked at the bubble above Su Yuntao's head in a daze, but there was no reaction at all. Xiao Yu, why have you gone dazed? Su Yuntao looked at the stunned Lin Yu and waved his hand in front of his eyes. Breaking through to a spirit master is indeed something worth celebrating, but this is the spirit beast forest, let's go outside before talking. Saying that, he patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Just at this moment, a piece of information flashed through Lin Yu's mind. The trait owner has been contacted, whether to replicate. So it requires physical contact with the person. Lin Yu instantly understood in his heart, while responding, no. I also don't know what the levels of the traits actually are. It seems I will have to look at other people's traits more often in the future, especially the children of destiny of the current era. Traits cannot be replicated infinitely, so he naturally has to calculate carefully and maximize the effect of each one. Thinking this, he smiled at Su Yuntao. It's nothing, Brother Dao, I'm just too happy and a bit dazed. Let's go back. The speed of returning was much faster than before. Spirit Sub-Temple. Faxiu Nuo looked at the spirit ring on Lin Yu's body with a face full of joy. Not bad, Xiao Yu, I will register your Spirit Master certificate for you right now. Finishing his sentence, he picked up a certificate that had been prepared long ago, stamped it with the seal of the Spirit Hall, and casually stuffed a bag of gold coins into Lin Yu's hands. Lin Yu raised his hand to weigh it, and it made a clinking sound. The quantity inside was at least a dozen or so, which instantly startled him. Grandmaster Faxiu Nuo, this is way too much. Take it, this is your reward. Faxiu Nuo waved his hand. Oh, right, can you tell Grandpa what your spirit ability is? Of course, you can keep it a secret if you want. There's nothing to keep secret. Lin Yu put away the gold coins and reached out his hand to display his blue-silver grass. My first spirit ability is blue-silver has roots. The effect is that when spreading the blue-silver grass, the roots pierce into the ground, becoming tougher and harder to break free from. At the same time, it can absorb nutrients to accelerate growth, reducing spirit power consumption by 30%. Saying this, he immediately released his first spirit ability towards Su Yuntao. A large patch of blue-silver grass spread across the ground. Beneath its dense leaves, countless roots burrowed underground. At this moment, Lin Yu's blue-silver grass was not only much thicker than when he hadn't absorbed a spirit ring, but golden veins had also extended along its leaf veins. It wasn't that his spirit had evolved into golden-veined blue-silver grass, but rather that it had absorbed the characteristics of the golden-veined alfalfa grass, optimized itself a bit based on the original spirit, and enhanced its strength considerably. In his past life, alfalfa grass enjoyed the reputation of the king of forage, with an extremely developed root system reaching up to 10 meters deep. Drought-resistant, cold-resistant, saline alkali-resistant, with astonishing regeneration speed, it can be harvested 2 to 4 times a year, and the whole grass can be used as medicine. It can be said to be an extremely good herbaceous plant. The golden-veined alfalfa of the Douluo Continent likewise possessed these characteristics, and the characteristics were even more pronounced when it became a spirit beast. Absorbing it as the first spirit ring for his blue-silver grass was not only extremely compatible, but also brought out its characteristics to the fullest. And this was also an important reason why Lin Yu chose alfalfa. Su Yuntao looked at the blue-silver grass crawling all over his lower body, and suddenly shook his head with a smile. You brat. However, he didn't mind. He also released his lone wolf spirit and began to struggle free from the blue-silver grass on his body. Along with his exertion of force, strands of blue-silver grass snapped. However, what surprised Su Yuntao was that the growth speed and toughness of these blue-silver grass exceeded his imagination, completely lacking the appearance a trash spirit should have. Every time one snapped, new tender buds would grow out from the broken section, continuing the binding. In the past, he hadn't failed to meet blue silver grass spirit masters, except that those spirit masters' spirit abilities were, without exception, very fragile. But Lin Yu shattered his inherent impression. Lone Wolf's Wrath. Su Yuntao used his second spirit ability, and his strength increased drastically. The blue silver grass binding him could no longer support itself, getting uprooted from the ground and pulling up slabs of floor tiles. Hey, stop, 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 are you guys trying to demolish the house? Seeing this, Faxiu Nuo stared with wide old eyes and hurriedly shouted to stop. Sorry, Grandmaster Faxiu Nuo. Su Yuntao and Lin Yu hurriedly apologized in low voices. Faxiu Nuo waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. However, needless to say, your brat's spirit ability really exceeded my imagination. Su Yuntao patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. It's neither an attack type nor a support type. Just by growing some roots, it doesn't look like blue silver grass at all. It seems you, brat, are very talented. Lin Yu smiled upon hearing this. Thank you for the praise, brother Dao. I've always believed that plants with roots and plants without roots are completely two different things. How can rootless duckweed withstand the invasion of wind and rain? Chapter 3, Tang San's arrival, eye-blinding traits. Big sister Xiao Wu, brother San. Wherever Tang San and Xiao Wu walked, passing students would nod and bow to them in greeting. Ever since Xiao Wu entered school in her first year and defeated Xiao Chanu, she had become the big boss of the entire Nine Academy. This kind of treatment could be said to have greatly satisfied the little rabbit's vanity, while also making her already lively personality even more willful and spoiled. Just then, a young boy ran over from afar, shouting at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Brother San and big sister Xiao Wu, it's bad. Grandmaster and Lin Yu are having a fight, you guys should go take a look quickly. Grandmaster, Lin Yu, Xiao Wu's head was full of question marks. What is all this about? Is there any intersection between the two of them? Is there any possibility of a conflict arising? Tang San frowned and looked at the newcomer. Make things clear, what on earth is going on? I remember Lin Yu hasn't been at school these past few days, right? He really wasn't. The person nodded, but Lin Yu came back today, and he has already gotten his graduation certificate from the principal, becoming an official spirit master. Spirit master. Tang San was stunned, then thought that since Lin Yu meditated for so long every day, it wasn't surprising for him to break through to a spirit master. Then what does this have to do with teacher? It's just that Grandmaster happened to hear about this matter, and for some reason came to Dorm 7 to find Lin Yu. After figuring out the situation, Tang San understood. Needless to say, Grandmaster's research desire must have flared up. The comparison between a rank 1 blue silver grass spirit master and a full spirit power blue silver grass spirit master would definitely make him enthusiastic, so it wasn't strange for him to seek out Lin Yu. Got it, I'll go right now. ... On the other side, at the entrance of Dorm 7. Lin Yu frowned as he looked at the greasy middle-aged man in front of him. Deep in his eyes was a trace of disgust, but the traits on the other's head made him feel somewhat novel. After all, it was his first time acquiring the trait talent and seeing so many traits on a person's head, which couldn't help but make him look a few more times. Innate half rank, white fishing for fame and compliments, green empty talk, green overestimating oneself, white deeply hidden bloodline, purple. Fishing for fame and compliments, green, excels at using false words, deeds, and methods to take credit for others' achievements, spreading one's own reputation and gaining benefits through this. Note, reputation gained through others' achievements, once punctured, will suffer a tenfold backlash. Empty talk, green, can rely on eloquence to attract others' favor and trust, works even better when paired with fishing for fame and compliments. Overestimating oneself, white, considers oneself extraordinary, believing that other people's views are blind to pearls, with no sense of self-reflection. Deeply hidden bloodline, purple, deeply hides the holy dragon bloodline from the brilliant dragon clan within the body, unable to activate it independently due to insufficient innate vital energy. Note, greatly polluted by other bloodlines, it can no longer be fully awakened. Lin Yu finished reading the traits one by one, and he had to admit that the summary of Yu Xiaoqing as a person was very accurate. Especially when empty talk and fishing for fame and compliments were paired together, producing an even stronger effect, letting him see another way of thinking about traits. However, after reading them, Lin Yu's curiosity was completely worn away, replaced by endless annoyance. I say, when are you going to block me here and tell? Yu Xiaoqing stood in front of Lin Yu with a stiff old face, his eyes carrying a look of interest, but his attitude was extremely arrogant. I want to know what spirit beast your first spirit ring absorbed. What kind of spirit ability did you acquire? HMPH, why should I tell you? Lin Yu sneered, who do you think you are? Anger flashed in Yu Xiaoqing's eyes, and he instantly felt he lost face. The research I do is for all spirit masters in the world, you should feel honored. Anger flashed in Yu Xiaoqing's eyes, and he instantly felt he lost face. The research I do is for all spirit masters in the world, you should feel honored, if you don't tell me, you are. Cut the crap, Lin Yu said impatiently, all spirit masters in the world, my foot. Aren't there quite a few teachers and students in Nine Academy who go to borrow books from you? Aside from letting Tang San read them, who else have you lent them to? Secondly, spirit rings and spirit abilities are originally private matters. Why should these things be told to you? Come on, tell me. As he spoke, Lin Yu pointed at a student in Dorm 7, would you tell your spirit ability to others? The student wore an awkward expression, but his reaction was enough to represent his thoughts. Just then, a series of footsteps sounded. Seeing on the path outside Dorm 7, a group of people were running rapidly towards this side, and the leaders were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. Teacher, are you alright? Tang San ran up close. Without asking about the specific cause and effect of the matter, he checked the first moment to see if Grandmaster was in trouble. Seeing that Grandmaster didn't have a major conflict, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and his gaze also landed on Lin Yu not far away. And he suddenly discovered that Lin Yu at this moment was sizing him up with a strange gaze. To be inaccurate, he was looking at his forehead. Tang San subconsciously touched it, finding nothing strange or unusual. And from Lin Yu's perspective, Tang San's head at this moment could be said to be glowing brilliantly, dazzlingly blinding. Visitor from another world, gold reborn through seizing a body, gold mysterious heaven treasure record, gold twin spirits, silver blue silver emperor blood, silver sanctimonious, blue hidden weapons genius, blue skilled craftsman, blue. Visitor from another world, gold, comes from an alternate world different from the Douluo Continent, capable of ignoring the current world's luck influence to a certain extent and defying the heavens to change fate. Reborn through seizing a body, gold, consciousness indestructible, reborn through seizing a body. Occupying someone else's physical shell and absorbing weak souls makes your soul power much higher than ordinary people, with a certain boost when cultivating mental force. Note: after seizing a body, one needs to bear the karma of others. Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record, Gold, the supreme cultivation technique of a first-rate sect from an alternate world of unknown rank. Note: a systematic set of cultivation techniques, with miscellaneous knowledge containing treasure introductions from multiple worlds. Twin spirits, Silver, you possess 2 spirits. Note: after a higher dimensional being copies it, they will obtain a blank spirit. Blue Silver Emperor Blood, Silver, carrying the bloodline of the Blue Silver royal family, possessing the potential to reach the peak of the continent. Note: subject to pollution from other bloodlines, purification can be obtained after awakening. Sanctimonious, Blue, your disguise can fool many people, thereby gaining others' trust. Note: paired with appearance-based traits, it can greatly increase trust and favor from the opposite sex, but may also double the disgust from the same sex. Skilled Craftsman, Hidden Weapons Genius. Hiss, as expected of the protagonist of the world, these traits are so numerous they practically blind my eyes. Lin Yu blinked, trying to make himself feel a bit more comfortable. However, at this moment he also roughly knew the hierarchy of traits according to his high-dimensional talent. From low to high, they are respectively white, green, blue, purple, silver, gold, and prismatic. As for whether there are other levels in between, he would need to observe carefully in the future. At least for now, he had only seen these 7 levels, and the only prismatic level was his own high-dimensional talent. At this time, Tang San spoke first. Lin Yu, you. Chapter 4, Stubborn, Duel. Lin Yu, why didn't you tell my teacher? Teacher has a very broad research in the field of spirits, and perhaps he can help you plan a suitable spirit ring for your future development. Tang San looked at Lin Yu with a gentle tone and proper speech. Anyone who didn't know better would think their relationship was quite good. Give me a break. Lin Yu continued to sneer, he's going to help me plan. You've been his student for 3 years, has he ever helped Xiaowu plan her spirit ring? Quote ellipsis quote. Tang San fell silent, and Grandmaster's expression stiffened. You misunderstood, teacher hasn't failed to help. After a moment, Tang San forced a smile and explained, it's just that I was always the one passing the message. Xiaowu at the side directly turned her head away, her scorpion braid swinging far behind her, and muttered, I certainly don't want this old man to help me plan my spirit ring. Xiaowu, Tang San frowned and let out a light reprimand. At this moment, Lin Yu also turned his gaze toward Xiaowu. Entry tags appeared before his eyes as well, but compared to Tang San, this female lead's tags were pitifully few. Spirit Beast Transformation Silver, Budding Green, Supple and Boneless Green, Fickle White, Stubborn White. Spirit Beast Transformation Silver, 100,000 year Soft Bones Rabbit Transformation, possessing the top-tier talent of a human spirit master. The origin of a 100,000 year beast is hidden within her body. By interacting with humans and absorbing human popularity, she can grow rapidly. Budding Green, although still a child, her beauty has already begun to bloom, and she is destined to become a country-toppling beauty in the future. Her attractiveness to the opposite sex is slightly increased, and greatly increased for those with special fetishes. Note: this entry tag grows gradually over time. Supple and Boneless Green, racial talent of the Soft Bones Rabbit, capable of performing many movements that ordinary people find difficult, with a certain amplification for physical technique cultivation. Fickle White, things that have been decided are easily disrupted in rhythm by other occurring events, making it difficult to persist. Stubborn White, simply stubborn, daring to charge even into a sea of dragons and tigers. After reading it, Lin Yu clicked his tongue lightly. Aside from the talent brought by the Spirit Beast transformation, Xiaowu really didn't have much else to look at besides her appearance. Especially the fickle will, which left him speechless for a moment. She really has a fickle will. It's been only 3 years since her transformation, and she's already forgotten why she transformed in the first place. Perhaps her mother's death was just an excuse after all. However, Xiaowu's matter was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. He turned his attention back to the matter at hand, looking at Tang San and speaking dismissively. Tang San, as for Grandmaster's theories, I'm afraid only you would believe them. If a normal person cultivated according to his theories, I'm afraid they would have been ruined long ago. As soon as Lin Yu's words fell, the surroundings instantly fell silent. Tang San's expression instantly turned gloomy as he glared angrily at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, don't go too far. How can you casually slander teachers' research achievements? Every single one of those theories is the crystallization of teachers' hard work. Teacher even published his theories for free for the vast number of spirit masters to read, yet I never expected you to think this way. Lin Yu sneered, his gaze locking directly onto Tang San. Hard work, then do you dare let him swear on his spirit, admitting that every single one of the 10 core competencies was researched by him alone rather than copied from elsewhere. The gazes of the entire crowd instantly focused on Yu Xiaoging. Yu Xiaoging's expression stiffened, his eyes flickering. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, how sacred is a spirit, how can it be casually used to swear an oath? Lin Yu, if you are unwilling to share spirit ring information, I simply won't ask. Why must you slander me at every turn? Speaking, he feigned turning to leave. Not daring to answer, hey. Lin Yu raised his voice with a cold sneer. Are you afraid of being exposed on the spot? As for your so-called theories, spirit ring limit ages, spirit classification, spirit beast characteristics, is there even a single one that you researched from scratch by yourself? Or did you patch them together from historical collections and various family notes, and then slap your own name on them? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding onlookers erupted into an uproar. Is what this Lin Yu said true? Are Grandmaster's theories really plagiarized? Who knows, but what Lin Yu says also makes sense. Grandmaster is only a level 29 spirit Grandmaster, how could he know about 10,000-year spirit beasts, spirit Douluos, and titled Douluos? Hey, what you said is right, it makes sense. Who is to say otherwise? This Grandmaster has been at Nine Academy for many years, yet he hasn't taught a single person, and he spends all day messing around with those wretched books of his. Who says he hasn't taught anyone? Isn't Tang San one? He has innate full spirit power, unlike us. For a moment, discussions rose around them, and most of them were debating the authenticity of Yu Xiaoging. If it weren't for the severe intimidation that Tang San and Xiaowu had accumulated around Dormitory 7 of Nine Academy, the words probably would have been even fiercer. Yu Xiaoging's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, his lips trembling. Lin Yu's words could be said to have pierced straight to his heart. I'm afraid only the elders of Spirit Hall from the era of Qian Zunji back then would know about these things. How did this Lin Yu find out? Suddenly, he recalled his past conversation with the principal of nodding. Quote. Right, Lin Yu seems to be a work-study student sent by the Spirit Sub-Temple. He must have obtained this information from some channel. Thinking of this, his hands hidden within his sleeves began to crunch as he clenched them, his eyes turning somewhat red. Seeing this, Tang San clenched his fists and took a step forward. Lin Yu, since you so despise teachers' learning, why don't we have a match? It just so happens that both you and I share the blue-silver grass. If you lose, you will tell teacher the details of your first spirit ring. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. He had originally planned to find an opportunity to touch Tang San, just hadn't figured out what reason and method to use to maintain contact for half a minute. Now it was being delivered right to his doorstep. However, on the surface he still appeared extremely dismissive. Why should I agree to such a boring match? Besides, I remember you've already broken through the 2 rings, right? To challenge me, a 1-ring spirit master, do you still want any face? Furthermore, you didn't mention what happens if you lose. Tang San was slightly startled. He truly had never thought that he would lose. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he said in a deep voice, fine, then you state the conditions. Since it's a match, we naturally have to be on the same level, Lin Yu said casually. Grandmaster wants to ask about my spirit ring information, so let's compare the effects of our first spirit ability. No problem, Tang San nodded without any objection. My first spirit ability is binding, what about yours? Surely we can't compare if the effects are different, right? Then let's compare binding. Second, you are a spirit grandmaster who has absorbed 2 spirit rings, so your blue-silver grass has naturally received 2 enhancements. Therefore, our standards are naturally different, no objections, right? Alright. Tang San nodded again, full of confidence and assurance. He certainly didn't think his blue-silver grass would lose in this aspect. Then the outcome of victory or defeat will be based on the binding time. You 5 seconds, me 10 seconds, whoever breaks free first loses. As Lin Yu spoke, his gaze shifted, and he pointed his finger at Tang San's waist, a belt covered in gemstones. As a stake, I want the spirit tool at your waist. Chapter 5, the duel begins, copy. This is impossible. Tang San shouted at Lin Yu, my spirit tool is a gift given to me by my teacher, how can it be used as a stake? Fine, don't use it then. Lin Yu shrugged helplessly, I didn't say we definitely have to fight. Since you don't agree, then forget it. Or do you feel that you will lose this match? As soon as Lin Yu's nonchalant words came out, it instantly left the furious Tang San speechless. That's right, a spirit grandmaster who had broken through to the 2nd ring level for months compared to a spirit master who had just absorbed his first spirit ring. No matter who looked at this match, Tang San's winning rate was much higher. Or rather, Lin Yu had no chance of winning at all to begin with. Since it was already a guaranteed win, why care about the stakes? Little San, bet with him. Yu Xiaogang had already stopped his steps by this time, watching the dispute between the two with a gloomy face. Hearing Lin Yu's wager, he didn't say another word, immediately making up his mind in his heart. It wasn't to say that he must obtain the information on Lin Yu's spirit ring and spirit ability, but at this moment the dispute between the two had long transcended this trivial matter. The match between Lin Yu and Tang San also represented a match between his crystallization of knowledge and ordinary spirit masters. Both being blue-silver grass spirit masters, under relatively fair conditions, they would compete with their respective spirit abilities. If Tang San won effortlessly, wouldn't that mean his theories were stronger than existing spirit master knowledge? Wasn't this the best moment for him to make a name for himself? Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang's heart instantly heated up. But teacher. Tang San had the heart to refuse, or alternatively, changing to a different wager would also be fine. Little San, do you really think you will lose? Yu Xiaogang's expression became even stiffer, his dead fish eyes staring at Tang San. You are taught by me after all, could it be that you aren't clear about the strength of your own spirit abilities? Rest assured, although I don't know what spirit beast Lin Yu absorbed, it definitely isn't as strong as yours. Whether it was due to Yu Xiaogang's reputation-seeking and boastful talk taking effect, it had quite a strong special effect on Tang San. Anyway, Lin Yu saw that after Tang San finished listening to Yu Xiaogang's words, his anger gradually subsided and he became confident. Lin Yu, I accept the match. If you win, I will give you my spirit tool. If you lose, you must completely disclose all information regarding your absorption of the spirit ring. No problem, Lin Yu agreed immediately without hesitation. The duel between the two was established, and afterwards they led the crowd toward the small plaza outside. On the way, many students from dorm 7 behind began to whisper softly, pointing fingers at Lin Yu. Lin Yu is truly too rash. I know Tang San's spirit ability, that venom is simply, tisk tisk tisk. That's right, Lin Yu has just become a spirit master after all. Even if it looks fair, his chances of winning are not high. Lin Yu naturally also heard the discussions behind him, but he didn't react much to it, facts speak louder than words. Of course, if he really lost, then losing was losing, and disclosing the spirit ring's information was disclosing it was no big deal. His purpose for the duel wasn't truly to vent some anger, or for the 24 moonlit bridges, but more importantly for entries. Don't let me down. The crowd arrived at the center of the plaza and stood still, gathering into a circle to make way for an open space for the two duelists. In the open space, Lin Yu and Tang San looked at each other across a distance of 10 meters. Lin Yu, I want to let you know that teacher's knowledge is far beyond what you can imagine. Tang San said in a deep voice. Alright, stop talking this nonsense. I know what kind of person he is better than you do. Lin Yu waved his hand, and that nonchalant look made Tang San's heart even more furious, immediately letting out a cold snort and summoning his own blue-silver grass spirit. 2 yellow spirit rings floated beneath his feet, causing a wave of exclamations from the onlookers. A spirit grandmaster. Notting Academy hasn't had anyone reach a spirit grandmaster before graduation for many years. Tang San is only in the 3rd grade, right? Spirit grandmaster my foot, I'd already be satisfied if I can reach a spirit master before graduation. Wait, Lin Yu actually has a 100-year spirit ring too. Just as everyone shifted their gazes to Lin Yu, they saw a stalk of blue-silver grass similarly growing from Lin Yu's palm. Beneath him, an equally yellow spirit ring floated, with a color depth almost identical to Tang San's. Yu Xiaogang looked at this scene, his eyes also holding some surprise. This Lin Yu truly lives up to being a person from Spirit Hall, actually managing to get a 100-year spirit ring. But very quickly, confidence surfaced in his eyes once more. His disciple had a 400-year Datura snake. But what about Lin Yu? As far as he knew, the Notting Branch Hall shouldn't have any particularly high-ranking spirit masters. It seems he just casually hunted a 100-year spirit beast, probably without even carefully choosing the spirit ring. Thinking of this, disdain carried into his eyes. The things Yu Xiaogang found surprising, Tang San naturally found surprising as well, except that the surprise only lingered for a brief moment. Let the match begin. All right. Lin Yu and Tang San looked at each other, nodding simultaneously, and the first spirit ring beneath their feet also lit up at the exact same moment. Seeing Tang San flick his palm, a large blue-silver grass net with a diameter of over 3 meters instantly headed towards Lin Yu to cover him. On that large net, the purplish-black blue silver grass secreted viscous venom, emitting a foul, fishy odor. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu's face revealed disgust. If it weren't for the match, I really wouldn't want to touch this kind of thing even once, it's so disgusting. Beneath his feet, densely packed blue silver grass similarly grew toward Tang San's direction. The speed at which the two released their spirit abilities was extremely fast, spreading to each other's bodies almost in the blink of an eye. Tang San's large blue silver grass net's binding was extremely tight, and the venom on it continuously corroded the clothes on Lin Yu's body, making continuous hiss sounds and rising with a wisp of white smoke. But right at this moment, a wondrous life energy feedback suddenly occurred within Lin Yu's body, beginning to continuously neutralize the venom touching his surface. Although the energy was weak, it existed solidly. This is the life energy feedback from the blue silver grass. But generally speaking, isn't it only beast spirits that give feedback to spirit masters? But very quickly Lin Yu thought of the answer to the problem. That's right, although this era only divides into beast spirits and tool spirits, in reality, plant-type spirits are existences between beast spirits and true tool spirits. Just like Tanya 10,000 years later, whose dark blue silver grass can absorb the vitality of other lives to strengthen herself, my blue silver grass can similarly feed back life energy to me. As for why Tang San doesn't have it, that should be caused by him completely absorbing a poison-type spirit ring, only after transforming into the blue silver emperor will his life energy feed back to himself. However, very quickly, Lin Yu's attention was no longer placed on this matter, because a piece of information surfaced in his mind. Target contacted, do you wish to copy? As expected, I knew it would work. I choose. Chapter 6 Copy Blue Silver Emperor Blood. I choose to copy Blue Silver Emperor Blood. Without much hesitation, Lin Yu immediately made his decision. Entry selection complete. Copying in progress. Please maintain a certain contact time. Upon hearing the start, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he chose to copy the Blue Silver Emperor Blood was not a momentary impulse, but a decision made after careful deliberation. First of all, regarding the entries on Tang San, whether otherworldly visitor or possessing and being reborn, neither was of much use to him and could be ignored right away. Secondly, hidden weapons genius and skilled craftsmen were also not the optimal choices. Blue entries were useful, but not by much, not to mention that both were too directed and couldn't be put to any use at all. As for hypocritical, it was even more useless. Thinking it over, only Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record, Blue Silver Emperor Blood, and Twin Spirits were left. And with all three of these, Lin Yu was extremely familiar. But first, twin spirits could not be cultivated at all in the early stage, and what was copied over was merely an empty spirit slot. To obtain a true second spirit, it should be similar to what the Heavenly Dream Ice Worm bestowed upon Huo Yuhao, requiring the absorption of the first spirit ring to determine its specific form. The later stages yielded greater benefits for this kind of thing, and he could completely wait until later when he had time to copy it again. Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record was also very good. Not only did it possess a complete set of cultivation techniques, but Purple Demon Eye was also a rare method that could exercise mental force, which could bring out his soul vigor, purple talent. Moreover, its chapters on medicine and poison were the key to curing Dugubo in the future and entering the ice and fire yin-yang well. But similarly, even if he copied it and acquired knowledge like Mysterious Heaven skill, he would still have to cultivate from scratch. Even if it could improve his current cultivation speed, wanting to break through to the second ring would still take several years. But Blue Silver Emperor Blood was different. Back when Lin Yu did not have the entry copying talent, he had already thought about his future development, which was also his only chance to defy the heavens and change his fate. Right outside Nuoding City, in a nearby mountain forest, a 100,000-year-old Blue Silver Emperor left leg bone was hidden. After absorbing it, not to mention how much his spirit power would increase, at least 6 or 7 ranks were guaranteed. And now, as long as he copied over the Blue Silver Emperor Blood, the plan would become even more perfect. Head to the Blue Silver Forest, and relying on his bloodline and spirit bone, persuade the Blue Silver King to help him awaken. In this way, he could make up for the gap brought by his own insufficient talent in a short time, and even directly break through to the second ring, gaining the opportunity for a second copy. By then, would he still fear that the Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record wouldn't fall into his hands? At this moment, because what he had in mind was being achieved, Lin Yu fell into a state of extreme excitement, having long thrown the large blue silver net hanging on his body to the back of his mind. Compared to the copied entry, what did spirit ring information count for? On the other side, the ground under Tang San's feet was already covered with a dense carpet of blue silver grass. Streaks of growing blue silver grass rapidly spread from his ankles to his neck, tightly binding Tang San's legs and arms. Tang San did not struggle immediately at the beginning, but instead carefully observed the differences between Lin Yu's blue silver grass and his own. He saw that on the blue silver grass in front of him, every single leaf had a thin golden thread, and the edges of the leaves also had fine, small serrations. Blue and gold complemented each other, radiating a faint, refreshing aura of life. It was not densely covered with venom from the datura snake like his own blue silver grass, emitting a disgusting and pungent fishy stench. What kind of spirit ring did Lin Yu absorb? A beast-type spirit, but it doesn't look like it. However, looking at his disdainful attitude towards the teacher's theories, he should be like other spirit masters, absorbing a plant-type spirit ring. After noticing this, Tang San furrowed his brows slightly. He suddenly felt that perhaps the direction Lin Yu chose was the true posture of the blue silver grass spirit. But soon, the thoughts in Tang San's mind instantly dissipated, turning into disdain and a cold sneer. Perhaps this truly is the original appearance of blue silver grass, but a spirit is meant for combat, not for viewing. What use is good looks? Being able to kill and injure enemies is what matters most. In this world, the strong always decide everything. Humph, next I will let you know just how ridiculously wrong your choice is. You can never imagine how profound the teacher's theories are. Thinking of this, Tang San immediately used all his strength and began to break free from the blue silver grass wrapped around his body. However, the moment he exerted force, his expression changed instantly. How could this be? Tang San let out a soft cry. He hurriedly moved his hands and feet forcefully again, only to find that the force coming from the bindings was no different from what he had perceived, and the expression on his face immediately turned gloomy. How is this possible? How could Lin Yu's blue silver grass be so sturdy? Just from perception alone, the blue silver grass released by Lin Yu and his own blue silver grass had almost no difference in strength. But you must know that his own spirit had undergone 2 enhancements, whereas Lin Yu had only absorbed a spirit ring once. Could the compatibility of the spirit ring really be that important? Yu Shaoqing on the side also saw Tang San's action. However, he clearly didn't expect Tang San's current predicament, only thinking that the other party hadn't exerted force yet, so his expression tightened. Little San, what are you dawdling for? Teacher, Lin Yu's blue silver grass is somewhat. However, just as the words reached his lips, Tang San stopped. He had no way to continue speaking, and his face could only become even uglier. On the other side, Lin Yu also snapped out of it from the force transmitted by the blue-silver grass. Damn it, I almost got too carried away. I almost forgot that I am still gambling with Tang San. The copying of the entry was certainly delightful, but 24 moonlit bridges, he didn't want to let it go either. For the 6 years since his spirit power awakened, he hadn't possessed a single storage spirit tool yet. The price of this thing was something he couldn't earn by doing odd jobs. Thinking of this, he immediately began to struggle. With a slight exertion, the large blue-silver net on his body tightened immediately, and the venom erosion became more severe. But with the resistance from the life energy of the blue-silver grass, although the toxins made his skin somewhat numb, other than that, there were no other negative effects. Lin Yu moved his body, and after finding that forcefully breaking free was a bit strenuous, he immediately began to bounce up from the spot. Along with the violent vibrations and the sliding of his clothes, the originally bound large blue-silver net actually began to become loose under these movements. The so-called blue-silver binding was ultimately just a net woven from more than 10 longer blue-silver grass vines. As long as he moved slightly, the gaps within it were enough for him to free his hands. Lin Yu pulled his hand out from a gap. With movable arms, the remaining mesh had almost no possibility of restraint. In a flash, he slipped out from between the meshes like a loach. From the surprise of the entry copy, to snapping back to reality after breaking free from Tang San's large blue-silver net. The entire time didn't even take 6 seconds. It exceeded the time he had agreed upon with Tang San. Chapter 7. Even an idiot can do that, and you still need a spirit ring to learn it. He broke free. Look everyone, Lin Yu broke free. So fast, the duel has just begun, hasn't it? How many seconds have passed? Hey, who even remembers that? Anyway, look over at Tang San's side, he hasn't broken free yet. Doesn't that mean? Shish, keep it down. Didn't you notice that Grandmaster and Tang San don't look too good? Discussions broke out among the crowd once more, and Yu Xiaobing's expression turned even darker and stiffer. Little San, what are you battling for? However, at this moment, Tang San was already struggling hard to break free. The veins on his neck bulged and twisted, and he exerted force all over his body, attempting to snap the blue-silver grass bound around him. Although Tang San had great strength honed from working as a blacksmith, it obviously could not compare to the strength amplified by Beast Spirit Master spirit ability at the Spirit Grandmaster level. Strand after strand of blue-silver grass snapped against his body, but new shoots quickly grew in their place, layer upon layer, seemingly without end. The bricks and stones on the ground were tightly bound by the roots of the blue-silver grass, creating massive traction. Even when Tang San tried to mimic Lin Yu by jumping up from the ground, he only managed to shake the floor tiles a couple of times. At this moment, what he was fighting against was not just a few strands of blue-silver grass, he was also fighting against the large stones bound by the roots of the blue-silver grass, spanning dozens of square meters of ground. Just how heavy were all those bricks and stones combined? Lin Yu didn't know, but he knew for sure that this wasn't something Tang San could break free from in a short time. I say, Tang San, have you not succeeded yet? Lin Yu walked up to Tang San. 10 seconds have already passed. You lost. As soon as these words were spoken, the strength of Tang San, who had been struggling desperately, suddenly relaxed, and his eyes glazed over slightly. I lost. How is this possible? Yu Xiaobing, standing to the side, likewise refused to believe such a thing. If Tang San lost, wouldn't that mean his theories were wrong? But how could his theory possibly be wrong? You must know that even the former proud daughter of heaven, and now the Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong, held his theories in the highest regard. Just at that moment, his eyes caught sight of the spirit ring on Lin Yu's body, instantly realizing something, and he immediately roared out. Lin Yu, you're cheating. You've been using your spirit ability the entire time and haven't stopped at all. Hearing this, Tang San was also stunned. He likewise saw the continuously glowing spirit ring on Lin Yu's body, his gaze tightening. That's right, I didn't lose. You're cheating. I'm cheating, Lin Yu sneered. I'm not afraid to tell you, my spirit ability simply makes my blue-silver grass grow faster and better. It's inherently a sustained type spirit ability. As long as my spirit power is sufficient, I can keep releasing it. Where's there any talk of cheating? If you can continuously release blue-silver binding, I wouldn't mind letting you bind me a few more times before we have a rematch. How about that? This. Tang San and Yu Xiaobing were instantly struck dumb. Then where did your binding come from? Yu Xiaobing still refused to give up, glaring fiercely at Lin Yu. In response, Lin Yu looked at him strangely instead, as if looking at someone whose brain was fried. To think you're still called Grandmaster, don't you even know that plant-type spirits naturally possess skills like binding and tethering? Without a binding spirit ability, wouldn't you know how to control your spirit to tie people up? As he spoke, he pointed to a familiar student nearby and asked in a clear voice. I remember your spirit as a staff, right? Tell us, if you don't have an attacking spirit ability, does that mean you wouldn't know how to beat people with a staff? Definitely not, even an idiot can do that, right? That student blurted out very naturally. However, this brief exchange struck Master and Disciple Yu Xiaobing and Tang San like a bolt of lightning. What did it mean that a spirit could do things inherently, yet they had wasted a spirit ring slot to learn it? It seems you've already realized the problem. Lin Yu looked at the two people standing there in a daze and smiled with disdain. I won't say any more, otherwise I'll have to ask you for tuition fees later. I'll teach you this little bit for free, no gold coins charged. PFF. Just as Lin Yu finished speaking, Xiao Wu, standing at the edge, couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. In such a setting, with such abrupt laughter ringing out, everyone's gazes immediately turned over. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Wu with an even stranger gaze. Was there something wrong with this rabbit's brain? Did she not know how to read the atmosphere? She was standing on Tang San's side, after all, how could she laugh? Little San, I didn't mean to. Seeing both Tang San and Yu Xiaobing looking over, Xiao Wu waved her hands hurriedly, then pointed at Lin Yu with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. Lin Yu, I want to challenge you. Who are you? Why on earth should I accept your challenge? Lin Yu looked Xiao Wu up and down and let out a scoff. Not a single useful entry, not worth a second glance. After saying that, he turned his head away to look at Tang San. How about it? You should finally admit defeat this time, right? Do you have any other excuses? You can voice them out for me to hear. Hearing this, Tang San looked straight at Lin Yu, his breathing gradually growing heavy. Yet under the gaze of dozens of people around them, he still gritted his teeth and conceded. There was no help for it, facts spoke louder than words. Even if he had a silver tongue, he couldn't spin a loss into a win. I concede. As those 3 words came out, the surrounding crowd of onlookers immediately began to gasp in soft surprise. Lin Yu actually won, incredible. It looks like Grandmaster's theories really do have problems. Tisk tisk. However, at this moment, there was one person in the arena who found this hard to accept. It was none other than Grandmaster Yu Xiaogang. This is impossible, this is impossible, my theory can't possibly be wrong, there must be a mistake somewhere. With that, ignoring Tang San who was still bound in place, he covered his head and face and rushed out of the crowd, as if not wanting anyone to see what he looked like right now. What's wrong with this Grandmaster? Leaving his own student in place and running off by himself. Whoever takes him as a master is truly down on their luck. For a moment, the others looked at Yu Xiaogang's retreating figure with a trace of disgust in their eyes, thoroughly despising such behavior. All of you, shut up. Hearing this in his ears, Tang San's eyes turned scarlet as he looked around. The deterrence of a spirit Grandmaster was still quite substantial at Nine Academy, many teachers didn't even possess such strength. In an instant, the entire audience fell silent. Tang San swept his gaze over the quiet crowd, his eyes bloodshot, and he looked at Lin Yu, panting like an ox. Can you untie me now? Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Yu patted his forehead, as if only just realizing it. I was afraid you wouldn't honor the debt, so I kept you bound. HMPH, Tang San let out a cold snort and said no more. Seeing this, Lin Yu didn't mind and leisurely began to retract the blue silver grass strand by strand. Sorry about that, there's a bit too much wrapping, so I'm a bit slow. And just as half of it was being undone, a notification finally rang out in his mind. Entry copied, ready to be absorbed at any time. Chapter 8, Replication complete, transformation begins. Great, the replication is finally complete. Sensing the completion prompt, Lin Yu's mind instantly relaxed. The remaining half of the blue silver grass was retracted in a flash, and then he looked at Tang San with a grin, extending his hand. Now it's time to honor the bet and accept defeat. There are things inside, I need some time, Tang San said in a low voice, gritting his teeth. It doesn't matter, I'll wait. Lin Yu smiled slightly, not caring at all. Anyway, his goal had already been achieved. Such an attitude made Tang San even more displeased. For a split second, he even wanted to use his hidden arrow to kill Lin Yu, but under the gaze of everyone, he could only give up. Besides, given Lin Yu's identity, he couldn't make a move either. Wantonly killing and retaliating against Spirit Hall personnel would be directly reported to Spirit City. After verifying the crimes without error, one would be hunted down across the entire continent in the name of a fallen Spirit Master. Tang San stroked the 24 moonlit bridges at his waist, touching the pieces of jade one by one, and finally gritted his teeth as he stored the items inside into Xiao Wu's spirit tool. Looking at Lin Yu in front of him, he raised the 24 moonlit bridges in his hand somewhat laboriously. I honor the bet and accept defeat. This spirit tool is yours. As he spoke, Tang San appeared extremely calm, yet Lin Yu could hear the gnashing of teeth in that tone. Lin Yu directly raised his hand and grabbed the middle of the spirit tool, instantly sensing a wave of resistance coming from it. Without hesitation, he pulled hard. Hand it over. Looking at Tang San's livid complexion, he shook the belt in his hand with a grinning face. Thanks a lot. Until we meet again. Seeing that Lin Yu was about to turn around, Tang San's eyes faintly began to turn scarlet again, and he hurriedly raised his hand to call out. Wait, Lin Yu. What is it again? Lin Yu turned around in puzzlement. This spirit tool of mine is only temporarily placed with you. I will personally take it back in the future, Tang San said solemnly. Hey, Lin Yu chuckled, enemies defeated by my hands are never regarded as opponents by me. I'll give you time to catch up, until you can no longer even see my back. However, since you've said so, I will give you this opportunity. I hope you have something else to use as a bet by then. With that, he walked towards the gates of Nine Academy. Hearing this, Tang San was stunned. What kind of arrogance was this? For a moment, he was shocked in place and remained silent. But just as Lin Yu's figure disappeared around the corner, Tang San suddenly snapped back to reality. Wasn't Lin Yu just a rank 1 innate spirit master? Anyone who didn't know would have thought he was innate full spirit power. Lin Yu, very well, you just wait. For a moment, Tang San laughed out of extreme anger. He had actually been tricked by a rank 1 innate blue silver grass spirit master who had won against him by sheer luck. Xiao Wu, let's go. Little San, are you alright? Xiao Wu hurried to Tang San's side and suggested with a face full of resentment, why don't we follow him right now and rob him? Anyway, that guy is only a spirit master. The two of us spirit grandmasters can easily beat him. Tang San's footsteps paused, a trace of temptation flashing in the depths of his eyes, but soon he feigned cheerfulness and waved his hand dismissively at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, what kind of person do you take me for? Am I the kind of guy who acts like a gentleman on the surface but a petty villain behind the scenes in your eyes? How could that be? Xiao Wu giggled and put her arm around Tang San's shoulder, looking like they were close buddies. Little San, in my eyes you are clearly pure and flawless, okay. ... After leaving Nine Academy, Lin Yu first went to the Spirit Sub-Temple, found Grandmaster Faxiu Nuo, and arranged a room. Now that he had graduated from the primary academy, although he was merely a spirit master, he also possessed the qualification for advanced studies at an intermediate academy. Moreover, as long as he could become a spirit grandmaster within a certain period of time, it was not impossible for him to enter a high-level academy through the temple's quota. However, neither Faxiu Nuo nor Su Yuntao was very optimistic about this point, though they didn't explicitly say so. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Lin Yu closed his eyes to meditate. At this moment, a silver light was manifesting in his mind. It was precisely the blue-silver emperor blood trait. Next, let's begin the fusion. Lin Yu opened his eyes, his gaze burning, and muttered to himself. Tang San, you can just hold on to your blue-silver grass and play slowly in the future. I'll take my leave first. With those words, a thought stirred in his heart, and the silver bubble representing the blue-silver emperor blood burst with a bang, transforming into a warm torrent of life that surged within his body. Lin Yu only felt as if he had returned to his mother's embrace, and every cell in his body emitted signals of joy. Even the skin on his body began to radiate a glowing blue-gold sheen. Amidst the transformation of life, Lin Yu fell into a deep sleep. Late at night, in Yu Xiaogang's dormitory. At this moment, the room was in complete disarray. Countless books and ancient texts were scattered in piles, all of them flipped open. That's not right, this isn't right either. How could Lin Yu, with mere rank 1 innate blue-silver grass, surpass Little San? My theory cannot be wrong. There must be somewhere I overlooked and didn't think of. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang's attire was a mess, and his eyes were filled with scarlet bloodshot veins. Even though only half a day had passed, he looked as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. At this moment, a sound of knocking suddenly came from outside the door. Teacher, are you there? The voice that came was precisely Tang San's. Yu Xiaogang's movements paused, and only after a long while did he go to open the door. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Seeing Yu Xiaogang's state, Tang San was startled and hurriedly asked with concern. It's nothing, little San. Yu Xiaobing put on a nonchalant appearance. I wasn't paying attention while browsing ancient texts earlier, it doesn't matter. The two walked into the room and sat down, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. Teacher, you said my spirit ring. Your spirit ring is definitely correct. Without waiting for Tang San to finish speaking, Yu Xiaobing sternly interrupted, little San, could it be that even you doubt my theory? Tang San hurriedly shook his head. He was the person in the entire Notting Academy who understood Yu Xiaobing best, how could he possibly doubt him? Teacher, I mean, perhaps Lin Yu absorbing a plant-type spirit ring also has its advantages. Can we combine the two advantages? Plant type, plant type. Yu Xiaobing muttered to himself, suddenly coming to a realization. I understand, that Lin Yu must have had dumb luck, absorbing a top-tier plant-type spirit ring similar to the Vajra Vine or Azure Vine. Only plant-type spirit beasts of these levels could raise his blue-silver grass to be so resilient. Otherwise, how could a mere rank 1 and 8 blue-silver grass achieve this point? He is a person from the Spirit Hall, so he must have the distribution map of spirit beasts in the hunting forest. How could I have forgotten that? Tang San thought for a moment and gently nodded, what teacher says makes sense. The improvement brought by top-tier spirit beasts is indeed extraordinary. He had experienced this firsthand from the Datura snake. Seeming to have figured out the bottleneck, Yu Xiaobing immediately became spirited and instructed Tang San, and little San, you got one point wrong. Combining the two advantages is actually the greatest disadvantage. Blue-silver grass is so weak, only by pushing one characteristic to the extreme can its original appearance be improved. The path Lin Yu took is wrong. No matter how resilient blue-silver grass is, it is still just blue-silver grass. Once they reach the Spirit King and Spirit Emperor stages, it will fall far behind the strength of other spirits. But poison is different, it can accompany you all the way to the end, just like that poison Douluo in the mainland Spirit Master's world. Speaking of this, Yu Xiaobing suddenly snapped to his senses. I almost forgot that Lin Yu is only rank 1 and 8, and can't even break through to a Spirit Elder. Little San, you are innate full spirit power with twin spirits, don't let him lead you astray. Hearing Yu Xiaobing's explanation, Tang San felt deeply emotional inside. Having a knowledgeable and erudite teacher was truly wonderful, and he nodded with deep gratitude. Thank you, teacher, I understand. Chapter 9, 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone. Early morning, bedroom. Sunlight streamed into the room through the cracks of the curtains. Under the golden morning light, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. Crackle, crackle. As his body moved slightly, a series of bone friction sounds rang out in the silent room. At this moment, a pungent odor rushed into his nostrils. What the hell, what smells so bad? Lin Yu lowered his head to look, only to see that a layer of grayish-black greasy substance was covering his entire body on the panel. It was precisely this that was emitting a disgusting and pungent stench. Lin Yu, who was already a bit neat, could no longer endure it and immediately rushed into the bathroom to start cleaning up. A moment later, Lin Yu, having changed into a clean set of clothes, pushed open the balcony window. He finally took a comfortable, long breath, feeling quite happy. Of course, this wasn't solely due to the fresh air and the removal of filth, there was an even more important point. That was his spirit power and talent had both broken through. Seeing Lin Yu look at his hands, several bubbles of various colors appeared before his eyes once more. High-dimensional descender, prismatic, unique blue-silver emperor blood, soul vigor, purple innate rank 2 white. That's right, at this moment, Lin Yu's innate rank 1 white had been upgraded to innate rank 2 white reaching Su Yuntao's level, with a chance to break through to the spirit elder realm. After his talent was reshaped, his spirit power also automatically increased by 1 rank, reaching level 12. I didn't expect absorbing the blue-silver emperor trait to have such a change. Could it be because my first ring is of the life attribute? Lin Yu thought about it over and over, but could only think of this one reason, so he resolutely shook his head. Never mind, it's a good thing anyway. Now that I've graduated from Notting Academy, it's time to execute my plan next. Thinking of this, his gaze pierced through the hazy morning mist and looked at the mountain forests outside Nuoding City. Having lived in Nuoding City for 12 long years, how could he possibly not understand the surrounding environment? Even during his free time, he would deliberately record certain things and had long since searched everywhere that needed to be figured out. As for the hiding place of that thing, he already had a general range in his heart. It was just that to avoid alerting the enemy, he hadn't approached that area before. Time to go. Lin Yu took one last deep breath and stored the things he needed to pack into 24 moonlit bridges. Spirit Sub-Temple Office. Faxi Nuo looked at Lin Yu, who seemed to have changed yet couldn't quite tell what was different, and sighed somewhat reluctantly. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Lin Yu laughed heartily. Grandmaster Faxi Nuo, look at what you're saying. It's not like I'm never coming back. I've already written your recommendation letter for the main temple. Just hand it directly to the relevant personnel when you get there. As Faxi Nuo spoke, he shoved a letter into Lin Yu's hands. It's just a pity you're not a spirit grandmaster yet, otherwise, you could have gone directly to the Heaven Do City Spirit Hall Sanctuary. By then, you might have obtained Bishop Solace's recommendation to go directly to Spirit City and enter the Spirit Hall Academy to study. Lin Yu took the recommendation letter and raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Is being a spirit grandmaster all it takes? Of course, Faxi Nuo laughed heartily. To be able to reach the spirit grandmaster level upon graduating from an elementary academy means having at least tier 5 innate spirit power, and in the future, you'll be able to reach the strength of the Spirit King or Spirit Emperor level. Such a powerful spirit master is already capable of serving as a regional bishop or joining the Temple Knights. I understand. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully. Briefly bidding farewell to Faxi Nuo and Su Yuntao, Lin Yu immediately walked out of Nuoding City following his memories. However, he didn't go look for that place right away. Instead, he first made a trip to Tang San's hometown, Saint Spirit Village. Young man, who are you? Village chief Old Jack, who was taking a walk in the village, saw an unfamiliar face walking into the village and immediately greeted him. Hello, elder, is there a blacksmith shop in the village? I'd like to have something forged. Oh, forging something. Old Jack was enlightened, but then shook his head. Young man, your timing is really unfortunate. Our village's blacksmith hasn't been around these past 2 days. Is that so? Lin Yu nodded. Then I wonder if I can wait here for 2 days. Money is not an issue. Of course no problem, but forget about the money. Old Jack waved his hand with a chuckle and led Lin Yu in the direction of his home, offering reminders from time to time. Young man, if you're really in a hurry, you should just go to Nuoding City. There are many blacksmith shops there, and the journey only takes a day's effort. It's fine, I'm not in a rush. I just heard that this village's blacksmith has good craftsmanship and wanted to try it out. Next, Lin Yu stayed at Old Jack's house for 3 full days. Until the afternoon of the third day, old Jack sent someone to notify him that Tang Hao had returned home and had received a precise reply from the other party stating that he would not leave for the next few days. Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes flashed. The opportunity has come. Following that, after continuing to stay at old Jack's house for another night and seeing that Tang Hao truly hadn't left, he finally set his mind at ease. After leaving old Jack a gold coin as a reward, Lin Yu hurried non-stop toward his destination in his memories. Every once in a while, Tang Hao would go to the cave behind the waterfall to spend time with Yin. Therefore, that cave was actually not particularly far from Saint Spirit Village. After a long journey, Lin Yu finally followed the rugged mountain path into a secluded valley. The sound of the waterfall thundered, and the stream rippled gently. It truly was a scene of a utopia. And the moment Lin Yu set foot here, the blue-silver emperor blood within his body suddenly produced an extremely subtle resonance. That resonance was telling him that not far ahead, an existence extremely intimate with him was waiting for him. My guess was indeed correct. The spirit bone is hidden right here. This resonance is definitely produced by the blue-silver grass left behind by Yin. Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed quickly to the front of the waterfall. He raised his head to look at the noticeably deep shadow covered by the waterfall and smiled with confidence. Can this bit of difficulty stop me? A spirit ring emerged under his feet, emitting a faint yellow light. The next moment, countless strands of blue-silver grass began to spread upward. Dense root systems inserted into the rock crevices, quickly forming a vine ladder woven from blue-silver grass. Taking 2 steps in one, Lin Yu climbed directly into the water-curtain cave behind along the vine ladder. Inside the pitch-black stone cave, there was a relatively dry stone room, with a somewhat withered golden-veined blue-silver grass growing right in the center. Lin Yu merely glanced simply at the blue-silver grass transformed by Yin, then immediately groped along the nearby wall. Soon, accompanied by a muffled grinding sound, a piece of stone wall sprang open, and a heavy lead box moved out from within. Inside the lead box lay a blue-gold, crystal-like human lower leg bone. 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone. Chapter 10, Absorption, Transformation. From the very first glance at the spirit bone in front of him, Lin Yu felt a strong, uncontrollable urge to absorb it. That was an instinctive reaction from his bloodline, desperately wanting to absorb the spirit bone before him to complete himself. A 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone. Lin Yu's eyes burned with fervor. As early as the first day he awakened his blue-silver grass spirit, he had thought of this place. It could be said that without his trait copying talent awakened, this was his only chance to defy the heavens and change his fate. Even with trait copying today, this 100,000-year spirit bone before him could still help him to a great extent. The item is in hand, time to run. After admiring it for just a moment, Lin Yu immediately stored the spirit bone into his spirit tool and returned the lead box back to the hidden compartment in the wall. He still remembered that in the original work, Tang San had fallen asleep for many days when absorbing the blue-silver emperor spirit bone as a spirit king, let alone himself as a mere level 12 spirit master. Once absorbed here, sleeping for 10 half months might even be possible, and by then, as long as Tang Hao came over to take a look, he could smash him to death with a single hammer on the spot. Putting everything back in its original place, Lin Yu even erased and wiped away the handprints he used to open the hidden compartment. Until there were no flaws left, he then returned to the somewhat withered golden-veined blue-silver grass. Looking at the small hole above that shone light through, beneath the blue-silver grass there was even only a handful of damp soil. Seeing this scene, a trace of mockery appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. In this environment, I'm afraid only the blue-silver emperor blood could survive, right? If it were any other blue-silver grass, it probably would have died long ago. Whether Lin Yu's muttering was heard by the blue-silver grass in front of him, or whether it sensed his arrival. The golden-veined blue-silver grass, which had been somewhat withered, actually began to pulse slightly at this moment, perking up a bit, and its short branches and leaves slightly extended towards Lin Yu's direction. Huh, what, do you want to touch me? As Lin Yu spoke, he reached his hand out toward the direction of the golden-veined blue-silver grass. Immediately, the few extended leaves excitedly wrapped around his arm and grasped it tightly. The power burst forth for a moment was actually no less than the extent of Lin Yu releasing a spirit ability. Is this instinct treating me as Tang San? Lin Yu looked at the actions of the golden-veined blue-silver grass and thought to himself, but soon, another idea arose in his heart. Is Yin's soul awake right now? If it's not awake in just instinct, could it be? Thinking of this, Lin Yu looked up and down at the golden-veined blue-silver grass that was still holding onto him, a smile curving the corner of his mouth. Following that, he squatted down, got closer to the blue-silver grass, and said softly, since you like me so much, why don't you come with me? As soon as his voice fell, the golden-veined blue-silver grass made no movement, as if it hadn't heard Lin Yu's words at all. Seeing this, he was thoughtful. No reaction to the question, it seems it should be instinct. Soon, when a blue-silver grass exuding a breath of life emerged from Lin Yu's palm, the golden-veined blue-silver grass immediately trembled with joy. All right, then I'll take it that you agree. Lin Yu smiled slightly, took out a small pottery jar from the spirit tool, placed the golden-veined blue-silver grass inside, and then found a similar blue-silver grass from outside to plant, only then nodding with satisfaction. Tang San, I accept the spirit bone with a smile, and your mother. I accept her with a smile too. Taking one last look at the cave, Lin Yu turned and left. ... One day later, in a small town. Looking at the bustling crowd, Lin Yu felt like a lifetime had passed. Walking dozens of kilometers all the way without any accidents happening, this allowed him to completely heave a sigh of relief. However, even so, he still didn't relax immediately, but chose to find a rented small courtyard nearby to stay in. In the room, Lin Yu sat cross-legged, his gaze falling on the blue-silver emperor right leg bone glowing with blue and gold light in front of him. A majestic breath of life permeated the air, making the air in the room a bit fresher, and at the same time making the spirit and bloodline within his body more active. Getting it in hand doesn't mean it's yours yet, only when it's completely eaten into your stomach is it truly your own. I hope this harvest won't disappoint me. Lin Yu whispered inwardly as he looked at the blue-silver emperor right leg bone. Hum. As soon as the spirit bone touched his right leg, a slight humming sounded. The next moment, a cool breath surged into his right leg from all directions. Then, it penetrated his flesh, integrated into his bones, converged into his meridians at an astonishing speed, and rapidly spread throughout his entire body. Without the slightest discomfort or obstruction, as if the two were originally one, the fusion speed was beyond imagination. That cool, comfortable feeling and dense breath of life also caused Lin Yu's body to tremble slightly. Crackling. A burst of crisp bone sounds came over, but he didn't feel any pain. Instead, he felt as if his whole body had unloaded a heavy burden, feeling incomparably relaxed. It was as if in the scorching midday of the dog days of summer, a cup of herbal tea suddenly arrived. That feeling of the summer heat completely disappearing and coolness pervading was truly hard to describe in words. Lin Yu indulged in it and unknowingly fell asleep again. When he woke up again, it was already noon 10 days later. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, and the midday sunlight shone into the room through the doors and windows, causing him to narrow his eyes involuntarily. How long did I sleep this time? So awesome, it feels even more comfortable than fusing the blue silver emperor blood before. He didn't know how long he had slept, but he felt that his body was much lighter than before, he didn't know by how much. Thinking this, Lin Yu stood up, clenched his fists hard, closed his eyes, and concentrated to feel the changes in his body. A moment later, his face was full of uncontrollable joy. Spirit power has increased by a full 8 levels, it's level 20. Absorbing a 100,000-year spirit bone to increase spirit power was within Lin Yu's expectations and wasn't strange. After all, back when Yan sacrificed herself to Tang Hao was already in a full spirit bone state and only absorbed the spirit ring. And this 100,000-year blue silver emperor right leg bone had never been absorbed before, so the spirit power contained within it naturally had not been consumed by even a tiny bit. It's just that improving by 8 levels at once still somewhat exceeded Lin Yu's expectations, making him quite pleasantly surprised. You must know that just a few days ago, he had only just broken through to become a spirit master. But just a few days after awakening his talent, he had already undergone a complete transformation. With just one new spirit ring, he could become a true spirit grandmaster. And when he saw the changes in his own traits, he instantly understood and was clear in his heart. Seeing that most of the traits on his body had no change compared to before he absorbed the spirit bone, only one had changed. Innate level 4 green. So that's how it is, the spirit power that came with the spirit bone increased me by 6 levels, but at the same time it also improved my talent, allowing me to increase my innate spirit power by an extra 2 levels, making up the total of 8 levels. After figuring it out, Lin Yu got up from the bed and stretched his body. Immediately his bones cracked and popped, spirit power rolled and flowed within his body, and the increase in power made his mood even more cheerful. He came to the window and poured some water for the blue silver grass planted in the pottery jar. The golden-veined blue silver grass, which had already regained its vitality, joyfully stretched its leaves toward him. Lin Yu casually teased it for a bit and looked out the window. Everything is ready, except for the east wind. The surprises brought by blue silver emperor blood are far from over. Next stop, Blue Silver Forest. Chapter 11, heading to the Blue Silver Forest. 1.5 months later, in a small town. Regarding the Blue Silver Forest, Lin Yu did not search for it himself. Doing so would only be a waste of time and effort. Spirit Hall had been established for thousands of years, governing over half of the mainland's spirit masters. Naturally, such a large number of spirit masters required an immense amount of spirit rings. Therefore, its understanding of the major spirit beast forests on the Douluo Continent was the most extensive. Even if not 80 or 90%, it was at least 60 or 70%. Lin Yu was originally a member of Spirit Hall, so borrowing the local Spirit Hall's information network was naturally a breeze. Besides, he was just asking a question, and since he wasn't asking for it for free, no one would be unhappy. Sure enough, when Lin Yu informed the local Spirit Hall deacon about some details of the Blue Silver Forest, he immediately received an accurate reply. The so-called Blue Silver Forest did not go by that name locally. It was merely a small to medium-sized spirit beast forest, and its internal resources were not abundant. Therefore, not many spirit masters were willing to set foot there. Regarding this, Lin Yu was very happy, but he did not completely confirm that it was the place he was looking for. It wasn't until he personally arrived at the edge of that forest that he truly became certain. The exuberant vitality formed by the gathering of millions and tens of millions of blue silver grass plants could be clearly perceived by him even without stepping into the forest. There can be no mistake, that is the Blue Silver Forest. After confirming that it was his target destination, Lin Yu was quite excited. However, he did not step into the Blue Silver Forest immediately, instead, he found a place for a short stay just like before. Because he had something on him that needed to be dealt with. The golden-veined blue silver grass transformed by Yin. There was no other way, he could be certain that if he brought this thing into the Blue Silver Forest, he would never dream of awakening the Blue Silver Emperor in this lifetime. Because whether from the perspective of orthodoxy or status. As the seed left behind by the Blue Silver Emperor Yin, the grown golden-veined blue silver grass had a much higher priority than him, a human possessing the Blue Silver Emperor blood. Lin Yu seriously suspected that Tang Hao also knew this point. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept Yin in the cave all along. Even when he brought Tang San over to awaken his bloodline, he never mentioned Yin's identity, only revealing everything later on. All things considered, no matter how Lin Yu thought about it, he could not figure out the logic behind it. Of course, regardless of what Tang Hao was truly planning in his heart, whether it was for Tang San to be able to awaken the Blue Silver Emperor, or out of fear to face the Blue Silver King of the Blue Silver Ancestral Land, it had nothing to do with Lin Yu. Inside the room, Lin Yu rested for another night. Early in the morning, as the sunlight shone into the room, he let out a long breath of turbid air, opened his eyes, and the spirit power on the surface of his body trembled for a moment. Indeed, after improving my talent, my cultivation speed is countless times faster than when I was at rank 1. You must know that he had previously spent 6 years just to advance from rank 1 to rank 10. But now, after undergoing marrow cleansing twice consecutively, he was no longer what he used to be. Perceiving the transformation and enhancement within his body, Lin Yu smiled slightly and got out of bed. However, is cultivation really such an inconvenient thing? I have an even faster method. After a simple wash, Lin Yu came to the window where the golden-veined blue silver grass was placed. As soon as he approached, the leaves of the golden-veined blue silver grass rapidly performed binding on his fingertips, just like a small beast that liked to cling to its master. So clingy, huh? These past few days, Lin Yu had roughly figured out the situation. Inside the current golden-veined blue silver grass, Yin's consciousness was still in a deep slumber. The reason it could react with him was because of the Blue Silver Emperor blood. I wonder if keeping it like this will eventually breed a new consciousness. Lin Yu played with the blue silver grass for a while. Stay here obediently, I'll be back soon. Immediately afterwards, disregarding the blue silver grass's reluctance to let him go, he resolutely turned around and left. Half a day later, outside the Blue Silver Forest. Lin Yu looked at the dense blue silver grass deep within the woods and took a deep breath. The plan he had already conceived was reviewed in his mind a few more times before he stepped back into the forest. As soon as he entered the woods, Lin Yu's ears suddenly quieted down. This place felt like a utopia untouched by human feet, giving him a feeling that could be summed up in 2 words. Tranquil. Pausing for a moment, Lin Yu continued on his way. The blue-silver forest was not large. After walking for less than half an hour, he was already approaching the core area. At that very moment, an aged voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Human, this is not a place you should come to. I have no intention of killing, so please leave this place. Immediately following, under Lin Yu's shocked gaze, a giant tree formed by countless blue-silver grass rose from the ground. Right in the center of the giant tree was an aged face. Obviously, the voice Lin Yu had heard earlier was emitted by it. And he was the strongest member of the blue-silver grass clan on the current Douluo Continent, the 85,000-year-old blue-silver king. Looking at the suddenly appearing blue-silver king, Lin Yu took 2 steps back in apparent fear. Of course, this fear had elements of pretense, but also a genuine side. Although Lin Yu had long known that such a scenario would happen, the blue-silver king was, after all, an 85,000-year-old plant-type spirit beast. It could be said that apart from the lord of all beasts slumbering in the great fierce land, few plant-type spirit beasts could compare with it. With such age, no matter how bad blue-silver grass was at combat, its strength within the blue-silver ancestral land would definitely not be inferior to a spirit Douluo. Such a powerhouse only needed a gentle strike to send him packing to the netherworld. Therefore, harboring fear was completely normal. Hello, Lin Yu looked at the blue-silver king with slight stuttering. I have no intention of offending you, but someone told me to come here, saying that this place could restore my original appearance. Someone told you, restore your original appearance. The blue-silver king looked at Lin Yu and softly repeated it. He did indeed perceive a trace of familiar, affectionate aura on Lin Yu's body. It was just that the other party's spirit power was too weak, so the perception was not very clear. Precisely because of this, he had only spoken out to remind him earlier rather than directly expelling him. Who told you? I can sense the spirit power on your body. What is your spirit? Hearing this, the blue-silver king asked 2 questions in succession. I don't know. Lin Yu shook his head. There's just a voice in my mind telling me to find a forest full of blue-silver grass. As for my spirit is blue-silver grass. When mentioning the blue-silver grass, Lin Yu appeared somewhat desolate. This desolation was indeed genuine. After all, even if blue-silver grass could evolve, it would take a tremendous amount of effort. Even in many steps, if it weren't for talent awakening, he wouldn't even know how to execute them. Who wouldn't want to start with a pair of black and white holy dragons and roam unmatched across this primitive version of the Douluo Continent? Even a body spirit, which was currently called a trash spirit, would be fine. He would have the confidence to carry out a silver awakening on his own. However, the blue-silver king didn't pay much attention to that. Upon hearing blue-silver grass, it seemed to think of something and immediately became excited. Can you release your spirit and let me see it? All right, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Driven by his spirit power, the golden-veined blue-silver grass instantly and lively grew out of his palm. But right at this moment, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Chapter 12, Awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor, Tang San's dramatic transformation. The moment Lin Yu released his spirit, a layer of blue-gold fluorescence suddenly lit up at his right leg. That was precisely the location of the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor spirit bone. This is the aura of the emperor. The blue-silver king's voice trembled with excitement, and the entire giant tree shook violently along with it. You have the emperor's spirit bone in your body, as well as her bloodline. You are the emperor's child. Lin Yu was so startled by the commotion that he took 2 steps back, fearing a branch would fall down and hit him. Emperor? What emperor? I don't know. Seeing Lin Yu's blank expression, the blue-silver king gradually calmed down, though its tone revealed sorrow. Wasn't it the emperor who asked you to come and awaken your bloodline? Then where did the spirit bone in your body come from? I am just an orphan, and I've never seen the emperor you speak of. Lin Yu answered truthfully, and then added. I found the spirit bone in a cave, and feeling that it was very compatible, I absorbed it. Only later did I find this place. These words were half true and half false. He truly was an orphan, and he had never truly met Ayin. True and false, illusory and real, no one could tell the difference between the true and the false. However, the blue-silver king listened with an increasingly sorrowful expression. In its thoughts, Ayin must have had her true form discovered in the human world, and Lin Yu was the offspring she left behind. Later, Ayin could barely protect herself, and could only leave behind clues for the child to seek out this place after growing up. Paving the final path for him. Child, you are the bloodline of our clan's blue-silver emperor and empress, the true king of the blue-silver grass clan. Be you, but I am a human. Hearing this, Lin Yu became even more incredulous. Moreover, when my blue-silver grass spirit awakened, my spirit power was only rank 1 at birth. Haha, the blue-silver king smiled faintly. Spirit beasts can transform into human form once they cultivate to 100,000 years. As for the weak innate spirit power, it is merely caused by the bloodline conflict with other spirits. You will naturally come to know this knowledge in the future. After speaking, it signaled several thousand-year blue-silver grass to slowly lift Lin Yu up, its voice kind and gentle. Come, king, let me awaken your bloodline for you. The emperor guided you here, presumably precisely for this. The blue-silver king gazed at the blue-gold halo flowing around Lin Yu's body, and seeing that he was still somewhat uneasy, it softened its tone further. King, please relax. Very soon, you will be able to see your true appearance. As soon as its voice fell, a matchless and immense aura suddenly rose up. This aura did not come from the tall and straight blue-silver king, but from the entire blue-silver forest. Leisurely blue light emerged from every single stalk of blue-silver grass, quickly gathering into clusters. A single stalk of blue-silver grass might be weak, but when hundreds of millions of stalks of blue-silver grass condensed simultaneously, what formed was an ocean of blue. At this moment, Lin Yu once again experienced the feeling from over a month ago when he absorbed the blue-silver emperor spirit bone. No, the feeling right now was far clearer than back then. That blue light condensed from the vitality of the blue-silver grass was washing over his body. Lin Yu lay quietly within this ocean condensed from vitality, seeming to become the singularity of a black hole, and also seeming to be an oceanic abyss beneath the sea, crazily devouring that boundless and vigorous vitality. At the same time, an even purer and more noble power within his body was gradually awakening. That was the awakening blue-silver emperor blood. At this moment, Lin Yu's body surface had completely turned into a crystal clear blue. Countless blue-silver grass emerged from his body, replacing those thousand-year blue-silver grass from before, and slowly lifted him up. Seeing this scene, blue teardrops flowed from the blue-silver king's eyes. There was no need to question, nor was there any need to doubt. The Lin Yu before its eyes was undoubtedly the purest descendant of the blue-silver emperor. Soon, a yellow spirit ring emerged from within Lin Yu's body. It was the first ring from the 400-year golden vein clover. And at this moment, the first ring was already covered with a layer of blue halo. At the same time, the blue-silver grass supporting Lin Yu also underwent changes. The leaves began to become transparent, gradually resembling sapphires. In the center of every leaf vein, there was a brilliant golden pattern extending all the way from the head to the tail. At this moment, Lin Yu's spirit completely transformed. The supreme and sole existence of the blue-silver grass clan. The blue-silver emperor representing pure vitality. If expressed in terms from 10,000 years later, as the emperor of the blue-silver grass clan, that pure vitality could even bear the word, ultimate. And the changes were far from stopping here. One could see Lin Yu's originally black hair begin to turn deep blue, and his somewhat rough skin became delicate and soft. Inside his body, the physique that had originally undergone marrow washing twice once again squeezed out tiny bits of gray liquid. Those were impurities hidden deeper within the body. But right now, under the flushing of vitality, all discordant places were completely washed away. Following that, under the washing of the blue ocean, the stats panel became clean once again. It was as if he had undergone a major plastic surgery in a short time, completely changing into a different person. A bright purple spirit ring gradually condensed on the outer side of his original first ring. The spirit power that was originally locked by the bottleneck grew once again at this moment. 21, 22, 23. The time lost over the past 6 years was fully made up for at this moment. A two-ring Lin Yu's physique was far less resilient than Tang San's body in the original timeline, who had undergone waterfall body refining and reached a quasi-spirit king. Under the control of the blue-silver king, the awakening energy became increasingly gentle, and the time became increasingly prolonged. ... Meanwhile, inside the Nodding Academy dormitory, Tang San was sitting cross-legged in meditation, and his mysterious heaven skill internal energy was circulating smoothly within his meridians. Suddenly, an inexplicable palpitation and sharp pain came from his chest. The normally circulating internal energy suddenly went out of control due to the shock of his mind, charging recklessly through his meridians. Caught off guard, Tang San felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. Puff. The warm blood instantly splashed onto the face of Xiao Wu, who was sleeping soundly nearby. She woke up with a start from her dream, her pink eyes wide open, and began to curse angrily. Who, exactly which bastard dares to tease Sister Xiao Wu? The next second, the thick smell of blood at the tip of her nose and the dazzling crimson before her eyes made her completely dazed. Little San, what's wrong with you? But Tang San couldn't hear her shouts at all. At this moment, he only felt as if something within his body was forcibly extracted, growing silent, and finally dissipating completely. An indescribable sense of emptiness swept through his entire body. He subconsciously summoned his blue-silver grass spirit, but the object appearing in his palm made his heart give a start. The blue-silver grass that had originally become ferocious yet tough due to absorbing the datura snake and ghost vine. Right now, it actually lay limply paralyzed in his palm, dim in color and devoid of any vitality. As if some harmonizing force supporting its form had suddenly dissipated, causing the powers of the two spirit rings to conflict with each other. Causing the suddenly fragile spirit to also fall into an extremely unstable and out-of-control state. Vaguely, the darkness and parasite from the ghost vine gradually overwhelmed the datura snake's venom. Impossible, how could my spirit? Before he could finish his words, his internal injuries worsened, and Tang San's vision darkened as he collapsed directly to the ground. Little San. Xiao Wu was frightened pale, hastily shouting to the surroundings. Get up quickly and help. Something happened to Little San. The others in the dormitory were awakened, and seeing this, they all gathered around. And at this look, they were instantly startled by Tang San's condition. Someone hurriedly went to fetch the Grand Master. The Grand Master, who was already a light sleeper, rushed to the scene after being woken up. But when he heard Xiao Wu describe the abnormality of Tang San's spirit, he was instantly struck as if by lightning. This kind of condition was something he had seen before. A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Tang San was also going to walk the same path as himself? No. Chapter 13, A Brand New Appearance. A month passed. The blue ocean covering the sky had long since vanished, and Lin Yu lay quietly asleep upon a crystal-like blue bed. Going without food or drink for such a long time would have long since killed an ordinary person, and even a spirit master could not endure it. Yet Lin Yu was stronger and healthier than before, his entire body's skin was as lustrously white as jade and immaculate. Though he looked gentle, anyone could sense the power contained within his body. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, and everything before him felt like a lifetime away. The spirit power inside his body surged, transparent like a piece of pure crystal, completely free of any stagnation from his previous cultivation. Your Majesty, you are awake. Blue Silver King's kind voice sounded once more. Thank you, Senior, for awakening me. Lin Yu quickly got up from the blue silver bed, expressing his gratitude to Blue Silver King. There was no help for it, he truly had to thank him. Fortunately, what he copied was the Blue Silver Emperor blood. This was a plant devoid of any desire for conflict, possessing pure vitality and completely free of distracting thoughts. Precisely because of this, Blue Silver King, who was clearly not far from the Blue Silver Emperor realm, was still willing to awaken the imperial bloodline for a human, cutting off his own path of advancement. If this opportunity were replaced with a beast tribe, and Blue Silver King were replaced with an 85,000-year-old Tiger King, Lion King, Monkey King, and so on, whatever awaited Lin Yu would be reduced to a single word. Death. Never mind what imperial bloodline you have. In the eyes of those powerful spirit beasts, strength was everything. The death of the previous ruler instead gave them the opportunity to become the ruler. That was the true law of the jungle. There is no need for this, Your Majesty, Blue Silver King laughed. I am your subject, and it is only natural that I do my utmost to assist you. Besides, it is not as though we haven't gained any benefits. Blue Silver King motioned for Lin Yu to look around. He saw that the surrounding blue silver grass had grown at least 3 times longer than when he first arrived, and even Blue Silver King himself had undergone subtle changes, emitting an even stronger aura of vitality. This was the effect of the Blue Silver Emperor's aura. Influenced by it, all blue silver grass had achieved a qualitative leap. Although Lin Yu had gained much from here, his imperial aura had also bestowed a great deal upon this place. The goal of this trip had been successfully achieved. After exchanging a few more words with Blue Silver King, Lin Yu left the Blue Silver Forest. Blue Silver King quietly watched Lin Yu's retreating figure until it vanished from sight, whereupon he let out a soft sigh. Perhaps a human inheriting the imperial throne is not necessarily a bad thing. Without the identity of a spirit beast, there are likewise no shackles of a spirit beast, and there's no need to face the all-destroying tribulation. Your Majesty, I wish you a brilliant future. After leaving the Blue Silver Forest, Lin Yu returned to the small courtyard he had previously rented. Having not returned for a month, everything in the courtyard was not much different from when he left, save for a thin layer of grey dust. Of course, speaking of the greatest change, it had to be that jar of golden veined blue silver grass placed on the windowsill. Clearly, sunlight and moisture were completely abundant, yet right now it looked withered, lacking its former vitality. However, the moment Lin Yu stepped into the courtyard, the golden veined blue silver grass acted as if it had received some sort of command. Its drooping leaves instantly snapped up, beginning to sway toward the direction of the door. That appearance was precisely like a darling young wife at home waiting for her husband who had been away for many days and had yet to return. Seeing this scene, a smile also appeared on Lin Yu's face. As he reached out his palm, leaves immediately wrapped around it. Have you waited long? I brought you something good. As he spoke, he released his own blue-silver emperor aura. Instantly, the golden-veined blue-silver grass seemed stimulated, growing frantically as its golden veins bloomed with light. A moment later, the golden-veined blue-silver grass contentedly rested upon Lin Yu's palm. The tips of its leaves gently danced toward him, as if saying she couldn't eat any more. Your spirituality is becoming more and more abundant. Lin Yu smiled slightly. I'll feed you every day from now on, to suppress and assimilate that fellow inside your body sooner. Although there can only be one blue-silver emperor, a ruler can certainly have consorts. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the tips of the golden-veined blue-silver grass moved slightly, though it was unclear whether she understood his meaning. New Oding City. A tall, upright young man with shoulder-length hair resembling blue crystals and a handsome face walked along the street. The originally bustling market fell silent due to his arrival. Young maidens in the crowd occasionally glanced over stealthily, their faces flushed and eyes hazy, unsure of what they were thinking. This youth was none other than Lin Yu. The changes brought to him by blue-silver emperor blood, silver were almost from the inside out, a comprehensive development in every aspect. First was his spirit power. The current Lin Yu was a genuine level 29 spirit grandmaster. He possessed the blue-silver grass clan soul spirit, the blue-silver emperor. Furthermore, the age of his second natal spirit ring reached as high as 2,400 years, and it could continue to grow stronger alongside his own strength. Of course, compared to these superficial things, the most important matter was the change in his entries. High-dimensional descender, prism, unique blue-silver emperor blood, silver innate grade 10 purple, soul vigor, purple handsome and elegant, blue. Blue-silver emperor blood, silver awakened, possessing the qualification to climb to the summit of the continent. Obtains innate domain, blue-silver domain, which can evolve with the spirit master's level. Basic domain ability, manipulate the blue-silver grass within range for the blue-silver emperor's use, substantially enhance combat power, isolate certain adverse status effects, and command the blue-silver grass within range to scout outward for information. Moreover, with the help of the awakening of blue-silver emperor blood, silver. Lin Yu's innate grade 4 green officially transformed into innate grade 10 purple. That was the so-called full innate spirit power. As a top-tier imperial spirit possessing attributes comparable to extreme life, full innate spirit power was the true posture of a blue-silver emperor spirit master. Because of this, Lin Yu was able to leap straight to level 29. In addition to this, he also obtained a brand new appearance-based entry. Handsome and elegant, blue raising a goblet with upturned eyes to look at the bright blue sky, glowing like a jade tree facing the wind. The attraction toward the opposite sex is massively enhanced, and supplemented by the blue-silver emperor's natural aura, it is even easier to gain the favor of the opposite sex. This was the value of a silver entry. This was the gold content of climbing to the summit of the continent. After awakening, it directly brought Lin Yu 2 entries, one purple and one blue, and the other benefits were countless. It was no exaggeration to say that if an ordinary person obtained an entry like blue-silver emperor blood, silver, it would be equivalent to obtaining a ticket to the limit Douluo realm. However, the appearance of handsome and elegant, blue gave Lin Yu a new realization regarding entries. Obtaining an entry did not necessarily require copying, it reflected one's own state all the more. For instance, his appearance changing due to the awakening of the blue-silver emperor blood earned him handsome and elegant, blue. But if he deliberately ruined his face and did not use the blue-silver emperor's traits to restore it, the entry would likewise disappear from him. Similarly, if he obtained the sacrifice of the ice jade worm, he could directly obtain twin spirits, silver, and even additionally obtain entries like wise spirit ring, gold million-year origin, gold. Now, as Lin Yu walked along the familiar streets of New Oding City, he couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. Several months ago, he was still a trash spirit blue-silver grass spirit master, but now he was already a top-tier proud heaven's chosen one who had awakened an innate domain, possessed full innate spirit power, and held an imperial spirit. The difference between the two was practically a change of heaven and earth. Let me explain why Lin Yu reached level 29. Level 11 plus 9 levels of innate spirit power plus 6 levels from 100,000 year spirit bone plus 3 levels from the awakening baptism. The blue-silver emperor's awakening had a certain boosting effect even on the spirit power of Spirit King Tangsan, and an even greater boost for a spirit grandmaster, so 3 levels shouldn't be too excessive. As for the entries, let me explain them as well. White, basic entry. Green, slight talent, or a relatively prominent aspect. For example, 3 to 5 levels of innate spirit power. Blue, startling talent, relying on it to become a top figure in one's field. For example, 6 to 9 levels of innate spirit power. Purple, gifted with extraordinary talent, a 1 in 10,000 talent. For example, full innate spirit power, but wanting to cash it in depends on the individual, like Feng Xiaodian. Silver, unimaginable talent for ordinary people, such as spirit beast transformation, blue-silver emperor blood, and so on. The value of such entries is not just in themselves, but also in many additional aspects. For instance, the 100,000-year origin attached to spirit beast transformation and the 7 spirit rings most compatible with oneself, these cannot be compared by full innate spirit power. As long as one doesn't mess around blindly, relying on this leads straight to the limit. Gold, already exceeding the upper limit of the current plane, touching upon the god grade domain. Visitors from another world, seizure and rebirth, and even the mysterious heaven treasure record that even God King Tangsan had to cultivate, none of these can be achieved by ordinary entries. Of course, some might say that Douluo Continent also has the ability to perform soul seizure, but seizure, rebirth, and seizure rebirth are not the same. Red, God King grade. Prism, exceeding the upper limit of the current universe. Chapter 14, caught red-handed, meeting Tangsan again. On the streets of New Oding City. Lin Yu glanced around, looking at the bustling crowd, and smacked his lips. Tisk. When going to see Grandmaster Faxiu Nuo and Brother Dao, I cannot go empty-handed. At this moment, he saw a fruit shop by the street and immediately walked over. The female boss sitting inside the shop saw Lin Yu arriving, her expression instantly turning excited, and she hurriedly stood up to welcome him warmly. Young master, quickly, come and take a look. The fruits here are all the freshest. While speaking, she even threw a few somewhat dehydrated fruits directly into the garbage pile aside. Many thanks. Lin Yu smiled and expressed his thanks. This response almost caused the female boss to faint from excitement. Looking at that excited expression, if Lin Yu wanted the shop, she would probably give it away for free and even throw herself into it as well. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu also sighed at the might of handsome and elegant coupled with the affinity effect of the natural breath of the blue silver emperor. Its lethality towards the opposite sex was simply too great. However, just as he was picking out fruits, an unquiet hand quietly groped toward his waist. Lin Yu turned his gaze sharp, and he let out a low shout. Who? At the same time, his arm grabbed towards his waist, directly catching the detestable little thief red-handed. Yet with this grab, a crisp female voice suddenly came from beside his ear. Ah. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Lin Yu frowned, turned his head to look, and his expression instantly became somewhat peculiar. Because the person he caught was no other. It was precisely the big sister of Nine Academy, Xiao Wu. The moment Lin Yu saw Xiao Wu, he understood. The other party should have recognized 24 moonlit bridges, but he would not pamper her. He immediately spoke in a cold voice, while his peripheral vision also swept around to look at the surroundings. What, little girl wants to steal things? You talk nonsense, who wants to steal? Seeing herself caught red-handed on the spot by the other party, Xiao Wu immediately began to struggle forcefully. However, the strength of Lin Yu after his transformation was simply too great. No matter how hard she exerted her strength, she was unable to pull her arm out. Seeing that her efforts were futile for a long time, she finally gave up struggling, looked at Lin Yu, and explained. I was just looking. Who told this belt of yours to be so similar to the one belonging to my friend? Similar, can you just casually reach out your hand just because it is similar? As Lin Yu spoke, he exerted strength with his arm, and Xiao Wu could not bear it, only being able to stagger forward a step. How can you be like this? I was merely... Xiao Wu, treated in such a manner, instantly became infuriated. In the 3 years at Notting, she had never suffered such anger before, and she immediately raised her head to glare furiously at the face of Lin Yu. Yet as she gazed and gazed, she froze. The natural aura exuded by the person in front of her made Xiao Wu feel as if she had returned to Stardew Great Forest in an instant. That all-embracing feeling made her extremely at ease. In an instant, her face and eye sockets both turned red. Lin Yu looked at the appearance of Xiao Wu, and his expression also stiffened, a full head of question marks appearing instantly. No, sister, what on earth are you doing? However, because Lin Yu constantly attracted eyeballs, the dispute between the two quickly also attracted many people to watch. The noisy sounds also made Xiao Wu gradually snap back to her senses. Her complexion became even more ruddy, and she once again forcefully twitched her arm. Hurry up and let me go. Is it not enough that I admit my mistake? Then you apologize first. And just as the two were arguing, this very scene happened to be seen by Tang San, who was attracted over by the crowd. His eyes instantly turned crimson. Bastard, let go of Xiao Wu. Without any hesitation, Tang San with red eyes instantly stepped on Ghost Shadow perplexing track. A jade color appeared on his hand, and mysterious jade hand directly slapped towards Lin Yu. Originally, after the injuries of Tang San had just healed, Xiao Wu suggested coming out for a stroll to ease his mood. When passing by the blacksmith shop, he remembered that he still had some forged items that he had not collected yet, so he let Xiao Wu stroll around the street by herself. Only he did not expect that in less than a quarter of an hour, Xiao Wu had already disappeared without a trace. And a circle of people had also gathered on the street not far away. Tang San thought that Xiao Wu might have gone over to join the bustle and excitement, so he walked over quickly, yet he did not expect to see this scene as soon as he arrived. Since Xiao Wu had her back turned to Tang San, looking from his perspective, the figures of the two nearly overlapped, resembling Xiao Wu lying prostrate in the embrace of Lin Yu. Such a scene instantly caused the blood of Tang San to surge. Who was Xiao Wu? That was the younger sister he had acknowledged. Sharing a bed for 3 years had long since quietly sprouted that sense of possession hidden deep in his heart, no less inferior to the future. Receive death from me. Tang San had red eyes, his entire face malevolent. He felt that his state in this strike was unprecedentedly good. Even a spirit elder receiving this palm strike under defenseless conditions would be injured, let alone a pretty boy. Who knows whether it was because of Xiao Wu, or looking at the appearance of Lin Yu at this moment, an unspeakable anger and hatred inexplicably surged into the bottom of the heart of Tang San. It felt as if everything belonging to the person in front of him should have belonged to himself by rights. Driven by such emotions, the mysterious jade palm strength added another 3 parts of force. The distance of 3 to 5 meters flashed by in an instant under the blessing of the ghost shadow perplexing track, yet all of this was seen by Lin Yu in his eyes. Hey, I anticipated it long ago. I have not gone to look for you guys yet, and you guys delivered yourselves right to my door. Truly, stepping through iron shoes leaves no place to find, obtaining it takes no effort at all. The second duplication opportunity has arrived. At the very first time he saw Xiao Wu, he began searching for the traces of Tang San within the crowd, and sure enough, it did not exceed his expectation. The mysterious jade palm strength wrapped in fierce wind struck over. Lin Yu turned his gaze sharp, his left arm pulled the body of Xiao Wu and yanked it sideways, while his right hand simultaneously met it, fully displaying his transformed strength. Bang! A crisp sound rang out in midair. The moment the two jade-like palms collided, the turbulent spirit power caused the crowd to let out exclamations. The next moment, the expression of Tang San changed drastically. This is impossible. He could feel that an irresistible, terrifying immense force came from his right arm. Even his incomparably tough mysterious jade hand was shaken until it went numb and faintly ached. Without even deadlocking for a single instant between the two, he staggered back 3 to 5 meters, returning to the location of the sneak attack, and looked in utter shock at Lin Yu who remained motionless on the spot. Little San, are you alright? Xiao Wu also saw Tang San, who had been repelled by a palm strike, and immediately asked loudly, while also beginning to struggle again. Hurry up and let me go. Lin Yu remained unmoved, still grasping Xiao Wu. He looked at Tang San not far away and sneered, hey, a thief, and another carrying out a sneak attack behind the back. Seeing that you guys are also spirit masters, I really do not know which teacher could teach students like you guys. As the words of Lin Yu came out, intense discussions instantly sounded from the surrounding crowd. Some people who recognized Tang San and Xiao Wu began whispering with those around them. I recognize those two, geniuses of Notting Academy. I heard that they are already spirit grandmasters in just the 3rd grade. Spirit grandmasters, that is extraordinary. However, I heard that the teacher of that youth seems to be that grandmaster. Ah, grandmaster, he is the one who does not even have a 1-ring blue silver grass spirit master. Shish, just know it, do not let others hear. Chapter 15, the grayed out entry, is Tang Hao staring? A false alarm. No matter how soft the surrounding discussions were, how could Tang San's five senses possibly fail to hear them? Suddenly, a series of past deeds rushed into his ears, making his expression turn even gloomier and uglier, to the extent that his gaze towards Lin Yu was as if he were looking at an enemy. Shut up, all of you. Tang San could no longer endure it, roaring angrily at the surrounding crowd, his ferocious appearance instantly making the crowd back away in fear. Spirit Masters and Commoners were naturally two different classes, especially since Tang San was still a Spirit Grandmaster, giving him even greater deterrence power over the crowd. Even though he was only 9 years old, no one dared to underestimate him. Seeing the crowd instantly retreat 7 or 8 meters and looking at the fear on those people's faces, Tang San's mood instantly improved a bit. When he turned to look at Lin Yu, he suddenly remembered what the other party had just said. A thief. At the instant these two words surfaced in his mind, Tang San seemed to have a stress response, roaring at Lin Yu. Thief, you're the thief. You shut up too. Lin Yu interrupted with a cold and stern gaze. Did I mention you? What are you getting so excited about? Right after he finished scolding Tang San, he suddenly noticed something was slightly amiss, his gaze narrowing. He hadn't observed carefully before, but now he noticed the abnormality. As it turned out, the numerous bubbles that were originally intertwined with gold and silver on Tang San now unexpectedly underwent a strange new change. The blue-silver Emperor blood entry was still there, but outside the silver light, a layer of gray had been cast over it. The next moment, a piece of information fed back. Lin Yu instantly understood. So that's how it is. Although Tang San still has the blue-silver Emperor blood in his body, can he no longer use it? However, since the entry hasn't disappeared, does that mean there's still a chance to re-enable it? There could only be one blue-silver Emperor, but once the current ruler collapsed, the next successor could take office. Therefore, as long as he died, there was still the possibility of Tang San's blue-silver Emperor blood being re-enabled. Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt a chill in his heart. He had indeed defied the heavens and changed his fate to become the blue-silver Emperor, but that didn't mean he could sit back and relax. If it were Tang Hao. Thinking of this title Douluo hidden in the shadows, Lin Yu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and he subconsciously looked around. Tang San's knowledge was insufficient, but Tang Hao would definitely be able to recognize his current changes. On the other side, Tang San was blocked by Lin Yu's words and instantly choked up on the spot. Anger pressed down on his heart with nowhere to vent, making him feel agonizingly stifled. At this time, Xiao Wu spoke up to signal Tang San. Little San, take a quick look at his belt. Tang San looked toward the source of the sound, his gaze instantly narrowing. That familiar shape, the arrangement of jade stones, wasn't that precisely his 24 moonlit bridges? Where did your belt come from? It was obtained from a person. Secondly, does where it came from have anything to do with you? Lin Yu let out a cold snort. Besides, I'm the one asking you two right now. When was it your turn to question me? Stealing as a spirit master is a minor crime, but wanting to launch a sneak attack and kill someone to save your accomplice is a major crime. I want the two of you to come with me to Spirit Hall right now. Having said that, Lin Yu immediately dragged the constantly struggling Xiao Wu toward the direction of the spirit sub-temple. Hearing the person in front of him say that the spirit tool was obtained from a person, Tang San subconsciously thought that the person before him had acquired it from Lin Yu. Sighing inwardly, Lin Yu, who had just graduated, was probably already dead in a foreign land. It was just a pity that the previous bed would probably never be completed. However, watching the other party tugging at Xiao Wu, Tang San could no longer endure it. Let go of Xiao Wu. A century-old spirit ring emerged, and the first spirit ring flashed. First spirit ability, Binding. One purple-black, ugly strand of blue-silver grass after another sprang out from thin air, forming a large net that shot toward Lin Yu. In an instant, a pungent, fishy stench permeated the air, causing the surrounding crowd to retreat once again. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu's gaze flashed. Refusing to admit guilt and daring to resist makes your crimes even worse. Blue-silver domain, release. An invisible force field burst forth, instantly sweeping across the surroundings. Kneel down for me. The next moment, something that terrified Tang San to the core happened. That purple-black large net shooting toward Lin Yu unexpectedly fell limply from midair the moment the two words, kneel down, fell, losing all force. This is impossible. How can I not control my own spirit? Everything happening at this moment completely exceeded the scope of knowledge Tang San had learned in his mind, making it completely incomprehensible. What kind of monster are you? How truly ignorant. A mere subject dares to offend the ruler. Lin Yu's voice resounded in Tang San's ears. And I'm not afraid to tell you, my spirit is the ruler among blue-silver grass, the blue-silver king. Just as he answered Tang San's question, Lin Yu's blue-silver domain was also quietly probing the surrounding area. Although Nuoding City was a city, dense blue-silver grass still grew between the gaps of the street brick walls. And at this moment, these had all become his eyes. In just a split second, a range of several hundred meters was completely probed. Lin Yu let out a soft sigh of relief, his gaze returning to normal. It seems Tang Hao is not here. That's right, after all, this is Nuoding City with no major danger, there's no need to constantly guard him. It wasn't that he was careless this time, it was mainly that he hadn't expected to run into Xiao Wu and Tang San right after entering the city. He had originally planned to replicate his previous method, making sure Tang Hao was in Saint Spirit Village before finding an opportunity to strike. No, finish things early and leave early. Nuoding City cannot be stayed in for long. Lin Yu made up his mind. On the other side, Tang San was also pondering Lin Yu's reply. Blue-silver king. Does blue-silver grass also have a ruler? Regardless of whether he believed it or not, reality was laid out right in front of him. His blue-silver grass simply couldn't launch any attacks toward Lin Yu. Tang San could even feel a will of submission from his own blue-silver grass spirit. Even as a spirit master, he couldn't contend against it. Could it be that everything was going to end right here? Was he going to watch helplessly as Xiao Wu was taken to Spirit Hall? No, absolutely not. Although he had lost his spirit, his trump cards went far beyond that. What he was proud of and relied on to roam this world was not his spirit at all. Its name was the mysterious Heaven Treasure Record. Thinking of this, Tang San's gaze turned fierce, concealing killing intent. The third rule of the Tang sect Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record general outline: once an opponent is determined to be an enemy, as long as they have a way to court death, do not show mercy, otherwise, it will only add trouble to oneself. There was another saying: never try to play the pig to eat the tiger, otherwise it is very easy to truly become a pig. You have already brought about your own way to court death. Without any hesitation, Tang San stamped his foot, trails of afterimages stretching out once again, and purple light flashed within his eyes. At the same time, his hands crossed, reaching toward a wristband at each of his wrists. Right there, 2 pieces of jade were sparkling. After 24 moonlit bridges was won away by Lin Yu, Yu Xiaobing had gifted him another storage spirit tool. Although its storage capacity was far inferior to 24 moonlit bridges, it was still sufficient to meet Tang San's needs. The next moment, his hands crossed and swept past, turning into afterimages as if he had instantly grown several arms. With a flash of light, several willow leaf-shaped flying knives were thrown toward Lin Yu's direction. Every single flying knife went straight for his vital points. Hidden murderous intent. At this moment, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, Purple Demon Eye, Mysterious Jade Hand, and 100 solutions of hidden weapons were all fully unleashed by Tang San. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu let out a cold snort. HMPH, overestimating your capabilities. Chapter 16, Copying Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record. In that case, I will not need to hold back anymore. Lin Yu let out a cold snort and stomped his foot. The next moment, under Tang San's shock gaze, the blue-silver grass he had released actually turned into Lin Yu's weapon, instantly rising from the ground into a wall of blue-silver vines. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst a flurry of clashing sounds, the incoming willow leaf daggers were all deflected, falling to the ground and making metallic clanging noises. What? You can actually still control my spirit? Tang San's pupils dilated violently. What was happening before his eyes once again exceeded his expectations. The suppression was already shocking enough, but he did not expect the opponent to be able to turn the tables and control his blue-silver grass. Even though he had reacted the very first instant his spirit experienced abnormalities, he simply could not resist at all. Thinking of this, he immediately retracted the blue-silver grass and smoothly continued stepping out with the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, wanting to press the attack. But Lin Yu would not give him this chance at all. In an instant, 2 lights, 1 yellow and 1 purple, flashed into everyone's eyes, and the yellow spirit ring flickered instantly. Roots of crystal like golden veined blue-silver grass quickly grew from the ground, spreading across a radius of dozens of meters. Immediately after, Lin Yu reached out and grabbed towards Tang San. Bind. In an instant, countless blue-silver emperor branches and leaves seemed to hear a command, turning like frantic dragons and winding towards Tang San for binding. Not good, I cannot be bound by him. Tang San's heart tightened, but he also felt puzzled. How? Why does this move look so familiar? However, stepping on the carpet of blue-silver emperor, Tang San only had time to take 2 steps of the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. The next moment, he only felt the tightening at his feet. A blue-silver emperor had already bound his ankle, and his figure instantly stagnated. At the same time, Lin Yu's mind also received a response from his talent. Target contacted, do you want to copy? It's here. Joy welled up in Lin Yu's heart. His gaze quickly swept across the entries on Tang San's body, finally landing on a golden, brilliantly glowing bubble. I have decided on you. Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record, Gold. Just as Lin Yu was copying the entry. At this moment, Tang San wore a ferocious expression, holding a willow leaf dagger and hacking towards the blue-silver emperor tied to his ankle. However, the willow leaf dagger forged from refined iron slashed onto those crystal-textured leaves, unexpectedly sparking a shower of sparks. The rebounding force made the web between his thumb and index finger slightly numb. Hoo-hoo. Tang San gritted his teeth, veins bulging, muscles swelling. The willow leaf dagger sawed back and forth, but only left a shallow nick. But the next moment, as a blue light flashed, that nick instantly disappeared, as if it had never been injured before. How is this possible? This hardness, toughness, and recovery speed. Is this still blue-silver grass? Can the gap between the blue-silver king and ordinary blue-silver grass really be this huge? Thinking of this, Tang San's heart became increasingly twisted. On what basis? I am also innate full spirit power blue-silver grass. Why do I not have this kind of strength? I do not believe it. However, the resilience of the blue-silver emperor exceeded his imagination. The more Tang San struggled, the faster the binding became. In just the blink of an eye, over 100 leaves had already crawled all over his entire body. Until his hands and feet were separated, leaving no room whatsoever to exert force, did it stop, and then he turned to look at Lin Yu. This look made Tang San's eyes widen even further. You are a spirit elder. No, your second spirit ring is actually a 1,000-year spirit ring. How is this possible? Did not teacher say, the limit for a second spirit ring is only a little over 700 years? Your teacher, Lin Yu said dismissively, you actually treat that trash as knowledge like a treasure. No wonder you train so trashily. You. Tang San was furious, but looking at Lin Yu's 1,000-year spirit ring, he did not know how to refute. Soon, the scene before his eyes instantly shifted his attention. Why you, what are you going to do? What am I going to do? Lin Yu sneered, since you chose to make a move against me, you must bear the price of doing so. With those words finished, branches and leaves of the blue-silver emperor rose from the ground, intertwining with each other into thick vines. The next moment. Crack, crack, crack. The vines whipped continuously, striking Tang San. Intense pain surged from all over his body. Crucially, since he was bound at the moment, he had no room whatsoever to dodge or parry. Pain and a sense of humiliation instantly flooded his mind. Ah, you, stop, ah. Tang San's agonizing cries instantly resounded through the entire street. Xiao Wu, whose arm had been grabbed by Lin Yu all along, saw Tang San being whipped by the blue-silver vines until his skin was torn and flesh mangled, and instantly shouted angrily. Bastard, how dare you hit little San? I will fight you to the death. Before her voice fell, 2 yellow spirit rings suddenly rose from her body, and one of them flashed instantly. First spirit ability, waist bow. The spirit ability activated, Xiao Wu's waist strength suddenly increased. Her long scorpion braid at the back of her head whipped, and her 2 long legs smoothly kicked towards Lin Yu's waist. But what Xiao Wu did not expect was that her swift attack was steadily caught in Lin Yu's hand. How could this be? Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock, wanting to use the power of her spirit ability to retract her long legs, but she simply could not contend with the terrifying strength of that white jade palm. I almost forgot about you. Lin Yu coldly looked at Xiao Wu, exerted force with his arm, and instantly tossed her whole body flying 5 or 6 meters away. Several blue-silver emperor vines responded to the call and wrapped around Xiao Wu's ankles, hanging her upside down. The vine gave a crack and whipped against her lower leg. Ah, how dare you hit big sis Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu let out an agonizing cry. Looking in Lin Yu's direction, a pink halo instantly flashed across her pupils. Second spirit ability, charm. A trace of mental fluctuation swept across his mind, but Lin Yu did not care about it in the slightest, instead sneering. Truly the ignorant are fearless. Ridiculous. As he spoke, his crystal-like blue eyes glared forward, and the inexplicable charm power in his mind instantly shattered. Hurry and put me down. Ah. The next moment, Xiao Wu's mind was as if struck by a heavy hammer, and streams of blood instantly flowed from her eyes and nose. Spirit ability backlash. When mental-type spirit abilities attacked enemies, they would use the strength of the enemy's mental force as a judging criterion. The weaker the enemy's mental force, the higher the success rate. Conversely, the stronger it was, the greater the chance of failure, and the greater the damage from the backlash. Even if Lin Yu did not have the Blue-Silver Emperor's reduction of negative states, Soul Vigor, Purple alone would be enough to immunize him against it. And under the stacking of the two talents, the backlash damage could even rival that of Zhao Wuji, directly inflicting severe mental trauma on Xiao Wu and plunging her into unconsciousness. No, Xiao Wu, what is wrong with you, Xiao Wu? On the other side, Tang San had already been whipped until his consciousness was blurred, but seeing Xiao Wu directly fall into unconsciousness, the hatred and killing intent in his heart instantly flooded his mind. You actually dare to harm Xiao Wu. You wait. Wait. Lin Yu flicked his wrist, and the blue-silver vines whipped even faster. I will make you remember this lesson first. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the street corner. Stop. Chapter 17, Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record Secured, Yu Xiaogang. Stop. An angry roar came from the corner of the street, followed immediately by a string of figures running out. The leader turned out to be Grandmaster Yu Xiaogang, and trailing behind him were several Nine Academy students. This place was not far from Nine Academy to begin with, presumably someone saw the commotion here and went back to notify Yu Xiaogang. And when Yu Xiaogang saw Tang San's miserable state, he was instantly heartbroken beyond measure and filled with irrepressible rage. How dare you resort to such heavy-handedness? Let go of little San right now. Roaring with anger, Yu Xiaogang directly summoned Luo Sanpao, with two yellow spirit rings revolving around its chubby body. Without hesitation, he immediately activated a spirit ability, raised his finger to point at Lin Yu standing not far away, and shouted sternly. Farts like thunder, shatter the heavens and earth, Luo Sanpao. Receiving the command, Luo Sanpao immediately stuck out its buttocks as spirit power began to gather, swelling up like a balloon. Seeing this, Lin Yu frowned slightly. He certainly didn't want to be reeked by the foul odor. With a thought in his mind, on the ground, several thick blue-silver emperors rapidly wound towards the palm of Lin Yu's right hand. Almost in the blink of an eye, a blue-gold spear instantly condensed and formed. Right at this moment, Yu Xiaogang also saw the one yellow and one purple spirit rings on Lin Yu's body, and his furious expression was instantly replaced by shock. This is a 1,000-year second ring. That's impossible. How did you manage to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring for your second spirit ring? And you even succeeded. Amidst the shock, Luo Sanpao's attack also lagged for a split second. It was precisely this pause that gave Lin Yu the opportunity he needed. I can't be bothered to talk to you. You aren't worthy of listening. Go. The blue-gold spear pierced through the air, shooting straight at Luo Sanpao's hindquarters. Puff. The moment Yu Xiaogang paused, the blue-gold spear solidly struck Luo Sanpao's butt. The tip of the spear pierced through the spirit's body, instantly letting out a miserable, shrill howl. Roar. Luo Sanpao looked up to the sky and wailed in pain, its accumulated spirit ability shattering on the spot. An external beast spirit and the spirit master are two sides of the same coin. With the spirit injured, the spirit master himself would likewise suffer considerable damage. In an instant, Yu Xiaogang was struck as if by a heavy blow. His eyeballs directly started rolling upwards, and his body trembled. You. Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed straight to the ground, clutching his butt. At the same time, feedback came from Lin Yu's talent. Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record, gold replication complete. Perfect. Joy welled up in Lin Yu's heart, and he immediately swept a glance over the unconscious Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Yu Xiaogang, murder intent bearing completely in his eyes. We've already made enemies, should I just kill them outright? But very quickly, he rejected this course of action in his heart. Killing them now would certainly be gratifying, but the endless future troubles would be severe. Killing Tang San would enrage Tang Hao into an endless, irreconcilable feud, and killing Yu Xiaogang would enrage Bibi Dong into an endless, irreconcilable feud. With his current small frame, he couldn't withstand such massive storms. Furthermore, the value on Tang San hadn't been squeezed dry yet, he hadn't replicated his twin spirits yet. If he missed this opportunity, he would only be able to go look for Bibi Dong, and the difficulty of that would be much greater than with Tang San. Moreover, with Tang San alive, high-grade entries such as Asura God Trial or Slaughter God Domain might still appear in the future. Killing them now had more disadvantages than advantages, it was better to wait for him for a bit. As for Xiao Wu this rabbit, she wasn't good to eat either, and she would just bring unnecessary trouble. 100,000-year spirit bone was indeed not bad, but he would have many more choices in the future, and even gathering a full set of fierce beast spirit bones was not entirely impossible. Thinking of this, Lin Yu restrained his killing intent, and finally stepped forward to take off the storage spirit tools from the three people's bodies. Let these items serve as compensation to me. After finishing everything, he looked at the trembling Nine Academy students behind him and gave a cold command. Take them away, don't let me see them again. Yes. As if granted a grand amnesty, the few students hurriedly hoisted the three unconscious people up and ran in the direction of Nine Academy. Standing in place, Lin Yu glanced at Tang San's retreating figure, then turned and quickly left, walking towards the spirit sub-temple. Although Tang Hao wasn't here right now, there was no guarantee when the other party might come over to take a look. He had to finish up the other matters as soon as possible and leave Nuoding City, that was the safest choice. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's pace quickened by a few fractions. Quickly arriving at the spirit sub-temple, Lin Yu saw Grandmaster Faxiu Nuo and Su Yun Tao. At first, the two of them thought it was some noble scion coming to look for them, but later they understood after Lin Yu's explanation. Xiao Yu, didn't you go to the intermediate academy? Grandmaster Faxiu Nuo asked in extreme shock, why did you come back? And why have you become like this? Grandmaster Faxiu Nuo, it's a long story, you can just assume my spirit underwent a secondary awakening. Lin Yu didn't elaborate on this aspect, and immediately said, right, I still remember you saying that as long as my spirit power reaches Spirit Grandmaster, I can obtain a letter of introduction. Is that right? Of course, could it be that you, Xiao Yu? The next moment, two spirit rings, one yellow and one purple, manifested once again, startling both Grandmaster Faxiu Nuo and Su Yun Tao. This 1,000-year spirit ring. Xiao Yu, how did you accomplish this? There's no time to explain much, I have an urgent matter on my side. If there's time, I'll tell you guys about it later. Lin Yu's tone was urgent, and his brows were tightly furrowed. For every extra minute he stayed here, there was another fraction of danger, and besides himself, he might even implicate Faxiu Nuo and Su Yun Tao. This was something he was unwilling to see. Faxiu Nuo and Su Yun Tao exchanged glances, evidently realizing that something incredible might have happened to Lin Yu, and especially that there might be danger involved in this matter. However, both of them had watched Lin Yu grow up and understood his personality very well, so they didn't continue asking further. Alright, Xiao Yu, don't be anxious, I'll process it for you right now. Fatsu Nuo nodded, turned around, and got to work. Su Yuntao frowned, walked over to Lin Yu's side, and whispered, Xiao Yu, is the matter on your body very dangerous? Is there anything I can help with? It's fine, brother Dao. Lin Yu also snapped back to his senses. Realizing his state was a bit off, he immediately softened his expression, but the string in his heart did not relax at all. It's not a major issue, but it is indeed a bit urgent. Thinking for a moment, he leaned closer to Su Yuntao's ear and whispered. However, if anyone asks, just say you don't know me. Alright. Su Yuntao nodded with a serious expression. On the other side, the Nine Academy Infirmary. Since they were all superficial injuries without damaging muscles or bones, Tang San and Yu Xiaobing recovered very quickly. As for Xiao Wu, because her spirit mind was injured, she had yet to wake up. Lying on the hospital beds, the master and disciple neither spoke, staring blankly at the ceiling while not knowing what they were thinking about. Half an hour later, Tang San broke the silence first. Master, is the spirit ring limit always fixed? The moment he heard this sentence, Yu Xiaobing abruptly sat up, disregarding the pain in his own butt, and stared straight at Tang San with unblinking eyes. Little San, what do you mean? Could it be that even you were doubting my theory? No, master. Seeing Yu Xiaobing so emotional, Tang San hurriedly spoke out to pacify him. I just wanted to ask, after all, that person's second spirit ring was a 1,000-year spirit ring. Fake, it must be fake. Chapter 18, Tang Hao appears. Fake, it must be fake. Yu Xiaobing flatly denied it in a firm tone, resolutely refusing to believe that Lin Yu's second 1,000-year spirit ring was real. Little San, I once saw an introduction to spirit abilities in spirit books. There are some illusion-type spirit abilities that can change a spirit master's own appearance and confuse the enemy. That person definitely has such a spirit ability as well. Blue Silver King, I understand now, he must have absorbed some kind of plant capable of mimicry and color shifting, and relied on this kind of spirit ability to disguise a 1,000-year spirit ring. Aside from that, there might be a disguise-type spirit bone inside his body. Speaking of this, Yu Xiaobing became excited, as if even he himself had been persuaded. That's right, a spirit ability and spirit bone. It must be like this. Tang San listened and opened his mouth slightly. What Yu Xiaobing said indeed made some sense, but it also had significant loopholes. If Lin Yu really had a disguised spirit ability, then why didn't he also disguise his first spirit ring into a 1,000-year one, or an even higher spirit ring? Wouldn't a 100,000-year spirit ring be even more deterrent? But looking at Yu Xiaobing's appearance, Tang San swallowed the skeptical words back into his throat. He understood that no matter what he said now, the other party definitely wouldn't listen. However, even if Lin Yu's spirit ring was disguised, so what? When all was said and done, he still failed to defeat the Blue Silver King Spirit Grandmaster. This was an indisputable fact. Thinking of this, a surge of anger and killing intent immediately welled up in Tang San's chest, followed closely by a deep hatred for his own weakness. Facing Lin Yu, he was truly powerless, his spirit was suppressed, unable to unleash even a shred of power, and not even his proud hidden weapons managed to harm the opponent in the slightest. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao Wu was hurt. Wait. Tang San suddenly remembered something. His blue silver grass spirit was countered by Lin Yu, but he still had another spirit. Tang San instantly perked up and looked at Yu Xiaobing. Teacher, blue silver grass is so weak, what do you say if I cultivate a second spirit? No. Suddenly, at the same time, besides Yu Xiaobing's reply, another deep voice sounded. The next moment, a burly black figure appeared in the room, appearing right in front of the two of them. Dad. Eminence clear sky. The moment they saw this person, Tang San and Yu Xiaobing were both stunned for a second, then cried out in shock. How did you come, Eminence? Before Tang San could ask why Tang Hao appeared here, his attention was drawn by the four words exclaimed from Yu Xiaobing's mouth. Eminence clear sky. When he was in Saint Spirit Village, he had once heard old Jack say that the spirit masters of Douluo Continent are divided into 10 realms and 10 titles. And the titled Douluos of the highest realm are also respectfully called eminence by the entire continent. Now that Yu Xiaobing addressed his father as Eminence Clear Sky, didn't that mean his father was actually a titled Douluo standing at the peak of the continent? Hearing this question, Tang Hao's eyes hidden beneath his hooded robe coldly swept a glance at Yu Xiaobing. In an instant, Yu Xiaobing felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, as if the sky were collapsing. His body, over 50 years of age, couldn't help but tremble violently. Fortunately, Tang Hao only glanced at him for a moment before looking back at Tang San without denying it. That's right, little San, I am indeed a titled Douluo, but there are some things you aren't qualified to know yet. Now I ask you, you said you want to cultivate a second spirit, right? Although Tang San didn't know why Tang Hao wanted to hide his strength and hole up in a small mountain village. But this definitely hid a heaven-shaking secret behind it. He didn't dwell on it, knowing that asking now was meaningless, so he nodded and said earnestly. That's right, father, I want to cultivate the clear sky hammer. Blue silver grass is simply too weak. Enough. Tang Hao gave a furious shout, cutting off Tang San's words, and looked at Yu Xiaobing with a gaze like a knife, questioning him. Yu Xiaobing, I handed little San over to you, and this is how you teach him. Ah. As the single word, ah, left his mouth, a terrifying spirit pressure instantly erupted. Instantly causing all the furniture in the ward to emit a creaking distortion sound, tottering and on the verge of falling apart. Eminence clear sky, I didn't. Yu Xiaobing trembled with fear, his complexion pale. Seeing Tang Hao coerce Yu Xiaobing with such pressure, Tang San was also at a loss for a moment. He was stunned for a moment before hurriedly speaking up. Father, what do you mean by those words? HMPH. Tang Hao gave a cold HMPH and withdrew the spirit pressure. Little San, let me ask you, what are the formation conditions for twin spirits? Eminence, Yu Xiaobing was just about to open his mouth to explain when he was instantly sternly interrupted by Tang Hao. Shut your mouth, what I am asking right now is Little San. Little San, you answer. Formation conditions. Tang San pondered for a moment. Teacher said twin spirits are inherited from both parents. My blue silver grass is far too weak, it should be a mutated spirit, which is why. Nonsense. Before Tang San could finish half his sentence, Tang Hao angrily shouted to stop him. Yu Xiaobing, is this what you taught? Such a huge fallacy, and you dare be called Grandmaster. Yu Xiaobing trembled his lips, not daring to speak. Father, isn't that how it is? Tang San was puzzled and uncomprehending. Of course not. Tang Hao let out a cold HMPH. Little San, I am telling you now the true formation conditions for twin spirits. Tang Hao walked up to Tang San and said with a solemn expression. The so-called twin spirits, it's true they are inherited from both parents, but there is a prerequisite. That is, the quality of both parents' spirits must be at the same level to ensure that one spirit will not overwhelm the other, thereby forming twin spirits. What, spirit quality is the same? Hearing these words, Tang San's expression was shocked. Even Yu Xiaobing stared wide-eyed at Tang Hao. He had never seen this point in any books. So Little San, do you still think your blue-silver grass is truly weak? Tang Hao looked earnestly at Tang San. But father, I was still suppressed in front of that person's blue-silver king. That is because your spirit has not truly awakened. Tang Hao said. Once awakened, your spirit will transform into the blue-silver emperor. Blue-silver emperor? Tang San and Yu Xiaobing exclaimed in unison. That's right, that is also your mother's spirit. Tang Hao nodded with a sorrowful expression. It is the true supreme and soul spirit of the blue-silver grass clan, and its quality is definitely not inferior to your clear sky hammer. And Little San, do you know where the greatest advantage of twin spirits lies? Father, I know this. Tang San nodded. Twin spirit masters can attach all 10,000-year plus spirit rings to the second spirit after becoming a spirit saint. In this way, the advantage of the second spirit will surpass everyone. That's right. Tang Hao nodded. So do not waste your talent in vain just because of temporary success or failure. That way you would truly be failing yourself and letting down your mother. Chapter 19, Joyful Tang San, Disappointed Tang Hao. I understand, father. Tang San nodded with an excited expression, but after thinking for a moment, he spoke with a solemn look. But father, can I awaken the blue-silver emperor now? Why? Tang Hao's expression darkened. Give me a reason. I want to become stronger. I don't want to be like I was today ever again. Tang San said, his tone filled with sorrow, his face bearing hatred. Unable to even protect my own little sister. Is it that girl named Xiao Wu? Tang Hao asked. Tang San's face flushed red, and he lowered his head. Yes. Tang Hao fell silent. For a moment, the room was deathly silent. Tang San waited anxiously, unsure of Tang Hao's thoughts. Sigh, Tang Hao let out a heavy sigh. I had originally planned to wait until you reach the level of Spirit King before taking you to awaken it. Only then would you have the initial ability to know the secrets and protect yourself. But since you have decided, then we will wait until your injuries are healed. Hearing Tang Hao's affirmative answer, Tang San's anxious mood vanished, replaced by surprise and joy. Thank you, father. You rest for a while first. Tang Hao said this and looked at Yu Xiaobing. You come with me, I have something to say to you. Having said that, he ignored Yu Xiaobing's injuries, used his spirit power to grab him, and took him directly to another room. Watching the place where Tang Hao and Yu Xiaobing disappeared, Tang San's eyes flashed with excitement, and he clenched his bandaged fists tightly. Blue-Silver Emperor, my spirit is actually the Blue-Silver Emperor. Thinking of Lin Yu whom he met today, his eyes contained hidden killing intent and hatred, but at this moment they also carried a sense of satisfaction. When we meet again, let's see who will be suppressed. Thinking of this, Tang San actually laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. In the empty room. Accompanied by a thump sound. Yu Xiaobing was thrown from midair and crashed onto the ground. The pain in his buttocks instantly swept through his entire body, causing him to twitch uncontrollably. But at this moment, he dared not show even the slightest bit of anger or resentment, and could only look at Tang Hao with a pale face. Eminence, Clear Sky, please listen to my explanation. Tang Hao still looked at him coldly, without saying a word. He and Yu Xiaobing were actually people of the same era, with not much difference in age. But whether it was he, Tang Xiao, or Ning Fengji, they didn't really think much of this young master from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. It was nothing else, just his innate half-level spirit power alone meant he was unworthy of standing among them. However, this trash, in their eyes had actually caused a major event back in the day. It was precisely because of this that when he learned Tang San had taken Grandmaster as his teacher, he gave the token to him. Yu Xiaobing, I originally thought your title of Grandmaster was well-deserved, but I didn't expect such huge mistakes and omissions. Tang Hao spoke coldly, his gaze sharp and stern. I truly doubt whether Little San can learn well under your guidance. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Xiaobing's face turned even paler than before. This time it was still fear, but the source of the fear did not come from Tang Hao, but from Tang San. If Tang San left, how would his theories be proven? Could it be that he would have to hide here as a failure for the rest of his life? Thinking of this, Yu Xiaobing suddenly raised his head and crawled to Tang Hao's feet using his hands and feet. Eminence Clear Sky, give me a chance. I will definitely be able to teach Little San well. Twin spirits, right, I can make Little San successfully cultivate his twin spirits. You should know that, apart from that woman, no one on the continent has successfully cultivated twin spirits to the title Douluo realm. I can help Little San obtain the cultivation method for his twin spirits. Hearing this, a hint of a smile flashed in the depths of Tang Hao's eyes, but he calmly concealed it and leaned down with a cold, hard expression. Are you sure? Gulp. Yu Xiaobing swallowed hard and nodded. Yes, Eminence, I am sure. I definitely can. Fine, then I will give you this chance. Do not disappoint me. Having received an affirmative answer, Yu Xiaobing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, right, Tang Hao spoke again. Yu Xiaobing's mind instantly tightened, and he looked at Tang Hao nervously. Tell me about the Blue-Silver King Spirit Master you encountered during the day. This world did indeed have a Blue-Silver King, but it was his first time hearing of a Spirit Master possessing the Blue-Silver King Spirit. He couldn't help but feel a bit curious about this Spirit Master. Hearing this, Yu Xiaobing breathed a sigh of relief. Eminence, it is like this. He quickly recounted everything he knew, while emphatically describing Lin Yu. And when Tang Hao heard about Lin Yu's appearance, his eyes narrowed sharply. Crystal-textured blue hair, blue eyes. How is this possible? Such characteristics were almost exactly the same as Yin. If Tang San hadn't been by his side the whole time, he would have suspected that he had hugged the wrong child back then. Are you sure? This time, Tang Hao's voice was somewhat hurried. Yes, Eminence, I cannot be mistaken. Yu Xiaobing nodded affirmatively. The next moment, Tang Hao's figure vanished from the spot as if using teleportation, leaving behind only the panting Yu Xiaobing. In the dark night, a black shadow shuttled back and forth in Nuoding City at an extremely fast speed, checking all the lodging places in just a moment. None of the hotels in Nuoding City have him. Could that person have already left? Tang Hao looked at the empty room of the last hotel and muttered to himself, but he did not give up and continued his search. Immediately after, Tang Hao went to the street where the conflict had occurred, and asked several people who had seen Lin Yu, but didn't get an accurate answer. Finally, he arrived at the Nuoding City Spirit Sub-Temple. It just so happened that Su Yuntao was on duty today. Tang Hao's figure appeared abruptly, instantly waking Su Yuntao from his faint drowsiness. However, before he could release his spirit, a massive amount of spirit pressure descended upon his shoulders, instantly pressing him to the ground. Tell me, has a blue-haired, blue-eyed spirit master been here today? Su Yuntao lay on the ground, his heart shocked. It seems this is the reason why little Yu was in such a hurry to leave. I wonder what level of spirit master this is. A feeling of worry flashed through his heart, and Su Yuntao raised his head with some difficulty. My lord, a blue-haired spirit master did indeed come here today. Where is he now? Tang Hao was instantly excited, and his pressure eased a little. Su Yuntao answered nervously. However, that spirit master only came to collect his subsidy, and he left after taking it. It wasn't that he didn't want to say Lin Yu hadn't come, but other deacons had seen him. If he said he hadn't come, it would be exposed as soon as they asked around, so it was better to change the reason. Besides, Lin Yu really did collect the spirit grandmaster subsidy. As soon as Su Yuntao finished answering, the atmosphere instantly froze. Tang Hao quietly looked at Su Yuntao's terrified face and didn't find anything unusual. It seems that spirit master was really just passing by. Tang Hao thought it was a pity, and vanished from the spot. Su Yuntao looked at the empty ground in front of him, and didn't get up for a long time. A moment later, he sighed in his heart. Little Yu, brother can only help you this much. Lin Yu naturally didn't know what happened in Nuoding City. Because at this moment, he was already resting in another small town 100 miles away. Even if Tang Hao searched the city 10 times, he would definitely not be able to find any trace of him. In the hotel room, Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at the golden, glittering bubbles in his field of vision, his expression excited. Come on, Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record, do not disappoint me. Chapter 20, Amazing Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record, Mastering Panorama in 1 day. Looking at the shimmering golden bubble before him, Lin Yu felt a surge of emotions but ultimately took a deep breath and calmed himself down. With a gentle touch of his thought, the bubble instantly shattered. Immediately, a rain composed of golden droplets exploded in his mind, and countless streams of information merged into his memory along with these golden raindrops. Page after page, article after article of text and diagrams were branded into his mind as if he had recited them countless times. This continued for nearly 5 minutes. The Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record was finally officially infused and completed. Who? Lin Yu let out a long breath, his eyes flashing with golden light. It seems I previously underestimated the value of this Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record, tisk tisk tisk. It is far richer than what was described in the novels, no wonder it could achieve a golden rating. What was currently in his mind was the complete Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record. From the Orthodox Taoist Mysterious Heaven Skill, the Tang Sect Secret Technique Purple Demon Eye, Mysterious Jade Hand, Controlling Crane Catching Dragon, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, to the 100 Hidden Weapon Solutions. And finally, the Medicine and Poison chapter, which recorded knowledge related to various immortal herbs, exotic beasts, alchemy, and poison crafting. Although Lin Yu did not know why the Tang Sect, which had long resided in Shu, had its internal cultivation method, the Mysterious Heaven Skill, originate from Orthodox Taoism. However, according to the records in his mind, this Mysterious Heaven Skill was not simple at all, and far from what he had imagined. The Mysterious Heaven Skill was divided into 9 levels, cultivating it to perfection meant reaching a super Douluo of the Douluo Continent, and above that, it was not without further realms. Lin Yu's mind clearly recorded that after the Mysterious Heaven Skill chi traversed the 12 regular meridians and unblocked the 8 extraordinary meridians, one could explore the realm of the Shandian Secret Realm. And this innate secret realm was described as extremely arcane and mystical. A poem went, a breath of innate chi brings a joyous wind for 1,000 miles, free and unfettered to ascend the heavens or descend the earth, soaring straight away leaving no trace like a flying bird. Those who newly entered this realm could split mountains and sever rivers, and those who resided in it for long could move mountains and fill seas, possessing boundless divine might. Damn, are you bragging? Which Shandian expert is this strong? Looking at the introduction in his mind, Lin Yu couldn't help but inwardly roast. But soon, he paused in a daze. It's not impossible either. If it were the group of top Shandian experts from Philly, it wouldn't be unachievable. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. If the world strength of Tang San's past life could approach the level of Billy Puppet Show. Hiss, so saying, it makes sense that Tang God King Tang San also cultivated the Mysterious Heaven Skill. Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt a burst of joy, but quickly shook his head. Forget it, no use thinking about it. For me, the stronger the better. Soon, he carefully reviewed each of the cultivation methods. The Mysterious Heaven Skill, Purple Demon Eye, and Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, these 3 are must-haves. The Mysterious Jade Hand and Controlling Crane Catching Dragon can be put aside for later. As for the 100 Hidden Weapon Solutions, there's no need to waste time on mechanical types. If they are really needed, they can be completely handed over to others to make. As for the technique types, I can pick a few to practice. Guanyin Steers can pierce through divine bodies, which should be pretty good. As for the Medicine and Poison chapter, just memorizing it will do. This is the key to unlocking Du Gubo later on. The Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well is at the very top of the must-eat list, I definitely cannot miss it. Having browsed through the entire Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record, Lin Yu let out a soft breath, his mind already made up. Next, I will switch to cultivating the Mysterious Heaven Skill, and meditation techniques can bid me farewell. The next moment, Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the bed with his 5 hearts facing the sky. Following the key formulas of the Mysterious Heaven Skill in his mind, he controlled the spirit power within his body to roam through the 12 regular meridians, gradually transforming it into internal energy. However, just upon beginning cultivation, he already felt the strength of the Mysterious Heaven Skill. Its cultivation speed far surpassed the meditation technique given to him by Spirit Hall. If relying on the meditation technique, the spirit power he accumulated in a day was 10 points. Then after cultivating the Mysterious Heaven Skill, it was 15 points. A full 50% increase. And this was still under the condition that Lin Yu was unfamiliar with it. If practiced proficiently, it could even double. I remember that whether it was Tang San or Tang Hao, after unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians, there was an extra boost in spirit power. If that's the case, wouldn't I? With excitement in his heart, the internal energy that Lin Yu had not yet mastered very well surged violently. Seeing this scene, he hurriedly reined in his mind and banished other thoughts. Gradually, Lin Yu sank into the state of cultivation. The night hurried past. When the horizon began to turn pale, Lin Yu exited the cultivation state. Hu, a breath of turbid chi was exhaled. Lin Yu only felt his entire body refreshed, his eyes gleaming with sharp light, but it was quickly hidden deep down, revealing not a trace. Orthodox Taoist mental cultivation methods were best at laying foundations. Perhaps it wasn't the fastest, but it was definitely the most stable. In just one night, all the spirit power within Lin Yu's body had transformed into Xuanyan internal energy. Although the quantity was slightly less than before, dropping back to the initial stage of rank 29. However, the improvement in quality could not be ignored. If solely discussing combat power, not only did it not drop, but it actually increased slightly. Furthermore, Xuanyan internal energy was continuous and unending like a lingering thread. Its sustainability far surpassed spirit power by a large margin. Now that the mysterious heaven skill cultivation was complete, next it was time to test the purple demon eye, just in time. Muttering softly, Lin Yu rose from the bed. First coming to the bedside where the golden veined blue-silver grass was placed, and continuing to infuse a bit of blue-silver emperor chi, he then carefully watched the scene of the rising morning sun by the window. When Lin Yu focused his mind closely, within the golden red morning sun, a purple halo suddenly overflowed from the skyline, flying out like a sharp arrow. The next moment, a cluster of warm breath bloomed in Lin Yu's eyes, and immediately transformed into wisps of coolness moisturizing his mind and soul. At this moment, his spirit was nourished by the purple chi coming from the east while also being slowly tempered. However, its speed far exceeded the conventional progress recorded by purple demon eye cultivators in his memory. However, right in the midst of cultivating the purple demon eye, Lin Yu did not get distracted. Until the morning sun rose and the purple chi completely dissipated. Only then did he slowly close his dual eyes, his heart filled with excitement. Is this the special effect brought by Soul Vigor, Purple? That's right, exactly. The effect of Soul Vigor, Purple has the benefit of achieving twice the result with half the effort in psychic type cultivation, which matches perfectly with what I just experienced. That's great, this way I can quickly catch up to Tang San's progress, and even surpass him. What does it mean to achieve twice the result with half the effort? The speed at which the morning sun rises every day remains constant. Generally speaking, cultivators of the purple demon eye could only extract a wisp of purple chi coming from the east to temper their eyes and spirit. However, just a moment ago, Lin Yu had extracted 4 wisps. Using the same amount of time as if it were twice as long, this is called half the effort. And within this doubled time, he could temper a doubled effect, this is called twice the result. Slowly, the surging in Lin Yu's heart calmed down, and he slowly opened his eyes. The world before him took on a completely new look. It was as if his vision leapt from 5.0 to 6.0. Not only that, his field of vision also became incomparably vast. Gazing into the distance, he could even bring a tree several kilometers away into his field of vision, just like scenery 100 meters away. This is panorama. Soul Vigor, Purple is truly terrifying. Under the blessing of the purple trait, the purple demon eye achieved a panorama in a single day. Even among the numerous geniuses in Tang sect history, none could match this. Once today's homework was thoroughly consolidated, Lin Yu began to pack his things and continue on his journey. This time, he did not continue riding in a carriage, but instead practiced the ghost shadow perplexing track and other Tang sect ultimate skills along the way. Several days hurried past. Meanwhile, 2 people in Nuoding City also embarked on a journey. Chapter 21, The Anger of the Blue Silver King in the Battle. Carrying Tang San, whose injuries had just healed, Tang Hao traveled swiftly for several days and finally reached the edge of the blue silver forest. Looking at the forest shrouded in silence before him, Tang San took a deep breath. The rich life energy restored his faintly aching body by 30%, and even his blue silver grass spirit became uncharacteristically active. This feeling put him in an extremely pleasant mood. Father, is this the place for the secondary awakening of the spirit? That's right, little San. Tang Hao said in a deep voice, his eyes carrying complex expectations. Your bloodline will achieve true awakening here and become the true blue silver emperor. Receiving a definite reply, Tang San's eyes lit up. As long as I can awaken the blue silver emperor, I will definitely be able to step that person under my feet, wash away my past humiliation, and avenge Xiao Wu. Holding this belief, Tang San took a deep breath and resolutely stepped into the blue silver forest. Tap, tap. The surrounding blue silver grass gently swayed with Tang San's footsteps, as if whispering. However, when he approached the core area of the forest, a powerful consciousness suddenly descended. Countless spines intertwined into an aged face, blocking the way forward. Stop, human. The voice of the blue silver king carried unquestionable majesty. Leave this place. Looking at the abruptly appearing blue silver king, Tang San's heart tightened. Feeling the aura emanated by the other party, he instinctively took 2 steps back. However, thinking of what Tang Hao told him, the entity before him should be the current supreme king of the blue silver clan. Only it could preside over the ceremony of the secondary awakening of the spirit. Thinking of this, Tang San took a deep breath. Hello, senior, I am here to awaken my spirit. A human coming to my place to awaken a spirit. The blue silver king's voice was like thunder, gazing at Tang San. Yes, there is imperial bloodline within my body. As long as the secondary awakening occurs, I can become the blue silver emperor. The blue silver king frowned slightly, looking Tang San up and down. Even using perception, it did not detect that trace of imperial aura that would make it submit. However, this was not strange either. The blue silver clan only had one sovereign. When a sovereign already existed, other bloodline holders would directly lie dormant. However, if everything was truly as Tang San said, the blue silver emperor might not work. But ascending to a king, it could still manage. For the sake of the emperor, it intended to give the person before it a chance. In that case, release your spirit for me to see. Hearing this, Tang San was overjoyed. Next, as long as he passed the blue silver king's test, he could officially awaken as the blue silver emperor. Thinking of this, his heartbeat involuntarily accelerated, and his palm directly reached out toward the front. However, when that neither purple nor black blue silver grass, covered in countless barbs, permeated with a dark aura, and dripping with venom, appeared in Tang San's palm, the blue silver king's originally amiable expression instantly stiffened. This is blue silver grass. Which family's blue silver grass grows like this? Get the hell out of here. The blue silver king's angry shout exploded like thunder. The blue silver grass in the entire forest trembled simultaneously, shaking with the king's anger. Such a commotion naturally caught the attention of Tang Hao outside the forest, his expression changing instantly. What is going on? Did something go wrong with little San's end? Without hesitation, Tang Hao's aura suddenly erupted. He stepped into the forest in one stride, blocking in front of Tang San, gazing at the furious Blue Silver King. He is the offspring of your emperor, why won't you awaken him? The offspring of the emperor. The Blue Silver King laughed out of extreme anger. Can this kind of filthy bloodline be called the offspring of the emperor? Now I order you two to get out of the Blue Silver Forest. Otherwise, I will have to resort to force. As the words fell, strands of blue silver grass rose from the ground, intertwining and binding into vine dragons hundreds of meters long. Even if the Blue Silver clan was not good at fighting, reaching the level of the Blue Silver King could make up for certain deficiencies. A terrifying aura permeated, directly making Tang San's breathing choke for a moment. Such a scene naturally stirred up anger in Tang Hao's heart, his gaze turning fierce. Old thing. Tang Hao's voice was low, as 9 spirit rings emerged one by one. Especially that 100,000-year spirit ring ranked last, radiating blood red, dazzling enough to palpitate the heart. With Yin passing away, do you think you can proclaim yourself emperor in this tiny place? Who gave you the qualification to scold my son? At this moment, there was only one thought in his heart. That was, the Blue Silver King was unwilling to let Tang San awaken the Blue Silver Emperor because it wanted to become the emperor itself. Because there was only one sovereign in the Blue Silver clan. Once a new emperor appeared, the Blue Silver King, who was closest to the emperor, would have no chance left. The Blue Silver King's huge tree body suddenly shook. It was not because of that terrifying spirit pressure, but because it stared fixedly at that blood-colored spirit ring. A familiar life aura, that was the emperor it had served for countless years. The aura of Yin, the Blue Silver Empress. It's you, it's you. The Blue Silver King's anger instantly filled its soul, as hundreds of millions of blue silver grass simultaneously erupted with sorrowful and indignant blue light. Human, the Emperor's spirit ring, is actually on you. Go to hell. Without any hesitation, several vine dragons over a dozen meters in diameter fiercely smashed toward Tang Hao and Tang San. Prejudiced by preconceptions, at this moment in the Blue Silver King's heart, the person before it was the murderer who killed Yin. They were the culprits who forced Yin to abandon Lin Yu as an orphan. And right now, the two people before it actually still wanted to deceive it into carrying out the Imperial Awakening. Unforgivable. Looking for death. A flash of ferocity crossed Tang Hao's eyes as the clear sky hammer was raised, and his majestic spirit power began to compress and condense. At the same time, a white murderous aura burst outward from within his body. Slaughter God Domain. The massive clear sky hammer instantly flashed with a white radiance, overflowing with murderous intent. Clear Sky 9 Absolutes, quake. The battle broke out in an instant. The thick vine dragons were instantly shattered by the house-sized clear sky hammer shimmering with dark light. However, the next instant, endless blue light converged. The severed vine dragons extended once again, completely unscathed, and even grew slightly thicker than before. At this moment, what Tang Hao faced was not just an 85,000-year-old Blue Silver King, but the entire Blue Silver Forest. The Blue Silver King swung the vine dragons even more violently, their tips smashing out sonic booms in the sky. Tang Hao's expression was cold and rigid as the clear sky hammer swung repeatedly. As black chi swept across, root after root of vine dragons exploded into pieces. He even had spare energy to charge toward the Blue Silver King's location with Tang San. Is this father's strength? It's truly so strong. Hiding behind Tang Hao, Tang San looked at this scene with excited eyes. In his eyes, even the elders of the Tang sect in his past life might not be as powerful as his own father. When I cultivate the clear sky hammer to father's realm, I will definitely be just as powerful. At this time, Tang Hao had no time to care about the thoughts of Tang San behind him, his gaze extremely cold and stern. The way he looked at the Blue Silver King was as if he were looking at a traitor. Now I'll give you one last chance. Awaken the Blue Silver Emperor for my son, and I will spare your life. Chapter 22, Tang Hao's retreat, the incident revealed. Impossible. The Blue Silver King's reply was decisive and unwavering. Hearing this reply, Tang Hao no longer had any hesitation in his heart. With a single thought, 100-year spirit ring instantly shattered, merging into the clear sky hammer, causing his aura to surge explosively in an instant. Immediately following that, he swung heavily toward the direction where the Blue Silver King was located. Ring explosion. Go to hell. However, as the large blue silver tree in front of Tang Hao shattered, the vine dragons filling the sky not only did not weaken, but instead became even more berserk. Human, you cannot kill me. Today, stay right here and be buried with the Emperor. The Blue Silver King's voice resounded from all corners of the Blue Silver Forest, converging into a grand wave of air. Hearing this, Tang Hao's originally cold and stern face also took on a somewhat unsightly expression. Although his spirit power reached as high as level 95, his body still harbored a large number of unhealed old injuries. Facing the Blue Silver King, whose strength in the ancestral land was close to the peak of a spirit Douluo, who was blessed by the vitality of the entire forest, and who could be called immortal and indestructible. He was actually forced to retreat repeatedly for a moment by the dancing blue silver vine dragons filling the sky. The black energy of the clear sky hammer and the blue wave of life constantly collided. The terrifying aftermath plowed deep trenches into the surrounding ground, and large patches of towering ancient trees collapsed. Cough. After the two sides exchanged blows a few more times, wisps of scarlet blood uncontrollably overflowed from the corner of Tang Hao's mouth. His internal organs churned endlessly, and his injuries were triggered once again. This won't do, I cannot keep wearing this old thing down. If he were at his peak, he would have the confidence to smash the entire blue silver forest to pieces. However, his chronic internal injuries were far too severe. Under a prolonged battle, the probability of his injuries erupting all at once would become greater. Furthermore, he still had to protect Tang San, which increased the difficulty by another fraction. If this war of attrition continued any further, whether the Blue Silver King would die or not was unknown to him, but he himself would definitely be in danger. Thinking of this, Tang Hao glanced sideways at Tang San behind him. Then he looked at the Blue Silver King, who seemed to have merged with the entire forest, whose hiding place was unknown, but whose offensive grew increasingly berserk. He knew in his heart that he could no longer achieve his goal today. Old thing, I will temporarily spare you to eke out a meager existence here. When a future day comes, I will make you pay it back 100-fold. Tang Hao spat out resentfully and grabbed Tang San by the shoulders in one swift motion. Little San, let's go. Father, are we not awakening our spirit anymore? Regret and unwillingness welled up in Tang San's heart as he fiercely gazed into the blue silver forest before him. It was that damn Blue Silver King who refused to let him awaken his bloodline. This scoundrel has already brought upon itself a way to die. Since this Blue Silver King is unwilling to cooperate, it is impossible for you to awaken your bloodline. There is nothing we can do this time, we will look for another opportunity. The blue vine dragons followed him like a shadow, but were forcefully shaken away by Tang Hao turning around and executing a breaking style strike. Utilizing the force of the rebound, he took Tang San and transformed into a streak of black shadow, dashing out of the blue-silver forest in a rather disheveled state. Until they were completely far away from that forest did Tang Hao finally put Tang San down. Yet he himself staggered a step, steadied himself against a tree trunk, and vomited a mouthful of stagnant blood. Ah! Father, Tang San hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Are you all right? I'm fine, it's just that my old injuries have relapsed a bit. Tang Hao waved his hand dismissively. He knew his own body very well, his injuries were indeed severe, but by relying on his spirit power to suppress them temporarily, he could still hold on for a period of time. It was just that after this battle with the Blue Silver King, he would probably need some time to recover. Hearing what Tang Hao said, Tang San silently nodded. His strength at the moment was weak, making him completely unable to carefully probe the injuries inside Tang Hao's body. But he knew that Tang Hao's injuries were by no means as simple as he claimed. At this moment, he recalled the conversation between Tang Hao and the Blue Silver King. Father, that emperor you two just mentioned is. Looking at the concern, unwillingness, and loss in Tang San's eyes, Tang Hao remained silent for a long time. Forget it, I will take you to a place. Soon, the father and son set off once again. Along the way, Tang Hao also recounted Yan's story to Tang San. Hearing that his own mother turned out to be a 100,000-year spirit beast, Tang San was first shocked and then immediately filled with righteous indignation. He expressed that Spirit Hall simply wasn't human, and this enmity must be avenged. 2 days later, Tang Hao brought Tang San to the cave behind the waterfall. Inside the cave, it was damp and cold, no different from his memories. But when Tang Hao opened the secret compartment on the wall, it was completely empty inside. His pupils suddenly shrank as he stared fiercely toward the center of the stone chamber. Although due to environmental reasons, that original golden veined blue-silver grass did not grow very well either. Yet relying on the blue-silver emperor blood, it still managed to survive stubbornly. However, right now, that blue-silver grass was truly on its last breath and about to wither away. No, this is impossible. Tang Hao was struck as if by lightning, staggering as he rushed forward to that stalk of blue-silver grass, his fingers brushing over the withered leaves. Immediately afterward, his pupils abruptly constricted. That's not right, there are no golden veins, this is not Yin. Yin's spirit bone, have both been taken away by someone. Tang San likewise looked at this scene, as a terrifying association flashed through his mind. The stolen spirit bone, the replaced blue-silver grass, the blue-silver king's hostility. And, in Nuoding City, that young spirit master with blue hair and blue eyes, whose spirit was powerful enough to completely suppress his own blue-silver grass. It's that person. Tang San cried out involuntarily, his voice filled with extreme rage. That person who defeated me in Nuoding City, he doesn't have a blue-silver king spirit at all. The reason he could suppress me like that is because his spirit is the blue-silver emperor. It's him, it must be him who stole my mother's spirit bone and swapped away the physical body left behind by my mother. What? Tang Hao abruptly raised his head, his eyes covered in bloodshot veins. Tang San's words were like the final puzzle piece, stringing all the clues together. That mysteriously appearing, blue-silver king spirit master, that description resembling Yin's appearance. That powerful blue-silver grass spirit that completely restrained Tang San. It was simply no coincidence. How dare he misappropriate Yin's legacy, to bully my father and son to this extent. Tang Hao spoke word by word, brimming with monstrous hatred and deep regret. How he hated. He hated himself for not being at the scene. If he had been at the scene, he definitely would have been able to recognize that person the very first moment. How he regretted. He regretted that he shouldn't have returned to Saint Spirit Village. He shouldn't have thought that Nuoding City was relatively close, that there were no high-level spirit masters, that Tang San was relatively safe, and thus failed to keep watch over him at all times. A momentary lapse in judgment made him miss the only chance he had to intercept the other party. The father and son stood inside the cave, gazing at the empty lead box and counterfeit grass in front of them. The anticipation and joy regarding the bloodline awakening from not long ago had now all turned into heart-burning fury and a hatred that could not be washed away even by draining the waters of all rivers and seas. They had obtained the truth, yet they had lost something far more important. And that figure who had taken everything and played them for fools had long since vanished into the vast sea of people, with his whereabouts completely unknown. Douluo Continent was so vast, with the heaven and earth being boundless. They didn't even have the slightest bit of information regarding who that person actually was, what his name was, where he lived, and so on. Search. Tang Hao's voice resounded through the cave, with murderous intent fully exposed in his eyes. Even if I have to turn the continent upside down, I will find him out. I want him to pay with blood for blood. P.S. To elaborate a bit on why Tang San did not use the spirit tool as an anchor point to lock down Lin Yu's identity. Firstly, storage spirit tools are rare, but I don't think they are one-of-a-kind items. Regardless of whether ancient spirit tool civilization or Douluo 2 is stronger, items like storage spirit tools are definitely mass-produced goods. Secondly, Lin Yu's grade 1 blue-silver grass is common knowledge at Notting Academy, and neither Tang Hao nor Tang San could possibly imagine that it was Lin Yu who awakened the blue-silver emperor blood, because this does not conform to the bloodline inheritance knowledge of Douluo Continent. Chapter 23, Star Crystal Hair Gold, Dragon Beard Needle. Jingle. Along with the soft chime of the doorbell. A handsome young man walked in from outside, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding items with considerable interest. Bracers, belts, bracelets, jade pendants, and other items carrying a faint aura of spirit power yet appearing quite ancient were displayed on the racks, constantly attracting the gazes of customers. The young man looked at them one by one, sweeping his gaze in a circle. During this, he paused for a split second on a rather turbid yellow crystal, and then looked at the middle-aged hook-nosed man lying on the recliner. Boss, how do you sell the spirit tools here? The hook-nosed man squinted slightly, looking the young man up and down. Yet he was also 3 parts surprised by the young man's handsome appearance, and then swept across the young man's waist, though he paused for just a split second before moving away. The boss half closed his eyes again and spoke lazily. The prices are all different. Point and I'll tell you. The young man was none other than Lin Yu. And the person currently conversing with him was the notorious unscrupulous merchant, the four-eyed elf Flender. Due to cultivating his technique along the way, Lin Yu's speed was somewhat slower than riding a carriage alone. After all, he still had to recover his inner strength along the way, and in his spare time, practice hidden weapons techniques as well as methods like mysterious jade hand and controlling crane catching dragon, stopping and going throughout the journey. Only half of the journey to Heaven Do City had passed by now, and he just happened to pass through Suoduo City. After arriving in Suoduo City, Lin Yu suddenly remembered. Tang San had once bought star crystal hair gold in Flender's small shop. Coincidentally, he also had quite a bit of insight into cultivating hidden weapons techniques now, which could make up for his shortcomings in attack capabilities to a certain extent. As for that split second when Flender paused looking at his waist earlier, it had also been captured by the vision enhanced by his purple demon eye. The chance encounter in Nuoding City had a flawed due to a slight oversight, not expecting the spirit tool at his waist to be discovered by Xiao Wu. After leaving, he had changed the color of 24 moonlit bridges. In this way, even if an acquaintance saw it, they wouldn't think it was the original spirit tool. Immediately following that, Lin Yu pointed to a few items on the shelf, and that turbid piece of star crystal hair gold happened to be among them. Flender took a glance and casually said, 300, 500, 100, 400. After hearing this, Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. Boss, aren't you charging too much? It's at least twice as expensive as other shops selling spirit tools, and furthermore. As he spoke, he pointed to a few dilapidated spirit tools. Furthermore, can you guarantee that these spirit tools of yours actually work? He was well aware that there were hardly any good spirit tools here at Flender's place. If they could really be used, he wouldn't mind buying one and then getting the star crystal hair gold as an add-on. But with Flender quoting prices like this, even though he had quite a few gold coins on him, it wouldn't be enough to squander. If you don't have money, don't delay my business. Flender raised his eyes to look and spoke coldly. No money. Lin Yu seemed angered by Flender's words, immediately slapping the tabletop and tossing out a few gold coins. Consider these gold coins as a reward from this young master. Let me ask you a question. Seeing the gold coins, a flash of light appeared in Flender's eyes, and he instantly perked up. Customer, please go ahead. Is there a Shrek Academy nearby? That's right, Shrek Academy is in the southern part of the city. Flender's eyes flashed, he nodded, and pointed his finger casually toward the outside of the door. Receiving a definite reply, Lin Yu didn't say much more, turned around, and walked out of the shop. Wait. Flender suddenly called out to stop him, straightening his body slightly from the recliner. Young man, what are you going to Shrek Academy for? Lin Yu paused his steps, turning half of his face over, his tone calm. I heard there's a rather special high-tier Spirit Master Academy here in Suoduo City, so I came to take a look on the way. Oh, Flender pushed his glasses up, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yu once again, this time carrying a hint of scrutiny. Judging by your age, what level is your spirit power? Lin Yu slightly raised his chin, his tone carrying a bit of arrogance unique to young people. Level 29. Level 29, just graduated from Primary Academy. That's right, is there a problem? Flender's eyes behind his lenses narrowed, and he was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing something. Seeing that he was slow to speak, Lin Yu frowned somewhat impatiently. Boss, is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Don't be in a rush, young man. Flender suddenly stood up from the recliner, walked over to the shelf, and dexterously took down the spirit tools Lin Yu had pointed out earlier. He picked up two of them, casually tossed them aside, and then placed the remaining one along with an inconspicuous turbid yellow crystal onto the counter. Among these few, only this one can still be used. Flender pointed at that spirit tool, then tapped that piece of crystal. This one counts as an add-on. 100 gold coins in total. Lin Yu looked at that spirit tool, then glanced at that piece of turbid crystal, said no more, counted out the gold coins to place on the counter, put away the two items, and turned to leave the small shop. A moment later, inside a room at Rose Hotel. Lin Yu took out the turbid piece of star crystal and placed it on the table. He circulated the inner strength of mysterious heaven skill, driving it to his palms and circulating through his meridians. His palms instantly emitted a warm, jade-like luster. Immediately afterward, mysterious jade hand struck down with a light palm. With a soft click, the star crystal shattered on cue. In an instant, countless blindingly brilliant golden specks as fine as cow hairs burst forth from within the crystal, resembling a cluster of miniature stars exploding in the room, brilliant with golden light and illuminating the entire chamber. Clang, 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 countless golden beads rolled across the ground. Seeing the golden beads scattered all over the ground and curled up, Lin Yu's eyes flashed, and he immediately used the suction force of controlling crane-catching dragon to draw the golden beads into his palm one by one. Very soon, a small pile of gold about the size of a palm piled up on the desktop. Counted roughly, there were at least several hundred golden beads. Lin Yu gently picked up one, and his inner strength surged into the golden bead. The next moment, hum. Only a clear and resonant humming sound was heard. The original golden sphere instantly expanded into a golden thread as fine as a cow hair, trembling gently. Lin Yu held the golden thread and gently pricked the back of his hand. The extremely fine and sharp needle tip pierced directly into the skin as if it hadn't encountered any resistance at all. Not only that, the place where he was pricked didn't even have much sensation, weaker than a mosquito bite. Yet once a thing like this shot into the flesh, losing the maintenance of inner strength, the golden thread would immediately curl up, stirring an entire piece of flesh and blood into a mess. This was the hidden weapons piece, Dragon Beard Needle. Looking at the Dragon Beard Needle that had lost the influx of inner strength and curled back into the state of a golden bead, Lin Yu's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. With this thing, I have a certain lethality against middle and high-tier spirit masters. He thought of the hidden weapons techniques he had practiced these past few days, he could be considered to have a certain foundation. With willow leaf knives, bone-piercing nails, coin darts, and other hidden weapons used openly, and the Dragon Beard Needle used covertly, the two used in combination, supplemented by terrain cover and camouflage. As long as the Dragon Beard Needle can shoot into parts like the eyes and throat, even Spirit Saints and Spirit Douluo will be injured, and direct death is not impossible. This is the true hidden weapons. Chapter 24, The Three Scoundrels of Shrek, a coward who dares not cause trouble is a mediocre person. Rose Hotel Lobby. In the spacious lobby, men and women gathered in twos and threes, creating an atmosphere that was both resplendent and ambiguous. Lin Yu walked up to the front desk, looked at the receptionist, and said, "Please take me to the restaurant and prepare some food by the way." Seeing Lin Yu approaching, the female receptionist immediately stammered in response, "All right, I'll take you right away." But right at that moment, her colleague rushed over. "Leave it to me, young master, please come with me." Under the enthusiastic guidance of the female receptionist, Lin Yu came to the restaurant of the Rose Hotel and sat in a rather spacious and prominent booth. "Please wait a moment." The receptionist's voice was extremely gentle and soft. "If you have any needs, you can also call me at any time." As she spoke, she even winked at Lin Yu. "Any needs at all." Lin Yu naturally understood the other party's meaning. Over these past few days, he had encountered such things many times. "All right, thank you for the trouble." He did not respond to the receptionist's expectations and simply ordered some food. Seeing this, the receptionist looked a bit dejected, but she didn't pester him too much and left the booth. At the same time, guests in other positions of the restaurant also saw Lin Yu sitting in the booth. For a moment, many women could not help revealing looks of infatuation in their eyes, and this situation also caused many men to cast looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred at Lin Yu. However, no one made any out-of-line moves because of this. Meanwhile, outside the Rose Hotel, a handsome young man dressed in luxurious attire with blonde hair was hugging a heavily made-up woman, standing at the entrance of the Rose Hotel. Beside him were two slightly younger youths, one fat and one thin, and the three of them were looking at the Rose Hotel in front of them. That red-haired, round-bodied youth swallowed a mouthful of saliva, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Boss Dai, this is the famous Rose Hotel in Douluo City. I heard it's not cheap. Are you really going to bring me and Little out here? It must cost quite a few gold coins, right? The blonde youth called Boss Dai was precisely Dai Mubai, who had abandoned his fiancée and crossed thousands of miles just to avoid Dai Wixi. And the other two were naturally Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Both of them were attracted by Dai Mubai's generous treat. Hearing this, Dai Mubai waved his hand dismissively, the corners of his mouth curving into a habitual, somewhat arrogant smile. Since we just entered Shrek, I always have to bring my brothers to see the world and have some fun. Don't worry about the money. After saying that, he turned his head and instructed the woman beside him, as well as the two female companions beside Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Take good care of my two brothers. Rest assured, young Master Dai. Inside the Rose Hotel. Under the attentive guidance of the receptionist, Dai Mubai efficiently booked rooms for the three of them. As soon as the formalities were completed, a loud rumbling sound came from Ma Hongjun's stomach. His fat face turned red, and he scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. The Academy's food, cough, I didn't eat enough this morning. Hearing this, Dai Mubai and Oscar touched their own stomachs almost simultaneously and nodded in deep agreement. Indeed, Oscar nodded. The dean is really stingy. Why don't you eat 2 sausages first to pad your stomach? Eat what sausages? Dai Mubai waved a big hand. Since we're already at the hotel, let's fill our stomachs first. Anyway, only after eating your fill will you have the strength for exercise. He deliberately emphasized the word exercise, and the three of them looked at each other, tacitly revealing a mischievous smile that all men understood. Then each of them hugged their female companions tightly and walked toward the direction of the hotel restaurant. The three of them hugged their female companions and stepped into the restaurant, talking and laughing. As soon as they entered, Dai Mubai's brows twitched almost imperceptibly, and Oscar also subconsciously slowed his pace. The atmosphere in the restaurant seemed a bit settled, and the gazes of many guests seemed to drift intentionally or unintentionally toward the same direction. However, they were currently immersed in the high spirits of merrymaking, coupled with the soft lighting of the restaurant and the lingering murmurs of voices. This abnormality did not immediately arouse their alertness. Guided by the receptionist, the 6 of them seated themselves in a larger booth. Dai Mubai hugged his female companion and waved his hand very grandly. Hey, fatty, little Ao, my treat today, order whatever you want, eat whatever you like. Alright, Boss Dai, I definitely won't stand on ceremony with you. Ma Hongjun just picked up the menu, ready to order extravagantly. The scantily clad young girl beside him suddenly let out a soft gasp, her gaze staring straight ahead in the distance, her face full of amazement. This low cry immediately attracted the attention of the others. The female companions beside Dai Mubai and Oscar also looked over along her gaze. The next second, the two pairs of eyes seemed to be glued by magnets, unable to move away anymore, their pupils instantly surging with undisguised infatuation, even forgetting the male companions beside them. The expressions of the three people, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, sank almost simultaneously. They looked in the direction of their female companions' gazes and saw that in a booth not far away diagonally opposite, a young man was sitting alone. That person had a rare head of shoulder-length blue crystal-like hair, a face so handsome it was almost unreal, and his whole body seemed to be surrounded by a serene and attractive natural aura. It was precisely Lin Yu. He was just quietly sitting there dining, yet like a magnet, he attracted more than half of the gazes in the restaurant, especially from women. Dai Mubai's expression turned gloomy first. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, handsome in appearance, he had always been the focus of the crowd. When had he ever been outshone like this? Especially in front of the female companions he brought. He let out a cold snort, his voice carrying obvious displeasure. Tisk, I didn't expect that in this tiny Douluo city, someone could actually outshine me, Dai Mubai. Oscar was relatively cautious. He looked at Lin Yu, then at the ill-tempered Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, and lowered his voice to say, Boss Dai, that kid looks a bit special. How about we change places to eat, so as not to ruin the mood? He instinctively felt that Lin Yu might not be easy to mess with. Change places, what makes you think so? Ma Hongjun's evil fire was already prone to flaring up, seeing that the female companion he brought was also staring at someone else, jealousy burned intensely inside him. His small eyes rolled, an idea popped up, and he leaned close to Dai Mubai, his tone carrying encouragement. Boss Dai, look at that pretty boy, acting so cocky. Daring to steal your thunder here, isn't this slapping the face of a Shrek? You might not know since you just came to the academy, our school motto is, a coward who dares not cause trouble is a mediocre person. How about, giving him a taste of our power? Let him know who the real man is in this Rose Hotel. Oscar frowned tightly. As a support system spirit master, he instinctively felt it was inappropriate. Fatty, don't mess around. We came out to have fun today, don't cause any trouble. Ma Hongjun immediately retorted. Look at his appearance, just looking at him makes people unhappy. The people of Shrek can never chicken out no matter where we go. Boss Dai, don't you think so? Listening to the words of the two, Dai Mubai's peripheral vision from time to time glanced at Lin Yu's location. Ma Hongjun's sentence, a coward who dares not cause trouble is a mediocre person, clearly struck a chord with him. Wherever he, Dai Mubai, went, he should be the focus. How could he allow an unknown pretty boy to take away all the gazes here? Especially the absent-minded look of his female companion made him feel even more disgraceful. Fatty's words are to my liking. He released his hand hugging his female companion, locked his gaze on Lin Yu, his tone carrying full overbearingness. Where I, Dai Mubai, it's not someone else's turn to steal the spotlight. Chapter 25 Slapping Ma Hongjun away with a single palm. In a place where I, Dai Mubai, am present, how could I let anyone else steal the spotlight? Dai Mubai's evil eyes looked in the direction where Lin Yu was, gave a wicked smile, and then looked at Ma Hongjun. However, Fatty, what do you plan to do? The conversation among the three was naturally heard by the female companions beside each of them. They also snapped out of their infatuated gazes, knowing that their appearance just now might have brought a bad impact to the young man in the distance. Someone parted her red lips, wanting to speak out to stop them, but suddenly remembering that all three of them were spirit masters, she turned pale and closed her mouth again. Spirit masters. Those were already people they could not afford to provoke. The three women could only pray for Lin Yu in their hearts, hoping that these people would not make a big mess. Hearing Dai Mubai's inquiry, Ma Hongjun's small eyes rolled around. Suddenly catching sight of the female waitress not far away who was holding a tray and walking towards Lin Yu with a full smile, he instantly had an idea in his heart. He patted his chest, a malicious smile piled on his face, and said to Dai Mubai and Oscar. Boss Dai, little Ao, just watch carefully and see how I make that kid make a fool of himself in public. After saying that, he stood up from his seat with full of jealousy in his eyes. Shaking his head, pretending to look around casually, he swaggered towards the direction of Lin Yu's seat. At this moment, the female waitress was carefully holding the tray filled with dishes, with a professional smile on her face, walking towards the handsome guest sitting alone by the window. She had worked here for a long time and had seen many handsome men and beautiful women, but it was the first time she had seen such a handsome young man. It was a pity that the other party did not respond to her hint, making her heart feel a little disappointed. However, being able to take a close look and say a few words is also extremely good. Such a person is not something I can extravagantly hope for in the first place. The female waitress's disappointment was swept away, and her footsteps became a bit lighter. Ma Hongjun calculated the timing. When the female waitress passed by his side, he seemed nonchalant, but in reality extremely suddenly stretched his foot to the side. Aiya, the female waitress let out a cry of surprise. Suddenly tripped underfoot, her body instantly lost balance. The tray in her hand along with the food on it immediately slipped from her grip, flying and crashing towards Lin Yu's seat ahead. Soup and dishes splashed out in the air. Almost at the same time the abnormal sound came, Lin Yu's eyes, which were looking out the window, suddenly narrowed. Although he looked relaxed, in reality, his perception of the surroundings had not relaxed much at all. The mysterious heaven skill internal energy in his body instantly flowed, his feet exerted force, and he took a step. Ghost shadow perplexing track. In an instant, Lin Yu's figure seemed to blur for a moment. An afterimage of him sitting quietly remained on the dinner table, while his true body had already dashed to the side of the female waitress. In the eyes of others, in the huge restaurant, 2 or 3 figures of Lin Yu unexpectedly seemed to appear at the same time, dazzling people's eyes. The next moment, Lin Yu was seen steadily supporting the bottom of the tray that was about to crash to the ground with one hand. The other hand lightly supported the tipping shoulder of the female waitress, helping her steady her figure. And those splashing soups and food were also strangely caught by an invisible soft force, not splashing a fraction onto him and the female waitress. Then, under everyone's gaze, those foods slowly fell back into the tray as if guided by a fuse. Although a bit messy, it did not cause a greater mess. The female waitress was still shaken, her face pale, leaning in Lin Yu's crook of the arm, apologizing in a panic. Sorry, guest, I didn't mean to. Lin Yu steadied her, let go of his hand, and moved his gaze away from the tray in his hand. No need to apologize, this is not your problem. After saying that, he half turned around, his eyes already filled with coldness, looking at Ma Hongjun, who was pretending nothing had happened while his eyes were somewhat evasive. At the same time, above Ma Hongjun's head, the air twisted slightly. Several bubbles of different colors quietly emerged. Innate rank 9 blue, evil fire burning a body blue, hot tempered white. Evil fire burning a body blue, stimulated the power hidden in the bloodline when the spirit mutated. However, due to inability to control it, it leads to evil fire burning a body, placing one in the torment of desire. The flame intensity is greatly increased. Note, if it can be subdued, it can reach a higher level. Hot tempered white, influenced by the evil fire, the emotions are relatively irritable. Seeing evil fire burning the body blue along with that round figure in red hair, Lin Yu instantly knew who the person in front of him was. The evil fire phoenix Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai and Oscar not far away naturally took everything in front of them into full view. When Lin Yu displayed that eerie movement technique to gather the female waitress and dishes, their expressions changed instantly. Oh no, something has happened. That person is not an ordinary person, he is also a spirit master. Fatty is in danger. Oscar's expression was somewhat ugly as he gave a low shout. Dai Mubai's evil eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded gently. Although Lin Yu's movement technique exceeded his expectations, in his view, the speed had not reached a level that made him feel dangerous. Therefore, he only had 3 parts of apprehension towards Lin Yu. After realizing that the matter was still within his control, he stood up abruptly and said to Oscar. Let's go, little Ao, let's go over and back up Fatty. Alright, Oscar didn't think much and immediately replied. He and Ma Hongjun had known each other for 2 or 3 years, and their friendship was quite deep. Naturally, he couldn't stay out of it when something happened to the other party. However, just as the two stood up, their expressions changed drastically at the same time. On the other side, Ma Hongjun felt a bit creeped out by Lin Yu's stare, but the anger in his heart also ignited. Constantly affected by evil fire burning the body, coupled with the teachings of Flender and Zhao Wuji, even if the current situation was somewhat unfavorable, it was impossible for him to show weakness or surrender, let alone the fact that he was not alone. Immediately, he raised his hand to point at Lin Yu and shouted angrily. Pretty boy, what are you looking at? It was just that Ma Hongjun had only just cursed angrily. The next moment, Lin Yu's figure turned into an afterimage, instantly appearing in front of him. Without saying any more nonsense, his right hand suddenly waved, turning into a jade color in midair, and directly slapped on Ma Hongjun's mouth. Slap. An extremely crisp and loud sound exploded. Lin Yu did not hold back with this strike. Mysterious jade hand combined with Xuandian internal energy, a near full strength palm directly slapped the nearly 200 Jin Ma Hongjun flying 4 to 5 meters away. Boom. An empty dining table was smashed to pieces on the spot. Ah, my mouth, spit. Ma Hongjun cried out in pain with a distorted face. Reaching out to touch, he immediately felt 2 teeth from his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Dai Mubai and Oscar also rushed over. Seeing the full mouth of blood, Oscar's expression changed. 2 yellow spirit rings emerged from his body, and he immediately chanted the spirit incantation. I have a big sausage. The first spirit ring flashed, and a big sausage about 2 fingers thick appeared in Oscar's hand, placed by Ma Hongjun's mouth. Fatty, eat it quickly. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai stood in front of the 2 of them, staring directly at Lin Yu, and said with 3 parts of threat. Friend, for my sake, let this matter rest here, how about it? Chapter 26, give me some face. You think you are a face fruit user. Seeing the 2 people who appeared in front of Ma Hongjun, Lin Yu thought to himself that is expected. Evil Eyes White Tiger Daimubai, and Sausage Specialist Oscar. He didn't even need to use his innate talent for these two people, he recognized them immediately based solely on their appearance and the sausage held in their hands. However, facing the three people before him, Lin Yu did not give them a pleasant expression. Hearing Daimubai's words, he immediately let out a cold snort. Face, what kind of thing are you? Why on earth should I give you face? Hearing Lin Yu's unpolite words, Daimubai's expression completely darkened, and a cold glint flashed through his evil eyes. Good, very good. It seems you really want to have a go with me. Before his voice fell, a low and deterrent tiger roar burst forth from within him, and spirit power fluctuations instantly swept through the restaurant. White tiger possession, roar. Yellow, yellow. 200-year spirit rings rose from beneath Daimubai's feet, and his entire body instantly expanded by a fraction. Coupled with Oscar, who was treating Ma Hongjun to the side. As the two spirit grandmasters displayed their spirit rings, the atmosphere inside the restaurant instantly became tense. Spirit grandmasters, they are spirit masters. Run quickly. The diners who were originally watching from afar or cowering in the corners could no longer suppress their fear at this moment. The crowd screamed and surged toward the door one after another, the clattering sounds of tables and chairs being knocked over mingling with exclamations and cries into a chaotic mess. In the blink of an eye, the interior of the restaurant became a complete mess. The female waitress standing behind Lin Yu had a pale complexion and was trembling slightly. Suppressing her fear, she gently pulled on Lin Yu's sleeve and persuaded him in a trembling, hushed voice. You, guest, there are many of them, and they are spirit grandmasters. Don't fight anymore, you'll be the one at a disadvantage. Lin Yu did not look back, simply waving his hand calmly with an unquestionable tone. This has nothing to do with you. Go out with the others, and remember to stay far away. Seeing that Lin Yu's attitude was resolute, and casting a fearful glance at the aggressive Daimubai, the female waitress had no choice but to bite her teeth and flee the restaurant along with the panicked crowd. Soon, the spacious restaurant became empty, leaving only the opposing sides confronting each other. The manager of the Rose Hotel and several staff members hid around a distant corridor corner with panicked expressions, not even daring to peek out, fearing they would be affected by the conflict between spirit masters. At this time, Ma Hongjun, having consumed Oscar's big recovery sausage, felt the swelling and pain on his face slightly subside. Supported by Oscar, he staggeringly stood up, spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva, and glared fiercely at Lin Yu. You little pretty boy, how dare you slap me? Because Ma Hongjun had lost a few teeth, his mouth was leaking air at the moment, and he shouted slurringly yet fiercely to Daimubai. Boss Dai, what's the use of talking nonsense with him? Let's go up together and screw him over. Having said that, he let out a low roar, spirit power surging around his body as he completed his spirit possession. A phantom of an evil fire phoenix that was completely crimson, with disheveled feathers and shaped like a fat turkey, emerged, and a yellow spirit ring appeared from beneath his feet. However, coupled with his swollen cheeks and disheveled appearance, this evil fire phoenix possession posture was truly somewhat comical. Daimubai twisted his neck, making a soft cracking sound, locked his evil eyes onto Lin Yu, and sneered. Kneel down and apologize now, then crawl out on your own. I might consider just breaking one of your legs. Lin Yu's gaze swept across the three people without any trace of fear on his face, instead carrying mockery. Hey, a sick cat, a food system, plus another, fat chicken. Is this the confidence behind Shrek Academy saying that, those who dare not cause trouble are mediocrities? You're courting death. Ma Hongjun was stimulated by the two words, fat chicken, into burning rage, and purple-red flames instantly surged up from his body. Although Oscar was a spirit grandmaster, his two spirit abilities could not provide much help to the battle at all, so he could only step back and make space. Boss Dai, fatty, be careful. Daimubai nodded and stepped forward. Sharp tongue, wait until I knock out all the teeth in your mouth, let's see how you keep being stubborn. As his voice fell, Daimubai and Ma Hongjun lit up their spirit abilities at almost the exact same time. White tiger light wave, phoenix fire wire. The next moment, a milky white light ball the size of a fist and a purple-red flame the thickness of an arm were spat out from the mouths of the two people. Both shot towards Lin Yu almost simultaneously. The light ball pierced through the air, and the flames scorched, their momentum quite impressive. However, all the actions and intentions of the two people in front of him were far too obvious to Lin Yu. Almost at the very first moment they activated their spirit abilities, the purple demon eye captured their trajectory. With a step of the ghost shadow perplexing track, his figure became blurred again, and the milky white light ball and purple-red firewire brushed past from the left and right sides respectively by a hair's breadth. By the time his figure appeared again, he had already materialized right in front of Daimubai and Ma Hongjun. What? Daimubai and Ma Hongjun instantly widened their eyes. The speed was too fast, completely exceeding their reaction. Lin Yu's right hand flashed with a jade color, slapping towards Ma Hongjun's swollen fat face once again. Again, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, wanting to dodge, but as a one-ring spirit master, he simply couldn't dodge it. Slap. The sound of the slap exploded once again, fiercer and heavier than before. Ma Hongjun's head tilted to the side, and a few blood-stained teeth mixed with saliva spewed out, spinning him in place for 2 full circles. My teeth, ow. Almost in the next moment after Lin Yu finished slapping Ma Hongjun, the mysterious jade hand slapped towards Daimubai on the side once again. However, Daimubai's reaction was obviously much faster than Ma Hongjun's, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. White tiger barrier. His first spirit ring lit up, and a white light barrier enveloped his entire body. Bang. The mysterious jade hand struck the light barrier, producing a muffled sound. The light barrier fluctuated violently, sending out circles of ripples, but it did not shatter, barely blocking this attack. Daimubai only felt a tremendous force transmit over. Although he wasn't injured, his feet involuntarily slid back half a step. How is this possible? This strength is almost catching up to that bastard Dai we see, and that weird speed is no worse than an agility attack system spirit masters. What level is this kid anyway? Power attack or agility attack? But no matter what, Lin Yu's strength completely exceeded his imagination. Thinking of this, Daimubai's expression changed slightly, and using the force of the slap Lin Yu had just delivered, his footsteps wanted to retreat backwards. He wanted to leave, wanted to escape this place. If this continued to make a fuss, the ones who would suffer would only be them. However, the next moment, he froze directly in place. Seeing Lin Yu opposite him, one yellow and one purple spirit ring suddenly rose from his body. That purple light symbolizing a 1,000-year spirit ring appeared so noble and dazzling in the messy restaurant. This is, quote. The bodies of the 3 people stiffened simultaneously, their faces filled with disbelief. 1,000-year spirit ring. Daimubai cried out in involuntary alarm, his evil eyes wide open. Pooh, purple. Ma Hongjun terrifiedly widened his leaking mouth. Oscar's complexion instantly turned pale as well, with only a single thought in his heart. It's over, we've kicked a steel plate. Chapter 27, Lesson. Before they could recover from their shock, Lin Yu had already launched a follow-up attack. The first spirit ring instantly lit up. Growth. Vines of brilliant blue, crystalline throughout and binding faint golden patterns, rapidly spread outward. Daimubai and Ma Hongjun, being the closest, bore the brunt of it. The blue-silver emperor leaves coiled up along their legs and feet, instantly binding the two like dumplings. The powerful binding force left them unable to move. Daimubai struggled with all his might, but it was difficult to break free for a moment. What kind of spirit is this? Such strong toughness, it looks like blue-silver grass. A thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly denied it himself. Because this was simply too ridiculous. No, impossible, this absolutely cannot be trash spirits like blue-silver grass. It must be some kind of mutated top-tier spirit, otherwise it's impossible to absorb a millennium spirit ring for the second ring. Ma Hongjun was also spitting flames toward the blue-silver emperor. But even with the Phoenix Evil Fire's impressive might and attribute suppression, it couldn't leave much of a mark on the blue-silver emperor. Although the flames were burning, the speed was extremely slow. Wanting to burn through even a single one would take at least 8 or 9 seconds, which was equivalent to a death sentence in battle. Seeing that both of them were instantly controlled, Oscar recovered his senses and turned to sprint toward the restaurant entrance. Want to run? Lin Yu snorted coldly, his purple demon eye surveying the entire scene. With a slight movement of his mind, 2 blue-silver emperor vines shot out like arrows leaving a bowstring. Having only run a few steps, Oscar felt his ankle tighten and fell to the ground with a thud. Immediately, more binding vines wrapped around him, binding him tightly as well. No, let me go, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Lin Yu ignored his shouts and slowly stepped forward. Next was purely a moment to vent his anger. Lin Yu's expression was cold and stern, his mysterious jade hand carrying inner forces punch after punch landed on the 3 members of Shrek. Furthermore, the beating was not without method. Every single strike landed on the most painful major acupoints. The pain endured by the 3 of them was far heavier than mere physical fist and foot damage. Puff, ah, I was wrong, I will never dare again. No, don't, ah. You, how dare you, I am the Star Luo MP. Ah. ... Flender's shop. Flender, with his eyes half closed, rocked lazily on a reclining chair when he suddenly heard some commotion in the street outside. The footsteps of the crowd were endless, and even separated by a wall, he could hear some things. What's going on? Flender frowned, turned his ear to concentrate, quietly circulating his spirit power to take the noisy discussions from afar into his ears. Quote ... They're fighting over at Rose Hotel. I heard it's over a woman, fighting out of jealousy, a few young spirit masters started fighting. Tisk tisk, young people have such fiery tempers. Hearing the words, Rose Hotel, woman, and spirit master, Flender's heart skipped a beat, and his eyelids snapped open. Daimubai, the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire who was just recruited these past 2 days, that kid looked like a romantic figure at first glance. And his own student with raging evil fire, Ma Hongjun. Thinking back to the academy's glorious tradition of not daring to cause trouble makes one a mediocrity, Flender's heart tightened. It couldn't really be those little brats, could it? Flender muttered to himself, his body rising halfway. Tisk, it shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Although he said that, having already stood up, he hesitated for a moment before getting up and stepping off the reclining chair. Forget it, anyway it's not far, consider it stretching my bones. ... At this moment, the restaurant inside Rose Hotel was already in complete shambles. Lin Yu withdrew his hand, looking at the 3 paralyzed people on the ground. Daimubai and Ma Hongjun had it the worst, their faces swollen like pig heads, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths, and a few bloody teeth scattered on the ground. At this moment, the 2 of them clutched their abdomens, curled up on the ground, groaning in pain. Oscar was slightly better, but he was also bruised and battered, shrinking in the corner and trembling. Hearing that the commotion inside the restaurant had lessened a lot, the hotel manager cautiously poked out half his head to look around. Seeing that Lin Yu had the tendency to withdraw his hand, he hurriedly tugged at the female waitress next to him who had reminded Lin Yu earlier, lowering his voice to say. Quick, go tell that spirit master lord again. Among these people, there's one I've seen before. It seems he's a student from that Shrek Academy outside the city, and that academy seems to have a spirit saint. Hearing this, the female waitress trembled in fear. A spirit saint. That was a big figure she wouldn't even dare to imagine. Not daring to delay, she jogged to Lin Yu's side. My lord, the manager asked me to tell you that their academy has a spirit saint. Hearing this, Lin Yu slightly raised his brows. He didn't expect the Rose Hotel manager to actually speak up to remind him, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. Afterwards, he nodded slightly to the female waitress. Understood, thanks for the reminder. Finishing his words, Lin Yu walked over to Daimubai and Ma Hongjun, his gaze cold and stern, and directly kicked both of them in the abdomen. Ah! Severe pain instantly swept through their entire bodies. Daimubai and Ma Hongjun's bodies instantly arched like shrimp, only managing to squeeze out a breath sound from their throats before rolling their eyes back and instantly fainting. Immediately after, Lin Yu's gaze shifted to look at the last person among the 3. However, seeing how miserable Daimubai and Ma Hongjun were, and watching Lin Yu's gaze cast over, before Lin Yu even made a move, Oscar rolled his eyes and unexpectedly fainted as well. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu's just taken step stopped. He shook his head, then took out a small pouch from his spirit tool, weighed it in his hand, and walked up to the manager. These will serve as compensation for the shop's losses. Thank you, Lord Spirit Master, thank you for your understanding, my lord. Lin Yu stayed no longer, turning around to walk out of the restaurant. The crowd gathered at the entrance automatically parted a path, watching this exceptionally handsome young spirit master leave. The manager watched Lin Yu's back disappear around the street corner, then lowered his head to look at the money bag inside. This lord is quite reasonable. He shook his head, but remembering that the people from Shrek were still lying inside the restaurant, he hurriedly shouted to the waitress nearby. What are you still standing there for? Go quickly and report to the main spirit hall. We need the deacon lord from spirit hall to handle and record this. Yes, manager. Just within less than 5 minutes after the waitress ran out, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and with a hook nose walked into the hotel like a gust of wind. It was precisely Flender. Daimubai, Hongjun, Little Ao. Flender quickly rushed into the chaotic restaurant, helped Daimubai up, and slightly probed with his spirit power, his expression turning dark. At least 5 or 6 bones all over his body were broken, and his abdomen had suffered a heavy blow, which might even affect that aspect of things. And his student Ma Hongjun's injuries were no weaker than Dai Mubai's, and perhaps even 3 points heavier. The anger in his heart surged up instantly. Who did this? Chapter 28, Flender pursues, danger. Who did this? Flender let out an angry roar, making the restaurant hum with vibrations. The manager of the Rose Hotel timidly stepped forward, voice trembling slightly as he didn't dare look Flender in the eye. That Lord Spirit Master has already left. Seeing the manager looking thoroughly terrified out of his wits, Flender's expression turned gloomy, knowing he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. He said no more and quickly retrieved a few colorful sugar beans from his spirit tool. These were precisely the various sugar beans made by the food system spirit Saint Xiaoshen. He pried open the mouths of Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, stuffing the sugar beans inside. A gentle healing light flickered over the 3 of them. The bruising on Oscar's face faded at a visible rate. He coughed twice and regained consciousness. Cough cough, Dean. However, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were too heavily injured. The sugar beans could only stabilize their internal organs while they remained unconscious. Little Ow. Flender supported the still weak Oscar and asked anxiously, "Tell me, what on earth happened? Who did this?" Lingering with fear, Oscar intermittently recounted the whole sequence of events. Blue hair, handsome. Flender felt a shock in his heart. Weren't those traits combined together describing the young man he had seen earlier? A complex wave of emotions welled up in his heart. There was naturally anger. With his newly recruited trainees and students beaten into such a state, he wished he could drag that brat out immediately. But on the other hand, the school motto, "Those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre talents," was precisely what he usually instilled into Ma Hongjun. Now that his student had caused trouble, kicked an iron plate, and been taught a lesson, could he, as the headmaster, entirely blame the other party? Furthermore, the root of the matter was that Ma Hongjun had provoked first and intended to harm someone. Flender's expression shifted several times. But looking at the injuries on Ma Hongjun's body, as well as his plump physique arching from time to time, he ultimately gritted his teeth. Ellipsis. Outside Suoduo City. Lin Yu drove the ghost shadow perplexing track to its absolute limit, his figure leaving a trail of afterimages along the main road. In a short span of time, he had already dashed several kilometers away. I'm seriously done for. Do I just clash with this bunch from Shrek? Going back to Nuoding City, I ran into Xiaowu and Tang San. As soon as I arrived in Suoduo City without even catching my breath, I ran into Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun looking for trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt utterly speechless. Although he had taught them a lesson on the spot both times, Tang Hao stood behind Tang San, and Flender stood behind Ma Hongjun. They were even separated by just a few streets. He was forced to flee far away immediately every time, and this feeling was truly infuriating to him. Strength, my strength is still not enough. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. That stifled feeling caused by insufficient power made him have an even more urgent desire to improve his strength. This kind of thing must never be allowed to happen the next time. Just as his thoughts raced, a sharp piercing sound suddenly came from the distant sky behind him. At the same time, a sense of crisis like pins and needles rose from the depths of his soul. That was the vague early warning of soul vigor, purple against a powerful threat. Lin Yu's heart gave a jolt, and he abruptly turned his head back. The panoramic effect of the purple demon eye was fully activated. His vision instantly pierced through a distance of several thousand meters, clearly capturing that rapidly enlarging figure behind him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. A full 7 spirit rings pulsated around the newcomer, especially the pair of fully extended giant eagle wings that reflected a metallic luster. Aquiline nose, glasses, familiar appearance. Flender, he caught up this fast. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected the other party to arrive so quickly, and a spirit saint's speed far exceeded his imagination. In the air, Flender's hawk eyes had long since locked onto that rapidly moving blue figure below. Interwoven anger and responsibility made it imperative for him to catch up and ask clearly, at least to demand an explanation for his students. He shook his twin wings, increasing his speed once more. Thick spirit power wrapped around his voice, echoing in all directions. Brat, stop right there for me. At this stern shout, Lin Yu not only didn't stop, but the movements under his feet instead became 3 points faster. Under the coercion of a spirit saint, the ghost shadow perplexing track progressed even faster than ordinary cultivation. Seeing this scene, Flender narrowed his eyes slightly and continued shouting. Didn't you want to join Shrek Academy? I am the headmaster of Shrek Academy, and the ones you beat up just now are also students of my Shrek. However, I admit that today's matter started with my students being in the wrong first. If you just stop, I can apologize to you on their behalf. I feel that some things are fine once talked out. After joining the academy, if you get along well, you can still be classmates. Hearing Flender's shouts, Lin Yu sneered inwardly. Attend school at Shrek, wasn't that just waiting to die? Immediately afterward, he circulated his spirit power to send his voice high into the air. I think you'd better forget it. To be able to teach such students, your Shrek Academy can't be considered any decent place either. Looking for trouble for no reason and bullying the weak, I have no blessing to enjoy such a place. You'd better look for someone else. While speaking, Lin Yu scanned the surroundings with his purple demon eye, finally locking onto a dense forest beside the road. At this time, Douluo Continent had not yet undergone excessive development. Even in a place like Suoduo City, there were dense jungles surrounding it. Though it might not necessarily be a spirit beast forest, it definitely contained a large amount of blue-silver grass. An environment like this was suited beyond measure for him, the blue-silver emperor. The next moment, Lin Yu's figure flickered as he darted toward that dense forest not far away. In the sky, hearing this, cold light flashed in Flender's eyes behind his lenses. You don't know what's good for you. The last shred of intent to recruit him in his heart was completely extinguished, replaced by a resolute chill. No matter which faction it was in the Spirit Master's world, when encountering a Spirit Master with peerless talent, their first reaction was always recruitment. And after being rejected, there were only 2 choices. First, maintain a relatively good relationship, investing in this Spirit Master's future in anticipation of future returns. Second, that would be destruction, so as to prevent such talent from entering someone else's family and eventually turning back to bite oneself. And now Lin Yu had forged a feud with Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. Although it was a minor matter, it might not fail to brew into a major disaster in the future. Since that was the case, for Flender, naturally there was only one path left to walk. Since he cannot be used by me, he absolutely must not be left alive. As the words fell, the purple spirit ring on his body instantly lit up brilliantly. Third spirit ability, Eagle Flight. The giant eagle wings shook abruptly, spirit power surging violently as the air was torn apart with a sharp whistling sound, and his speed instantly increased by nearly 50%. In an instant, the distance between Flender and Lin Yu began to rapidly shorten. Just a minute later, the distance between the two of them was already less than 100 meters. To a spirit saint, such a distance was almost close at hand, needing only 1 or 2 wing beats to catch up. Just as Lin Yu's figure completely plunged into the dense forest, Flender spoke again with a cold gaze, his voice shrouding the woods. Brat, do you think hiding in the dense forest will? Wait, what is this? Chapter 29, Danger, Counterattack. The moment Lin Yu rushed into the woods, Flender flapped his wings once more. A massive hurricane enveloped his body as he charged forward in a straight line. Right at that moment, Flender's heart gave a violent leap as a trace of crisis suddenly arose within him. His sharp hawk-like eyes instinctively scanned his surroundings, and he saw several streaks of black light suddenly cut through the air from the shadow of a large tree. Swish, 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 swish. 4 cold gleams traced an arc from behind the tree, spinning as they flew toward him at an extreme speed. They were actually 4 willow leaf-shaped flying knives. The blades were covered in silver light, and their tips flashed with cold starlight, making it obvious at a glance that they were forged from fine iron. If Flender had not been a spirit saint with acute perception and powerful hawk-eyed dynamic vision, he might have directly ignored these 4 flying knives. After a brief moment of surprise, Flender let out a cold snort. Flying knives, HMPH, street ruffian tricks. He didn't even make any effort to dodge. With a fierce wave of his wings, the 4 willow leaf knives struck them as if hitting metal and were instantly batted away by the massive force carried by his hawk wings. Clang. The 4 flying knives were instantly repelled, and the massive force carrying their bodies caused them to embed themselves into a tree, splashing up chunks of wood chips. However, just with this delay, Lin Yu increased the distance by another dozen meters and entered deeper into the forest. HMPH. Flender let out a cold snort, and his hawk wings flapped once more. A spirit saint's experience was displayed to the fullest at this moment. Even though the trees were dense and obstructions were numerous, Flender's figure was like that of a true flying spirit beast, completely unaffected. Lin Yu's gaze occasionally glanced backward, and seeing this scene, he cursed inwardly and reached for his waist once more with both hands. In an instant, bone-penetrating nails, coin darts, willow leaf knives, and all sorts of hidden weapons previously crafted by Tang San were scattered backward by Lin Yu as if they were worthless. For a time, various hidden weapons flew through the air, actually forming a small metal storm within the dense forest. Sometimes pressure was motivation, and under the oppression of Flender, a high-level spirit saint. The proficiency of the 100 methods of hidden weapons, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, Mysterious Jade Hand, Purple Demon Eye, and others increased rapidly. In just a few short minutes, the progress was even greater than Lin Yu's previous 10 days of cultivation. Countless hidden weapons flew toward Flender in either arcs or straight lines, possessing astonishing piercing power. While they might not have caused much damage, they were truly extremely annoying. A trace of impatience could not help but flash in Flender's eyes. 4th spirit ability, Hawkwing Wind Blade. A purple radiance flashed by, and his huge hawk wings violently vibrated. Dozens of wind blades roared out, colliding with the incoming hidden weapons and producing crisp clanging sounds. In mere moments, over 100 hidden weapons were sliced into iron filings by the wind blades compressed to their absolute limit, scattering in all directions. The next moment, Flender's figure dashed forward again, instantly closing the distance with Lin Yu. Kid, Flender's voice, wrapped in spirit power, clearly entered Lin Yu's ears. This is your last chance. If you return to Shrek with me now, I can treat today's matter as a misunderstanding and let bygones be bygones. With your talent, you can receive the best cultivation only in Shrek. However, his only response was a few dots of cold starlight swung out and flicked by Lin Yu once more. Obstinate and unrepentant. Flender's expression darkened completely, and his final trace of intention to recruit and any hesitation arising from being in the wrong vanished at this moment. Since you are seeking your own death, don't blame me. His fifth spirit ring suddenly lit up, its radiance blazing intensely. Fifth spirit ability, Cat Owl's Wrath. The spirit power fluctuations around Flender suddenly rose to another level, and his momentum became even sharper. Immediately following that, black radiance bloomed from his sixth spirit ring, and surging spirit power gathered wildly. Sixth spirit ability, Eagle striking the vast sky. In the sky, the phantom of a giant four-eyed cat owl, condensed entirely from a violent hurricane, suddenly took shape. The eagle's head stared in the direction where Lin Yu was located, emitting a silent screech, and then its wings flapped, diving toward Lin Yu. Wherever the giant eagle passed, trees as thick as a hug were uprooted or snapped in half like straw, wood chips flew everywhere, and the ground was plowed open into a deep ravine. At this moment, the sense of deadly crisis in Lin Yu's heart had reached its peak, a purple radiance was already glowing in his eyes, and his footsteps merged into afterimages. Purple Demon Eye and Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track were urged to their absolute limits by him, hoping to glimpse a sliver of survival under the attack before him. However, it yielded very little effect. It seems I can only use that move. I hope the effect doesn't disappoint me. Lin Yu clenched his teeth tightly, his gaze cold and sharp as he lit up that single purple spirit ring on his body. In an instant, purple light flashed, and the endless blue-silver grass in the dense forest instinctively prostrated toward the direction of their emperor. However, this strange phenomenon lasted for only a fleeting moment before it was obscured by a blinding green radiance, vanishing completely from sight. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. A violent wave of air mixed with soil and broken wood soared into the sky, forming a small mushroom cloud of smoke and dust. Trees within dozens of meters collapsed entirely, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Flender folded his wings and hovered in midair, his sharp hawk eyes fixed tightly on the swirling dust below. Even with his vision, it was difficult to pierce through this thick dust for a moment. But he was certain in his heart that a mere 29th rank spirit grandmaster had absolutely no possibility of surviving under his sixth spirit ability. HMPH, what a pity for this talent. Just as this thought crossed Flender's mind, a sudden change occurred. Swish 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 swish. A burst of urgent and subtle mechanical spring sounds abruptly rang out from the smoke and dust that had yet to disperse. The next moment, dozens of pitch-black steel needles broke through the smoke screen, shooting toward Flender's vital points at an astonishing speed. The sound of breaking through the air was sharp and piercing, and the terrifying piercing power contained within made even Flender feel a hint of a threat. Its power was by no means inferior to an ordinary spirit ancestor's 1,000-year spirit ability. What? Flender's heart jumped in shock, incredulous. He actually didn't die, and still has the power to counterattack. Surprise was surprise, but Flender's movements were not slow. Facing the incoming steel needles, he let out a cold snort, his spirit power-covered hawk wings sweeping horizontally in front of him like a shield. Insignificant tricks. Clang clang clang, a dense sound of impacts rang out, and most of the steel needles were easily knocked away by the hawk wings. However, what he failed to notice was That closely following behind these dozens of steel needles were a few fine as cow hair golden sharp gleams. Their speed was no inferior to the steel needles, and their concealment far surpassed them by several tiers. At the very moment he waved his wings to parry, relaxed his mind, just as his old strength had faded and his new strength had not yet formed. His throat, heart, and both eyes simultaneously felt a faint stinging sensation in all his vital areas. Not good, there is a backup move. How rich was Flender's combat experience? He instantly understood that he had fallen into a scheme. Those grand-sounding steel needles were merely a feint, with the true fatal move hidden right behind them. He had no time to think more, instinctively protecting his throat and heart while desperately tilting his head, attempting to avoid all attacks. However, it was still half a step too late. Aka! Flender only felt a chill in his right eye. In his field of vision, he first saw a streak of golden light, and then it instantly turned pitch black. My eyes. At the same time, a sharp stinging pain came from his heart, as if something had burrowed inside. Only at his throat, due to the timely protection of his arm, the incoming attack merely burrowed into the radius of his arm. Chapter 30, Emperor's Defense. Escape. What the hell is this? Flender let out a muffled groan as agonizing pains shot simultaneously from 3 locations, his right eye, his chest, and his right arm, his expression twisting ferociously in an instant. The spirit power at the spirit saint level circulated frantically, attempting to force out the foreign object that had invaded his body. However, this was the dragon beard needle among the Tang sect hidden weapons, specially designed to pierce protective aura shields. Once it burrowed into the flesh, it would immediately curl up, twisting flesh and blood the size of an infant's fist completely out of shape. Let alone spirit masters from the Douluo Continent who were not adept at physical cultivation, even those martial artists who practiced external hard qigong would inadvertently let the dragon beard needle burrow into their flesh and suffer endless torment if they weren't careful. Without someone from the Tang sect using a special technique to extract it, outsiders could only cut out that entire piece of flesh with a knife. On the other side, the smoke filling the sky caused by the 6th spirit ability slowly settled, revealing what was inside. At the very center of the bombardment, a deep crater over 10 meters in diameter had appeared. And over 20 meters away from the crater, a figure covered in bloody pulp knelt on one knee on the ground. A large swath of flesh on his back was gone, with ghastly white bones exposed to the air as streams of blood continuously flowed out, staining his clothes red. Yet even with such injuries, he still hadn't died, maintaining a certain degree of vitality. This person was precisely Lin Yu. At this moment, Lin Yu was holding the godly Zug crossbow in his left hand, propping himself up on the ground, while a few gold beads peeked out from between the fingers of his right hand. He was panting heavily on the spot. Clearly, the previous round of attacks had taken a massive toll on him, who was already heavily injured. At the instant of Flender's 6th spirit ability explosion, Lin Yu had still used the ghost shadow perplexing track to put some distance between them. But even though the spirit ability hadn't hit him fully, a 6th spirit ability unleashed by a spirit saint could still be called a fatal on-hit attack to a spirit grandmaster. Yet Lin Yu was able to survive thanks to his innate spirit ring obtained after the awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor. That's right, his innate spirit ability wasn't the Blue-Silver Overlord spear like the one Tang San obtained, but another skill. Its name was Emperor's Defense. Under the vast heaven, all is the king's land. To the shores of the land, all are the king's subjects. Where the Emperor stands, petty scoundrels can hardly harm him. Once Emperor's Defense is activated, it grants the Blue-Silver Emperor itself a 10% damage reduction, which can increase with the spirit ring's age. At the same time, when the Emperor is injured, the Blue-Silver grass within the domain will also actively share the damage. The more luxuriant the Blue-Silver grass, the higher the damage reduction. In addition, Emperor's Defense will also greatly enhance the effects of all the Blue-Silver Emperor's own spirit abilities related to the Blue-Silver grass. At this moment, Lin Yu's body was covered by a layer of blue-gold light that was hard to discern with the naked eye. It was precisely one of the spirit abilities of the 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone. Wildfires cannot burn it out, the spring breeze blows it back to life. Under the amplification of Emperor's Defense, the recovery speed of this spirit ability increased once more, and the torn flesh and broken bones on his body were rapidly healing and regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the massive wound on Lin Yu's back had already begun to stem the flow of blood, and even his strength had recovered somewhat. Relying on the godly Zug crossbow propping up the ground, a slight exertion of strength from his left arm pulled his half-kneeling body up. Watching Flender, who had fallen from the sky to the ground dozens of meters away and was wailing in continuous agony, a cold gleam flashed across Lin Yu's eyes. Through the purple demon eye, he had already confirmed that 2 of the previous dragon beard needles had shot into Flender's right eye and chest respectively. In such locations, even for a spirit saint, it was a rather fatal injury. If he wanted to kill Flender, judging by the current situation, now was undoubtedly the best opportunity. Thinking of this, Lin Yu swept his left hand across his waist, replacing the godly Zug crossbow that had already been fired with a new one, and switched the dragon beard needle in his right hand to the powder-shooting shadow. However, just as he aimed the 2 hidden weapons at Flender, his expression abruptly changed. No longer caring about wanting to kill Flender, Lin Yu turned around without hesitation, executed the 100,000-year spirit bone flying skill, lifted off from the flat ground, and flew towards the depths of the dense forest. Damned brat, I want to hack you into 10,000 pieces. Flender's roar exploded through the forest. The eyeball at his right eye had been completely pulverized, and a fist-shaped large bulge had also risen on his chest covered by his clothes. Yet at this moment, Flender forcibly suppressed the pain in his body, and the 7th spirit ring revolving around his entire body suddenly flashed. 7th spirit ability, Spirit Avatar. In an instant, a dazzling light enveloped Flender's entire body. Brown feather after brown feather burst out from all over his body, transforming within a short span of time into a gigantic owl. Only, even after turning into the spirit avatar, there was only a black hole on the owl's right eye. Watching the back of Lin Yu flying towards the depths of the dense forest, Flender's remaining left eye was filled with scarlet and madness. Bastard, little beast, stop right there. The giant owl let out a shrill screech, its eagle wings beating frantically, whipping up gusts of fierce wind above the dense forest canopy. He stared fixedly at that blue-gold stream of light rapidly weaving through the tree crowns ahead, accelerating in pursuit regardless of everything. Sensing the figure rapidly chasing from behind, Lin Yu's expression grew increasingly ugly. Although his physical injuries were still recovering rapidly, it was clearly not something that could heal in a short amount of time. At the same time, the hidden weapons in his spirit tool were also down to just a few, leaving only a few sleeve arrows, powder-shooting shadow, and other assembled mechanical-type hidden weapons. As for hidden weapons like bone-piercing nails and willow leaf knives, there were only a dozen or so left. But these could hardly play any offensive role against Flender in his spirit avatar state. Damn it, are spirit saints this hard to kill? Can't even the dragon beard needle entering the eyeball and hard meridians kill him? Lin Yu's expression was grim, and faint anxiety welled up in his heart. Right at this moment, the shrill laughter of Flender, who was closely following behind him, abruptly stopped for a split second, and even the sound of his wing beating suffered a certain disorder. What's going on? Lin Yu was stunned and looked back, only to see the massive owl abruptly plunging downwards from the sky, shattering several giant trees. Seeing this scene, his eyes lit up. Good opportunity. The next moment, he drove his flying spirit ability even more desperately, drilling into the depths of the dense forest. Meanwhile, under the cover of the blue-silver domain, his aura faintly merged into one with the dense forest, leaving no further trace. As for Flender, who had fallen from midair, he had long since released his spirit avatar at this moment, covering his chest with his hand. The pain there could no longer be suppressed at this moment. Although the dragon beard needle had not pierced into his heart, it had entered near the heart meridians, placing pressure on the blood vessels near the curled flesh. With every heartbeat, the surging blood would cross the location of the dragon beard needle, and the excruciating pain came ceaselessly. Especially just now under the spirit avatar, his body functions had greatly increased, but at the same time, the impact brought by the dragon beard needle had also become greater. In the end, he could no longer endure the excruciating pain in his heart and was forced to give up the pursuit. Flender glared fiercely with his remaining left eye at the direction where Lin Yu had disappeared, and a warm sensation suddenly surged up to his throat. Overwhelmed by anger and frustration, a mouthful of fresh blood gushed out. Cough. PFF. Chapter 31. Injuries fully recovered, small achievements, self-reflection. Late at night, in the dense forest. Clusters of dim yellow lights lit up in the woods, accompanied by shouts one after another. Flender. Dean. Just at this moment, a somewhat thin and aged figure suddenly caught sight of the large area of devastated battlefield in the woods, and his expression instantly became excited. Old Zhao, here. Li Yusong looked toward the robust and sturdy middle-aged man under another cluster of lights in the southeast direction. There's a place where a fight took place over here, it looks like it was left behind by Flender. Where? Let me take a look. A rough voice suddenly rang out in the woods. With just a single leap, the robust middle-aged man actually crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, and in a few steps, he arrived in front of Li Yusong. Looking at the large pit before him, Zhao Wuji half knelt, touched the traces on the ground, and nodded with a solemn expression. That is correct, these are traces left by Flender's sixth spirit ability. I have seen them a few times, there is no mistake. Following that, he scanned his surroundings and finally locked onto a certain direction. Go that way. With a confirmed direction, after the two ran a few hundred meters in that direction, they finally saw Flender, covered in blood and unconscious, in the bushes. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the two changed drastically. And when they turned Flender over, they instantly gasped. Half of Flender's face was stained red with blood, and the blood cloth around his right eye had even solidified. On his chest, a swelling close to the size of an infant's head had bulged out, dark blue and black in color, clearly indicating that blood had pooled there for a long time. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji hurriedly used his hand to check Flender's neck, and after seeing that there was still a faint pulse, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly bring him back to the academy. 1 hour later. Inside a dilapidated wooden house of Shrek Academy, Xiao Shen, who had used his spirit avatar, sat on a chair panting heavily. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji and Li Yusong hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Old Xiao, how is Flender? Xiao Shen took a sip of water and shook his head. He is already out of danger, but his eyes and heart are probably going to suffer permanent trauma. As he spoke, Xiao Shen pointed to the tray beside Flender. In the tray, there were 3 lumps of twisted flesh, faintly showing gold threads twisted and intertwined within them. The largest piece strikingly corresponded to the wound on his heart. This thing tightly wrapped around a piece of flesh at Flender's heart. The time dragged on for too long, and it had already become necrotic. We could only cut it open with a knife to take it out. It's just that this also left Flender with an unhealable trauma. I'm afraid future battles will be affected, otherwise his heart probably won't be able to bear the burden. Hearing this, the expressions of Zhao Wuji, Li Yusong, and the other teachers did not look too good. No matter what, Flender was their old friend, and none of them wanted to see such a scene. Old Xiao, could even you not heal him? You are a food system spirit saint after all, Zhao Wuji said anxiously. Xiao Shen spread his hands helplessly. I am of the food system, not the healing system. Unless you can invite that person from the Heaven Dou Yi family over, otherwise the wound on Flender's heart cannot be cured. And even that person cannot regenerate, the injury to his eyes definitely cannot be recovered. Zhao Wuji and the others naturally knew who Xiao Shen was talking about. Heaven Dou City 9 Hard Begonia Yi family. With the regenerative power of the 9 Hard Begonia, recovering flesh wounds was naturally a piece of cake. It's just that they were powerless at the moment. With a gloomy expression, Zhao Wuji punched the wall. The immense force caused the wooden house to tremble, and dust fell down in rustles. Didn't little Ao say that Brat was only a spirit grandmaster? How could this kind of thing happen? Li Yusong and Xiao Shen exchanged glances and shook their heads at the same time. I heard that kid has an extraordinary appearance and demeanor, and it is very likely he comes from a major clan. Perhaps there is a guardian behind him. Xiao Shen answered Zhao Wuji's question. In fact, the few of them still had another guess in their hearts. That was, Flender's injuries were caused by that spirit grandmaster all by himself. It's just that none of them were willing to think in that direction. Because if that were really the case, it would be simply too terrifying. Then, let's leave it at that for now. Hopefully Flender has already killed that brat, otherwise. 100 miles outside of Suoduo City, in a dense forest. A figure was quietly sitting cross-legged in the lush blue-silver grass, with closed eyes and white airflow constantly exhaled and inhaled at the tip of his nose. Along with each breath, the surrounding blue-silver grass and imperceptible specks of blue light converged into his body. It was precisely Lin Yu. Half a day had passed since Flender's pursuit. The injuries previously caused to Lin Yu by Flender's sixth spirit ability now only left shallow red scars, which were gradually fading with the influx of the blue-silver grass's vitality. After a moment, as the last trace of the red scar dissipated, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, a flash of blue-gold light passing through them, and let out a long breath of foul air. Whew. The injuries are finally healed. If I didn't have the spirit bone and relied solely on the blue-silver emperor's vitality to recover on my own, it would have taken at least half a month. After marveling at the power of Ayan's spirit bone, he began to carefully experience the changes in himself. Although the time from the beginning to the end of Flender's pursuit was short, the pressure it brought to Lin Yu was unprecedented. Being able to survive a near-death situation naturally brought considerable gains. The extrusion of potential on the verge of life and death, coupled with the dedication and nourishment of the blue-silver grass, actually raised my spirit power by half a rank. With my current innate full spirit power talent, coupled with the blessing of the mysterious heaven skill, in at most a month, my spirit power can reach the peak of the 29th rank. By then, I can break through to Spirit Elder and unlock the third entry replication. Lin Yu revealed a pleasant surprise. The increase in spirit power somewhat exceeded his expectations. Moreover, there's also. After checking the improvement in spirit power, he suddenly stood up. With a shift in his footsteps, 5 afterimages were actually drawn out around him. Soon his footsteps stopped, and his hands reached toward his waist. 8 consecutive flying knives flew out from Lin Yu's palms, circled around the giant tree in front of him, and finally returned to his hands. If anyone saw this, they would definitely exclaim in disbelief. Both Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track and the Hidden Weapons technique have improved by a level. If I use the Dragonbeard Needle this time, I will definitely be able to hide it better and not give Flender time to react. Mentioning Flender, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. My Hidden Weapons technique is still not proficient enough, failing to even reach minor mastery, and the power of the Dragonbeard Needle is also an issue. It can only pose a threat to high-level spirit masters and cannot kill with a single strike. If I had the Yama invitation in my hand right now, I wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. As long as it hits, Flender would definitely end up poisoned into a puddle of mud in an instant, just like Canyon Chinian. Pa! Suddenly, a soft sound rang out from the woods. It turned out that Lin Yu forcefully slapped himself, his face filled with vexation and his eyes becoming clear. That's not right. Why did I fall into the same train of thought as Tang San? No matter how strong hidden weapons are, what of it? In the end, they are just minor paths. Even for Guanyan's tears, it still depends on one's own cultivation to unleash how much might. If I were a titled Douluo now, or even a limit Douluo, why would I need to run for my life? With a wave of my hand, everything could be resolved. Only one's own strength is fundamental. Chapter 32, Heaven Do Sanctuary, Angel Gods Descend in Qian Runshui. Half a month later. A handsome youth walked along the wide imperial road, casually taking a step that spanned several meters, seemingly slow yet actually fast, his traveling speed not the least bit inferior to a carriage. Along the way, carriages passed by from time to time, kicking up dust. However, when the faint yellow dust drifted close to him, it was actually repelled by a faint, formless aura, leaving him immaculate. One could well praise him as being ethereal like an immortal, remarkably handsome and extraordinary. It was precisely Lin Yu, who had hurried all the way from Suoduo City. Before long, Lin Yu stopped and looked up. A purple light flashed across his eyes, instantly taking in the distant scenery. Finally arrived, Heaven Do City. From afar, he could already see the battlements fluttering with flags, as one of the largest and most prosperous 2 cities on the continent. The city walls of Heaven Do City reach a height of 100 meters, entirely built from the hardest granite. On and off the city walls, every patrolling and guard soldier was in full armor, holding long spears. The murderous aura emanating from them showed just how elite and fierce they were. Looking at this scene, Lin Yu shook his head and clicked his tongue lightly. 100-meter tall city wall, all show and no substance. What a waste. Such a magnificent spectacle, if placed in his past life's antiquity, could indeed be called an unassailable superfortress. However, on Douluo Continent, where flying abilities were not lacking, a spirit saint with a flying type spirit was enough to fly over a height of 100 meters. And for a titled Douluo, it was even walking on flat ground. It could be said that such a tall city wall could not stop high-tier spirit masters, while low-tier spirit masters and ordinary people had no use for it, making it completely a useless spectacle. Forget it, none of my business, let's go to the sanctuary first. Lin Yu shook his head, cast this matter to the back of his mind, and walked into Heaven Do City under the gaze of countless people. As one of the most magnificent buildings in Heaven Do City, the Spirit Hall Sanctuary was not difficult to find. Lin Yu walked all the way along Heaven Do Avenue, and finally saw a magnificent building resembling a European church from his past life in an area close to the inner city. Wasn't that precisely the Spirit Hall Sanctuary? Following the appearance and temperament after the Blue-Silver Emperor awakening, he was an absolute focal point wherever he went. Just walking along that path earlier, there were countless noble-like young maidens casting gazes and whispering in amusement. Therefore, before Lin Yu even approached the sanctuary, the on-duty deacon who had already been paying attention to him immediately stood up and spoke extremely politely. Hello, is there something you need? If you are here to collect subsidies, please head to the side hall. Lin Yu shook his head slightly, a faint smile hanging at the corners of his mouth, and took out the recommendation letter written by Grandmaster Faxiu Nuo from his spirit tool. Hello, I am also a member of Spirit Hall, coming from the Nuoding sub-hall. Today I have come to the sanctuary to report in, so please announce my arrival. Looking at the sealing wax envelope in Lin Yu's hand bearing the exclusive insignia of Spirit Hall, the sanctuary deacon was stunned at first, and then his gaze towards Lin Yu became a bit more cordial as he nodded repeatedly. So you are one of us. Small matter, follow me inside to rest for a moment, and I will go notify the head deacon right now. Soon, Lin Yu was led by this deacon into the lounge of the Spirit Hall sanctuary, and a dedicated waiter served tea. A moment later. In an office. The head deacon on duty that day took the handed envelope and rather casually tore open the sealing wax at the opening. However, when he looked at the information recorded on the letter, his expression froze. This is, quote. He simply couldn't believe his eyes, rubbed them hard, and read it again. Seeing that the information written on it was correct, he abruptly stood up. Brother Lee, what is this with you? I must see Bishop Solace right now. In the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall Sanctuary, inside a luxurious reception room. A blonde youth was conversing with an old man. Judging by the clothing worn by the old man, this person was precisely Solace, the Platinum Bishop stationed at the Heaven Do Sanctuary by Spirit Hall. Yet, as a Platinum Bishop of Spirit Hall and a powerhouse at the Spirit Douluo level, he actually appeared somewhat restrained and respectful in front of the blonde youth at this moment, not even sitting in the primary seat. Bishop Solace, those things I just mentioned. Before the blonde youth could finish speaking, a rapid knock suddenly sounded on the door of the reception room. Knock, knock, knock. The blonde youth's words paused, and his brows furrowed slightly, but soon, his long-cultivated demeanor restored him to calmness. However, Solace, sitting opposite him, was indeed somewhat angry, and immediately looked towards the room door, asking in a deep voice. What is the matter? Don't you know I am meeting with a distinguished guest? The knocking paused, and immediately a male voice came through. Lord Bishop, Deacon Lee requests an audience regarding an urgent matter. Hearing this, Solace looked at the blonde youth. Your Highness, what do you think? It is fine, the blonde youth waved his hand, since there's an urgent matter, let's listen to it first. Soon, the previously mentioned head deacon surnamed Lee stepped into the reception room respectfully, and bowed to the blonde youth and Solace. Lord Bishop, Crown Prince. Hearing this, Shui Qing and Solace nodded gently. Solace looked at Deacon Li and said in a deep voice, "Did you not know I was discussing important matters with Crown Prince Ching? Exactly what is the matter?" This, Deacon Li glanced at Shui Ching, and immediately presented the letter in his hand before Solace. And when Solace saw the information in the letter, his expression suddenly tightened, and he waved his hand at Deacon Li. "All right, I know, you may step down first." As Deacon Li withdrew, Shui Ching looked at Solace with some curiosity, asking with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. "Bishop Solace, I wonder what urgent matter this is." Solace did not answer immediately, but mimicking the appearance of Deacon Li earlier, he presented the letter in his hands with both hands. "Your Highness, you had better inspect it yourself." Shui Ching took it with a puzzled expression. When his heroic eyes swept over the text within, a trace of surprise immediately appeared. 12 years old, rank 29, innate full spirit power. My spirit hall still has such a proud heaven-sent talent. ... 5 minutes later, in the sanctuary lounge. Lin Yu had just finished drinking the tea in his cup when a waiter came before him and bowed respectfully. "Hello, Bishop Solace asks you to come over." Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded without surprise. "Please lead the way." Soon, led by the waiter, Lin Yu walked all the way through the sanctuary, crossed several flights of stairs, and finally arrived in front of a reception room. However, when he just pushed open the door, what he saw at first glance was not Solace as he imagined in his mind, but a sheet of golden light. Golden legend. The dazzling light made Lin Yu's eyes narrow involuntarily. That was not the brilliance of gold, but the golden glow brought by the affix bubbles, the quantity even exceeding what he had seen on Tang San. And when he looked closely, his pupils instantly froze. Angel God's Descendant, Gold God's Gaze, Gold God's Blessing, Gold Angelic Divine Deer, Gold Innate Level 10, Purple Stunningly Beautiful, Blue Eager for Talent, Green Proud, White Reverence for Strength, White. Angel God's Descendant, Qian Run Shui. Chapter 33 God's Blessing, Gold leaping 10 levels in a single bound. Inside the reception room, it was dead silent. As an organization spread across the entire continent with a strict hierarchy, it was naturally impossible to casually trust just anyone who came over holding a letter of recommendation. Whether in the Star Luo Empire or the Heaven Do Empire, any member who joined Spirit Hall would leave a file for archives in the branch hall or main hall they joined, the diocese currently belonging to the Empire, and finally Spirit City. This ensured that no one could impersonate someone else. At this moment, Shui Ching and Solace were both waiting for the attendant to fetch Lin Yu's personal archive records. As for Lin Yu, he was content with the leisure, sitting obediently on the chair, but his gaze occasionally glanced at Shui Ching not far away. Or rather, Qian Run Shui, who was disguised as Shui Ching. Her dazzling golden top made his head spin for a moment, marveling endlessly. Angel God's Descendant, Gold God's Gaze, Gold God's Blessing, Gold Angelic Divine Deer, Gold Innate Level 10 Purple Innate Beauty, Blue Thirsty for Talent, Green Pride, White Admiration for Strength, White. Angel God's Descendant, Gold, the direct bloodline left behind on the Douluo Continent by the first rank angel god before ascending to the god realm, capable of awakening the divine grade seraphim and possessing the qualifications to inherit the angel god position. God's Gaze, Gold, receive the direct gaze of at least one divinity in the god realm. Note, after a higher dimensional being copies it, they will receive the gaze of a divinity with the same attribute. God's Blessing, Gold, obtain 10 levels of god-bestowed spirit power. Angelic Divine Deer, Gold, the divine suit left behind by the first rank angel god, currently possessing 2/6. Note, copying this trait requires the prerequisite trait Angel God's Descendant, Gold. Innate Beauty, Blue, a single glance could topple a city, a second glance could topple a country. Her appearance was the pinnacle of the world, greatly attracting the attention of the opposite sex. Thirsty for talent, pride, plus an admiration for strength. Tisk tisk, no wonder Qian Run Shui let Tang San off multiple times later on. The reason of the divine trial was secondary, it was mainly because of her personality. Lin Yu glanced over the last 3 traits, unable to help nodding inwardly, quite agreeing with the talent's display. Thirsty for talent is very obvious. Qian Run Shui repeatedly recruited Tang San, ignoring even the identity of Tang Hao's son, which speaks volumes. You must know that at that time, Tang Hao was still openly the chief culprit who killed Jian Zunji. What a filial daughter. As for pride, innate full spirit power plus 10 levels of god-bestowed spirit power, and innate level 20 talent, pride was inevitable and understandable. But the last one, admiration for strength. Lin Yu looked at the final white trait and remained silent for a moment. No matter how proud and self-reliant a woman is, deep down she has a side that admires strength. Once another stronger male appears, perhaps he doesn't necessarily have to be stronger than her in every aspect. But as long as there is one point that makes her admit she is inferior to him, it would be very easy to be attracted, remembered, and even fall in love with the other party. Lin Yu's gaze swept across each trait, finally connecting them into a line. Talent, family background, appearance, and so on were all the capital for Qian Run Shui's pride. But as the young master of Spirit Hall in the disguised Heaven Do Crown Prince, being thirsty for talent was an instinct. So when she encountered Tang San, her thirst for talent made her pay attention to this top-tier genius, repeatedly recruiting him, and even intending to let Shui Kei marry him. And on the night of the Heaven Do Palace coup, Tang San used his 6-ring cultivation to forcefully shake the 7-ring spirit Saint Qian Run Shui, shattering her scheme and ultimately causing 20 years of planning to fall short of success. It was precisely these repeated contacts that made Qian Run Shui firmly remember Tang San in her heart, triggering the subsequent scenes. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Yu's mouth curled into a slight smile. However, now that I have appeared, everything will change because of it. God's blessing, Gold, this is truly a good thing. If I copy it after breaking through to the Spirit Elder, wouldn't I be able to directly break through to the Spirit Ancestor? Wrong. The value of this trait is the same as twin spirits, the later it gets, the greater its value. If a titled Douluo copies it, wouldn't they be able to leap straight into becoming a god? If copied after becoming a god, instantly 110th level. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yu's occasional probing glances were also captured by Qian Run Shui, because she was likewise watching him. The innate full spirit power talent and handsome appearance made her develop a certain curiosity about Lin Yu, and she had even made up her mind inwardly. Going to study at an advanced Spirit Master Academy. Such good talent cannot go to Spirit City, wouldn't that just be giving it away to my good sister for free? Humph. When the future plan succeeds, I must also have my own foundation, at least one that can rival that Fox Juliana. This Lin Yu is not bad, and he is worth recruiting. Clank. Just at this moment, the door of the reception room was opened once again, and an attendant holding a file handed it over to Solace. However, when Solace opened the file, looked at the contents inside, and then raised his head to look at Lin Yu, repeating this 2 or 3 times, he finally handed the file to Qian Run Shui with an expression that was somewhat serious, even solemn. And when Qian Runshui raised her hand to take the file and look at the contents recorded within, she couldn't help falling silent as well, her brows furrowing slightly as she swept her gaze over Lin Yu. The air froze instantly. Even Lin Yu, who had been thinking about other things all along, sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat wrong, hastily pulled himself together and directed his gaze towards Qian Runshui and Solace. Solace waited until Qian Runshui put down the file in her hand, then waved his hand, using a mighty wave of spirit power to send the file in front of Lin Yu. With his eyes slightly narrowed in a solemn expression, he spoke. Take a look for yourself. This photo, is it you? Lin Yu's expression turned stern, not knowing what had happened. And when he saw his own file, he suddenly understood, looking at Solace with a completely serious face. It's me. Is that so? Solace sneered. Yes. Lin Yu glanced at the file again and nodded affirmatively. At that time, I was very thin. As these words fell, even Qian Runshui couldn't help rolling her eyes. Seeing that the answer was already right in front of them, yet Lin Yu still stubbornly refused to admit it with a dead duck's hard mouth, anger surged in Solace's heart, and he slammed fiercely onto the tabletop. Bang! A loud noise rang out. Solace glared at Lin Yu and shouted sternly. This is simply not you. You're saying he isn't me. Lin Yu pointed at the file photo in front of him, looking completely innocent. But he really is me. I wouldn't run all the way here to deceive you just for a quota, right? You. Solace was furious and wanted to say something more, but he was interrupted by Qian Runshui beside him raising her hand. Bishop Solace, please calm your anger. What's more, what he said is correct. With his talent, he can go anywhere, and there's indeed no need to come to the diocese for this quota. After pacifying Solace, she looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, let's call you that for now. Then what is this all about? Chapter 34, The Shock of the Two, Qian Runshui's Determination. Then what on earth is going on with all of this? After Qian Runshui finished asking, she and Solace looked at Lin Yu together, quietly waiting for his answer. Lin Yu nodded gently, but then helplessly spread his hands. This is indeed me on there, just the me from before. Some minor changes have occurred during this period. Immediately afterwards, he repeated the reason he had previously told Fax Yunuo. However, Lin Yu did not truthfully disclose his Blue-Silver Emperor spirit, but instead disguised it as the Blue-Silver King once again. Quote. Secondary Spirit Awakening, Blue-Silver King. Qian Runshui furrowed her brows and exchanged a glance with Solace. Secondary Spirit Awakening could not be said to not exist in Spirit Hall's records, but rather that they were extremely rare, pitifully few. It was about the same as the probability of Ghost Douluo coming back from the dead. In several thousand years of history, there were not even a few recorded cases. Could it be that today she was going to witness one with her own eyes? And it was transformed from Blue-Silver Grass, the weakest spirit, into the top-tier king spirit of the same race. Your file records that the spirit you awakened was rank 1 in 8 Blue-Silver Grass. Solace looked at Lin Yu, his gaze still carrying 3 parts suspicion, not completely believing it. Since you say your spirit underwent a secondary awakening into the Blue-Silver King, why not prove it to me on the spot? Of course, no problem. There was not a trace of panic on Lin Yu's face. He calmly nodded and extended his right hand toward Qian Runshui and Solace. In an instant, a gorgeous and noble, crystal-clear, crystal-like blue gold and blue-silver grass unfolded from his palm, and under the illumination of the light, it even refracted a dazzling halo. That brimming vitality and majesty exclusive to top-tier plant spirits quietly permeated the hall. What was even more shocking was that as the spirit manifested, 2 spirit rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, spiraled up from beneath Lin Yu's feet, and that luxurious purple halo reflected in the eyes of the two. How is that possible? 1,000-year, second spirit ring. Qian Runshui and Solace abruptly stood up, exclaiming in unison. The two looked in disbelief at the 1,000-year second spirit ring on Lin Yu's body, their pupils reflecting purple, constantly contracting and then expanding. Although the theoretical limit of spirit rings was not as precise to single digits as written in Yu Xiaobing's 10 great core competencies. In reality, in the hearts of major factions and high-tier spirit masters, 400 years for the first ring and 700 years for the second ring both belong to the mutually preset limit range. Even if someone were slightly higher, it would still fluctuate within a general range and not differ too much. However, a 1,000-year second spirit ring was an unprecedented feat on the Douluo Continent. Even for a young master born from Spirit Hall like Qian Runshui, her second spirit ring was only around 750 years old. Of course, Qian Runshui had naturally seen a 10,000-year second spirit ring, which was even more terrifying than a 1,000-year second spirit ring. But that after all belonged to the mighty power of a divinity, and its nature was different from Lin Yu's 1,000-year second spirit ring. Therefore, the shock it brought was also different. Qian Runshui gazed at the purple spirit ring, a flash of extremely bright brilliance sweeping across her azure eyes, and her look at Lin Yu was as if she had discovered an peerless treasure. Incredible, Lin Yu, how on earth did you manage this? Absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring for this second spirit ring. It's unprecedented, I wonder how you did it. Lin Yu met the burning gazes of the two, his expression as calm as usual. He only shook his head gently, his tone sincere. Reporting to Lord Bishop, after my spirit underwent secondary awakening, the second spirit ring was generated naturally, unlike normal spirit rings obtained from a spirit beast. Could it be driven by talent? Qian Runshui murmured, a trace of regret quickly flashing across the depths of her eyes, but it was soon replaced by even more fervent appreciation and determination. Such talent was simply unheard of, such a genius had to be firmly grasped in her hands. She immediately suppressed the surging thoughts in her heart, a sincere smile raised at the corners of her lips as she extended an olive branch to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, with your talent, your future is limitless. How about coming under my command? Feel free to tell me whatever you want, as long as it doesn't violate my bottom line, everything can be satisfied. Hearing this, Lin Yu appropriately displayed hesitation and confusion, turning his head to look at Solace. Although he knew that the person in front of him was Qian Runshui, as someone who had just come out of Nuoding City and arrived in Heavendo City, it was impossible for him to recognize that the person before him was Heavendo Crown Prince Shui Qing. At the same time, it was even more impossible for him to know that Shui Qing was disguised by Spirit Hall young master Qian Runshui. May I ask Lord Bishop Solace, who is this? Hearing this, Solace and Qian Runshui simultaneously showed expressions of sudden realization. In their momentary excitement, they almost forgot the details. Especially Qian Runshui's handsome and refined male face, disguised by the angel spirit bone, revealed a trace of annoyance. Seeing such a talent made her hands itch with eagerness, she had been too excited and almost forgot that her current identity was Shui Qing. Ahem, Solace coughed lightly twice, generating 3 parts of estrangement between himself and Qian Runshui, completely changing his attitude from just now. This is the Heavendo Crown Prince, Your Highness Qing. Qian Runshui also nodded accordingly, wearing a refined smile. That's right, this prince is precisely Shui Qing. Previously, I had some official business to discuss with Lord Bishop Solis, so please don't take offense. So it is His Highness the Crown Prince, Lin Yu has been disrespectful. With an expression of complete understanding, Lin Yu nodded. First, he solemnly bowed to Jian Runshui before speaking with a troubled expression. Your Highness's deep affection, Lin Yu is deeply grateful in his heart. It's just that, this humble one is already a registered member of Spirit Hall, and has been nurtured by Grandmaster Faxiu Nuo of the Nuoding branch since childhood. To switch to another faction would be contrary to reason and would also let down Spirit Hall's trust. When saying this, Lin Yu intentionally brought up the grace of Spirit Hall's cultivation of him, especially highlighting the grooming of Faxiu Nuo. As soon as these words came out, Jian Runshui and Solis exchanged glances, both extremely satisfied in their hearts. The smiles on their faces deepened, and their gazes toward Lin Yu grew increasingly benevolent. However, Jian Runshui still feigned regret with a light sigh, turning to Solis, her tone full of helplessness. Lord Bishop Solis, it seems your hall has gained another pillar today, while our empire has tragically lost a talent. What a pity, this is this prince's fault. Solis laughed heartily, stroking his beard as he replied. Your Highness flatters me, they are all talents of the continent, serving anywhere is a good thing. Lin Yu, you go to the lounge and wait for a moment. Regarding further studies at a high-tier Spirit Master Academy, this bishop will personally arrange it properly for you. Thank you, Lord Bishop. Lin Yu respectfully acknowledged, bowed to the two once more, and withdrew from the reception hall. After Lin Yu left the reception hall and the doors closed once again, Jian Runshui and Solis sat back down with smiles. Solis looked at Jian Runshui and said respectfully. It seems this Lin Yu is indeed not someone else impersonating, but rather has his own fortuitous encounter. 1,000-year second spirit ring is truly an extraordinary achievement, but it's a pity it cannot be replicated. Jian Runshui also nodded with a look of regret. Indeed, otherwise, Spirit Hall's strength could rise to another level. However, being able to obtain such a fine talent is also a joyous occasion. Right, Lord Bishop Solis, what do you plan to do regarding Lin Yu's arrangements hereafter? Chapter 35, Spirit Hall Academy, no. Heaven Do Imperial Academy, yes. Inside the temple lounge. Lin Yu waited for another quarter of an hour or so. With a faint creak from the turning hinges, Solis pushed open the door and walked in, a warm smile on his face. Lin Yu immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to him. Lord Bishop. Solis waved his hand, his tone very casual. You and I are both members of Spirit Hall. There is only a difference in rank, not in status or inferiority. There's no need for such formalities. Sit down and talk. If any temple deacon were to see Solis acting like this, they would definitely be shocked with their jaws dropped, because they had never seen such an easygoing Lord Bishop before. As the Platinum Bishop guarding the Heaven Do Empire and a powerhouse at the high-level Spirit Douluo tier, Solis naturally had his own majesty. However, facing Lin Yu, he acted very courteous. For no other reason, it was mainly due to Lin Yu's own talent and Jian Runshui's high regard. Adding both together, as long as Lin Yu didn't suffer any accidents in the future, becoming a titled Douluo was practically a certainty, and the chance of promoting even to a Grand Elder was quite high. Compared to an old fellow like him whose talent had reached its limit, such a Lin Yu obviously had a much brighter future. Leaving a good impression right now could be considered an early investment. Seeing Solis take his seat, Lin Yu carefully sat down beside him and tentatively asked, Lord Bishop, the matter between you and His Highness the Crown Prince, are you finished talking? It has already been settled. Solis nodded slightly, but of course he wouldn't say much about the specific details. Within the entire Heaven Do temple, only he knew the true identity of that Crown Prince. Whether the two of them were at loggerheads or chatting and laughing in public, it was actually all to further gain the trust of Emperor Shui. But as for these inside stories, they weren't things Lin Yu could know at present. Pausing for a moment, Solis looked at Lin Yu. I've read the recommendation letter. You came to Heaven Do City this time for the matter of heading to Spirit Hall Academy, right? Yes, Lin Yu quickly replied. Hearing this, Solis let out a soft sigh. That's truly a bit regrettable, this year's enrollment slots are already full. If you want to go, I'm afraid you'll have to wait another year. Ah, full. Hearing these words, Lin Yu was stunned. He remembered that Faxiu Nuo had once mentioned that the students recruited by Spirit Hall every year indeed had certain limits on slots. After all, the scale of Spirit City was limited, and it was impossible to accept everyone regardless of their talent. Generally speaking, the ways Spirit Hall cultivated its members were mainly divided into two types. First, innate spirit power below level 5. These people usually obtained certificates locally and were sent to primary or intermediate academies in Heaven Do or Star Luo to study. After graduation, most of them directly entered local or surrounding spirit sub-temples or main temples to serve. Second, seedlings with innate spirit power above level 5. These people would be regarded as talents with the potential to break through to the Spirit Emperor, Spirit Saint, or even higher realms, and could often obtain recommendations to go to Spirit Hall Academy for further studies. This was both cultivation and a form of winning over. Relying on the environment and atmosphere of Spirit City and Spirit Hall Academy, these people would be made thoroughly into people of Spirit Hall. Like Yan of the Golden Generation, he had entered the academy through this pathway back then. Lord Bishop, could you have made a mistake? Lin Yu asked with a frown. Don't be anxious yet. Solis waved his hand at Lin Yu, signaling him not to be overly excited. Although the slots for Spirit Hall Academy are full and I have no way to send you over, I can still help arrange for you to enter a high-level academy here in Heaven Do City. Young talents like you cannot afford any delays during your golden cultivation period, especially a whole year, which is even more precious. Don't you agree? Inside Heaven Do City. Lin Yu's thoughts settled slightly, and he asked. Dare I ask which one Lord Bishop is talking about? Land Academy? No, Solis shook his head. It is Heaven Do Imperial Academy. When saying these words, Solis couldn't help but sigh inwardly, that the slots were full was definitely a lie. But since Jian Runshui had spoken, it wouldn't be easy for him to disobey. The Supreme Pontiff was far away at the horizon, but the young lord was right before his eyes. As for Lin Yu, if he still didn't understand after hearing the 6 words, Heaven Do Imperial Academy, his reaction would be far too slow. Even with one's toes, one could think and know this was Jian Runshui's arrangement. Are you kidding me? He was still waiting to head to Spirit City through this line. With his talent, he would inevitably enter the site of Spirit Hall's upper echelon. By then, both the Consecrated Hall and Supreme Pontiff Palace would most likely cast their gazes over. The Consecrated Hall was hard to say. Although innate full spirit power talent was rare, given Qian Daliu's personality, he might not necessarily make a move, and the other elders didn't have a suitable candidate either. As for Bibi Dong, given that crazy woman's personality, there was a 95% chance she wouldn't take a male student as a disciple. But Chrysanthemum Douluo, who also possessed a top-tier plant-type spirit, had a massive probability of taking him as a disciple. By then, through Chrysanthemum Douluo's connections, heading to Sunset Forest to find Poison Douluo would mean everything ceased to be a problem. Although the process was tortuous, the safety was solid and real. But if he took Du Guyan's route to directly contact Du Gubo, the danger would be much greater. Even though he also had the complete set of mysterious heaven treasure record in his hands, Lin Yu didn't believe in his heart that he could completely replicate Tang San's operations. After all, with different times, different places, and different people, even if the exact same words were spoken, the results obtained could turn out completely different. Once there was the slightest error, it would mean dropping dead on the spot. Of course, in order to save his own life and ensure Du Guyan's safety, Du Gubo wouldn't directly kill him, but if he used means to coerce a method of detoxification, there was still a very high probability of that happening. Unless. Should I rely on seduction? Lin Yu muttered inwardly, his expression turning solemn the next second. No, I am a dignified man of 7 kai, how can I do such a thing? Even if I starve to death, die outside, or jump down from here, it is absolutely impossible for me to sell my looks to. Quote. But then again. A modest, fair maiden is a good match for a gentleman. I wonder if Du Guyan and Yu Tianong are together yet. Solace on the side naturally didn't know what Lin Yu was thinking. Seeing him deep in thought, he spoke once more. What do you think? If you insist on going to Lambda Academy, it's not completely impossible, I can also. Ah, no, Lord Bishop. Lin Yu snapped back to his senses and hastily waved his hands. I was just thinking about something earlier. Heaven-Do Imperial Academy seems to only allow people with noble status to enter and study, right? Ha. Solace laughed heartily upon hearing this. What you said is correct, but that applies to ordinary people. Since you've decided, you don't need to worry about the rest. I'll arrange things on my end, just wait a few days to start school. Having said that, Solace smiled, stood up, and was about to leave. But right at this moment, Lin Yu hurriedly spoke up again. Lord Bishop, I have one more matter. Can the school start date be postponed a bit longer? Oh, why is that? Chapter 36 Breaking through to level 30. Deep within the Crown Prince's residence. The study exclusively belonging to Shui Qing was brightly lit. Qian Runshui had long since removed Shui Qinghei's disguise, restoring her original breathtaking and peerless appearance. Dressed in a plain, elegant casual outfit with her waterfall-like golden hair draped casually over her shoulders, she was intently reviewing the documents on the desk. Knock. Young master. The sound of knocking and a man's voice broke the silence. Qian Runshui did not stop her brushstroke, only speaking faintly. What is it? Young master, a message has come from Solace's side. The speaker was precisely one of Qian Runshui's personal guards. Snake Lance Douluo. Hearing the name Solace, Qian Runshui's jade hand paused slightly, her delicate eyebrows knitting together in slight puzzlement. Weren't things just arranged? Why is there another message? Forget it, I won't think about it. As she spoke, she imperceptibly shook her head and looked towards the door. Come in, Uncle Shi. The study door pushed open silently, and Snake Lance Douluo flashed in. He walked up to the desk, presenting a letter with both hands to Qian Runshui. The corner of the letter was branded with the exclusive emblem imprint of Spirit Hall. Qian Runshui took the letter, quickly broke the red wax seal, pulled out the letter paper, and her gaze swept rapidly over the contents inside. At first, her expression was merely focused, but soon, that focus transformed into difficult to conceal shock. Within 10 days, confident of breaking through to Spirit Elder. A 12-year-old, Spirit Elder. The look of shock on Qian Runshui's fearlessly beautiful face faded, replaced by an intensity and a determination to win. This Lin Yu must be used by me. This session of the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament is about to begin, and Lin Yu definitely won't make it in time, but in the next session, with his talent, he might not be unable to charge towards a Spirit King. By then, I want Lin Yu to teach that fox a severe lesson, making my good sister witness her student's failure with her own eyes. The thought of recruiting him in her heart was even stronger than before. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Runshui's expression calmed down. Uncle Shi, completely seal off all information regarding Lin Yu. It must absolutely not leak out, especially. Speaking up to here, she paused. It must not be transmitted to Spirit City, letting her know. Snake Lance Douluo naturally understood Hosh, in Qian Runshui's mouth referred to, and bowed in response. Understood, young master. This subordinate will personally arrange it to ensure the information remains solely within our control. Very good. Qian Runshui picked up the letter again, a smile emerging at the corner of her mouth. Uncle Shi, in a few days, when Lin Yu breaks through to Spirit Elder, you will personally accompany him to Sunset Forest. Snake Lance Douluo was slightly surprised. Young master, you want this subordinate to personally step forward and accompany him to hunt a spirit ring. Isn't this a bit? One must know Lin Yu was only breaking through to Spirit Elder, and hunting nearly 1,000-year spirit ring, arranging for a spirit king or spirit emperor to follow was already extremely extravagant. Dispatching a titled Douluo to accompany him was simply too exaggerated. Even when Qian Runshui hunted spirit rings, it was barely more than this. This is an investment, a sentiment expressed in advance. Qian Runshui interrupted his words. Lin Yu is still very weak now, and this is the best time to invest in him. Once he truly grows up and his wings are fully grown, recruiting him will be difficult. A titled Douluo personally stepping forward will undoubtedly make him feel our importance and sincerity even more. Planting the seeds now, when the time is ripe in the future, we can reap the most bountiful fruits in one stroke. Hearing this, Snake Lance Douluo understood in his heart. This subordinate understands, please rest assured, young master. 8 days' time passed in the blink of an eye. Heaven-Do City Spirit Hall Sanctuary. Inside a spacious and bright bedroom. Lin Yu was sitting cross-legged on the large bed in the center of the room, eyes tightly closed, his breathing long and rhythmic. At this moment, the mysterious heaven skill internal energy within his body was circulating wildly along the 12 regular meridians, impacting that invisible barrier like a tide, wave after wave stronger than the last. On his nightstand, a stalk of golden-veined blue-silver grass was stretching its branches and leaves, gently shaking, silently expressing joy and anticipation. Time ticked away little by little. The spirit power fluctuations within the bedroom became increasingly violent. Just as the spirit power accumulated to its limit. Boom. Inside Lin Yu's mind, a clap of thunder seemed to silently explode. That spirit power accumulated to the peak suddenly exploded, forming a circle of air waves, and then quickly rolled back into his body. At the same time, Lin Yu abruptly opened his eyes, brilliant light flashing within his blue-gold pupils. An aura even stronger than before naturally emanated from his body. Success. Level 30. Lin Yu couldn't help but cheer in a low voice, feeling the surging power within his body, his excitement beyond words. Next I can go obtain the third spirit ring and officially become a spirit elder. As long as I obtain the spirit ring, the third replication chance will arrive. During the previous 6 years in nodding, his daily cultivation was like Yugong moving mountains, unable to see the path ahead. But now, merely a few months since awakening his talent, there had already been heaven-shaking and earth-saving changes. Blue Silver Emperor Blood Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record, just these 2 entries completely changed everything about him. And now, the third replication chance was also close at hand, with many, many more talents waiting for him to replicate. God's Gaze, Gold God's Blessing, Twin Spirits, and so on. Each one could bring him further transformation. The path to godhood was already before his eyes, even a God King, or even surpassing a God King, was not out of reach. At this time, Lin Yu also saw the scene on the nightstand, looking at the golden veined blue silver grass, which was noticeably a circle larger than back in the cave and could already be considered a decade-old spirit beast, and smilingly reached out his hand. Are you also happy for me? Sensing the familiar aura approaching, those branches and leaves that were already swaying continuously immediately coiled up, the leaf tips rubbing against Lin Yu's skin with extremely affectionate movements, while also carrying a bit of desire. Seeing its actions, Lin Yu laughed out loud. All right, I'll satisfy you right now. Immediately following, Lin Yu urged the blue silver emperor within his body, emitting wisps of pure life aura. Following the appearance of this life aura, the golden veined blue silver grass greedily absorbed it. Before long, it looked thoroughly satiated as it lay flat on Lin Yu's hand, unwilling to move. Looking at the appearance of the golden veined blue silver grass, Lin Yu smiled, gently patting its branches and leaves with his hand. Since you're full, I'll be leaving first. Having said that, he got up and left the room. Bishop's office. Solace walked up to Lin Yu, carefully sensing the aura of spirit power that had not yet completely stabilized. Truly level 30, good, wonderful. Solace nodded repeatedly, bright light flashing in his eyes. A 12-year-old spirit elder, even in the history of Spirit Hall, is extremely rare, every single one of them being an existence that left behind a resounding reputation in history. He patted Lin Yu's shoulder, his tone becoming fervent. You just wait here for a moment and do not leave. Hunting the third spirit ring is of great importance, and I will go make arrangements personally. Lin Yu respectfully replied. Yes, Lord Bishop, sorry to trouble you. Chapter 37 Spirit Hunting. After chatting with Lin Yu for a few moments, Solace turned and left, giving instructions to have the matter carried out. Lin Yu did not wait long inside the office. Solace then pushed the door open and walked in alongside another middle-aged man in a black robe, smiling as he introduced. Come, Lin Yu, this is Deacon Shi, and he will accompany you for the spirit hunt in the Sunset Forest. In fact, if Lin Yu carefully observed the details of Solace's expression right now, it would not be hard to discover. At this moment, when Solace spoke, a trace of feign awe and caution was revealed. To be able to make a platinum bishop in the spirit Douluo so cautious, his status and strength were naturally even higher than his. The newcomer was none other than Snakeland's Douluo. However, Lin Yu was not looking at Solace at this moment, but rather his gaze fell upon Snakeland's Douluo. Although he did not know the other person's identity, he knew in his heart that the person dispatched by Solace would definitely not be weak, being at least at the Spirit King level. He immediately cupped his fists and respectfully bowed. Sorry to trouble you, Deacon Shi. It's a small matter, let's go. Snakeland's Douluo slightly nodded and turned to walk outside. Lin Yu followed closely behind, bidding farewell to Solace. The two of them walked all the way without a word, heading straight out of Heaven-Do City and rapidly moving towards the northeast. Heaven-Do City was extremely close to the Sunset Forest, only 100 kilometers away. This distance was not considered far for a spirit master. Even for Lin Yu, a quasi-spirit elder, running at full speed would take at most 3 or 4 hours to arrive. Soon, a vast and boundless forest came into view. It was precisely the Sunset Forest. As the two stepped into the woods, the light suddenly grew dim. The air was filled with the damp scent of soil and vegetation. Snakeland's Douluo slowed his pace and turned his head to look at Lin Yu. What type of spirit ring do you plan to obtain? Lin Yu was well prepared and replied. A plant-type spirit ring, with an age of around 3 to 4,000 years will do. During this period of time at the Spirit Hall Sanctuary, he did not just cultivate, the richer collection of books and materials here had also benefited him immensely. Snakeland's Douluo raised his brows slightly. Plant-type spirit beasts are inherently rarer than beast-type spirit beasts, and those with a higher age are even harder to come by. Although Spirit Hall has explored the Sunset Forest, there are probably not many that meet your requirements, so it will take some time. Lin Yu, however, maintained a calm expression and said, It's fine, Deacon Shi. I have a way to speed up the search. Oh, a trace of surprise flashed in Snakeland's Douluo's eyes. Before his voice faded, Lin Yu was seen slowly closing his eyes, a faint blue halo faintly rippling around his body. Immediately following that, with him as the center, an invisible wave quietly rippled outward. The surrounding blue-silver grass seemed to be summoned, swaying slightly one after another. Seeing this scene, Snakeland's Douluo's pupils constricted. Although he had learned of Lin Yu's extraordinary nature from Qian Runshui's mouth, he was still shocked by it. This is a domain. Lin Yu opened his eyes and nodded. It is an innate domain that came with my spirit awakening. It can use the surrounding blue-silver grass to perceive nearby life aura. Although the boost to combat power is not large, it is quite convenient for exploring the positions of spirit beasts. Unlike a spirit bone, a spirit domain cannot be stripped away. It was fine to speak of it, and doing so could instead increase his own value. An innate domain. Snakeland's Douluo repeated it in a low voice and shook his head with a light sigh. Even for a titled Douluo, the probability of awakening a domain is only 1 in 10, but in reality, those who awaken one are few and far between. Although your domain does not focus on combat, its value is by no means comparable to ordinary spirit abilities. Lin Yu did not say anything more, closing his eyes once again to concentrate. His consciousness spread along the ground like vines, extending deep into the forest through a network formed by countless stalks of blue-silver grass. Various life auras were fed back one after another. Most were weak spirit beasts, and occasionally there were fluctuations from over 1,000 years, but most belonged to beast types. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and pointed to the east side. There's an aura over there, let's go take a look. Snakeland's Douluo nodded. Afterwards, the two immediately accelerated, leaping and passing through the forest. However, after exploring several places in succession, the results were disappointing. A strand of iron wire vine that had just reached 1,000 years, a spotted orchid of 1,500 years, and several ordinary plant-type spirit beasts at the 100-year level all failed to meet Lin Yu's requirements. Eventually, by the edge of a hidden rock crevice, they found a plant-type spirit beast with a cultivation of about 3,000 years. Its stems and leaves were pink, and its flowers were bright and charming. Its appearance was somewhat similar to the oleander Lin Yu had seen in his past life, exuding an aura that mixed sweetness with danger. Pink poison Luo. Snakelance Douluo immediately recognized it. Its toxicity is not bad. It belongs to the highly toxic plant-type spirit beasts. You can choose it if you want, and it might enhance your control. Lin Yu stared at it quietly for a moment, but shook his head. This spirit beast belongs to the poison attribute and is not what I need. In fact, before awakening his innate talent, he had also thought of taking the poison control route, but what he chose was plant toxin rather than animal toxin. After all, the evolutionary paths of the two toxins were completely different. Strengthening a plant-type spirit with a beast type was somewhat far-fetched after all. For example, the upas tree from Lin Yu's past life belonged to an extremely terrifying highly toxic plant. Just a few milligrams of its sap were enough to cause death, making it worthy of being called one of the plant poison kings. Even if Tang San had focused on plant toxins from the very beginning, perhaps he could have walked a different path. But Lin Yu did not plan to choose this path now. For him, the potential of the Blue-Silver Emperor lay in its powerful vitality and inclusiveness. Seeing that Lin Yu's attitude was clear, Snakelance Douluo did not try to persuade him further. Should we continue searching? Continue. Lin Yu cast his gaze deeper into the forest. Since we are here, we must find the most suitable one. He once again expanded his blue-silver domain, casting his perception all around. Soon, the two of them moved into action once again. Merely 2 hours later, a plant-type spirit beast that completely matched Lin Yu's requirements came into view. Its plant height was about 10 meters, and its trunk diameter was 1 meter, but what was most eye-catching were the sword-shaped leaves covering its entire body. On top of the emerald green leaves, their edges presented a brilliant golden color, extending all the way from the base to the tip of the leaf. That flashing sharpness, even separated by 100 meters, could make Lin Yu feel a chill and his hair stand on end, as if it were truly like a sword blade. Golden-edged sisal is extremely widely distributed, and its figure can be seen in various environments. However, what is most praiseworthy are still those leaves as sharp as keen swords. Its attack power is even above beast-type spirit beasts of the same level, making it a quite top-tier plant-type spirit beast. As far as I know, the Chrysanthemum Douluo of the Supreme Pontiff Palace has his 6th spirit ability originate from a golden-edged sisal of 28,000 years. If you want it, it is indeed a good choice. Snakelance Douluo spoke up in a timely manner to introduce it, except that his face, which had originally been calm all along, frowned slightly at this moment. However, the age of this one is a bit high. Golden-edged sisal calculates its lifespan by its leaves, growing 1 leaf every 10 years. The one before us has at least 480 leaves, which means nearly 4,800 years. Chapter 38. Blooming once in a lifetime, flowers bloom in an instant. Quote. 4,800 years of golden-edged sisal. Lin Yu looked at the unique plant a few hundred meters away, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Sisal, or rather, agave. He had seen introductions to this type of plant in the botanical garden of his past life, and its resistance to various environments was extremely strong. Furthermore, the leaves contained an extremely high content of plant fiber, making it one of the most widely applied hard fiber crops in the world. Although spirit power on Douluo Continent could transform into a spirit beast, its fundamental plant characteristics would never disappear and even greatly enhanced, such as those metal-like leaves. However, the 4,800 years age was indeed a bit high, and this was almost the limit that a quasi-spirit ancestor could hunt. Yet he was currently merely a quasi-spirit elder. However, this spirit elder of his was no ordinary spirit elder. He still had a 100,000-year spirit bone blessing within his body, coupled with the baptism of the Blue-Silver Emperor awakening on him, perhaps. Deacon Shi, I want to try. Lin Yu made up his mind and looked at Snakelance Douluo. You might not know, but my second ring is a 1,000-year one. The endurance limit cannot be calculated according to conventional spirit elders, measuring it according to a spirit ancestor is much more reasonable. Snakelance Douluo did not relax his brows. He naturally knew that Lin Yu's second ring was a 1,000-year one. It was just that coming out this time, Qian Runshui had requested him to watch over Lin Yu well. Such a risky move nowadays made him somewhat troubled. Have you really decided? No regrets. No regrets. Lin Yu's tone was firm. Fine then, Snakelance Douluo sighed. The other party spoke in a very logical and orderly manner, and it was hard for him to refute. However, he had already secretly decided in his heart that if Lin Yu showed any signs of being unable to endure, he would forcefully interrupt. Although this might suffer backlash and delay time, it was still better than dying. Living still has the possibility of cashing in one's talent, but once dead, one was truly dead. Since you've decided, then give it a try. After finishing speaking, Snakelance Douluo did not use his spirit to stimulate his spirit ring. With just the stomp of his foot, his entire body instantly turned into an afterimage and swept out, charging straight into the attack range of the golden-edged sisal. So fast. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu was startled and sighed. He had only ever seen such speed on Flender. Could Deacon Shi also be a high-tier agility attack system spirit saint? It wasn't that he hadn't thought toward a higher realm, but calling a spirit saint in the identity of solace was already enough to show importance to this matter. The moment Snakelance Douluo stepped within the 100-meter range, that golden-edged sisal whose entire body circulated a cyan golden luster immediately sensed the uninvited guest. The leaves, over a meter long, trembled abruptly, suddenly transforming into dozens of cyan golden streams of light that shot out violently, aiming straight at Snakelance Douluo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The leaves crossed the air leaving dazzling white residual marks. The sound of breaking the air was deafening, and their speed had already broken the sound barrier. However, Snakelance Douluo was a titled Douluo after all. Facing an attack of this magnitude that would cause ordinary spirit kings to change their expression, there was not a shred of fluctuation in his eyes. His figure merely swayed a few times consecutively, calmly dodging the concentrated volleys of several waves of leaves. Within just a few breaths, he had already cut within 10 jong of the golden-edged sisal. Snakelance Douluo's dark eyes congealed, spirit power surging in his palms, just as he was about to launch an attack against the golden-edged sisal. An unexpected change suddenly occurred. The golden-edged sisal seemed to have been completely angered by Snakelance Douluo, and the entire plant suddenly emitted a low hum. Hum. In an instant, over 100 cyan golden leaves detached simultaneously, but this time they did not shoot directly at Snakelance Douluo, instead spinning crazily around the sisal's main body. In a split second, a blade storm suddenly erupted. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp sword chi overflowed, cutting the ground into pieces, and the whipped-up fierce wind even made the viewing Lin Yu's robes flutter loudly. Such might could already rival a 10,000-year spirit ability. Interesting, to actually have such a move. Facing this sudden offensive, Snake Lance Douluo, who had not used his spirit, did not act arrogantly to take it head-on. His figure drifted backward, his gaze constantly locked onto the blade storm ahead. Seeing behind the cyan golden storm, the number of golden-edged sisal leaves sharply decreased. In a very short moment, the number shrank to below half. Seeing this scene, Snake Lance Douluo nodded inwardly. No matter how astonishing the offensive is, the number of blades is always the flaw of the golden-edged sisal, or rather, the shared defect of plant-type spirit beasts. He simply stopped pushing forward, turning instead to patrol on the outer perimeter. Soon, under Snake Lance Douluo's deliberate consumption, the number of golden-edged sisal leaves was already few and far between. However, just as he thought he was about to succeed, his eyes suddenly congealed. He saw that on the branches of the golden-edged sisal, new leaves were actually growing out at the positions that had been consumed earliest. Although the color of the new leaves was slightly lighter and the texture was not as sharp-edged as the original leaves, they were genuinely replenishing the sisal's ammunition inventory. Growing this fast. Snake Lance Douluo frowned slightly, immediately realizing that delaying tactics wouldn't work. Without showing some true skills, he really couldn't take it down. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. The spirit power within his body rumbled and circulated, and the aura around his body suddenly climbed. His figure flickered, and with a speed several times faster than before, ignoring the newly shot leaves, he dashed straight for the trunk of the golden-edged sisal. Just as Snake Lance Douluo's spirit power was about to touch that trunk, the golden-edged sisal seemed to perceive that death was approaching, and the entire plant trembled violently. Immediately following, a rich life energy crazily surged out from its massive branches, rapidly converging toward the top of the tree crown, condensing into a golden flower gathered by energy. That speed was completely beyond the imagination of Snake Lance Douluo and Lin Yu. Almost as soon as they had a reaction, it had already finished condensing. In the distance, Lin Yu, who had been closely watching the battle situation, suddenly had his mind flash with knowledge about certain plants from his past life, and his expression changed drastically. Deacon Shi, be careful. This is most likely the golden-edged sisal's desperate life-risking strike. He remembered the characteristics of plants of the agave genus. They only bloom once in a lifetime, and after the flowers bloom, it is the time for the plant to wither and die. However, the flowering of agave genus plants in his past life belonged to seeding for the plant, while the habits of plant-type spirit beasts on Douluo Continent were very likely altered, transforming that energy into killing moves. And the scene of this energy gathering before his eyes was so similar to one life, one flower, exhausting all, in the records. However, Lin Yu's reminder was already too late at this moment. Even the spoken words and warning sounds didn't have time to reach Snake Lance Douluo's ears. The flower condensed at the top of the golden-edged sisal bloomed instantly. Not dazzling, not brilliant, and not even gorgeous. But this plain and unremarkable, even slightly rustic scene of flowers blooming contained the energy accumulated throughout this golden-edged sisal's life. Boom. A golden sword chi about 3 meters long slashed directly toward Snake Lance Douluo at an extreme speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. That terrifying might hadn't even touched him yet, but it had already sliced open a long gully on the ground. Flowers bloom in an instant, and the heavens and earth lose their color. Chapter 39, 4,800 years, Third Spirit Ring. Flowers bloom in an instant, sword chi rushes to the heavens. This was a final burst of life from the golden-edged sisal, and its terrifying speed was so fast that even Snake Lance Douluo almost failed to react in time. The power of this strike, how is that possible? Wisps of crisis arose in Snake Lance Douluo's heart. Although it wasn't very strong, it genuinely existed. Even though he hadn't used his spirit, or even mobilized much spirit power, the golden-edged sisal was not one of those 10,000-year spirit beasts famous for their attacks, it was merely a plant-type 1,000-year spirit beast. How incredible was this? HMPH. Snake Lance Douluo let out a cold snort. This unexpected turn of events did startle him a bit, but that was all. To be honest, he felt somewhat embarrassed inside right now. As a titled Douluo leading a spirit elder to hunt spirits, being tricked by a 1,000-year spirit beast was truly a bit humiliating. A 1,000-year spirit beast is just a 1,000-year spirit beast. For its fatal strike to actually reach the spirit saint level did exceed my expectations somewhat, but so what? The next moment, beneath the radiance of the golden sword chi, 3 more lights of different colors appeared. They were circles of spirit rings, 2 yellows, 3 purples, and 4 blacks. 9 ring titled Douluo, title Snake Lance. At the same time, the 7th black spirit ring instantly bloomed with dazzling black light. Snake Lance Douluo's unique skill, tool spirit beastification. Snake Lance avatar. Hiss. In an instant, accompanied by a somewhat hoarse snake hiss, a huge double-headed snake suddenly appeared in the forest, its 2 ferocious snake jaws biting down directly at the oncoming golden sword chi. Boom. Snap. With a deafening roar and an extremely clear shattering sound, the sword chi condensed throughout the golden-edged sisal's life was bitten to pieces in front of the furious Snake Lance Douluo. The unexpected turn happened too fast. From the golden-edged sisal releasing its sword chi to Snake Lance Douluo displaying his spirit avatar, the whole process took almost just a blink of an eye. Lin Yu stood in place, blankly staring at the strange snake in the distance that was 20 to 30 meters long and had 2 heads, his mouth wide open. 9 rings, double-headed snake, Snake Lance Douluo. Only at this moment did he realize that Deacon Shi, who had led him all the way, turned out to be Snake Lance Douluo, Shilong. But this couldn't be blamed on Lin Yu. Under conditions of insufficient information, relying solely on a surname made it hard for people to connect them, it was simply too far-fetched. As for entry talents, they could indeed provide some information, but the content that could actually be seen was extremely limited. Generally speaking, it was hard to directly determine a person's identity just through this little information. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Qian Runshui belonged to special cases after all. Take Solace and Snake Lance Douluo for example. Previously, Lin Yu had also looked at both of them using his talent, and they were all very ordinary entries. The most commendable entries on the 2 of them were innate rank 8 blue and innate rank 9 blue. And this was also the norm for most spirit masters. In fact, even people like Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar didn't have many commendable aspects about them. Aside from having the good luck to meet Tang San, the original protagonist, in other aspects they could only be considered decent spirit master geniuses. Even in Lin Yu's heart, these people were not as excellent as Shui Binger and Feng Xiaodian, who had gone astray now but would return to the right path in the future. Just as Lin Yu was stunned by the revelation of Deacon Shi's true identity, Snake Lance Douluo had already resolved the golden-edged sisal sword chi, immediately cancelled his spirit avatar, and sharply reprimanded. What are you still standing there blankly for? If you wait a little longer, this spirit beast is going to die. Hearing the reminder, Lin Yu hurriedly snapped back to his senses. Understood, Your Excellency. Indeed, as Snakeland's Douluo said, after releasing its sword chi, the cyan golden luster of the golden edge sisal was gradually dimming, and the entire plant was heading toward withering. Seeing this, Lin Yu crossed over 100 meters in 3 steps, his right hand sweeping across his waist, raising his hand to throw. A sharp short blade was immediately propelled by Xuanyan internal energy as it hurtled toward the golden edge sisal. Actually, logically speaking, the vitality of plant-type spirit beasts was far more tenacious than that of beast-type spirit beasts. Often, even if the entire trunk was destroyed, it was impossible to completely end its vitality. But now the golden edge sisal had already used its fatal strike. Lin Yu only needed to inject his spirit power aura into its body so that it could lock onto the final killer, and the task would be completed. Soon, under the push of Xuanyan internal energy and the help of hidden weapons techniques, the short sword extremely accurately hit the base of the golden edge sisal, and its final trace of vitality was cut off at this moment. Accompanied by a bit of pure purple energy beginning to condense from the tree body, Lin Yu immediately respectfully cupped his hands and bowed to Snakeland's Douluo, who had cancelled his spirit avatar. Thank you for your action, Your Excellency. Lin Yu was endlessly grateful. Snakeland's Douluo looked at the 1,000-year spirit ring that was gradually taking shape, shook his head, and said indifferently. It's still a bit too early for you to be grateful now. A spirit ring approaching 5,000 years, even among quasi-spirit ancestors with top-tier beast spirits, few can absorb it. It won't be too late to thank me after you get past this hurdle. Lin Yu shook his head, however, and said earnestly, whether I succeed or not, I must thank Your Excellency for your assistance. When the words fell, neither of them spoke anymore. Waiting for about 2 or 3 minutes, within the huge plant of the golden edge sisal, not a trace of purple radiance overflowed anymore, and a brilliant purple spirit ring steadily floated in midair. Who? Lin Yu let out a long, deep breath. Throughout the entire process, he hadn't made a move, so his state was always maintained at its peak. The only thing he needed to do was mental preparation. He turned his head to look at Snakeland's Douluo. Seeing him nod, Lin Yu then sat cross-legged beneath the golden edge sisal, his internal Xuanyan internal energy starting to circulate to create a resonance with the spirit ring in midair. The next moment, the purple spirit ring quietly floated down. A thick and domineering spirit power surged into his body in an instant. Fiery and scorching, it was like flowing magma, but that surging impact was like a monstrous tsunami, wave after wave, as if there was never any end. Amidst the surging spirit power, Lin Yu's originally crystalline and jade-like skin instantly turned blood red, and beads of sweat gushed out from his pores, soaking his clothes in the blink of an eye. Even within 3 to 5 meters around him, one could hear the crisp, crack, crack sounds arising from bone friction. Such a change was identical to the cases recorded in various spirit master academies of bursting to death due to spirit ring energy impact. Seeing this scene, Snakeland's Douluo's expression changed. Without saying another word, he stepped forward and came to Lin Yu's side. Thick spirit power had already condensed in his hands, and it looked as though he was about to interrupt Lin Yu's spirit ring absorption process. However, looking at the expression of bitter persistence on Lin Yu's face, he hesitated a bit in his heart. In the end, Snakeland's Douluo gritted his teeth and decided to give Lin Yu a chance. He slowly lowered his raised hand, but the accumulated spirit power did not disperse. Wait a little longer, it won't be too late to make a move if there's danger. Chapter 40, Level 32. All vegetation looks like soldiers. 2 hours later. Snakeland's Douluo watched the gradually stabilizing spirit power fluctuations on Lin Yu, his tense expression finally relaxing. For a full 2 hours, he had wanted to step in and interrupt several times during the process, fearing that something might happen to Lin Yu. Fortunately, the most difficult moment had passed. Snakeland's Douluo stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Lin Yu, a trace of admiration involuntarily appearing in his eyes. As long as this kid doesn't fall prematurely, the position of priest is practically set in stone. Even charging towards the peerless realm of the high priest is not entirely impossible. Incredible, quote. About another 2 hours passed. Spirit power surged around Lin Yu, and his blue eyes snapped open. His aura climbed steadily, breaking through 2 layers of bottlenecks consecutively before finally stabilizing slowly. Level 32 peak. Snakeland's Douluo sensed it, a look of shock appearing on his face. He actually increased his spirit power by 2 levels all at once. Quote. Unable to hide his excitement either, Lin Yu stood up and bowed deeply to Snakeland's Douluo. Your Excellency, I succeeded. Quote. Good, good, quote. Snakeland's Douluo nodded repeatedly, curiosity in his eyes. Quickly tell me, what is your 3rd spirit ability? Quote. As instructed, Lin Yu released his blue-silver emperor spirit. The leaves, which had originally resembled blue crystals, changed in form once more. Overall, they became thicker, their vitality even more exuberant, and their outlines faintly leaned toward the golden edge sisal beside them. The golden vein patterns that already existed inside the leaves became even more distinct now. They were no longer a simple color hue, but shone brilliantly inside the blue crystal-like leaves like real threads of gold. What was most eye-catching, however, was the edge of the leaves. A half-finger-wide golden edge extended from the tip of the leaf all the way to the base of the petiole, extremely sharp at the edges and radiating a chilling, cold light. Please take a look, senior. Quote. As Lin Yu spoke, his gaze turned to a large tree nearby that required 2 people to embrace, and his 3rd purple spirit ring suddenly flashed brightly. 3rd spirit ability, activate. In an instant, dozens of blue-silver emperor vines spread from the ground toward the large tree. After closing into a certain distance, streaks of leaves shot out at a rapid speed, resembling sharp arrows leaving a bowstring, carrying a piercing whistle through the air as they instantly pierced into the thick tree trunk. Poof, poof, poof. Those sword-like leaves flickering with a golden luster easily pierced through the tree trunk, as if encountering no resistance at all. Immediately following that, Lin Yu's mind stirred. The blue-silver emperor that had pierced into the tree trunk fiercely twisted. Crack, rumble. A teeth-aching shattering sound rang out. The entire large tree was actually severed from the inside by these dozens of blue precious swords. Half of the tree trunk collapsed with a roar, kicking up a cloud of dust. The broken edge was covered with traces of being torn and punctured by countless fine sword blades, looking extremely ferocious. Hiss, Snakeland's Douluo drew a sharp breath. Lin Yu withdrew his spirit and looked at Snakeland's Douluo. Your Excellency, my 3rd spirit ability is named, All Vegetation Looks Like Soldiers. It is an amplification spirit ability that can be maintained for a long time. Quote. After activation, my blue-silver grass's toughness increases by 2-fold, and its growth rate increases by 2-fold. At the same time, the sharpness of the leaf blade's edge will also be greatly enhanced, enough to pierce through metal and stone. Quote. This spirit ability could be said to have perfectly inherited the golden edge sisal leaves' extremely high fiber content and the metallized characteristics of its edges. Lin Yu expressed great satisfaction with this. Snakeland's Douluo looked at the collapsed large tree, then at Lin Yu's crystal sword-like leaves, nodded slowly, and evaluated. A very good spirit ability. Not only does it greatly enhance the strength of the blue-silver grass itself, but it also endows it with powerful piercing and cutting power, allowing the control system spirit master to also possess considerable lethal means. Quote. Speaking up to here, he paused, a look of regret showing on his face. However, you did not inherit the desperate strike that the golden edge sisal erupted with at the end. It's a bit of a pity. Quote. Hearing this, Lin Yu also nodded. The golden edge sisal's innate talent was very strong. At merely 5,000 years, it forced out Snakeland's Douluo's true spirit avatar, which could definitely be considered a divine skill. No, this talent cannot be missed. Later, when I have time, I'll dig into it carefully to see if I can use all vegetation looks like soldiers to create a similar self-created spirit ability. Quote. This thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind, but right now is not the time for in-depth research. After watching Lin Yu's spirit ability, Snakeland's Douluo spoke, since the spirit ring has been acquired, let's return to Heaven Do City. Quote. Having said that, he turned around and left. Yes, Your Excellency. Quote. Lin Yu quickly reined in his thoughts and hurried to keep up. Walking on the road, he thanked Snakeland's Douluo once again. For this spirit hunt, thank you Your Excellency for guarding me all the way, allowing this junior to smoothly break through to become a spirit elder. Quote. Snakeland's Douluo did not stop his steps, only turning his head slightly, his tone flat yet implying something. You don't have to thank me. I came here today entrusted by someone. The one you should thank the most is another lord. Quote. If not for her highly valuing your talent and giving personal instructions, I wouldn't have made a special trip to hunt a spirit ring for you. Quote. Lin Yu understood in his heart that the other party was referring to Jian Runshui, but on the surface he still put on a puzzled and curious look, asking. I wonder which lord favors this junior so much. Please tell me, Your Excellency, this junior will definitely repay them in the future. Quote. Yep, that's right, repay them in the future. Snakeland's Douluo shook his head, his tone unquestionable. The identity of that lord is not something you can know right now. You only need to know that her status in Spirit Hall is extremely high. Just keep today's matter in your heart. Quote. Cultivating hard and growing up early is the best repayment to that lord. Quote. Lin Yu nodded with a solemn expression. This junior understands. I will definitely not fail the lord's expectations. Quote. The two walked for a moment longer. Just as they were about to walk out of Sunset Forest, Lin Yu spoke again. Your Excellency, absorbing the spirit ring this time, although dangerous, also gave me some insights into spirit ring absorption. Quote. Perhaps, it can be of some help to the lord. Quote. Lin Yu had thought about it all the way, and ultimately decided to tell Jian Runshui some insights regarding absorbing spirit rings beyond the limit. Although the other party might not necessarily use it, it would at least count as returning her favor. Hearing this, Snakeland's Douluo paused slightly, a flash of interest in his eyes. Oh. Let's hear it. Quote. Lin Yu organized his words and said seriously. This junior believes that one of the key factors in whether a spirit master can absorb a spirit ring beyond the limit lies in the strength of their body. Quote. He used the physical strength enhanced during his secondary awakening as a basis and stated his thoughts. Based on this deduction, if someone at level 20 can have their physical strength enhanced through some method, for instance, absorbing a spirit bone. Quote. Then theoretically, they can directly absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring. Furthermore, one step fast means every step fast. The third ring might not necessarily be as high as mine, but 2 to 3,000 years should not be a problem, I suppose. Quote. Listening to this, Snakeland's Douluo's gaze gradually became profound. As a titled Douluo, his knowledge was broad. Just by making a simple deduction based on Lin Yu's words, he was able to arrive at a conclusion. The feasibility of this theory was extremely high, and the success rate of replicating it was not low either, possessing quite high research value. Snakeland's Douluo gave Lin Yu another deep look. Today, he had been amazed by this young man several times already. Your insight is very valuable. I will pass this matter on. The Lord will not be stingy with rewards for those who render meritorious service. Quote. Right, after you go to Heaven Do Imperial Academy, remember not to be too flamboyant. The fewer people who know about your spirit ring, the better. If anything happens, notify Solace directly. Quote. Don't misunderstand, this isn't my spirit hall intentionally keeping secrets to ourselves, but for the sake of your life safety. Quote. If in the future you become a spirit Douluo or titled Douluo and want to broadcast this far and wide, that is also your freedom. Quote. Thank you for the reminder, Your Excellency. This junior will keep it firmly in mind. Quote. As the two conversed, Heaven Do City was already in sight. Chapter 41, Jian Runshui's shock, failure in creating a spirit ability. Soon, Lin Yu and Snakeland's Douluo returned to Heaven Do City, moving nearly twice as fast as when they came. In front of the Spirit Hall Sanctuary, Snakeland's Douluo once again reminded Lin Yu to keep Jian Runshui's painstaking efforts and the precautions for the spirit ring in mind, and then left directly. Crown Prince's estate. Not long after Snakeland's Douluo returned, he met his old partner, Porcupinefish Douluo, in the courtyard. Shilong, you're back. Porcupinefish Douluo greeted him with a trace of teasing in his tone. How come I feel your spirit hunting trip was a bit slow? Could it be that you didn't take it seriously and took someone sightseeing instead? Ahem. A flash of unnatural embarrassment crossed Snakeland's Douluo's face, and he gave a light cough to cover it up. I was delayed a bit while looking for the spirit beast. That kid has high demands and specifically looked for a specific plant-type spirit beast, which took some time. He completely avoided mentioning that he was forced to unleash his spirit avatar when facing the golden edge sisal. As a titled Douluo, hunting a 1,000-year spirit beast was actually this thrilling. If he spoke of it, he would probably be laughed at by Porcupinefish for a lifetime. Snakeland's Douluo immediately changed the subject and said with a serious expression. Where's the young master right now? I have something to report. Seeing his serious expression, Porcupinefish Douluo put away his joking manner and pointed deep into the estate. The young master just returned and is currently in the study. Snakeland's Douluo nodded and said no more. With a flash of his figure, he arrived outside the study and knocked on the door. Thud. Come in. Jian Runshui's cold voice came from inside the door. Snakeland's Douluo pushed the door open and entered, lowering his head to respectfully bow to Jian Runshui behind the desk. Young master, this subordinate has returned. Jian Runshui raised her head, a pair of beautiful eyes looking at Snakeland's Douluo. Uncle, she has worked hard. Was this trip smooth? Reporting to young master, everything is smooth. Lin Yu has successfully absorbed the spirit ring, and... Snakeland's Douluo paused, his tone still carrying amazement. His third spirit ring is as high as 4,800 years old. 4,800 years. Jian Runshui's hand holding the document paused, and her beautiful eyes widened uncontrollably by 3 points. He can actually withstand a spirit ring of such age. Didn't any accidents happen? Although there were twists and turns, it ultimately succeeded. Snakeland's Douluo briefly described the spirit hunting process, focusing on how Lin Yu used the blue-silver domain to search for the spirit beast in the final process of transcending ranks to absorb the golden edge sisal. After listening, Qian Runshui fell silent for a moment. Although she could not completely imagine the process at that time from Snakeland's Douluo's words, she could still hear the thrilling danger in it. Seeing that Qian Runshui did not speak, Snakeland's Douluo continued. Not only that, young master, after absorbing the spirit ring, Lin Yu also proactively shared his insights regarding over-limit absorption of spirit rings. He repeated Lin Yu's theory that physical strength is the key to over-limit absorption, and that strengthening the physique through spirit bones early on could make over-limit absorption possible. After hearing this, Qian Runshui was first enlightened, and then a trace of annoyance could not help but emerge on her exquisitely beautiful face. I see, why didn't I think of this method? Otherwise, my spirit rings could have been even stronger. Although she would inherit the angel god position in the future and her spirit rings would be upgraded during the divine trials, the initial age of the spirit rings was still crucial. Moreover, as someone who had absorbed 2 pieces of angelic divine gear spirit bones, she had a deeper understanding of this aspect. Indeed, after a spirit master finishes absorbing a spirit bone, their physical fitness will experience a massive enhancement. In this aspect, even the head spirit bone, which primarily enhances mental force, is no exception. Snakeland's Douluo hurriedly comforted. The young master is of 1,000 gold body and the future of the spirit hall, how can you easily take risks? Moreover, with the young master's talent, even step by step, you will surely step into the high priest realm in the future and achieve the status of a super Douluo. Qian Runshui shook her head. Snakeland's Douluo was not an elder of the consecration hall and knew very little about the divine trials, so it was not easy for her to explain too much. After a moment, she sighed softly. I didn't expect that on the path of cultivation, I would actually benefit immensely from a youth who just broke through to a spirit elder. Lin Yu truly is an interesting person. When saying this, Qian Runshui's tone was slightly complicated, containing curiosity, appreciation, and a subtle sense of frustration at being outdone on the path of cultivation. You must know that as an peerless prodigy with innate level 20 spirit power, she had always been quite disdainful of those so-called geniuses in the eyes of the world, but now she had been shocked by Lin Yu several times in succession. I don't know how far he can go in the future. Perhaps one day, he might even be able to walk side by side with me. For a moment, the impression of Lin Yu in her heart grew increasingly profound, much like a lonely person finding a kindred spirit in the world. But soon, Qian Runshui adjusted her mood. Lin Yu's insights are very valuable. Although it is a bit late for me, it might open up new ideas for the spirit hall to cultivate younger spirit masters. For this matter, give him credit. Notify Solace's side that if Lin Yu has any requests, as long as they are not too excessive, satisfy them as much as possible. Obey, young master. Spirit hall sanctuary, inside the bedroom. After a brief report to Solace, Lin Yu returned to his own bedroom. Inside the room at this moment, countless blue-silver emperors were spread across the floor like a carpet. Their slender leaves swayed gently, and the sound of metal clashing echoed between their collisions, which was quite pleasant to the ear. Lin Yu sat on the bed, 3 spirit rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, circling around his body. His handsome face was filled with distress at the moment. How on earth can I reproduce the natal talent of the golden edge sisal in the form of a self-created spirit ability? Thinking of this, Lin Yu reached out a hand. His third spirit ability instantly lit up. Countless swaying leaves instantly became straight, resembling thousands of soldiers raising their swords to their emperor to show loyalty. However, he did not stop. The light blue ripples in his natal spirit ring flashed simultaneously. Blue-silver domain, release. Emperor's defense, activate. In an instant, those blue-silver emperor leaves that had already been enhanced by all vegetation looked like soldiers were strengthened once again under the blessing of Emperor's defense. Bits of golden radiance flowed along the golden veins of the blue-silver emperor toward the blade edges, as if replenishing energy. In a flash, the golden light was dazzling, illuminating the entire room. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred. As the re-strengthened leaf blades swayed gently, streams of golden ripples actually rippled out in the air. That was not a halo, but genuine sword chi. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu raised his hand and beckoned, and a long sword composed of blue-silver emperor leaves appeared in his hand. With a gentle wave, a beam of sword chi was instantly slashed out, and the corner of a table not far away was instantly cut off, showing its sharpness. However, although the attack power of the sword chi was strong, it could not accumulate energy like the golden edge sisal to transform into a foundation. One was a conventional means that could be used normally, while the other was a trump card that could turn the tables at a critical moment. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. After thinking for a long time, Lin Yu gained nothing. Finally, he collapsed dejectedly onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. A self-created spirit ability is indeed not something you can think of on a whim. Matters have come to this, let's sleep first and think about it slowly later. Chapter 42, Immersed in the Poison Abyss and the Begonia Death Curse. Within the mountains and forests on the east side of Heaven-Do City, a magnificent and resplendent complex of buildings stood. Facilities such as teaching buildings, sports grounds, libraries, and simulated cultivation grounds were fully equipped. This was precisely the exclusive academy funded and constructed by the Heaven-Do Imperial family, specially used to teach the descendants of the nobility to cultivate their spirits. Heaven-Do Imperial Academy. The Education Committee Office. Meng Chenji, Bai Baoshan, and Zhou successively read the letter of introduction handed over by Lin Yu, looking at each other with peculiar expressions. Bai Baoshan took the lead in transmitting his voice to the other two. What kind of medicine is Solace selling in this gourd? Instead of sending his spirit hall's genius to Spirit City, he shoved them over to us. It is indeed fishy. However, it is true that this letter bears the Crown Prince's seal. Zhou replied, likewise filled with doubt. Meng Chenji pondered for a moment. I don't get it either. However, since the Crown Prince has stamped it, we only need to act according to the rules. Although Heaven-Do Imperial Academy nominally only recruited noble children, there were no lack of exceptions. For example, Yu Tianong and Du Guyan, there were no peerage titles within their respective families, but their backgrounds were the best pass. A title Douluo was more convincing than any peerage title. Zhou nodded, took out a blank admission registration form from the desk, handed it to Lin Yu, and his attitude was gentle. Child, fill out this form first. We need to record your basic information. His spirit was named Azure Vine, which was also a plant-type spirit with extremely strong vitality. The moment he first saw Lin Yu today, an inexplicable sense of closeness had arisen. Yes, senior. Lin Yu respectfully took the form and pen, and began to fill it out. When the 3 education committee members looked at Lin Yu's information, the calmness on their faces could no longer be maintained, and their shock was beyond words. 12 years old, rank 32. Kid, are you sure you didn't make a mistake somewhere? Bai Baoshan exclaimed. A 12-year-old spirit elder completely exceeded their usual perception of a genius. Even the most talented Yu Tianan and Du Guiyan currently in the academy were far inferior to Lin Yu at this age. For a moment, even the blue silver king filled out by Lin Yu was subconsciously overlooked by the 3 education committee members. Lin Yu shook his head, did not release his spirit, but simply urged his spirit power. Whoosh. That spirit power aura, which had stabilized following a night of cultivation, was instantly displayed before the 3-spirit Douluo. Bai Baoshan still did not believe it and grabbed Lin Yu's hand. With just a casual touch, his entire body instantly froze. Old Bai, how is it? Is it true? Meng Chenji looked at Bai Baoshan's reaction and asked doubtfully. Bai Baoshan opened his mouth, his voice somewhat dry. That's right, the bone age matches up. Zhilin abruptly raised his head, quickly exchanged a look with Meng Chenji and Bai Baoshan, and then transmitted his voice. I understand. The Crown Prince must have known about this child's talent. A 12-year-old rank 32 spirit elder, what kind of concept is this? A future title Douluo is practically a certainty. The Crown Prince wants to keep him in the Empire to become a pillar of the Empire's future. Otherwise, with such talent, why wouldn't Solace send him to Spirit City for further education? They must have reached some kind of deal. Meng Chenji and Bai Baoshan looked at each other and nodded simultaneously. That makes sense. Meng Chenji took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, looked at Lin Yu and tentatively asked, Lin Yu, why didn't you go to Spirit Hall Academy? That place should be more suitable for you, right? Lord Bishop said this year's quota was full, and in order not to delay me, he let me come to study at Heaven-Do Imperial Academy. If Meng Chenji could believe a reason like that, ghosts would exist. A look of, as expected, flashed through the eyes of the 3, all doubts in their hearts vanished, and their gazes toward Lin Yu became warm and valued. The smile on Meng Chenji's face became enthusiastic. He stood up and personally took the completed form from Lin Yu's hands. Good, Lin Yu, starting from today, you officially become a member of our Heaven-Do Imperial Academy. He paused for a moment and continued to introduce. According to the spirit power levels of the students, our academy is divided into 3 grades, Tianwei grade, Tianji grade, and Tiando grade. With your level 32, you can directly enter the Tiando grade to study. Later, I will personally take you to the Tiando grade classroom. I hope you can cultivate with peace of mind and not live up to the academy's expectations. Lin Yu hurriedly stood up and bowed to the 3 education committee members. Thank you, 3 education committee members, this junior will definitely not let you down. ... Following behind Meng Chenji, Lin Yu quickly arrived at the exclusive teaching area for the Tiando grade. This was an independent building. On the way here, Meng Chenji had introduced it. Those able to be promoted to the Tiando grade were the elite among elites, and the academy specifically equipped them with exclusive simulated cultivation rooms. Facilities such as furnace rooms, ice rooms, and pool rooms were fully available. The Heaven-Do Imperial family's investment in this could be called utterly lavish. Meng Chenji led Lin Yu and stopped in front of a classroom. Through the glass window, Lin Yu could see about 20 students sitting inside, most of whom were between 15 or 16 and 18 or 19 years old. On the podium, a young teacher dressed in tight black attire, around 27 or 28 years old, was lecturing. Sensing the movement outside the door, the young teacher stopped his lecture and cast his gaze over. Meng Chenji waved at him. Teacher Chin, please come out for a moment. Teacher Chin, Lin Yu's heart stirred. If he hadn't guessed Snake Lance Douluo earlier because of the scarcity of information, now that he was in Heaven-Do Imperial Academy, coupled with the Tiando grade and the surname Chin, this information was already enough. The person before him should be one of the rare graduates of Shrek Academy. Fiery blazing wolf Chin Ming. The moment the word Shrek came out, Lin Yu instantly thought of Flender's hunting down, and his gaze towards Chin Ming also became profound. Chin Ming signaled the students to wait a moment, walked quickly out of the classroom, and respectfully bowed to Meng Chenji. Chief Meng, you're looking for me. Meng Chenji nodded, turned sideways to let Lin Yu in front of him, and introduced, Teacher Chin, this is the newly enrolled student, Lin Yu. Please take good care of him in the future. Hearing this, Chin Ming nodded, glanced at Lin Yu, and was also momentarily shocked by his handsome appearance. However, in his mind, Lin Yu was probably just another noble child, and his expression was lukewarm. Classmate Lin Yu, welcome. I am Chin Ming, one of the instructors for the Tiando grade. Sorry for the trouble, please take care of me from now on. Lin Yu's tone was flat, and he didn't say much else. Seeing that the two knew each other, Meng Chenji gave Chin Ming a few more instructions before turning and leaving. Classmate Lin Yu, come in with me, introduce yourself to everyone, and consider it a preliminary acquaintance. Lin Yu followed behind Chin Ming into the classroom, his gaze instantly sweeping across the 20-odd people present. Among them, a youth with a stiff face, a young girl with short purple hair and green nail polish, as well as a silver-haired young girl with a white light veil beside her, instantly came into view. The memories in Lin Yu's mind instantly resonated. Looking at the 3 of them, a trace of dim light flashed across his eyes, and several bubbles of different colors also began to emerge above their heads. Lightning affinity, green, immersed in the poison abyss, blue as well as a dazzling gold. Golden light once again. Lin Yu widened his eyes, looking at the silver-haired young girl. Floating strikingly above her head was a golden bubble. Begonia Death Curse, gold. Chapter 43 Begonia Death Curse, Gold Curse of a God. Which family is this guy from? How come I have never heard of him? Just looking at that face makes my fist itch. Tisk tisk tisk, I think you are just jealous. Being able to come to the Heaven-Do Imperial Academy, he should also be a noble. It must be a newly conferred title after becoming a spirit elder, or else a minor noble from somewhere else. After Lin Yu was brought into the classroom by Chin Ming, a series of discussions immediately sounded from beneath the podium. The purple-haired girl's originally perfunctory state was also attracted by Lin Yu's arrival, her delicate body straightening slightly. Just at this moment, she suddenly discovered that her good sister, on that calm, world-weary and aloof pretty face, now unexpectedly revealed a rare expression of curiosity and doubt, staring blankly at Lin Yu. The purple-haired girl suddenly became interested. Her pretty face leaned close to the silver-haired girl's white jade-like earlobe, her breath fragrant like orchids as she teased. Lang Lang, you wouldn't have taken a fancy to him, would you? While speaking, the girl glanced at Lin Yu out of the corner of her eye, nodding slightly. This kid is indeed quite good-looking. I really didn't expect you to go for this type. No wonder you have that expression every day. It turns out you just look down on those crooked melons and split dates. The girl's banter instantly made Yi Linglang's pretty face flush with a blush, and she patted Du Guiyan beside her with some shy annoyance. Yan Yan, what are you talking about? I just feel that there is a sense of familiarity on this person, that's all. TCH, if you like him, why be embarrassed? Du Guyan puckered her red lips, and suddenly seeing Lin Yu's gaze cast over, she immediately poked Yi Langlang with her elbow, covering her mouth and smiling. Langlang, look quickly, that person is looking at you. Just as the numerous students were watching and discussing, Lin Yu also took this opportunity to look over the few people he roughly recognized. A dim light flashed in his eyes, and above the heads of the three people suspected to be Yu Tianong, Du Guyan, and Yi Langlang, several bubbles suddenly appeared. Lin Yu looked at Yu Tianong first. Not many, only 3 bubbles. Innate rank 7 blue lightning affinity, green rigid, white. Seeing it at first glance, Lin Yu nodded inwardly. It fit his impression of Yu Tianong very well. It's just that the talent grade of innate rank 7 blue, in his view, was far too flattering to this fellow. Lin Yu clearly remembered that 3 or 4 years later, when the Heaven Do team went to Suotuo City for a match, Yu Tianong was already in his early 20s, yet his rank was only a mere level 39. At such an age and such a rank. Not to mention comparing to the Shrek 7 Devils, he couldn't even compare to Shui Binger and Huo Wu. Such a talent being praised as one of the Blue Lightning Twin Stars was truly somewhat inconsistent with reality. As for lightning affinity, green, it was also quite average, only slightly increasing the damage of lightning attributes. Soon, Lin Yu's gaze moved away from Yu Tianong and looked at the girl with short purple hair and a gorgeous face. According to the traits displayed above her head, he could conclude that the person before him was definitely Du Guyan. In terms of spirit power, she was about the same as Yu Tianong, both being rank 7. What caught Lin Yu's eye the most was that extremely special trait. Immersed in Poison Abyss, blue. Immersed in Poison Abyss, innate poisoning, as if in an abyss. Greatly increases poison attribute attacks. As age increases and erosion deepens, poison attacks also strengthen accordingly. Lin Yu looked at the trait introduction and pondered inwardly. Innate, meaning she was already poisoned in the womb. That being said, if she hadn't met Tang San, Du Guyan might not necessarily have lived to her parents' age. As age grows, the toxins become stronger and stronger, perhaps this trait might even be upgraded to purple in the future. But by that time, Du Guyan herself might find it hard to endure. But now with me, everything is different. After looking at Du Guyan, Lin Yu's gaze finally fell upon the silver-haired girl who possessed the unique golden light. Yi Langlang. To be honest, he hadn't expected to be able to see a golden trait on the other party's body. Among everyone he had seen before, the only ones who possessed golden traits were Tang San and Qian Runshui. And what kind of people were these two? One was a Tang sect disciple who transmigrated from another world and was reborn through possession, and the other was a descendant of the angel god and the successor to the next angel god. Both of them were the absolute protagonists of this era. As for Yi Langlang, placed in the original work Lin Yu had read, she was merely a supporting character in the early stage used to set off the Shrek 7 Devils, with pitifully little screen time. The only thing worth mentioning was her 9-heart begonia spirit. Yet upon such a girl, Lin Yu saw a golden trait that only the two protagonists possessed. His gaze naturally also attracted the attention of Du Guyan and Yi Langlang, but he didn't care, instead staring straight at the floating golden bubble. Begonia Death Curse, gold. Begonia Death Curse, a forbidden curse passed down in the bloodline and spirit. There will only ever be 2 9-heart begonia flowers in the entire world, and only when one of them withers will a new flower bloom. Acquiring powerful healing power at the cost of life. Note, not naturally formed, containing the mysteries of life and death. Seeing this series of weird introductions, Lin Yu couldn't help frowning. All the golden traits he had seen before, whether it was rebirth through possession, mysterious heaven treasure record, or Qian Runshui's angel series, were all very easy to understand. However, only this begonia death curse of Yi Langlang before him left Lin Yu completely baffled. What does it mean by not naturally formed, containing the mysteries of life and death? Could the Yi family's curse have been deliberately created by someone? No, humans are obviously impossible, so that can only mean a god. That's right, setting Tang San aside for now, just talking about Qian Runshui, anything associated with the angel god is golden. Viewed this way, the Yi family's curse probably also relates to some divinity in the god realm. The mysteries of life and death. Lin Yu muttered to himself, his expression suddenly turning stern. It wouldn't be that one, would it? Just at this moment, Jinming had already briefly explained the situation to the students below the podium and then looked at the somewhat dazed Lin Yu. Come on, classmate Lin Yu, introduce yourself to everyone. Interrupted by Jinming's voice, Lin Yu pulled back his thoughts and nodded. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Yu. Spirit is Blue Silver King, a level 32 control system battle spirit elder, please advise. As soon as this introduction came out, exclamations rang out below again. Blue Silver King, isn't that just blue silver grass? Exactly, isn't it a trash spirit? Don't say that, he is a spirit elder after all. Hearing everyone's discussion, Yi Langlang's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and Du Guyan directly turned her head, shouting coldly. All of you, shut up. With Du Guyan speaking up, the entire audience instantly fell silent. There was no help for it, even though over 90% of the people present were nobles, no one dared to provoke Du Guyan, as that was purely courting death. After Lin Yu finished his self-introduction, Jinming asked him to find a seat and sit down. Just as he stepped off the platform, he saw Du Guyan waving at him. Hey, come over here. Lin Yu didn't refuse either. Under the gaze of numerous eyes, he sat down behind Du Guyan and Yi Langlang. Chapter 44, Goodwill and Hostility. Lin Yu had just sat down. Du Guyan in front turned around, her emerald green, slightly enchanting eyes looking at Lin Yu with curiosity. Lin Yu, your spirit, is it really blue silver grass? It wasn't that she wanted to question him, it was just that a level 32 spirit elder matched with blue silver grass had too strong of a contrast. Even if Lin Yu had said blue silver king, it would have been the same. Of course, she actually strongly agreed with Lin Yu's statement, because her spirit was a green phosphorus snake, while her grandfather Du Gubo's spirit was actually the jade phosphor serpent, the emperor of the green phosphorus snake clan. Lin Yu's expression was calm, and he nodded. Yes, it can be considered a rather special blue silver grass. As he spoke, he spread open the palm of his right hand, his thoughts shifting slightly. In an instant, a small grass emitting a blue golden halo unfolded from his palm. Immediately, an incomparably pure breath of life permeated the air, making the surrounding air seem a bit fresher. It was precisely the blue silver emperor. Wow, so pretty. Yi Langlang's lifeless silver eyes lit up slightly, and she couldn't help letting out a low exclamation. She was not a girl easily attracted by appearances, but the natural aura emitted by the blue silver emperor deeply touched her. What surprised her even more was that as the blue-silver emperor appeared, that inexplicable sense of familiarity in her heart became incomparably clear. If the intensity sensed on the podium earlier was 1, then witnessing it up close at this moment was 10. Yi Lenglang only felt that Lin Yu in front of her no longer seemed like just a person, but nature itself. So much that the 9-heart begonia within her body trembled slightly, transmitting an unprecedented sense of comfort. Seeing Yi Lenglang's unprecedented reaction, Du Guyan couldn't help chuckling and blinked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, you are the first person to make our Lenglang show this expression, oh. Lin Yu withdrew the blue-silver emperor and gave Yi Lenglang a gentle smile, this is my honor. Only then did Yi Lenglang realize her lapse in composure, her cheeks under her veil grew slightly warm, and she flusteredly looked away, giving a soft hum that was barely audible. Ahem. At this moment, Qin Ming gave a couple of soft coughs, his gaze sweeping across the whispering people. Although he didn't name anyone, the warning implication was full. Seeing this, Lin Yu gave an apologetic smile to the two young maidens. Let's listen to the class properly first. All right then, we'll chat after class. Du Guyan smiled brightly as she pulled Yi Lenglang to turn back. And all of this was taken in by Yu Tianong, Osro, and Yu Feng sitting not far away on the other side. Osro leaned sideways toward Yu Tianong, whose expression was stiff, lowering his voice with a tone that seemed to carry a bit of jealousy. Boss, in the entire Heaven Do Imperial Academy, who doesn't know that Sister Yanzi is the person you've set your sights on? This kid just arrived and immediately dared to sit right next to Sister Yanzi and Lenglang and chat so warmly. Should we remind him of the rules after class? Hearing this, Yu Feng, who was similarly slender in build but had a more lively temperament on the side, curled his lip and glanced at Osro. Osro, if you can, why don't you go up? You've only just broken through to become a spirit elder, but that kid is already at level 32, personally sent over by Chief Meng Shenji, and we haven't figured out his background yet. Besides, the vice captain is happy to talk to people herself, is it any of your business? Choked by Yu Feng, Osro was somewhat irritated and glared at him. Yu Feng, whose side are you actually on? Enough, be quiet both of you. Yu Tianong gave a low shout, interrupting the two's dispute. Although his expression was still stiff, it was obviously much heavier than before. His gaze swept past Lin Yu and fell upon Du Guyan. His eyes were complex, but ultimately he didn't say anything more. The time of one class passed quickly. The class bell rang, and as soon as Qin Ming left the classroom, Du Guyan immediately turned around, generously extending her right hand toward Lin Yu. Let's officially get to know each other. My name is Du Guyan, Spirit Green Phosphorus Snake, and just like you, I am a level 32 Control System Spirit Elder. Green Phosphorus Snake, Dugu. A slightly surprised expression appeared on Lin Yu's face. Could you be the granddaughter of the Green Phosphorus Crown? That's right, it's me. Du Guyan nodded without any concealment. Being able to enter Heaven Do Imperial Academy, guessing her identity wasn't difficult. If someone couldn't guess it, that would instead surprise her. She looked at Lin Yu with a playful smile at the corners of her mouth. What, are you scared? How could that be? Lin Yu laughed heartily, politely extending his hand as well. He gently shook hands with Du Guyan before letting go, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. Pleased to meet you, classmate Du Guyan. Following that, his gaze naturally turned toward Yi Lenglang. Yi Lenglang was also secretly watching Lin Yu at this moment. Seeing his gaze turn toward her, her face seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then under Du Guyan's encouraging gaze, she somewhat awkwardly extended her slender, fair hand. Lin Yu likewise gently shook it like a gentleman. Immediately, a faint coolness came over, touching and parting instantly. Yi Lenglang, level 28 support system tool spirit elder, spirit 9 heart begonia. Her voice was still very soft, carrying a trace of imperceptible nervousness. After finishing, she quickly withdrew her hand. Level 28. Lin Yu was somewhat surprised, and this was true surprise. Didn't they say that the Heaven Do grade requires level 30 or above? I am rather special, Yi Lenglang said softly. Du Guyan watched the interaction between the two from the side. Especially Yi Lenglang's rare shy appearance, causing the corners of Du Guyan's lips to inevitably curve into an arc akin to an Andy smile. She stood up with a swish. How boring is it just sitting here? Come on, Lin Yu, Lenglang and I will take you for a good tour of the academy to get familiar with the environment. With that, Du Guyan directly pulled Yi Lenglang, who still hadn't quite reacted, and called out to Lin Yu. Just like that, the three of them swaggeringly left the classroom under the watchful eyes of everyone. This scene once again clearly fell into Yu Tianong's eyes. He looked at the departing backs of the three, especially Du Guyan's rather enthusiastic attitude, and finally couldn't help standing up. It wasn't that he liked Du Guyan all that much, rather, Du Gubo behind her was an important bargaining chip that would allow him to surpass Yu Tianqing within the second succeed as the next head of the family. Lin Yu. Naturally, Osro also saw Yu Tianong's change and immediately stood up with an excited expression, standing side by side. Boss, should we? Don't be anxious yet, wait another 2 days and give that kid a chance, otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. As he spoke, a blue-purple electric flash suddenly streaked across the depths of Yu Tianong's eyes, vanishing in a flash. Standing by Yi Lenglang's side, chatting and laughing with Du Guyan, Lin Yu naturally felt that unfriendly gaze. However, his expression didn't change in the slightest, and he didn't even spare half a glance. For him now, among his peers, there were already not many who could be regarded as opponents by him. In his eyes, Yu Tianong was fundamentally no different from a clown jumping on a stage. Chapter 45, Shrek Physical Training, outdated. Early in the morning sun pierced through the horizon. An imperceptible streak of purple chi coming from the east shot into the dormitory area of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy at an unobservable speed. Inside the dormitory, Lin Yu's eyes were filled with purple, and the purple chi of the morning sun continuously refined his eyes and spirit, leaving his brain clear and sharp. A moment later, the anomaly slowly faded away, but the sharp gleam in his eyes became even more brilliant and radiant. Who? Lin Yu let out a long breath and slowly stood up. The effect of soul vigor, purple is really good. Although I have only practiced purple demon eye for more than a month, I have already walked a considerable distance in terms of overall realm. Even without any heavenly treasures, I can advance to the micro realm in at most half a year, and step into the mustard seed realm within 3 years. As for Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track and Mysterious Jade Hand, they have also made significant progress, but unfortunately, there is still no clue regarding self-created spirit ability. Thinking of the fatal strike from the golden pattern Sisal, Lin Yu felt a bit envious but truly had no other way. Sigh, but being anxious is useless. Even if it is created according to expectations and can be used as a trump card, I cannot spend too much time on this aspect. I mustn't learn from Feng Xiaodian and put the cart before the horse. After sighing with emotion, Lin Yu turned around to tease the golden veined blue silver grass, then walked out of the dormitory. Walking out of the dormitory area, Lin Yu walked familiarly towards the Heaven Do grade teaching building. 4 days had passed since enrollment. During these past few days, he, Du Guyan, and Yi Lengling had also formed a preliminary acquaintance. Especially with the help of handsome and elegant and the natural breath of the Blue Silver Emperor, their familiarity grew at an exponential rate. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them friends now. Of course, as he talked more and more with the two young women, the hostility Lin Yu perceived from Yu Tianeng became stronger and stronger. Lin Yu had just walked into the classroom. His gaze was immediately attracted by two figures in the classroom. Completely different from the previous few days. Today, Du Guyan and Yi Lengling had both changed out of their elegant dresses and put on rather form-fitting sportswear, outlining the youthful and graceful figures of the young women. Du Guyan's pretty face wore no makeup yet remained bright and moving, and Yi Lengling's silver hair was rarely tied into a high ponytail, reducing her coldness by a few fractions and adding a bit of capability and vitality. Seeing this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he spared no praise. Yanzi, Lengling, you two look truly dashing today. Thank you. Du Guyan smiled sweetly and accepted the compliment generously, while Yi Lengling lowered her head, her cheeks feeling somewhat hot as she softly thanked him. However, seeing that Lin Yu still hadn't reacted, Du Guyan smiled and explained. There is physical training and actual combat training today, so Lengling and I changed into clothes that are convenient for movement. Lin Yu suddenly realized, I see. At this moment, footsteps came from the classroom door. Yu Tianeng walked in, bringing Osro and Yu Feng along. Yu Tianeng's gaze swept across Lin Yu, who was standing and chatting with Du Guyan and Yi Lengling, and his expression instantly sank, a suppressed anger rising in his heart. Lin Yu, since you are so oblivious, don't blame me for being impolite. Du Guyan is not someone you can touch. However, although anger surged in his heart, his stiff face didn't change much, and his gaze exchanged a look with Osro behind him, leaving everything unsaid. Class time arrived quickly. Qin Ming walked into the classroom on time and clapped his hands. Everyone, gather at the playground. Everyone followed Qin Ming to the playground. However, when Lin Yu saw the baskets of varying sized stones placed along the edge of the field, a few black lines couldn't help but hang down his forehead. When he heard about physical training, combined with Qin Ming's background, a vague bad premonition arose in his heart. He didn't expect that premonition to actually come true. He turned his head to look at Du Guyan and Yi Lengling beside him, asking somewhat incredulously. Yanzi, don't tell me that our physical training is running while carrying this basket of stones. That's right, the two young women nodded one after another. It has always been like this. Teacher Qin said this is the most effective method to exercise basic physical strength and endurance, an experience he learned from his alma mater. Yi Lengling also whispered in addition. Although it's very tiring, it is indeed effective. The volume of their conversation was not loud, but Osro, standing not far away, heard it clearly. His eyes lit up, and he deliberately said loudly to Lin Yu. Yo, Lin Yu, it's only been a few days since you arrived, and you already have opinions about the training method. Teacher Qin is a Spirit King expert after all, and his training method is something you can question. As soon as these words came out, many students looked over, and the eyes of many male students looking at Lin Yu carried a bit of unkindness. Lin Yu walking closely with Du Guyan and Yi Lengling had long since caused dissatisfaction among some people. You must know that Du Guyan and Yi Lengling were the two universally recognized delicate flowers of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Although they didn't dare to provoke them, watching Lin Yu approach them so easily naturally made them feel somewhat envious in their hearts. Lin Yu looked at Osro, his expression calm without denying it. An opinion is hardly the word, I just feel that this training method is indeed somewhat outdated. Hearing this, Qin Ming's expression sank. As a student who came out of Shrek Academy, how could he tolerate others questioning the Academy's teaching methods? But as a teacher, he did not flare up immediately, only looking at Lin Yu with sharp eyes. Seeing that Lin Yu actually dared to admit it, Osro became even more excited, carrying obvious provocation. Outdated. Lin Yu, do you know that Teacher Qin Ming's set of training methods was brought back from his alma mater? Teacher Qin is only 30 years old now, and he is already a level 58 Spirit King, not far from a Spirit Emperor. Looking across the mainland, how many people can achieve such accomplishments at this age? How can you, a newly enrolled freshman, allow yourself to comment on the training methods he brought? With someone taking the lead, naturally others followed. That's right, Teacher Qin's method must be the best. Some people just have better luck with a mutated spirit, really thinking they understand everything. It's easy to talk when you're not the one doing it. If you have the ability, come up with a better method. For a moment, other male students who had long found Lin Yu unpleasing to the eye also chimed in one after another, sneering and mocking Lin Yu. The scene suddenly appeared somewhat noisy. Facing the verbal abuse, Lin Yu's expression did not change at all. The Xuandian internal energy in his body circulated slightly, and though his voice was not loud, it clearly overwhelmed all the discussions. Quiet. This scolding instantly made those clamoring students' hearts chill, subconsciously shutting their mouths. Lin Yu's gaze swept across the crowd, finally looking at Osro. What I'm going to say next is not targeting anyone. Teacher Qin being able to reach level 58 at the age of 30 shows astonishing talent. On the day of enrollment, he had also looked at Qin Ming. His innate rank 8 blue talent was indeed quite decent. However, what he hated most was elevating Shrek people onto a pedestal, as if there were no other geniuses besides them. Chapter 46, the mainland's second youngest Spirit Emperor. Who acknowledged that? Lin Yu glanced at Osro, swept his gaze across the crowd, changed the subject, and raised his voice. Praising someone is fine, but if you boast too much, it becomes somewhat hypocritical. Looking across the mainland, the current Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall is only a little over 40, yet he is already a titled Douluo. More than a decade ago, the Haoshan twins also reached Spirit Douluo or even titled Douluo by their 40s. Compared to them, what is a 30-year-old Spirit King worth? As soon as his voice fell, someone impatiently retorted. Those lords are geniuses only seen once in a millennium, how can they be easily compared to ordinary people? Fine, then we won't compare them. Lin Yu nodded, his gaze sweeping over the unconvinced student, and continued. Throughout the previous elite tournaments, which of the captains from high-level academies like Tianshui and Blazing Fire didn't reach high-level Spirit Ancestor around the age of 20? Is it that hard for them to break through to Spirit Emperor by 30? As for exaggerating Qin Ming into the mainland's second youngest Spirit Emperor a few years later, Lin Yu couldn't even be bothered to mock it. Not looking too far ahead, just take Feng Xiaodian a few years later. He was already 24 when he participated in the competition, and back then he was only around level 40-something. Yet 5 years later, he had already broken through to Spirit Emperor, and this was the result of catching up from beyond the Golden Age. As for others like Huo Wu, Huo Wushhuang, and Shui Binger, they also reached mid to high-level Spirit King in their early 20s. Perhaps you could say this is the golden trend when the protagonists appear, but pushing back a few centuries to the era of Jian Daoliu. Those high priests like Qingdanao and Guangling definitely had talents no less inferior to Shui Binger and the others. A spirit emperor under 30 was truly already standard practice. Beyond this age, don't even think about Super Douluo. Qinming. Sorry, he really doesn't make the cut. These words left quite a few students speechless. Everything Lin Yu said was facts, they couldn't deny it. At the same time, they also felt that the filter in their hearts seemed to have shattered a bit. Lin Yu didn't stop, he pointed at the crude baskets and stones on the ground, his tone carrying undisguised skepticism. Secondly, it's this training method. Heaven Do Imperial Academy is supported by the royal family, and our annual funding can be described as astronomical. Can't we even afford to customize a few sets of well-fitting weighted iron clothes or sandbag suits? Must we use such a primitive method? As the dignified first academy of the empire, the training equipment is actually this crude and backward. Wouldn't it make people laugh if word got out? As soon as these words came out, the students who were previously somewhat resentful suddenly froze. Even Du Guyan and Yi Lenglang looked at Lin Yu with a slight twinkle in their eyes, unable to help falling into deep thought. They thought carefully about it. What Lin Yu said actually made a lot of sense. Running with a basket on your back puts all the weight on your shoulders, and running for a long time indeed makes your shoulders ache unbearably. If it could be changed to a body-hugging weighted suit with the weight evenly distributed, the effect would definitely be better and much more comfortable. Many people's gazes subconsciously turned toward Qinming. Qinming's complexion was already somewhat livid. He hadn't expected Lin Yu not only to question his training methods, but also to speak with every sentence making sense, leaving him hard-pressed to refute. Qinming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the displeasure in his heart. What student Lin Yu said indeed has some reason to it. Regarding the issue of training equipment, I will report it to the education committee. However, today's training plan was set long ago and cannot be changed because of this. Everyone, follow the original plan, carry the stone baskets and run 50 laps around the back mountain training ground. Start now. TCH, Lin Yu curled his lips. Seeing Qinming speak up, the students stepped forward one after another to choose. Yu Tianong gave Lin Yu a cold glance, took the lead in carrying a larger bamboo basket, and strode off running. Osro, Yu Feng, and the others hurriedly followed. Lin Yu casually picked one and put it on his back. The training officially began. A single lap around the training grounds track was about 500 meters, and 50 laps meant 25 kilometers. For a spirit master at the spirit elder level, this distance itself wasn't too hard to endure, but with the added weight, it became quite a test of physical strength and endurance. Especially since all the weight was pressed behind them, transmitting through both shoulders to the entire body, making it even more uncomfortable. Lin Yu adjusted his breathing and pace, running in the middle of the group at an even speed. His body had undergone the Blue-Silver Emperor awakening and spirit ring reinforcement, far surpassing his peers. This level of intensity was nothing to him. But for the two women beside him, it was somewhat strenuous. Especially Yi Lenglang, as a support system spirit master whose spirit power was below level 30, she was considered to have the poorest physical constitution in the class. Barely after running 2 laps, sweat was already visible on her fair forehead. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu ran to her side and removed some of the stones from her basket. Lenglang, if you feel uncomfortable, don't force yourself to push through. Training that harms the body like this is meaningless. I know. Yi Lenglang nodded obediently, her face slightly flushed, whether from the rush of blood while running or from shyness, it was unknown. Seeing Yi Lenglang become a bit more relaxed, Lin Yu then looked at Du Guyan, who was running side by side with her. Yanzi, how are you doing? Du Guyan let out a soft breath and gently shook her pretty head. I'm fine, just take good care of Lenglang. As a beast spirit elder, this little difficulty was still a piece of cake for her, at least for now. Lin Yu nodded, his speed not increasing as he steadily kept pace beside the two women. However, after running about a dozen laps, which was roughly a dozen kilometers or so, Lin Yu keenly noticed that Du Guyan's breathing had become somewhat disordered, and her complexion had also turned a bit pale. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Du Guyan's expression change drastically. MGH. Du Guyan suddenly let out a muffled groan, her footing staggered, her hands instinctively clutching her lower abdomen as her figure swayed toward falling. Careful. Lin Yu reacted extremely quickly, stepping out with ghost shadow perplexing track, reaching out to wrap his arm around Du Guyan's waist and steadying her swaying figure. Warmth and softness entered his embrace, but he could feel that Du Guyan's delicate body was trembling slightly at this moment. Yanzi. Yi Lenglang, who was slightly behind, also immediately noticed her best friend's abnormality, hurriedly stopping her steps with eyes full of worry. Lin Yu frowned slightly, seeing that within just a few seconds, Du Guyan's originally rosy pretty face had turned pale, fine sweat beads seeping out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Quick, put down the basket. He whispered to Du Guyan, while simultaneously helping her remove the stone basket from her back. Du Guyan nodded with difficulty, biting her lip, letting Lin Yu and Yi Lenglang support her to sit down in the shade of a nearby tree. Yi Lenglang squatted beside Du Guyan and anxiously asked. Yanzi, what's wrong with you? Where are you feeling uncomfortable? She subconsciously wanted to release 9 hard begonia to perform healing. However, watching her best friend's movement, Du Guyan immediately pressed down her hand and gently shook her head. I'm fine, Lenglang, just give me a moment to recover. However, Lin Yu's expression was solemn at this moment, his right hand resting on Du Guyan's wrist and gently pressing it a few times. Through the feedback of her pulse and Xuanian internal energy, he immediately perceived the general condition inside her body. His solemn face was also immediately taken in by Yi Lenglang and Du Guyan. Lin Yu, I'm fine, I've had it a few times before occasionally, just resting for a bit will be fine. Lin Yu withdrew his hand and let out a heavy sigh. Then, under the shocked and incredulous gazes of the two women, Yi Lenglang and Du Guyan, he uttered a sentence. Yanzi, you have been poisoned. Chapter 47 Disclosure. Yanzi, you've been poisoned. As soon as Lin Yu said these words, it instantly stunned Du Guyan and Yi Lenglang. However, the two only paused for a moment before quickly reacting. Du Guyan's willow-like eyebrows slightly raised, her beautiful green eyes seeming to transform into snake pupils, and she looked at Lin Yu full of anger, reacting particularly violently. Lin Yu, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be poisoned? Beside her, Yi Lenglang likewise nodded in agreement, looked at Lin Yu somewhat strangely, and said softly. Yeah, Lin Yu, did you make a mistake? Yanzi's grandfather is poisoned Douluo after all, the person on the entire Douluo continent who understands poison best. How could she possibly be poisoned? Looking at the anger on Du Guyan's face and Yi Lingling's questioning, Lin Yu was neither surprised nor angry. Yanzi, as a friend, I couldn't possibly joke with you about this matter. Senior Poison Douluo's poison might indeed be powerful and domineering, but he doesn't necessarily truly understand poison. As he spoke, he pointed a finger towards the abdomen that Du Guyan was clutching, as well as several other locations. You just said this isn't your first time, but in the beginning, the symptoms shouldn't have been this obvious, right? Trust me, as time goes on, these pains will only become more and more obvious and more serious. You should be able to feel these changes. Speaking up to this point, Lin Yu looked at Du Guyan's beautiful eyes, which had transformed from anger into panic and even carried a faint hint of fear, and continued. And Yanzi, as a famous spirit master noble family of the Heaven Do Empire, why are there only your grandfather and you left in the Dugu family now? Aren't you curious at all? When these symptoms of yours appeared, haven't you ever mentioned them to your grandfather? What was his reaction? At this point, Lin Yu's tone had already become solemn. On the Douluo Continent, aside from that pitifully small mutation probability, every notable spirit had an extremely long family inheritance history when traced upwards, and the green phosphorus snake was naturally no exception. However, as of today, the Dugu family was gradually heading towards extinction. According to the original trajectory, 10,000 years later there wouldn't even be the inheritance of the Dugu family, and no more of the jade phosphor serpent that turned people pale at the mention of its name. However, 2 tens of thousands of years later, it reappeared. It was unknown whether the Dugu lineage rose again or if it was a spirit mutated once more from other snake-type spirits. Du Guyan opened her mouth, but didn't know how to reply. Because Lin Yu's words had all touched upon her pain points. The grandfather who frequently disappeared, the parents who passed away for unknown reasons, and the withering family, no matter how one looked at it, it was full of suspicious points. Watching her good best friend suddenly deflate, Yi Lingling's originally disbelief-filled expression also revealed shock. Yanzi, could what Lin Yu said be true? I don't know either. Du Guyan lowered her pretty head, her tone somewhat drifting. I did indeed mention it to grandfather before, but his reaction was very strange. He paced back and forth in the courtyard while comforting me that I was just sick, it was nothing serious and it would get better soon. If we go by Lin Yu's explanation, thinking about it now, grandfather clearly knew about my problem and was somewhat anxious. She vaguely remembered that Du Gubo's expression at that time was very strange. There was fear, pity, and unwillingness, yet he forcefully suppressed it and didn't show it. It was just that back then she was still young and couldn't understand it at all. Now, reminded by Lin Yu's words. Upon recalling it, she instantly understood a lot. How could this be? Yi Lingling widened her eyes, her beautiful eyes instantly turning red, and without hesitation, she immediately released her spirit. The next moment, a beautiful 9-heart begonia emerged from her palm, shedding tiny petals that fell upon Du Guyan. If the spirits of the Douluo Continent were classified by strangeness, the 9-heart begonia would definitely rank near the top. No matter how many spirit rings it only had a single spirit ability. Powerful vitality was injected from the outside, instantly making Du Guyan's body feel warm. However, those faintly aching spots did not experience any relief at this moment. Lin Yu also gently pressed down on Yi Lingling's shoulder at this time. Lingling, Yanzi isn't injured, your 9-heart begonia cannot cure her. But Yi Lingling's eye sockets became even redder, the movements in her hands did not stop, and she continued treating Du Guyan. Du Guyan was her only best friend, a good friend of so many years. After learning that the other party was poisoned, how could she just sit by and do nothing? Even if it had no effect, she still had to try. Alright, Lingling, don't waste your effort. It's not the first time, just resting for a while will be fine. Du Guyan gently shook her head, her face carrying 30% mockery and 70% self-deprecation. And if it really is poison, then perhaps that is simply the fate of my Dugu family. I never expected that a green phosphorus snake spirit master, always famous for poison, would one day end up poisoned themselves. Seeing that her treatment was truly ineffective, Yi Lingling somewhat powerlessly dropped her hands, tears faintly flickering within her beautiful eyes, and her originally cold and clear voice turned choked with sobs. No, it won't be like that, Yanzi, you will be fine. Watching the scene of Yi Lingling and Du Guyan acting as if facing a parting of life and death, Lin Yu finally couldn't help but speak up. Yanzi, Lingling, things aren't as serious as you two think. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Lingling's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. That's right, Lin Yu was the first person to notice that Du Guyan was poisoned, perhaps he had a way. She hurriedly grabbed Lin Yu's arm and shook it incessantly. Lin Yu, do you really have a way? Du Guyan also turned her head to look at Lin Yu, complex emotions intertwined within her emerald green beautiful eyes, both doubt and anticipation. Lin Yu smiled gently at Yi Lingling and lightly patted the back of her hand to show reassurance. Rest assured, trust me. Immediately after, he turned to Du Guyan and motioned. Yanzi, sit cross-legged first and stretch out your hands. Although Du Guyan didn't understand why, the fear of her own condition at this moment overpowered her doubts, and she still followed suit as told. Lin Yu sat down opposite her, extended both hands, and pressed his palms against Du Guyan's palms. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and do not resist. Lin Yu instructed in a low voice, then a thought stirred in his mind. The mysterious heaven skill internal energy within his body began to slowly circulate. Although the mysterious heaven skill originated from the Tang sect, it was an unadulterated, orthodox Taoist internal cultivation mental method. Not only was the nature of the internal energy upright, peaceful, pure, and lingering, but it also possessed the characteristics shared by all Taoist internal skills. That was the effect of healing injuries and expelling poisons. If Lin Yu were already at the perfection of the 9th layer at this moment, relying solely on Xuandian internal energy, he could cleanse Du Guyan's marrow and tendons, opening up her entire cycle of meridians. Not only could he expel the toxins in her body, but she could also leap to become a peerless genius not inferior to someone with innate full spirit power. However, for now, he only needed to temporarily suppress the toxins in Du Guyan's body that had become active due to exercise. The gentle Xuandian internal energy was transferred from Lin Yu's palms into Du Guyan's body, slowly wandering along her meridians, giving special care to the parts that were stinging because of the toxins. Wherever the internal energy passed, Du Guyan only felt the previous bursts of stinging pain rapidly diminish, returning once again to dormancy. Chapter 48, Yu Tianung's Challenge. The entire process was not long, lasting only 2 or 3 minutes. Lin Yu slowly withdrew his technique and let out a long breath. Meanwhile, Du Guyan opposite him had regained a bit of ruddy color in her pale face, and her tightly furrowed brows completely relaxed. She moved her body in disbelief, and the tingling pain had now vanished without a trace. Yanzi, how are you feeling? Yi Langlang hurried forward, looking at Du Guyan. It's better, I can't feel it at all anymore. Du Guyan felt her body, filled with utter amazement. She looked at Lin Yu, her tone full of heartfelt gratitude. Lin Yu, thank you. I said those things to you just now, I am truly sorry. Hearing this, Lin Yu merely shook his head. It's fine, after all, anyone would find it hard to believe if they heard they were poisoned, this is a normal reaction. However, Yanzi, I must remind you that I merely suppressed your restless toxins, I haven't completely resolved them. You had better go back and ask your grandfather. Du Guyan nodded lightly, indicating she understood. I know. The commotion here had long since caught the attention of Qinming, Yu Tianeng, and the others. As a teacher, Qinming walked over quickly, frowning and asking with considerable concern. Du Guyan, what happened to you just now? Yu Tianeng also followed over, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Du Guyan and Lin Yu. His lips moved, and in the end, he stiffly squeezed out a single sentence. Yanzi, are you alright? He wanted to say more words of concern, but his long-cultivated rigid personality made it difficult for him to express them. Du Guyan glanced at Yu Tianeng, her gaze calm. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Then, she turned to Qinming and explained. Teacher Qin, I wasn't feeling very well today, but I'm much better now. Hearing this, Qinming, as an adult, naturally understood. Girls, after all, have those few days every month. He nodded slightly, and his expression softened. I see, since you're not feeling well, don't force yourself. You can rest for today's training. Thank you, Teacher Qin. Du Guyan expressed her thanks. Yi Langlang naturally stayed behind to accompany her. As for Lin Yu, he returned to the training ground and completed the remaining training at an astonishing speed, even finishing faster than Yu Tianeng, Osro, and the others. After the physical training ended, the entire class rested for about half an hour. The practical combat training class officially began. Qinming directly had the others form groups freely for training, and called the 8 people, including Lin Yu, Du Guyan, and Yi Langlang, separately to another open training area. Besides Yu Tianeng, Osro, and Yu Feng, there were also 2 sturdy youths with quite similar appearances. They were precisely the Shi family brothers of the future Royal Heaven Do team. Just like Osro, they had also just broken through to become a spirit elder, though a bit earlier, and were not too far from level 32. In the training ground, Qinming swept his gaze over the 8 people and spoke in a deep voice. Among you 8, except for Lin Yu who is a newcomer, the other 7 are all members of the Royal Heaven Do first team prepared by the Academy for the next Advanced Continent Elite Spirit Master Tournament. He specifically looked at Lin Yu. Yesterday, Chief Meng Shenji informed me that you will be assigned to the first team to prepare for the next tournament. Therefore, in the upcoming practical combat training, aside from improving individual abilities, what is even more important is your team coordination. Hearing this, Du Guyan and Yi Langlang both nodded in agreement. Over the past few days, they had also heard Lin Yu mention his age. He was a few years younger than them, and his talent was astonishing. If someone with such strength couldn't enter the first team, then the 2 of them wouldn't know who could. However, just as Qinming's voice fell, Yu Tianeng, standing at the head of the team, suddenly took a step forward, his gaze like lightning, staring straight at Lin Yu without concealing his hostility and dissatisfaction. Teacher Qin, before team coordination, I want to have a one-on-one match with Lin Yu first. Seeing this scene, excitement flashed in Osro's eyes. We've finally waited for this day, it's time to teach that kid a lesson. Yu Feng, on the other hand, wore a look of complete helplessness. Don't celebrate too early, up until now, we still don't know what Lin Yu's background is. We simply can't find out anything. I just hope the captain doesn't go too heavy on him. He truly couldn't understand why, with Yu Tianeng's status and strength, he would fight over a woman to such an extent. Du Guyan was indeed somewhat bewitching, especially with her water snake-like figure, making her full of charm. However, that terrifying spirit and the eccentric tempered poison Douluo made people hesitate to approach. Besides, even without Du Guyan, weren't there countless beautiful noble young ladies throughout Heaven Do Imperial Academy? Wasn't getting whichever one wanted just a matter of hooking a finger. Not caring about the thoughts of others, Yu Tianeng looked into Lin Yu's eyes amidst Du Guyan's drastically changing gaze, and said word by word. If I win today's match, Lin Yu, from now on, you are not allowed to approach Yanzi again. Yu Tianeng, by what right? Du Guyan instantly flew into a rage. The phantom of the green phosphorus snake almost appeared behind her. Who I interact with is my business, does it fall on you to manage me? Who do you think you are? I'm telling you, Yu Tianeng, others might fear your blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, but I certainly don't. Yi Langlang also knitted her delicate brows tightly, looking at Yu Tianeng with dissatisfaction. Didn't words like that mean that Du Guyan was his person? How arrogant and self-righteous was this? Facing Yu Tianeng's hostile challenge, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, but his expression was extremely calm. He met Yu Tianeng's gaze and slowly spoke. Yu Tianeng, first of all, Du Guyan is my friend. She is not anyone's appendage, nor is she an object that can be used as a bet. Your bet is not only an insult to me, but also a disrespect to Yanzi. Hearing this, Du Guyan standing aside felt touched and agreed with his words as she looked at Lin Yu, while her gaze towards Yu Tianeng became even more distant and icy. Feeling the change in Du Guyan's gaze, the jealousy and anger in Yu Tianeng's heart intensified, and his face flushed red. Fine, then let's change the bet. If you lose, leave Heaven Do Imperial Academy immediately. Do you dare accept? As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Du Guyan and Yi Langlang's expressions change drastically, but even Osro, Yu Feng, and even the Shi family brothers showed looks of astonishment. You must know that this was Heaven Do Imperial Academy, the gathering place of nobles throughout the Heaven Do Empire, a platform that could potentially elevate their family interests and peerages to the next level. To them, a woman, no matter how noble her status and position, if she didn't belong to them, could not be forced. Therefore, the bet of leaving the academy seemed far more serious to them than the previous one. Lin Yu, don't agree to it. Yu Tianeng is already level 33, and he has also mastered his clan's internal dragon transformation secret technique. His combat power is astonishing, and many high-tier spirit elders are not his match. Du Guyan anxiously tried to dissuade him. In her view, Lin Yu, being a control system spirit master even with a mutated spirit, was still inferior in direct combat to the continent-renowned blue lightning tyrant dragon. Especially since there was still a certain gap in spirit power between the two of them. Combined, their winning rate could be said to be pitifully small. That's right, Lin Yu, don't be impulsive. Yi Langlang also shook her head worriedly. Qinming's brows were tightly locked, and he was about to speak to stop this match, which clearly carried personal grievances and had an excessively large bet. However, Lin Yu raised his hand to signal the two women to remain calm. Leave the academy. Lin Yu repeated, then slowly nodded. This bet is actually somewhat decent. Chapter 49, there can only be one Lion King in a hunting ground. Leave the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Lin Yu repeated, then nodded. This bet is somewhat interesting, I accept it. But immediately afterwards, he changed the subject and looked at Yu Tianong. However, since it is a bet, both sides should place a wager. You only said what will happen if I lose, so what if you lose? A disdainful sneer appeared on Yu Tianong's face, as if he had heard some incredible joke. I will lose, you must be joking. As the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, a level 33 Spirit Elder, and master of the Dragon Transformation secret technique, it was simply hard to find an opponent among his peers. Furthermore, Lin Yu was merely a control system spirit master whose blue silver grass spirit had mutated, and his spirit power was even lower than his. But he was the one who initiated the duel, so it truly wouldn't make sense if he didn't bring out an equivalent wager. Yu Tianong pondered for a moment, then said with a hint of condescension. If I really lose, I'll let you be the captain of the Heaven Do first team. Hearing this, Lin Yu let out a scoff. The position of captain should naturally go to whoever is stronger. If I beat you, that position naturally belongs to me. Do you really need to use it as a wager? Besides, if I lose, I have to leave the academy, but if you lose, you're merely yielding a position that should have been yielded in the first place. Yu Tianong, aren't you being a bit too insincere? Yu Tianong's expression darkened, choked and looking unsightly by these words. Could it be that he also had to bet on leaving the academy? The thought had just popped up before he suppressed it. Absolutely not. That fellow Yu Tianqin had already put together a team at Thunder Academy, just waiting for the next tournament to compete against him. If he left the Heaven Do Imperial Academy and lost the Imperial Do team, then the outcome would be hard to say. His thoughts turned rapidly, and gritting his teeth, he spoke again. Then, I will use the secret technique of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan as a wager. But you must never spread it outside. A secret technique, Lin Yu raised his eyes slightly. The Dragon Transformation secret technique. Yu Tianong's face turned dark. In your dreams, the Dragon Transformation secret technique is our clan's core secret, how could it possibly be spread outside? Naturally, he couldn't use the Dragon Transformation as a wager, even if he were Yu Yuanzhen's grandson, he couldn't bear such a fault. The secret technique he brought out was naturally allowed to be spread outside. Outer disciples who joined the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan through Thunder Academy could learn it once their strength reached a certain level. Hearing that it wasn't the Dragon Transformation, Lin Yu's slight interest instantly vanished, and he waved his hand listlessly. Not Dragon Transformation, then forget it, I am not a Lightning Attribute Spirit Master, what use would I have for your secret techniques? If there's no sincerity, this match might as well be cancelled to save everyone's time. Lin Yu's understated attitude completely infuriated Yu Tianong and left him completely unable to back down gracefully. He was the one who publicly proposed the challenge. If it ended up dropping because they couldn't agree on the wager, where would he put his face? Fury overwhelmed his mind, and that stubbornness engraved in his bones surged up as well. Yu Tianong stared at Lin Yu and growled through gritted teeth. Lin Yu, the wager isn't about what you want, but about what I have. A Thunder secret technique, plus, I will also leave the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Is that enough? As soon as these words came out, Osro, Yufeng, and the others instantly gasped, and even the composed Shi family brothers showed looks of shock. Both meant leaving the academy, while the Thunder secret technique offset Lin Yu's loss. This time the wager was truly equal. It could be said that in the future, the Heaven Do Imperial Academy would only keep one of the two. If one wins, the other must leave. This was just like a pride of lions on the grassland. Within a single territory, only one Lion King is allowed. Lin Yu cast a somewhat surprised glance at Yu Tianong. He didn't expect the other party to be able to say such a high-level remark as, the wager isn't about what you want, but about what I have. He pondered slightly and nodded. Very well, it's a deal. Yu Tianong's expression was stiff, but since the words were already spoken and couldn't be taken back, he could only bite the bullet and agree. It's a deal. Osro on the side saw that the situation wasn't right. Lin Yu was a bit excessively calm. Sensing a vague sense of bad foreboding in his heart, Osro leaned close to Yu Tianong's ear and advised him in a low voice. Boss, why don't we call it a day? We can find another chance to deal with him later, there's no need to. Shut up. Osro's advice was instead like pouring oil on fire, and Yu Tianong directly interrupted with a low roar. Retreating now, wouldn't that mean he was afraid of Lin Yu? He, Yu Tianong, would never admit to backing down like this. Furthermore, he absolutely did not believe he would lose. Since it was a guaranteed win, what harm was there in making the bet bigger? On the other side, Du Guyan and Yi Lengleng anxiously crowded around Lin Yu. Although they had only known each other for a few days, Du Guyan did not want to see Lin Yu's future ruined because of her. What's more, the other party had previously pointed out the truth about the poison in her body. Based on this point alone, she couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Du Guyan's emerald green beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Lin Yu, why did you agree to him? This matter started because of me. I'll go find my grandfather. By then, I presume the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan wouldn't dare say much. Yi Lengleng also gently pulled on Lin Yu's sleeve and said in a soft voice. It's too risky, don't fight the match. Looking at the two women's concern, Lin Yu felt a slight warmth in his heart. Rest assured, Yanzi, Lengleng, since I dared to agree, I naturally have certainty. Some people will not stop until they completely realize the reality. Since they want to gamble so much, we'll just go along with their wishes. You guys just watch from the side. After comforting the two, Lin Yu turned around, and his gaze collided with Yu Tianong's. The two walked to the center of the training ground, 30 meters apart. Although Snakeland's Douluo had admonished him to keep a low profile and not easily expose an over-limit spirit ring to avoid drawing trouble. Right now Yu Tianong was rubbing it in his face. If he backed down again, he might as well just hole up somewhere and wait to die, and stop participating in future events. Some battle simply had to be fought. Fortunately, this was the exclusive training area for the first team. Aside from the two of them, only Qinming, Du Guyan, Yi Lengleng, Osro, Yufeng, and the Shi family brothers, these 7 people, were present, so it was still controllable. Seeing that he couldn't stop them, Qinming could only shout in a deep voice. Sparring match, stop at a touch, and do not intentionally maim your opponent. Now, release your spirits. Yu Tianong had long been unable to wait, lightning flashing across his body. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, possess. Violent blue-purple lightning burst from his body, and a faint dragon roar echoed. The muscles of his upper body swelled slightly, covered by a layer of fine dragon scales, and his right arm instantly expanded and elongated, transforming into a ferocious dragon claw covered in scales. Blue-purple electric snakes danced between his claws, exuding an overbearing aura. 3 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, rose from beneath his feet. Yu Tianong stared closely at Lin Yu, revealing a ferocious smile. He clenched his dragon claws into the void, and the lightning crackled loudly. Lin Yu, today, I'll let you witness what the number 1 beast spirit under heaven is. I will let you know that accepting this challenge is the biggest mistake of your life. Chapter 50, Battle begins. Facing Yu Tianong in his provocation, Lin Yu's expression remained calm, as if what stood before him was not a blue lightning tyrant dragon, but merely an ordinary serpent. Blue-silver emperor. An aura far more noble and vibrant than ordinary blue-silver grass quietly permeated the air, and root after root of blue-silver emperor, resembling blue crystal, began to spread from beneath his feet. Immediately following, 3 spirit rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. The first ring, a bright yellow. The second ring, a deep purple. The moment this second purple ring appeared, Osro, Yufeng, and the others instantly turned pale with fright. 1,000-year second ring. Before the exclamation had even faded, a third spirit ring manifested right behind Lin Yu's feet. 1 yellow, 2 purples. These 3 spirit rings, especially those 2 dazzling purple 1,000-year spirit rings, struck like 2 bolts of lightning, fiercely hammering into the hearts of everyone present except Lin Yu. It wasn't as if they had never seen 2,000-year spirit rings. But those belonged exclusively to a spirit ancestor. Yet now they were seeing them on a spirit elder. The shock in their hearts can be imagined. This is impossible. Osro screamed out shrilly, his eyeballs almost popping out. 2,000-year spirit rings. The third ring is also a 1,000-year one, and the color is so deep. Yufeng's jaw dropped. The usually silent Shi family brothers, Shimo and Shimo, also looked at each other, their faces filled with disbelief. Du Guyan covered her mouth, her emerald eyes filled with shock. She knew Lin Yu had great talent, but she never expected his spirit ring configuration to be terrifying to this extent. Yi Linglang's pretty eyes widened even further, her lovely face completely blank. Even Qin Ming was completely stunned. Just what kind of monster is this kid? As for Yu Tianong, whose confidence had been bursting at the seams, upon seeing those 2 purple spirit rings, the arrogance and disdain on his face instantly froze. The pride of the number 1 beast spirit under heaven seemed to pale somewhat in the face of this spirit ring configuration that transcended cognition. 1 yellow, 2 purples. After a brief trance, all the arrogance on Yu Tianong's face vanished, replaced by sheer disbelief. No, this is impossible. Yu Tianong's voice carried a hint of a tremor. A trick of the eye. This must be some special spirit ability effect. A spirit elder with 2,000-year spirit rings. What a joke. He forced himself to calm down, the shock in his eyes transforming into towering fury as he glared straight at Lin Yu. You think playing mystifying tricks can fool me? In front of absolute strength, any tricks are useless. I will tear apart your disguise with my own hands. Faced with the questioning, Lin Yu merely let out a hee-hee chuckle. Facts speak louder than words. In fact, if he knew the reactions and judgments of Yu Xiaobing and Yu Tianong, he would definitely praise the 2 of them for truly being uncle and nephew. The match begins. Lightning burst and flashed around Yu Tianong, his entire body seeming propelled by thunder as he charged toward Lin Yu at extreme speed. He was very clear that an attack system facing the control system must close in, and absolutely must not fall into the rhythm controlled by the opponent. Seeing this, Lin Yu did not move his feet, merely raising his hand and waving it. Dozens of blue-silver emperor vines, like spiritual serpents leaving their cave, carried a piercing sound through the air as they shot straight toward Yu Tianong. This strike was merely a simple probe. He wanted to see just how formidable the blue lightning tyrant dragon's attacks truly were. Insignificant tricks. A fierce glint flashed in Yu Tianong's eyes. The first spirit ring at his feet suddenly lit up. First spirit ability, Thunder Dragon Claw. The next moment, Yu Tianong's dragonized right arm lashed forward violently, the blue-purple electric snakes between his claws surging to transform into a claw shadow of thunder, fiercely chopping toward the oncoming blue-silver emperor. Sizzle. A harsh tearing sound rang out, and the dozen or so blue-silver emperor vines charging at the very front, after persisting for 2 or 3 seconds, were all torn apart by the violent thunder. The remaining vines were also hindered by the lightning, their momentum slowing down. Indeed, as expected of the blue lightning tyrant dragon renowned as the number 1 beast spirit under heaven, its base attack power is truly formidable. Lin Yu nodded inwardly to himself. In this primitive version of Douluo, the strength of the blue lightning tyrant dragon was beyond doubt. Solely relying on the basic leaves of the blue-silver emperor, without the blessing of a spirit ability, it was indeed difficult to contend against the blue lightning tyrant dragon's spirit ability. Having finished probing, Lin Yu held nothing back anymore. With a thought in his mind, his first spirit ring and third spirit ring lit up almost simultaneously beneath his feet. First spirit ability, blue-silver roots. Third spirit ability, all vegetation looks like soldiers. In an instant, with Lin Yu at the center, the ground within a radius of dozens of meters seemed to come alive. Countless crystal-clear blue-silver emperor blades, their edges flashing with sharp golden light, burst out of the soil, their root systems plunging deep into the ground. Not only did this greatly enhance grip and stability, but it also began to draw nutrients from the earth's veins, reducing spirit power consumption. And the activation of all vegetation looks like soldiers brought a qualitative change to these blue-silver emperor plants. The leaves became straighter and thicker, the golden edges on their borders bearing their sharpness, and their overall hardness and toughness instantly doubled, with their growth rate increasing drastically. The originally soft leaves were now straight as arrows, emitting wave after wave of humming sounds, resembling a sword forest, as they thrust toward Yu Tianong. At the same time, Lin Yu did not stand still, gently pulling up a sword leaf with his right hand. He lowered his head to look at the sharp-edged sword leaf, the corners of his mouth curving into a gentle smile with a hint of emotion. From now on, hidden weapons will never run out. However many I want to use, I'll just throw them. Amidst his whispers, Lin Yu flicked his wrist, and the leaf instantly left his hand, shooting toward Yu Tianong and cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. Whoosh. What? Yu Tianong's expression changed abruptly. He never expected that blue-silver grass could actually be used this way. Both the sword leaf stabbing from his side and the one thrown by Lin Yu caught him completely off guard. A strong sense of crisis made the hairs on his body stand on end. Scram. Yu Tianong roared angrily, his dragonized right arm swinging once more as his dragon claws heavily swept toward the stabbing blue-silver sword leaves. Clang, 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 ellipsis quote. Crisp sounds of metal clashing rang out, and sparks flew in all directions. Most of the blue-silver emperor blades stabbing toward his vital points were blocked by his dragon claws, but Yu Tianong's expression only became uglier. How is this possible? Is this still blue-silver grass? He felt that the dragon scales on his arm had actually developed tiny cracks at this moment. Especially the blue-silver sword leaf thrown by Lin Yu, which had even pierced nearly a centimeter into his right arm. Had he not reacted in time, this strike might have pierced right through. And this was only the beginning. All around him, the entire field of blue-silver grass had transformed into a fatal sword array, with countless sword leaves stabbing in from every angle. Yu Tianong could only be forced to wave his dragon claws, desperately parrying. However, the number of blue-silver emperor plants was simply too vast, endlessly regenerating under the blessing of all vegetation looks like soldiers, their attacks continuous and relentless. Rib, PFF. Although Yu Tianong tried his best to dodge and parry, he was still continuously slashed by the leaf blades, fresh blood rapidly oozing out and staining his clothes red. His charging steps were interrupted, and he even began to be forced backward, falling into a state of passive defense. Hiss. Everyone watching from outside the arena gasped in shock. Osro and Yu Feng dropped their jaws. Yu Tianong, who was immensely powerful in their impression, couldn't even get close to Lin Yu, and instead ended up getting injured first. This completely subverted their cognition. Du Guyan and Yi Lenglang were both startled and delighted, their eyes shining brilliantly as they looked at Lin Yu, their tightly clenched fists relaxing slightly. I never expected that blue-silver grass could actually transform into this appearance in Lin Yu's hands. It's truly incredible. Then the poison on my body, might he also have a way to truly resolve it completely? Chapter 51, My Blue-Silver Grass, Lightning Immunity. In the training ground. Lin Yu stood on the outer circle, watching Yu Tianong, who was caught in all vegetation looks like soldiers, in a leisurely manner, just like looking at a fly trapped in a Venus flytrap cage, holding victory in his hands. Damn it. Yu Tianong was both shocked and angry at the moment. The wounds on his body burned with pain, and what made it even more unacceptable to him was the suffocating feeling of being suppressed. As a genius of the dignified Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the direct grandson of Yu Yuanjun, he was actually forced to such a state by a control system spirit master at this moment. If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. No way, if this continues, let alone winning, I am afraid I won't even be able to touch the hem of Lin Yu's clothes before being completely exhausted to death by him. Roar. Thinking of this, Yu Tianong let out an angry roar, a fierce look flashing in his eyes, and his only 1,000-year spirit ring suddenly lit up. Third spirit ability, Wrath of Thunder. Boom. The majestic power of lightning erupted from within his body, and blue-purple lightning wrapped around his entire body. Wrath of Thunder substantially enhanced his own strength, speed, and lightning power. Taking advantage of the momentum of the spirit ability's outbreak, Yu Tianong forcefully resisted the cutting of the surrounding blue-silver sword forest and charged at Lin Yu once again. Fresh blood continuously dripped from his wounds, but Yu Tianong seemed completely unaware. His right claw kept pushing aside the obstacles in front of him, and at this moment, his eyes held only Lin Yu before him. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. This time, under the blessing of Wrath of Thunder, Yu Tianong actually forcefully rushed right in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu, you are too arrogant. Yu Tianong roared with a ferocious smile, his face covered in blood. As a control system spirit master, you actually stood still the whole time, waiting for me to close in. Your combat experience is too lacking. Victory will only belong to me. Before his voice faded, his first and second spirit rings flashed consecutively, following the light of his third spirit ring. Second spirit ability, 10,000 Jun of Thunder. First spirit ability, Thunder Dragon Claw. In an instant, centered on Yu Tianong, countless thick blue-purple lightning bolts were generated out of thin air, just like a thunderstorm descending. At the same time, the Dragon Claw expanded once more, fiercely slapping down toward Lin Yu's head. Defeat for me. Facing Yu Tianong's all-out thunder strike, the expression on Lin Yu's face appeared unusually calm. Just at the moment when the thunder light was about to submerge him, the second spirit ring beneath his feet suddenly lit up. A circle of light blue halo quietly spread out, covering every blue-silver emperor on the training ground. Second spirit ability, Emperor's Defense. In an instant, all the blue-silver emperors in the arena were instantly strengthened at this moment, and even the attributes attached to his original first and third spirit abilities were significantly enhanced. A layer of faint blue-gold halo also floated around Lin Yu's body, which was the protection brought by the combination of blue-silver emperor blood and domain. At the same time, hundreds of golden shining blue-silver emperors rose from the ground, crisscrossed and intertwined, rapidly forming a hemispherical cage around and above Lin Yu. Just at the moment the cage was completed, the overwhelming thunder descended simultaneously. Rumble. The dazzling thunderlight poured down, and Yu Tianong's dragon claw also carried immense force, fiercely slapping onto the blue-silver cage. A booming sound exploded, the thunderlight instantly engulfed the location where Lin Yu was, and the current scorch marks on the ground. Lin Yu. Du Guyan and Yi Lenglang exclaimed at the same time. In their view, being hit head-on by an attack system battle spirit elder like Yu Tianong was something any control system spirit master would find difficult to withstand. Osro breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a smile. Being closed in by the captain, he should finally be defeated now. Yu Feng also nodded. Although he was surprised by Lin Yu's spirit ring, he also felt that it was impossible to be completely fine under such a lightning strike. Even Qin Ming's expression changed slightly, and his foot moved forward half a step. He was a teacher and had the responsibility to protect his students. But thinking of the matter earlier where Lin Yu publicly questioned Shrek's training methods, that half step was abruptly stopped. Yu Tianong should know his limits. Besides, letting this kid suffer a bit is also good, to knock down his arrogance. Thinking thus, Qin Ming withdrew his hand again and continued to stare intently at the center of the thunderlight. The thunderlight and dust gradually dispersed. The arena was quiet for a moment, and then an uproar broke out. How is this possible? Lin Yu was actually fine. Only to see that the surface of the cage formed by the blue-silver emperor only changed color slightly. Only at the position where Yu Tianong bombarded it head-on did a depression appear, but it did not shatter. Inside the cage, Lin Yu didn't even move his steps. His expression was calm, and there wasn't the slightest trace of being struck by lightning on his body. Impossible. The ferocious smile on Yu Tianong's face completely froze, replaced by shock and bewilderment. My thunder, how could it have no effect? Lin Yu waved his hand, and the cage instantly retracted back into the ground. He patted the non-existent dust, looked at Yu Tianong, and his tone was calm yet faintly carried arrogance. That was the posture of a student who had received orthodox education looking at the ignorant natives of another world. It was a condescending arrogance. Sorry, it is very hard for me to explain the principle of the Faraday cage in detail to someone who has never systematically studied physics. Pausing briefly, Lin Yu changed to a simpler explanation. If I must explain it. My blue-silver grass is grounded. Lightning immunity. Just as he was speaking, in the palm of his right hand, a blue-silver emperor blade about 1 meter long, resembling a precious sword, quietly grew. Grounded, Yu Tianong was stunned, lightning immunity. Lin Yu didn't give him time to think more. He gripped the sword blade condensed by the blue-silver emperor, his gaze suddenly turning sharp, and a fierce momentum rose from his body. He chanted softly, his voice spreading across the entire arena. 3,000 guests intoxicated by flowers throughout the hall, a single sword chilling the frost. Across 14 provinces. Before his voice faded, his wrist swung forward fiercely. Hum. The blue-silver sword blade burst out with dazzling golden light, and a brilliant golden sword chi tore through the air, directly slashing toward the still-dazed Yu Tianong. Stop. Qin Ming's expression changed drastically, and he shouted sternly. The spirit power of a high-level spirit king erupted, his figure flashing as he wanted to intercept this sword chi. But Lin Yu's fully charged sword chi was simply too fast. And the distance between Yu Tianong and Lin Yu was far too close, with less than 4 meters between them. With Lin Yu's arm span plus the 1 meter long blue-silver sword blade, there was barely a distance of just over 2 meters left. Launching an attack at such a close distance. As soon as Qin Ming moved, the sword chi had already forced its way in front of Yu Tianong. Yu Tianong only felt a sharp aura hitting his face, and his consciousness, which had been dazed because of Lin Yu's lightning-immune blue-silver grass, instantly sobered up. Block it for me. Fighting instinct made him roar angrily, protecting his dragon-transformed right arm in front of him, pouring his spirit power in without reservation, trying to block it hard. Kai. The golden sword chi solidly slashed onto his dragon-transformed arm. The harsh sound of clashing and tearing rang out together. Ah! Yu Tianong let out a shrill scream. The hard dragon scales were sliced open like paper, the sword mark was deep to the bone, and fresh blood splattered. The remaining sword chi even slashed onto his chest, cleaving his entire body to fly backward, flying more than a dozen meters away. Yu Tianong fell backward to the ground, an oblique wound on his chest split open, and fresh blood dyed the Heaven Do uniform red. The severe pain distorted his face, but even more unbearable than this was the immense frustration and humiliation. He struggled to raise his head, looking at Lin Yu who was still standing with a sword in hand, his eyes filled with unwillingness, squeezing out a few broken syllables. I'm not convinced. Before he finished speaking, another mouthful of blood spewed out. Yu Tianong's vision went dark, and he completely fell unconscious. The training ground was dead silent. Only the heavy breathing of the crowd remained. Osro, Yu Feng, and the Shi family brothers were all stunned in place. Du Guyan and Yi Lingleng covered their mouths, their eyes wide open. And right at this moment, an angry roar resounded through the training ground. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Chapter 52 Warning the crowd, Du Gubo appears. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Qin Ming's roar echoed across the training ground. He squatted half down beside Yu Tianong, looking at the scene with blood flowing all over the ground, his eyes red as he roared at Lin Yu. It was just a spar, how could you deal such a heavy blow? Facing the interrogation, Lin Yu simply retracted his spirit calmly. Teacher Qin, that's not right, is it? His tone was casual as he asked in return. Just now when Yu Tianong rushed over and slammed all his spirit abilities onto me, why didn't you call to stop? Now that I've won, instead you say I hit too hard. Qin Ming was rendered speechless for a moment, his face turning pale and green alternately. He indeed harbored the thought of letting Yu Tianong teach Lin Yu a lesson, which was why he didn't stop it immediately just now. Who would have thought the result would turn out like this? Before he could figure out how to respond, Du Guyan had already taken a step in front of Lin Yu, her hands on her hips as she glared at Qin Ming. Lin Yu was right, Teacher Qin, why didn't you make a sound at Yu Tianong's posture just now? Now you come to blame Lin Yu. If it weren't for Lin Yu's astonishing strength, the one lying on the ground now would be him. Looking at how Yu Tianong went all out just now, if it had really hit his body, it would at least be a severe injury, right? Yi Lingleng didn't speak, but she also silently stood next to Du Guyan, her eyes full of support and agreement. Being retorted like this by two students, plus Lin Yu's words making sense, Qin Ming held it in for a long time before saying with a gloomy face. This matter, I will report it to the education committee to handle. He turned to Osro and Yu Feng who were stunned at the side. Still standing there, hurry up and carry Tianong to the infirmary. Osro and Yu Feng shuddered, quickly joining the Shi family brothers to hurriedly carry Yu Tianong. Just as the few of them were about to leave, Lin Yu's voice sounded again, cold and sharp, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Today's matter, especially my spirit ring, I don't want a single word to leak out from any of your mouths. His gaze swept across Osro and Yu Feng. I know you guys have been investigating me these past few days. How did it turn out? Did you find anything? Osro and Yu Feng's bodies stiffened, not even daring to raise their heads. Judging by your looks, you probably didn't find anything, which is within my expectations. I can tell you accurately. I have no title, and I am not a noble. But if my affairs spread outside, I guarantee that you and your families cannot bear the consequences. These words made everyone shudder inside. They were indeed badly frightened by Lin Yu's, 1 yellow and 2 purple, spirit rings, and they had indeed thought about telling their families. After all, this kind of matter could be said to subvert the history of the current Spirit Master's world. If they could learn a thing or two, perhaps they would have a place among the major forces of the continent in the future. However, Lin Yu pointed out that he was not a noble, and with this warning, they immediately thought of Yu Tianong and Du Guyan. These two also had no titles, but who could afford to provoke the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and poison Douluo behind them? Lin Yu's spirit ring configuration was too terrifying, no matter how they thought about it, it wasn't something an individual could pull off. Coupled with how Meng Shenji personally escorted him to the Heaven Do grade teaching building back then, their hearts instantly trembled. Perhaps Lin Yu also had a major force behind him. No, not a possibility, it was certain. Osro and Yu Feng's families were only counts, and the heads of their families were merely spirit saints, the Shi family brothers were about the same. Such forces were fine in Heaven Do, but if they really provoked some sector titled Douluo, they would definitely be in for a world of hurt. Shimo spoke first, his voice deep. We understand, today's matter will absolutely not be spread outside. Osro and Yu Feng also nodded hurriedly. We won't say anything either. Qin Ming's expression was ugly, but looking at Lin Yu's calm gaze, he finally gritted his teeth and said. Quote. I know. Lin Yu nodded, turned his gaze to the supported Yu Tianong, and added another sentence. When he wakes up, remind him not to forget the bet. The voice wasn't loud, but it made Osro and the others' hearts tighten again. Daring not to say anything more, they carried the person and walked away in a hurry. After they walked far away, Du Guyan turned around and looked up and down at Lin Yu with a surprised expression. Lin Yu, I really didn't expect you to be so powerful. You couldn't tell at all, your spirit is actually blue-silver grass. That sword chi at the end, I'd believe it if you said it was from the attack system. Lin Yu smiled. Just fooling around with it, I can teach you guys in the future. Really, then it's a deal. Du Guyan's eyes lit up. Although Lin Yu and Du Guyan were chatting enthusiastically, Yi Lingling's pretty face at the side was full of worry. She gently tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve and said worriedly. Lin Yu Tianong is after all a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and his grandfather is the Lightning Douluo. Harming him so heavily today, in case that person pursues the matter. Upon hearing this, Du Guyan's delicate eyebrows immediately stood on end. What is there to fear? This matter was provoked by Yu Tianong himself in the first place. Losing is losing, who can you blame if your strength is lacking? Can the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan just throw reason out the window? If they really dare to bully the lesser with the greater, I'll go find my grandfather. Thinking of Yu Tianong makes me angry, making it seem like I belong to him. Who I make friends with, what business is it of his? She patted Lin Yu's shoulder with the appearance of a big sister boss. Lin Yu, don't worry, I've got your back. Seeing her righteous and protective look, Lin Yu felt a little warmth in his heart. Thanks, but I think the upper three sects shouldn't be that unreasonable. Having said that, a trace of gloom flashed across the depths of his eyes. Yu Tianong's matter was probably just the beginning. Even though the other party provoked the incident, on the Douluo Continent, people only spoke with fists, not with reason and justice. Although Jian Runshui's power was strong and she valued him, it was obviously impossible for her to expose her plan for his sake. Once someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, be it a spirit saint or even a spirit Douluo, decided to take a desperate risk, the consequences would be unimaginable. No good, I need to have stronger trump cards. Lin Yu's eyes were deep as he pondered silently in his heart. Soon, today's classes ended. Qinming also reported what happened to Meng Chenji, but after the three simply expressed concern over Yu Tianong's injuries and confirmed there was no danger to his life, the matter was dropped. Time passed quickly, and another half a month went by. During this period, Lin Yu's relationships with Yi Lingleng and Du Guyan progressed quite quickly, and they could almost be called good friends. At the same time, Du Guyan also left the Heavendo Imperial Academy several times to return home in Heavendo City. However, Du Gubo's whereabouts were mysterious, and he frequently disappeared, so Du Guyan failed to see him every time. One evening, just as Lin Yu was preparing to break through level 33, Du Guyan finally waited for Du Gubo whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Grandpa, you're finally back. Du Guyan looked at Du Gubo in the courtyard, her face full of joy. Good Yan Yan, let Grandpa take a look. Du Gubo looked at the well-behaved granddaughter before him with a face full of doting. Have you not eaten enough recently? How come you feel like you've lost weight? It's alright, Du Guyan smiled sweetly, but when she thought of the condition inside her body, her expression instantly turned serious. Grandpa, I want to ask you about something. What is it? Go ahead and ask, said Du Gubo. Grandpa, am I poisoned? Du Guyan finally asked this sentence, she had to figure out the truth behind it. Who told you? Du Gubo was stunned at first, and then flew into a rage. Seeing that Du Gubo was only angry and did not deny it, Du Guyan's slight doubt in her heart was confirmed at this moment. So that means, everything Lin Yu said is true. Lin Yu, who was he? Chapter 53, Arrival of Du Gubo. Late at night, inside the dorm. Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, the spirit power around his body slowly calming down. He opened his eyes, a flash of purple light vanishing in his pupils. I have reached level 33. Feeling the growing spirit power within his body, Lin Yu felt a slight trace of joy. The steady enhancement of his strength slightly eased the anxiety in his heart. However, just as Lin Yu was about to get up and move around, a chilling voice suddenly rang in his ears. Brat, come out, I have something to ask you. Lin Yu's gaze narrowed as he already guessed who it was in his heart. You have finally come. Ever since he pointed out that Du Guyan was poisoned and used his internal energy to suppress it for her, he knew that Du Gubo would come looking for him. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately walked out of the dorm. Outside the dorm, in the pavilion. Under the moonlight, two people stood in the pavilion. One was the alluring and pretty Du Guyan, and the other was a slender elderly man with dark green hair. The elder's eyes were emerald green, exuding a chilling aura. Without anyone introducing them, Lin Yu knew who it was. Jade Phosphor Douluo, Du Gubo. Lin Yu. Seeing Lin Yu appear, Du Guyan immediately waved her hand, her face carrying joy yet unable to hide her tension. Lin Yu also waved and walked into the pavilion. As soon as he stepped in, a wave of pressure fell upon him. The heavy spirit power was like the deep sea, and also like a mountain pressing down on his head. Lin Yu's expression changed slightly, and his feet stumbled a bit. His Xuandian internal energy instinctively activated, and the blue-silver emperor aura slightly leaked out, allowing him to barely stand firm. He raised his head, meeting Du Gubo's viper-like eyes. Du Gubo stared at Lin Yu, his voice hoarse and chilling. It was you, who noticed that Yan Yan was poisoned inside her body. The pressure still enveloped Lin Yu, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. The pressure of a titled Douluo was far from what he could currently withstand. Before Lin Yu could speak, Du Guyan already saw that something was wrong. She grabbed Du Gubo's arm and reproached him coquettishly. Grandpa, what are you doing? You scared Lin Yu, he is my friend. Facing his granddaughter, Du Gubo's expression instantly softened, his eyes filled with doting affection as he patted Du Guyan's hand. Alright, wasn't Grandpa just anxious? As his voice fell, Du Gubo glanced at Lin Yu, and the pressure on his body quickly receded. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his hands in about a Du Gubo. Junior Lin Yu greets your excellency Jade Phosphor. The poison within Yanzi's body is indeed what I noticed. He paused, looking at Du Gubo and continuing. Moreover, this toxicity is deeply rooted in the bone marrow, connected with the bloodline, and has been eroding for a long time. I deduce, Yanzi's poison is very likely innate, or in other words, it is symbiotic with the green phosphorus snake spirit. A bright light flashed in Du Gubo's eyes as he looked Lin Yu up and down. Good eyesight, you have some skills. These words were tantamount to acknowledging Lin Yu's judgment. Seeing her grandpa's approval, the anticipation in Du Guyan's eyes grew even more intense as she eagerly looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, since you can see it, then, do you have a way to detoxify it? Previously, Du Gubo had already laid everything out to her, informing her of the flaws of the green phosphorus snake spirit. Not only herself, but Du Gubo's body was likewise heavily eroded by toxins. If it were not for Du Gubo's innate jade phosphor serpent spirit and exceptional talent, relying on spirit power to suppress it, he might have already died of poison outbursts long ago. But her father was not so lucky, and it even eroded into her mother's body, causing both of them to perish. She now eagerly hoped to learn the method of detoxification from Lin Yu, not wanting her future children to be like her. Du Gubo gently patted his granddaughter's shoulder to comfort her, but his gaze locked onto Lin Yu. This time, he directly used voice transmission to warn him. Brat, you better think clearly before speaking. It counts as your ability to see the poison, but if you talk nonsense and give Yan Yan hope yet fail to do it, you should have heard of my methods. Facing these implicitly threatening words, Lin Yu's expression did not change. The method of detoxification, I have it, and there is more than one. The grandfather and granddaughter were startled at the same time. Du Gubo's pupils suddenly shrank, staring dead at Lin Yu. Du Guyan covered her mouth, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. What did you say? You have a way to detoxify? Du Gubo's voice trembled as he blurted out the question. Meeting their gazes, Lin Yu said calmly. Yes, right now I can state a method that can temporarily alleviate the toxicity and prolong vitality. What method? Speak quickly. Du Gubo stepped forward and asked eagerly. Lin Yu slowly said, the method of storing poison in a spirit bone. Simply put, a green phosphorus snake spirit master is poisoned because the human body lacks a venom gland to store the virulent poison, causing the toxins to erode themselves. If you find a spirit bone and guide the toxins inside the body into it, you can greatly alleviate the erosion and prolong vitality. Storing poison in a spirit bone, storing poison in a spirit bone. Du Gubo muttered repeatedly, the light in his eyes lighting up and dimming, turning into sorrow and remorse. That's right, a spirit bone belongs to an external object, exactly a good place to store poison. I should have thought of it earlier, if I could have thought of it back then, perhaps my ill-fated child and daughter-in-law, perhaps they would have. He choked up and could not continue speaking, painfully closing his eyes. Du Guyan's eye rims turned red, and she tightly hugged her grandfather's arm. When their emotions eased slightly, Lin Yu solemnly added. However, Your Excellency, Yanzi, this method can only cure the symptoms, not the root cause, and there are major limitations. Du Gubo immediately opened his eyes. What limitations? There is an upper limit to storing toxins in a spirit bone. Lin Yu explained, once the toxins in the spirit bone are full, not only will the spirit bone be eroded and ruined, but the massive toxins inside will also instantly erupt to backlash the spirit master, and by then. Lin Yu did not finish, but the three of them knew the consequences. Du Gubo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He looked at Lin Yu again, his gaze lacking scrutiny. What you said is right, then what is the true root cure method? What conditions are needed? After those words just now, he already believed Lin Yu by 70 to 80%. Perhaps the problem that had plagued the Dugu family for thousands of years could truly be solved on this youth. Lin Yu timely showed a troubled look, his brows slightly furrowed. The root cure method is very difficult. The key lies in some extremely rare heaven and earth miraculous herbs. Every single one of these miraculous herbs is a rare treasure, something to be stumbled upon by chance rather than sought. Although spirit bones are rare, they can still occasionally be seen at auctions, but these miraculous herbs are encountered once in 10,000 years. Miraculous herbs. Hearing these two words, Du Gubo's eyes narrowed, re-examining Lin Yu like a viper staring at its prey. Because he happened to have a treasure land full of exotic flowers and rare herbs. Ice and fire yin-yang well. This brat, is it a coincidence, or does he have ulterior motives? That treasure land of his was located deep in the Sunset Forest, and was surrounded by toxic miasma, impossible for outsiders to know. Perhaps it really is a coincidence. Thoughts spinning in his heart, Du Gubo remained calm on the surface. Miraculous herbs, I have some, but can you guarantee that having miraculous herbs will definitely detoxify? Grandpa, Du Guyan looked at him pleasantly surprised. Miraculous herbs that can be used for detoxification are rare in the world, and not every single one can be used to detoxify. I am not sure whether your excellencies are useful. Then come with me and take a look. As Du Gubo spoke, he pressed down on Lin Yu's shoulder. Grandpa, where are you going? I'm going too. Du Guyan hurriedly grabbed Du Gubo's other hand. Du Gubo turned to look at his granddaughter, his tone rare and gentle. Yan Yan, stay at the academy first. That place, it's not safe for you to go right now. Wait until this brat and I confirm the method is effective, and then I will take you there, okay? Lin Yu also smiled gently at Du Guyan. Yanzi, rest assured, we will be back soon. Du Guyan looked at her grandpa and then at Lin Yu. Although she was still somewhat worried, she had no choice but to nod and let go. Then, Grandpa, Lin Yu, come back early. Rest assured, Du Gubo acknowledged. The next moment, Lin Yu only felt the wind whistling by his ears and the scenery flying backwards. The speed of a tidal Douluo was shockingly fast. The pavilion and Du Guyan instantly vanished into the night. Chapter 54, Ice and Fire Yin-yang Well. Under the moonlight, Du Gubo carried Lin Yu and rode the wind. He glanced at Lin Yu, who was held in his hand with a calm expression. Earlier, because of the matter regarding detoxification, he hadn't paid much attention. Only now did Du Gubo come to his senses. During the period when he was suppressing his toxins, a young man had unexpectedly appeared beside Du Guyan. Judging from their behavior just now, their relationship even seemed quite good. Thinking of this, Du Gubo carefully looked at Lin Yu and slightly tightened his grip on the hand holding him. Some information immediately surfaced in his mind. Bone age approaching 13, level 33 spirit elder. These 2 points alone shocked Du Gubo's heart, making even his handsome and elegant appearance seem somewhat unremarkable. Supreme talent, an appearance worthy of Yan Yan, and a disposition that looks decent for now. At least he is much better than that stern-faced kid from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Du Gubo nodded inwardly, his first impression of Lin Yu not being bad. Because of the green phosphorus snake poison in her personality, Du Guyan did not have many friends, let alone members of the opposite sex. Now that a youth with superior talent and appearance had popped up, as her grandfather, he inevitably overthought things a bit. Suppressing the distracting thoughts in his heart, Du Gubo spoke again. Kid, you said before that detoxification requires rare spiritual herbs. This old man asks you, if the medicinal materials are complete, what percentage of certainty do you have? Lin Yu pondered for a moment and answered truthfully. Replying to your excellency, if there are spiritual herbs to assist, I have a 90% certainty of dissolving Yanzi's poison. She is still young, so it is easier to handle. He paused and looked at Du Gubo. As for you, senior, your cultivation is profound, and the toxins have accumulated and nurtured for decades, long deeply fused with your spirit power, bloodline, and even your spirit origin. Although this junior has some ideas, I do not have absolute certainty. If the poison is forcibly removed, I am afraid it will injure your foundation, or even trigger a backlash of the toxins with unpredictable consequences. Seeing that Lin Yu did not make reckless boasts and even pointed out his trouble, Douluo felt not the slightest displeasure. Instead, his heart felt somewhat more at ease. He was most afraid of encountering someone who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and talked wildly. Humph, consider yourself somewhat discerning. Douluo snorted coldly, but his tone was much softer. This old man knows his own body best. This green phosphorus serpent emperor poison has been with me my whole life, and it has long merged into one with my spirit power. If one day it cannot be suppressed and explodes, I am afraid the entire Heaven Do city will turn into a toxic domain. Speaking of this, a trace of complexity flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lin Yu and said in a deep voice. You must do your utmost regarding Yan Yan's poison. As for this old man, I have lived for so many years and saw through it long ago. As long as you can truly cure Yan Yan's poison and keep her safe, this old man will owe you a massive favor. Even. His words changed direction, carrying a bit of seriousness. This old man will make the decision and agree to the matter between you and Yan Yan. Hearing this, no matter how steady Lin Yu's mind was, he still gave two light coughs, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face. Approaching Douluo Yan indeed harbored the intention of contacting Douluo through her and plotting for the ice and fire Yin Yang well, carrying a bit of utilization. But after getting along these days, to say he had not a shred of favorable impression towards that charming young girl would also be deceiving himself. It was just that being so straightforwardly betrothed by Douluo still caught him off guard. Senior is joking, Lin Yu steadied his mind. Miss Douluo and I haven't known each other for long. Right now, we're just friends. Friends, Douluo sneered. Kid, don't put on an act in front of this old man. Speaking of family background, she has a grandfather who is a titled Douluo. Speaking of appearance, she is even a peerless beauty. What, you still look down on my granddaughter? This junior wouldn't dare. Lin Yu quickly shook his head. As the two spoke, they had already penetrated deep into the hinterland of the Sunset Forest. Ahead, a valley shrouded in thick-colored toxic miasma loomed faintly in the night. Douluo headed toward the valley, his voice returning to cold solemnity. We've arrived. Carrying Lin Yu, his figure suddenly plummeted. Within a few breaths, the two had passed through the toxic miasma and landed in the valley. Stepping on solid ground, Lin Yu immediately steadied himself and looked up. Even with prior preparation, the scene before him still made his mind shake. The valley was not large, yet it seemed like a world of its own. In the center, spring eyes where red and blue colors intertwined in constantly steamed mist were as distinct yet integrated as a tidy diagram. Around the spring eyes grew strange flowers and exotic herbs, some exuding a faint fragrance, others flowing with colorful light, all in various shapes. The ice and fire Yin Yang well, this ultimate treasure land spanning tens of thousands of years on the Douluo Continent, was finally truly placed before Lin Yu. Douluo stood beside him with his hands behind his back. His green eyes swept across this treasure land belonging to him, and he said quite proudly. Kid, this is this old man's medicinal garden. How is it? Are there any spiritual herbs you need? Hearing this, Lin Yu came back to his senses and nodded affirmatively. Of course, this is the ice and fire Yin Yang well after all. If they aren't here, they can no longer be found anywhere in the entire world. The ice and fire Yin Yang well. Douluo was stunned. It was his first time hearing this name, and he immediately turned his head to look at Lin Yu. Kid, you know this place. Without waiting for Lin Yu to reply, he looked at the environment of the medicinal garden, nodded, and praised with admiration. This name is not bad indeed, quite fitting. Of course I know it. Lin Yu nodded. I once saw an introduction in ancient books. This is a treasure land spawned by two opposing and mutually generating energies of extreme heat and extreme cold, which can allow the plants inside to grow at 10 times the speed of the outside world. Douluo nodded thoughtfully, without asking where Lin Yu had read those ancient books. That being said, you also recognize the plants inside. Of course I recognize them. Lin Yu smiled and immediately reached out to point at a sunflower with a golden red color, shaped like a spreading winged phoenix. Cotscomb phoenix sunflower. Consuming it can stimulate the phoenix bloodline. Even a barnyard chicken has the possibility of transforming into a phoenix. Yushang Kiluo immortal product. Within the range covered by its mist, one is immune to all poisons. Snow-colored swan's kiss. It is non-toxic itself, but its medicinal effect can breed toxins at a rate of 1,000 or 10,000 times faster. Quote. Lin Yu pointed out more than a dozen immortal herb medicinal plants in succession. Douluo listened with secret shock in his heart, but on the surface, he snorted coldly. Just saying the names doesn't count. Who knows if you're making it up blindly? Since you speak so logically and fluently, you can pick one and ingest it yourself. If you can truly succeed, this old man will believe you. Lin Yu turned his head and looked at Douluo. Your Excellency, any of them is fine. Douluo raised an eyebrow. Naturally, this old man keeps his word. Lin Yu smiled slightly, his gaze having already fallen on the two particularly eye-catching large flowers right in the center of the ice and fire Yin Yang well. One was crimson like a flame, shaped like congealed raging fire. The other was crystal clear, resembling carved ice. They were precisely the blazing apricot delicate and the octagonal mysterious ice grass. Ghost shadow perplexing track. In an instant, Lin Yu's figure moved. His entire person had already swept to the exact center of the ice and fire Yin Yang well, and a jade short blade appeared in his hand at some unknown time. With a raise of his hand and a fall of his blade, Lin Yu swept the jade blade across two arcs, simultaneously cutting off the blazing apricot delicate and the octagonal mysterious ice grass from their roots. Controlling crane catching dragon activated, he swept his hands forward to catch both immortal herbs completely, stuffing them into his mouth without hesitation. The next moment, a light intertwined with red and blue suddenly emerged on Lin Yu's face, followed immediately under Douluo's astonished gaze. With a splash, he plummeted into the ice and fire Yin Yang well. Holy crap, kid, are you courting death? Douluo was greatly alarmed, yet Lin Yu had already plunged beneath the two-colored spring water, and even he was powerless to help. Chapter 55, Ice and Fire Refining the Golden Body, Red Trait. Hey, kid, are you crazy? Douluo watched helplessly as Lin Yu picked the two large flowers, consumed them, and plunged into the lake with lightning speed. That speed was so fast that even he, a titled Douluo, failed to react in time. By the time he rushed close, the two-colored lake water had completely submerged Lin Yu. Looking at the rippling lake surface, Douluo paced back and forth with a gloomy and annoyed expression. Although he was called Poison Douluo, he was not actually proficient in the art of poison, and at most only had some research on snake toxins. Aside from things like lingzi and ginseng, he knew nothing about the dozens or hundreds of medicinal and spiritual herbs in this ice and fire Yin Yang well. Even with his explorations over the years, he knew very little. As for the lake water in the center, he did not even dare to touch it. Just a slight contact with the forces of extreme ice and extreme fire could kill a person invisibly. Yet Lin Yu was merely a small spirit elder, falling completely into it. How could he possibly come out unscathed? Damn it, I hope this kid really knows what he is doing. At this moment, Douluo could only pray that Lin Yu's understanding of the ice and fire yin-yang well was truly accurate. Otherwise, the hope for his Douluo family to detoxify for thousands of years would shatter once again. Just as Douluo fell into anger and anxiety, Lin Yu, who was currently soaked inside the ice and fire yin-yang well, felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Not only did the two forces of ice and fire pose no threat to him, but they also cooperated with the powers of the two immortal herbs, blazing apricot delicate and octagonal mysterious ice grass inside his body, rapidly refining his physique, making his already clear body even more perfect. Lin Yu quietly lay in the spring water. The two forces inside his body refined themselves autonomously without any need for intervention, making him seem somewhat idle. Looking at the red and blue spring water before him, he couldn't help but feel a bit of curiosity about what lay below. It is said that the ice and fire yin-yang well was transformed from the corpses of the ice and fire dragon kings. Their remains are very likely in the depths. Should I go down and take a look? A thought suddenly rose in Lin Yu's mind and could no longer be dismissed. Anyway, it is just a look, it won't hurt. As soon as Lin Yu was moved by the idea, he acted, immediately swinging his hands. His body immediately dove toward the depths of the spring water. The further down he went, the stronger the water pressure became, but this also accelerated the digestion of the medicinal power of the two immortal herbs in his body. After just a few minutes, Lin Yu had already descended over 100 meters. The pressure here had become extremely terrifying, making even movement extremely difficult, and the medicinal power of the blazing apricot delicate and octagonal mysterious ice grass was also rapidly depleting. This is the limit, I need to think of another way. Lin Yu's thoughts stirred slightly, and a purple hue surged in his eyes. The panoramic power of the purple demon eye was thoroughly stimulated. His vision, originally distorted by the ice and fire energy and spring water, suddenly became a bit clearer. Lin Yu immediately concentrated and looked downward. Deeper in the intersecting red and blue spring water, two extremely massive shadows could be faintly seen, quietly sinking at the very bottom of the spring, as if they had stayed there for endless years. That is. Lin Yu's heart shook as he chanted silently. Trait talent, activate. In an instant, a series of massive bubbles crossed the barrier of the spring water and came into view. The color of those bubbles was actually red. Red traits as bright as blood, containing endless power. This was the first time he had seen a trait of this color. Without needing to think, it must far surpass gold and silver traits. Son of the Dragon God, Red Fire Dragon King, Red Ice Dragon King, Red. With just a hurried glance, that shocking trait information and majestic dragon pressure rushed toward his face. Lin Yu's heart grew stern, and he moved down a little further, wanting to see more information clearly. However, just as he was focusing intently on those traits, whether Lin Yu's gaze triggered the dormant dragon skeleton, or the residual dragon soul's instinct detected an outsider speaking, a vast, ancient, and terrifying dragon might burst out from the dragon's body without any warning. Roar. The invisible pressure was like substance, crashing into Lin Yu's body. This dragon might had no clear hostility, it was more like the instinctive reaction of a sleeping behemoth after being disturbed. It was purely suppression at the level of status. But for Lin Yu, who was currently undergoing the ice and fire body refinement, this sudden dragon might impact was undoubtedly adding frost to snow. Crack. Lin Yu only felt his entire body's bones emit a series of crisp sounds, as if they could fall apart at any time. The medicinal power of the blazing apricot delicate and octagonal mysterious ice grass, which was already not much left in his body, was instantly and thoroughly stimulated under the impact of the dragon might. However, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. The exact moment the medicinal power was fully stimulated and formed an internal and external pincer attack with the dragon might pressure, the ice and fire refining the golden body was also pushed to its peak. Outside the spring, Douluo, who was pacing anxiously and looking at the spring from time to time, suddenly felt something was wrong as the ground beneath his feet was actually trembling slightly. This is an earthquake. Wait. Before Douluo could react, the previously relatively calm red and blue spring suddenly boiled. The next moment, boom, accompanied by a loud noise. A thick column of water soared into the sky, and the two-colored spring water containing the power of extreme heat and extreme cold splashed in all directions. At the same time, a figure was thrown into midair by the spring water. It was precisely Lin Yu. Damn, the brat is actually fine. Douluo was first shocked and then overjoyed. There was finally some movement. He immediately waved his hand toward Lin Yu. The majestic spirit power turned into a ribbon, instantly wrapping around the falling Lin Yu in midair and bringing him to the shore. As soon as he landed, Douluo scolded him head-on. Bastard, have you lost your mind? Even if you knew the usage of those two flowers, you shouldn't have jumped directly into the spring. If you die, what will happen to Yan Yan's poison? Lin Yu shook his head, snapping back from the shock of the dragon might in the completed state of body refinement. Your Excellency, calm your anger. Not only is this not a risk, but it is also the only way to consume these two flowers. Besides, this is the only way to prove that what I said is true, isn't it? Douluo was choked up for a moment, and his expression still didn't look good. Fine, I'll let you pass this time. Immediately after, he developed curiosity about Lin Yu. Quickly tell me, after eating those two strange flowers and jumping into the spring water, how do you feel now? What changes are there? Lin Yu reined in his mind, carefully sensed the condition inside his body, and then a joyful expression appeared on his face. My spirit power has directly reached rank 35. Rank 35. Douluo sensed the spirit power fluctuation on Lin Yu's body, which was indeed much stronger than before, yet he frowned. Even this old man felt palpitations from those two flowers. Why did you only break through by 2 ranks after absorbing them? No, senior, this 2-rank spirit power increase is actually just incidental, Lin Yu explained. Just now in the depths of the spring, under the joint refinement of the Dragon King's instinctive dragon might and the pressure of the spring water, the Yang Wei vessel and Yin Wei vessel among the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body were suddenly unblocked, which was why his spirit power increased by 2 ranks. However, this point obviously could not be explicitly stated to Douluo. After all, once explained, it would be endless. Lin Yu hurriedly extended his arm and handed it to Douluo. If your excellency doesn't believe me, you can check. Chapter 56 Level 35, Wangchuan Chushuilu. Douluo was half skeptical, reaching out to pinch Lin Yu's arm before injecting a trace of spirit power to probe his muscles, bones, and internal organs. With this probe, Douluo could not help widening his eyes, an expression of disbelief appearing on his face. Your body, how did it become so strong? Those 2 flowers actually have such an effect. Lin Yu's current physique could be said to be more than twice as strong as before he jumped down. His muscles and bones were tough, his vital energy and blood were flourishing, and his physical strength hardly lost to some high-level spirit gains. Lin Yu withdrew his arm and nodded, saying, "Correct. Its name is Ice and Fire Refining Golden Body, which can greatly enhance physical strength and resistance to ice and fire attributes. Your Excellency, can you believe now that I am not just spouting nonsense?" Du Gubo immediately nodded repeatedly, all doubts in his eyes completely vanishing, replaced by intense eagerness and burning heat. I believe it, little friend, quickly tell me, how exactly can the poison within Yan Yan's body be resolved? Facing Du Gubo's gaze, Lin Yu slowly said, "This is also one of the reasons why I chose to consume those 2 immortal herbs. After swallowing the octagonal mysterious ice grass and blazing apricot delicate, the blood in my body already contains 2 energies of extreme cold and extreme heat, which happen to possess the ability to dispel all poisons. As long as Yanzi ingests my blood, supplemented by specific methods for guidance, the green phosphorus snake venom can be completely dissolved." Du Gubo slowly nodded, but his brows furrowed deeply. The method sounds feasible, only, the reason why my green phosphorus snake spirit masters are feared relies entirely on this terrifying poisonous power. If the toxins are completely gone, wouldn't Yan Yan have no self-protection power left? How will she establish herself in the future? What Your Excellency says is true. Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging Du Gubo's worry, but his tone immediately shifted as a trace of a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Since the green phosphorus snake spirit has brought trouble, why not change to another spirit? Change the spirit? Du Gubo was stunned, his eyes filled with incomprehension and shock. Spirits are innate, how can they be changed? Lin Yu chuckled softly, already raising his arm to point at the rock wall on the other side of the ice and fire yin yang well. Your Excellency, please look. Du Gubo looked over at the sound. He saw several vigorous vines hanging there, bearing several fruits of varying sizes. Their skins rippled with a golden luster, uneven and resembling dragon scales. This fruit is named Earth Dragon Golden Melon. Its efficacy is similar to the coxcomb phoenix sunflower I mentioned earlier, possessing the effect of improving spirits. The difference is that what is contained within this Earth Dragon Golden Melon is a trace of pure dragon bloodline. Lin Yu paused slightly, and seeing Du Gubo's gaze locked tightly on the golden melon, he continued to explain. On Douluo Continent, for all scaled spirit beasts, 8 or 9 out of 10 of their bloodline sources can be traced back to the true dragon lineage. The green phosphorus snake also belongs to the scaled category. As long as Yanzi ingests the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, relying on the power of the dragon blood within it, I have great confidence in letting her evolve from a green phosphorus snake into a dragon-type spirit. Since the spirit transforms from a snake into a dragon, the green phosphorus snake venom will no longer exist, and naturally it will never erode a spirit master's life again. Hearing what Lin Yu said, Du Gubo was first stunned, then fiercely slapped his thigh, wild joy appearing on his face. Wonderful, truly wonderful. How could this old man not have thought of it? That's right, as long as the spirit is not the green phosphorus snake, the root of the poison is severed by itself. How can there be any talk of being poisoned? The fear accumulated over many years was swept away at this moment, and his entire person seemed several years younger. At this moment, his heart held only wild joy. As for whether the green phosphorus snake spirit ceased to exist and whether the inheritance continued, in Du Gubo's view, they were all harmless trivial matters. The green phosphorus snake inheritance. How could it be as important as his granddaughter's life? What is more, the green phosphorus snake spirit had harmed the Dugu family to this extent, changing it early was the correct path. Under his excitement, Du Gubo took a step forward, his hands forcefully pressing onto Lin Yu's shoulders. With burning eyes, he spoke extremely solemnly. Little friend, if this method succeeds, you will be the benefactor who saved my granddaughter's life and gave the Dugu family a new lease on life. This kindness, I, Du Gubo, will engrave it in my heart. He looked around at the surrounding immortal herbs and spiritual medicines, waving his large hand. Within this ice and fire yin yang well, whatever medicinal herb you take a fancy to, just take and use it. Consider it a small token of this old man's appreciation. There is no time to lose, this old man will go and bring Yan Yan over right now. Without waiting for Lin Yu's reply, Du Gubo's figure soared into the air, dark green spirit power surging and turning into a stream of light that rapidly shot toward the horizon, disappearing above the ice and fire yin yang well in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu looked at his distant retreating figure and shook his head with a chuckle. However, regarding Du Guyan, he could understand. Du Gubo's final promise, however, caused a wave of joy to well up in Lin Yu's heart. He turned around, his gaze sweeping across this treasured land, and finally took the lead in walking over to a large pink flower. Looking at the large pink flower before him, Lin Yu lightly sniffed the mist carrying a faint fragrance, his eyes narrowing slightly as he pondered in his heart. Yama Invitation, rank 3rd among technique-type hidden weapons. Though called a technique, it is a completely highly toxic hidden weapon. As long as it can pierce the skin, even a titled Douluo will instantly turn into poisonous water. Although I copied the mysterious heaven treasure record, my understanding of it is far inferior to Tang San's. However, with the Yushang Kiluo immortal herb, even if my preparation technique is clumsy, it will not endanger others or my own life safety. By that time, I will truly have the trump card to confront the top powerhouses of Douluo Continent. Whether it is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan or Tang Hao, I will have the power to counter-kill. However, the preparation of the Yama Invitation was extremely difficult. Although there was now a venue and medicinal materials, it was far from something that could be completed in a short moment. Lin Yu immediately turned his gaze in other directions. Very soon, he determined his location. A small grass that was entirely emerald green, with 3 snow-white leaves in the center, caught Lin Yu's eye. Looking from afar, within the gorgeous and colorful ice and fire yin-yang well, this plant was as unremarkable as a weed by the roadside. Yet on the snow-white leaves of such a medicinal herb, several clear, crystal-clear water droplets were condensed. It was precisely Weng Chu and Chushwilu. Looking at the small grass before him, Lin Yu's eyes burned with heat. Body quenching is complete, now it's time to quench the spirit. There were no restrictions on picking Weng Chu and Chushwilu. Without any hesitation, Lin Yu immediately reached out to pluck it, placing the entire medicinal herb in front of him. Amid a slight tremor, the dew on the white leaves successively dripped into his mouth, and the medicinal herb in his hand instantly turned into flying ashes. The cool medicinal liquid in his throat instantly burst open, turning into a rich mist that rushed straight into his mind. Lin Yu immediately sat cross-legged, following the cultivation method of the purple demon eye to guide the medicinal power, and instantly a sense of coolness surged into his eyes and mind. Weng Chu and Chushwilu was truly extraordinary. Lin Yu was secretly overjoyed in his heart. Tang San broke through directly from micro-perception to mustard seed. I am only observing broadly, and might not break through to mustard seed, but I suppose I should be able to reach the peak of the micro-perception realm. But just as Lin Yu was thinking this, an inexplicable fluctuation suddenly arose deep within his body. Stimulated by this power, the originally cool medicinal power instantly boiled, and the quenching speed increased exponentially. Wait, what is this? Chapter 57, Soul Vigor, Purple shows its divine might once again, finally entering the mustard seed realm. Wait, this is... Before Lin Yu could finish marveling at the astonishing effects of the Wangchu and Chushuilu, the medicinal power that was originally nourishing his soul suddenly surged drastically. That refreshing sensation penetrating his heart and soul doubled more than once. And he was far too familiar with that wave of soul fluctuation. This is the effect of Soul Vigor, Purple. Lin Yu felt immensely shocked, his emotions churning. I remember this entry has the effect of yielding twice the result with half the effort for soul cultivation. Wait. Could it be, now that I'm taking the Wangchu and Chushuilu, it can also count as soul cultivation? However, at this moment, the icy cold, surging medicinal power and the wildly growing mental force left Lin Yu no time to think too much, immediately plunging his entire mind into the tempering of the purple demon eye. About half an hour later, when the last trace of medicinal power in his mind completely melted into his eyes, Lin Yu abruptly opened his eyes. In an instant, a rich purple bloomed in his pupils, bursting forth with a nearly foot-long divine light that seemed corporeal. Right directly in front of this divine light, all the immortal herbs and spiritual medicines along the way swayed automatically without any wind, ultimately stirring up ripples in the ice and fire yin-yang well. At this moment, within Lin Yu's field of vision, the drifting mist in the ice and fire yin-yang well, the slightly swaying fuzz on the immortal herbs, everything became incomparably clear in his eyes. Even the poisonous fog in midair protecting the ice and fire yin-yang well from external intrusion was seen through by Lin Yu's purple demon eye. Mustard seed, this is the mustard seed realm, surveying everything in the world into view, containing Mount Sumeru within a mustard seed. I didn't expect that with the help of Soul Vigor, Purple it could actually allow me to leap straight from the surveying realm into the mustard seed realm in one step, directly skipping the micro realm. Lin Yu's joy at this moment was beyond words. This harvest completely exceeded his expectations. Originally, Lin Yu thought that even with the help of the Wangchu and Chushuilu, stepping into the mustard seed realm would still take some time. Yet he never expected that the talent nurtured through his 2 lifetimes would directly help him complete this step. And that attack just now, was it a mental shock? Lin Yu muttered excitedly in a low voice, then once again concentrated his focus in his eyes, shooting a strand of mental force toward the spring water of the ice and fire yin-yang well. This time there was no purple divine light like when he first opened his eyes, only an invisible mental fluctuation cut across the air. At the end of his gaze, the spring water rippled once again. Indeed, that's right, it is a mental shock. Immediately following that, Lin Yu tried 7 or 8 more times, stopping only when waves of dizziness fed back from his mind. Hiss, I used a bit too much force. Lin Yu gently rubbed his temples as the excited feeling gradually faded. With the mental shock, I have gained 1 more control skill. Evaluated by the system of 20,000 years later, I can now preliminarily project my mental force outward. I should be considered at the spiritual sea realm, right? Spiritual sea realm mental force can carry black 10,000-year spirit souls, generally possessed only by those of the spirit emperor or spirit saint realms. If placed in the current primitive version, with this mental shock of mine, even a spirit Douluo would probably daze for a split second. Coupled with the Yama invitation, my safety will be even more guaranteed. Thinking of this, Lin Yu got up and stretched, his handsome face full of satisfaction. The ice and fire gold body refining is complete, the purple demon eye has broken through to mustard seed, and I've even additionally unblocked 2 extraordinary meridians and leveled up twice. This trip has been a super perfect wrap-up. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yu suddenly slapped his forehead. I was so happy I almost forgot, Yanzi's and Dugubo's poisons haven't been cured yet. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's mind stirred. His figure spun around once more, and he harvested a few spiritual herbs, beginning to compound medicinal pills according to the methods in the mysterious Heaven Treasure record. On the other side, at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, Du Guyan sat listlessly inside a pavilion, blankly gazing at the sky. I wonder where Grandpa and Lin Yu went. How are they doing now? Just when Du Guyan thought there would be no result today, Dugubo's excited and hurried voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Yan, come with me quickly, there's a way to cure your poison. Grandpa. Du Guyan was slightly stunned, her enchanting and delicate body springing abruptly from the stone table as she looked up at the sky. Only to see that high up in the 100-meter sky, a jade-green stream of light suddenly plummeted from the horizon, revealing a human figure in the blink of an eye. It was precisely Dugubo. Du Guyan hurriedly stood up and rushed in front of Dugubo, her pretty face filled with excitement and joy. Grandpa, is it true? Is there really a way to cure it? She subconsciously looked around, but did not see that familiar figure, and hastily pursued with a question. Where's Lin Yu? You will understand once you come with me. Dugubo didn't answer, directly grabbing Du Guyan's arm and bringing her straight up into the sky, flying toward the sunset forest. Lin Yu, brat, this old man has brought Yan over. As soon as Dugubo brought Du Guyan through the poisonous miasma, he impatiently shouted out loud, his voice echoing in the valley. This was Du Guyan's first time coming to the ice and fire yin-yang well, and she was immediately captivated by the scene before her eyes. That peculiar spring intertwined with red and blue, as well as the strangely shaped exotic flowers and rare herbs all around, filled her with incomparable amazement. How beautiful. Grandpa, is this the medicinal garden you mentioned? However, Du Guyan's attention quickly shifted away from the flowers and grass, finding that busy figure and excitedly waving. Lin Yu. Dugubo brought her down to a steady landing, and Du Guyan immediately sprinted over, rushing to Lin Yu's side in a few steps. At this moment, Lin Yu was mixing a few processed medicinal herbs together, rolling them into medicinal pills the size of longans. Hearing Du Guyan's call, he had just completed the final step, putting the medicinal pills into a jade bottle. Yanzi, you're here. Lin Yu stood up and smiled slightly at Du Guyan. Lin Yu, the antidote, has a method to cure the poison really been found? Grandpa said you have a way, is it true? Du Guyan grabbed Lin Yu's arm, her jade-green beautiful eyes filled with eagerness and anticipation. Lin Yu nodded, his expression earnest. Of course. Following that, he told Du Guyan once again about the method he had discussed with Dugubo. Du Guyan listened somewhat absent-mindedly, her red lips slightly parted, her beautiful and pretty face full of shock. There's actually such a method, changing the spirit. This completely exceeded her cognition. But looking at Lin Yu's affirmative gaze, as well as Du Gubo's smiling and nodding appearance, Du Guyan knew this wasn't a joke. However, Du Guyan quickly reacted. Whether on the road just now or right now, both Du Gubo and Lin Yu had been talking from beginning to end about how to cure her poison. Then what about Grandpa? She abruptly turned her head to look at Du Gubo. Grandpa, what about your poison? Lin Yu, is the method you just mentioned also effective for Grandpa? Du Gubo stepped forward, his cheeks somewhat emaciated from the torment of the severe poison appearing exceptionally gentle at this moment. His palm gently stroked Du Guyan's long hair, revealing a loving smile. Silly girl, Grandpa has lived for so many years and has long since seen through it. As long as you can be healthy and well, Grandpa is satisfied. Chapter 58, Hunyuan Immortal Herb, Poison Dan, and a Sudden Inspiration. No. Du Guyan's eyes instantly turned red, and she shook her head vigorously, her voice choked with sobs. I don't want that, Grandpa, Mom and Dad are already gone, and I only have you left as family. As she spoke, Du Guyan tightly grabbed Lin Yu's arm, as if grasping at her last hope, and pleaded with a crying tone. Lin Yu, you're so powerful, you must have a way to save Grandpa, right? I'm begging you. Looking at Du Guyan's red-rimmed eyes and pleading gaze, Lin Yu sighed inwardly, patted Du Guyan's hand, and said gently. Yanzi, don't get too excited. Regarding Senior Dugu's poison, let's sit down and talk slowly. The three of them sat down on a flat rock. After the two of them calmed down a bit, Lin Yu looked at Du Gubo. Senior, during the time you left to pick up Yanzi, I carefully thought about your condition. Hearing this, Du Gubo's spirits perked up. Although in his heart, Du Guyan's health was far more important than his own, who would want to die if they could live? I've thought of several methods, but none have absolute certainty, and Senior, your deterrence to the outside world relies entirely on your toxins. That is indeed true, Du Gubo nodded. However, Lin Yu changed the subject, although there is no perfect cure, there might be a way to extend the time you use to suppress the poison. What way? Du Gubo immediately asked. Senior, before I tell you, I want to ask you a question. Lin Yu looked at Du Gubo. If you were to break through another 2 ranks and possess a higher tier of spirit power, would you be able to suppress the poison for a longer time? That's only natural. Du Gubo nodded without hesitation. If I had rank 93 or 94 spirit power right now, I would be 100% confident in suppressing the poison for another 30 years and more. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Du Gubo immediately deflated. It's just that ever since I broke through to title Douluo, most of my time has been spent suppressing the poison, and I haven't broken through in many years. I have a way, Lin Yu said slowly. What? Du Gubo abruptly stood up. Kid, are your words true? Du Guyan also looked at Lin Yu full of anticipation. Everything that happened today gave her a deeper understanding of this boy she had only known for half a month. That courage to not be afraid even in the face of title Douluo, and the erudition to talk eloquently about a problem that had plagued the Dugu family for thousands of years. She had never seen it in any peer of her age. And all of this deeply fascinated Du Guyan. Of course, it's right here before us. Lin Yu directly stood up and walked towards a corner of the medicinal garden. Soon, under the gaze of Du Gubo and Du Guyan, a patch of white flowers came into Lin Yu's view. A faint fragrance rushed towards his face, causing his mind to shudder slightly. According to the mysterious Heaven Treasure record, that immortal herb is very inconspicuous and easily blends in with other white flowers and plants, but it will spontaneously counterattack when approached. Just as Lin Yu's hand swept past a certain corner, a layer of faint white radiance flashed out of thin air. Boundless spirit power fluctuations without any attributes acted like a wall, blocking Lin Yu's hand back. Found it. Purple light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Fortunately, my purple demon eye broke through to the mustard seed realm, otherwise it really wouldn't be easy to find you. The next moment, Lin Yu gathered spirit power in his hand, a warm jade-like luster flashing over his right hand, and he grabbed forward like lightning. With a soft pop, the mysterious jade hand combined with controlling crane-catching dragon directly broke through that layer of spirit power defense. By the time Lin Yu withdrew his hand, a small flower glowing white and flawless like jade had appeared in his palm. The small white flower looked very inconspicuous with no protruding appearance, placed among a cluster of white flowers, it was simply hard to distinguish. However, the moment Lin Yu held it in his hand, he immediately perceived the extraordinariness of this white flower. Warm to the touch, it gave him a heavy texture, resembling a mass of condensed, tangible spirit power. Under the curiosity of Du Gubo and Du Guyan, Lin Yu brought this small white flower in front of the two of them. Lin Yu, what is this? Can it help Grandpa suppress the poison? Du Guyan looked at the white flower and asked curiously. That's right, Lin Yu nodded. Following closely, under the gaze of the two, he began to introduce this small white flower. The name of this white flower is called the Hunyuan Immortal Herb. Unlike the coxcomb phoenix sunflower and the earth dragon golden melon, which can refine phoenix and dragon bloodlines, it doesn't carry any attributes. But its greatest characteristic is that it can help spirit masters elevate and refine their own spirit power. The attached, Hunyuan One Qi, effect can even help spirit masters condense a spirit core. Among all the methods I have thought of, only this immortal herb can solve Senior Dugu's problem. As soon as Lin Yu's words fell, Du Gubo's voice of admiration sounded. Incredible, I didn't expect that my medicinal garden would actually have such an immortal herb. This old man is truly sitting on a treasure trove without realizing it. However, very soon, his brow furrowed again, and he looked at Lin Yu with a puzzled gaze. Lin Yu, I understand most of what you said, but what about that thing you mentioned at the end, a spirit core? What kind of thing is that? Why has this old man never heard of it? Lin Yu choked upon hearing this and smiled awkwardly. This spirit core is also something I saw from that ancient book. It is said that when a spirit master reaches title Douluo, or possesses a deep foundation, with the assistance of a treasure land or immortal herb, they can condense a core that matches their own attribute. It resides within the spirit master's dandian, helping the spirit master continuously circulate spirit power and greatly increasing the recovery speed of spirit power. Its wonderful uses are countless. Oh, so it's this. Du Gubo suddenly came to a realization and slapped his forehead fiercely. Come, Lin Yu, take a look. Is this thing of mine the spirit core you spoke of? As he spoke, an emerald green, dragon-eye-sized bead abruptly flew out from his mouth and landed in front of Lin Yu and Du Guyan. This is a poison Dan unintentionally condensed when I broke through to title Douluo. It has helped me a lot in suppressing the poison, though it doesn't have the effects you mentioned. When Du Gubo spoke of the poison Dan, his face was full of pride. However, what neither Du Gubo nor Du Guyan saw at this moment was. At this moment, Lin Yu was blankly staring at Du Gubo's poison Dan, with the image of Du Gubo spitting out the poison Dan just now echoing in his mind. He waited for half a day without waiting for a reply. Du Gubo and Du Guyan subconsciously looked in Lin Yu's direction, watching him stand blankly in place, motionless. Du Guyan raised her jade hand and waved it in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu, what's wrong with you? Du Guyan's action and voice reached his ears, and Lin Yu snapped back to his senses instantly, inspiration exploding in his mind like thunder. With an excited expression, he placed the Hunyuan immortal herb in the detoxification dan in front of the two of them. Eat only the petals of the Hunyuan immortal herb. Every time you eat a petal, you must cooperate with meditation to digest the medicinal properties, repeating this process. Take the detoxification dan 3 times a day, 1 pill at a time, for 7 consecutive days. The toxins should then completely subside. After saying that, Lin Yu hurriedly stood up, swept his gaze, and saw the cave where Du Gubo usually lived. Without a second word, he sprinted over while shouting backward. Senior Dugu, Yanzi, I have some things to handle. Remember not to disturb me. Du Gubo and Du Guyan looked at each other in dismay, perplexedly watching Lin Yu sprinting back with a blank look on their faces. What they didn't see was. At this time, Lin Yu's face was filled with uncontainable excitement, as if a certain difficult problem was finally solved at this moment. Chapter 59, Sword Pill, The Departure of Yu Tianong. The look of wild joy on Lin Yu's handsome face was hard to conceal. Under the gazes of Du Gubo and Du Guyan, he rushed into the cave. He didn't care whether the interior of the cave was tidy. He directly sat cross-legged on the ground. In his mind, he kept replaying the scene of Du Gubo spitting out the poison pill, and excitedly muttered to himself. That's right, why didn't I think of that? Green phosphorus snake spirit masters don't have poison sacs and poison glands to accumulate toxins like real green phosphorus snakes, which is why they suffer backlash. I am likewise not a golden-edged sisal, so it is impossible for me to truly copy that innate ability wholesale. But I can completely find a carrier, just like how toxins are stored in poison pills and spirit bones. Accumulating them continuously on ordinary days and releasing them all at once in times of crisis, wouldn't this create the innate ability of the golden-edged sisal? Speaking of this, the joy on his face could not be stopped. Poison pill, what I want is a poison pill. No, that's not right, only the thing that accumulates toxins is called a poison pill, mine should be called sword pill. When these two words were uttered, the excitement in Lin Yu's heart had reached its peak. Why didn't I think of the sword pill before? Aren't those sword cultivators in the Shangzhou world just nurturing it daily and finally shocking the world with a single sword strike at a critical moment? Isn't this identical to the self-created spirit ability I want to create? Lin Yu did not hesitate at all. With a thought, his spirit was released immediately. 1 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings instantly emerged, and the dense blue silver emperor instantly spread wantonly throughout the cave. Lin Yu looked at the blue silver emperor all over the ground, his eyes bright. The carrier for accumulating sword chi must be accessible at any time, so it's impossible to store sword chi like spirit bone poison storage. The next moment, he lit up his second and third spirit rings. Emperor's defense and all vegetation looks like soldiers were blessed instantly. Streaks of golden sword chi burst forth on the leaves of the blue silver emperor. Lin Yu raised his hand and plucked a sword leaf. Sword chi is naturally produced spontaneously from the leaves of the blue silver emperor, there's no better carrier than itself. And it can also allow me not to seek outside help. Thinking of it, he did it. Lin Yu immediately followed the idea in his mind and began to let the blue silver emperor all over the ground gather the sword chi. I saw streaks of golden sword chi following the golden veins on the leaves of the blue silver emperor, beginning to converge toward Lin Yu's hand. Under the gathering of countless sword chi, the sword leaf in Lin Yu's hand began to become increasingly dazzling, and the golden light grew brighter and brighter. However, the next moment, boom! Dazzling golden light erupted. A deafening roar resounded in the cave. Outside the cave, Du Guyan heard this movement, and her originally puzzled pretty face changed abruptly. She raised her foot and wanted to rush toward the cave. But before she had run 2 steps, she was stopped by Du Gubo. Grandpa, why are you stopping me? The commotion in the cave is so big, Lin Yu might be in danger. Du Guyan stamped her feet and said anxiously. Du Gubo, however, shook his head. Although I don't know what that kid is doing, it should be very important to him. Trust him, that kid shouldn't do things without certainty. After speaking, he gently patted Du Guyan's shoulder. Pointing at the detoxifying pill, he spoke again. You stay here for this period, but remember, don't touch those flowers and plants under any circumstances. Once we get through this period, our Dugu family will completely usher in a new life. There was still worry in Du Guyan's eyes, but she still obeyed Du Gubo's words and nodded obediently. I know, Grandpa. Inside the cave, dust and gravel fell rustling from the rock wall at the top of the cave, and the blue silver emperor all over the ground collapsed in all directions. Cough cough. Lin Yu coughed twice and raised his hand to wave away the dust in front of him. The original excitement was instantly replaced by disarray. No, I can't be so reckless. I must be gentle and nurture the leaves of the blue silver emperor as if they were an artifact. Thinking of this, Lin Yu changed direction. However, when a wisp of sword chi rushed in again. Boom, the explosion sounded again. Failure is the mother of success, come again. Boom. Change direction, come again. Under the blessing of the blue silver emperor's ultimate vitality, no matter how serious the injury was, it could quickly recover. As for the spirit power consumed by releasing the spirit and spirit ability for a long time, it also quickly recovered under the environment of the dragon's G leaf and the ice and fire yin yang well. Failure after failure, modification after modification. Every time, Lin Yu was able to find the problem within them. 10 times, 100 times. 1 day, 2 days. ... Heavendo Imperial Academy, dormitory area. The injuries on Yu Tianong's body had completely healed. At this moment, standing in the tidied up dormitory, there was unwillingness in his eyes. But the dull pain in his chest spoke of failure. Boss, are you really leaving? Osro hesitated for a moment, but still asked. Yu Tianong was silent for a few seconds, and still nodded. I proposed the bet myself, so I have to acknowledge it if I lose. But in fact, he knew the real reason himself. Staying not only meant facing Lin Yu every day, but also meant watching the other party get closer and closer to Du Guyan with his own eyes. That kind of humiliation and oppression was something he could not endure. Yu Feng scratched his head and asked, then boss, where do you plan to go? Are you going to Thunder Academy? Yu Tianong shook his head. No, I am staying in Heavendo City to go to that advanced Spirit Master Academy opened by my aunt. Lanba Academy. Osro and Yu Feng looked at each other. They had known Yu Tianong for quite a few years, so naturally they knew the background of Lanba Academy and its relationship with Yu Tianong. Yu Tianong nodded, looked at the two of them, and said, Osro, Yu Feng, do you want to leave with me? Ah, us. Osro and Yu Feng were both stunned. Obvious hesitation appeared on their faces. Osro hesitated and said, "Boss, this. Me being in Heaven Do Imperial Academy is the family's intention. My family hopes I can build connections here. If I leave, I'm afraid my family won't agree." Yu Feng nodded, and he meant the same thing. Yu Tianong looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "What good can come from you staying? Lin Yu is here, will he give you a good look in the future? Follow me to Lanba Academy. I dare not guarantee anything else, but with me, Yu Tianong, here, and with the resource support of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Isn't gaining the friendship of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan better than staying here and living under others' thumbs?" Yu Tianong's words struck Osro and Yu Feng's thoughts. Lin Yu was clearly not an easy person to get along with. Continuing to stay in Heaven Do Imperial Academy was indeed not good. If they could get connected with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The two looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. Finally, they slowly nodded. "Boss, we'll go with you." A smile appeared on Yu Tianong's rigid face, and then he looked at Qin Ming, who had been silent all along. "Teacher Qin, what about you?" Qin Ming's brows were tightly locked, and his expression was complex. Leaving Heaven Do Imperial Academy was no small matter. The treatment, resources, and platform here were all top-notch. And unlike Yu Feng and Osro who had families, he was a true commoner spirit master. Yu Tianong seemed to see his hesitation and continued, "Teacher Qin, you and Lin Yu already have a rift. With his personality, do you think he will listen to your teachings?" He paused, his tone becoming more persuasive. "And a talent like Teacher Qin, no matter where you go, you will be an honored guest. I can guarantee that the treatment and respect given to you on my aunt's side will definitely not be worse than here. Even higher." Hearing this, Qin Ming's heart shook. After a long silence, he took a deep breath. Quote. "All right, I'll leave too." When the words fell, Yu Tianong clenched his fists tightly, feeling incomparably cheerful inside. "Just wait, Lin Yu. This matter is far from over. I will take it back with my own hands in the next Continental Elite Tournament. Just by relying on you and Du Guyan, I'd like to see how you two lead the Heaven Do Team 1 to victory." Actually, what Yu Tianong hadn't noticed was that. At this moment, he already had a feeling of fear toward Lin Yu in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of taking Qin Ming, Osro, and the others away, which both weakened the strength of Heaven Do Team 1 and strengthened himself. Chapter 60. Secret Technique Initially Formed, Du Gubo's Metamorphosis. 10 days, a full 10 days. I finally refined the secret technique I envisioned. Ha 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 ha. In the dim cave, Lin Yu looked at the golden ball of light floating in midair before him, ecstatic. The ball of light was pure gold, the size of a dragon's eye, perfectly round throughout, and exuding a piercing metallic luster. Viewed from afar, it looked like a bead crafted from gold. And this was the final form that Lin Yu finally figured out after 10 days in seclusion and thousands of failures. Blue-silver sword pill. It looked like nothing more than a metal elixir pill. But in reality, it was a sword pill formed by a blue-silver emperor's sword leaf being compressed by its own sword chi. It's just a pity that maintaining the sword pill requires me to continuously activate my spirit and use my second and third spirit abilities. Otherwise, its form would collapse on its own and it wouldn't be able to exist as naturally as a real sword pill. Speaking of this, Lin Yu inevitably showed a hint of regret. Fortunately, as long as I maintain the spirit ability with minimum consumption and continuously nourish the sword pill, relying on the endless characteristic of mysterious heaven skill, I can achieve a perfect balance without affecting my cultivation. And it's not without rewards. Lin Yu's gaze looked towards his side. At this moment, the ground was still covered with dense blue-silver emperor, yet by his side, the light and shadow of the 3 spirit rings were gone. By a stroke of luck, I actually figured out the technique to hide spirit rings. That's right, what Lin Yu was executing at this moment was the special technique possessed only by Sword Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school in the current world. It could keep one's spirit rings from showing externally and hide them. It's a pity that it was only preliminarily figured out and isn't as proficient as Sword Douluo's. Once I fight with full force, the spirit rings will still manifest on their own. Lin Yu shook his head inwardly, but quickly cast it behind his mind. Forget it, I won't think about it. Figuring it out is good too, saving me from causing massive shocks every time I release a spirit ring and having to explain it afterward, it's troublesome. Let's try the power of the sword pill. With a thought in Lin Yu's mind, he immediately interrupted the spirit power output. The next moment, the small golden ball suspended in front of Lin Yu instantly shot forward like an arrow leaving a bowstring, guided by his mind. Whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air was sharp and piercing. A stream of golden light flashed across the cave. Seen on the thick rock wall not far away, a bottomless hole was instantly pierced through, with edges as smooth as a mirror. Lin Yu stepped forward, purple light gathering in his eyes. The depth is about 5 meters, not bad. This preliminarily condensed sword pill is roughly comparable in spirit power to Yu Tianong's full burst attack earlier. However, it is obviously much stronger in pure penetrating power, and superior in lethality. After inspecting the power of the sword pill, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. After all, this was only a preliminary completed sword pill. Right now it's just a rudiment, if tempered over a long period, a month, a year, or even longer. When it is unsheathed again, its power will definitely be incomparable, truly achieving a single sword startling the heavens. Thinking of this, a poem used by later generations to praise Li Bai suddenly surfaced in Lin Yu's mind. Wine enters the heroic gut, 7 parts brewed into moonlight, the remaining 3 parts roaring into sword chi, and with a single breath from embroidered lips, it becomes half of the flourishing Tang dynasty. A smile couldn't help but surface at the corner of his mouth, and he sighed softly. Right now, I can also be considered to have gathered 3 parts of my mind into sword chi. When it comes to speaking, I don't ask for half of the flourishing Tang dynasty. I only ask for a single sword, startling the world. Having said that, Lin Yu no longer delayed, plucked another sword leaf, and recondensed a golden sword pill. Then, he opened his mouth and inhaled. Only a gulp sound was heard. The golden sword pill instantly went from his throat into his abdomen, and the Xuandian internal energy within his body circulated automatically, beginning to slowly temper and nourish it. After finishing all this, Lin Yu finally withdrew the blue-silver emperor scattered all over the ground, patted the dust off his body, and turned to walk out of the cave. Just as he stepped out of the cave entrance, the colorful valley and light instantly came into view, causing Lin Yu, who had stayed in the dim cave for 10 full days, to involuntarily narrow his eyes. Right at this moment, a familiar figure happened to walk over carrying a food box, and the two bumped into each other face to face. Lin Yu. The person coming was none other than Du Guyan. Seeing Lin Yu walk out of the cave, surprise first appeared on her pretty face, which was immediately replaced by joy. You're out, how is it, are you injured? Du Guyan asked concernedly, looking him up and down, her eyes carrying obvious worry. Lin Yu felt a slight warmth in his heart and shook his head. I made you worry, everything is good. As he spoke, he also noticed Du Guyan's change. Du Guyan's eyes, which originally carried an emerald green luster, at this moment had actually faded of their green light and returned to pure black, making her look a bit less enchanting and a bit more graceful and pure. Lin Yu instantly understood. Yanzi, the poison in your body. Hearing this, a bright smile bloomed on Du Guyan's face, and she nodded vigorously. I took the detoxification pills on time, and the poison in my body has been completely cleared. Thank you. Her tone was filled with the joy of regaining a new life and gratitude towards Lin Yu. That's great. Lin Yu was sincerely happy for Du Guyan. Although he didn't know what Du Guyan's future was like in the original work, it probably wouldn't have been too good. The flaws of the green phosphorus snake were never lifted, and Tang San's method could only maintain temporary stability. But Du Guyan of this space-time would never embark on that path of slow death. Let's not stand here and talk. Du Guyan was in a great mood, taking the initiative to pull Lin Yu's hand and bring him to sit by a newly erected stone table in the valley. Her plain white jade hand pushed forward, and the food box carrying fragrance was delivered in front of Lin Yu. Here, hurry up and eat something. Looking at the spirit beast meat in the food box that was obviously freshly and meticulously cooked, Lin Yu felt a warmth in his heart and thanked her sincerely. During this time, I've troubled you, Yanzi. What trouble are you talking about? Du Guyan smiled and shook her head, her beautiful eyes curving into crescents. You helped our family such a big favor, what does me doing this little thing count for? Eat quickly. Lin Yu was indeed hungry and stopped being polite. Eating his meal, he thought of another matter. Where's Senior Dugu? How is his condition? Mentioning this, the smile on Du Guyan's pretty face became even brighter. This is all thanks to you. Grandpa's problem has also been perfectly solved, and she deliberately kept him in suspense, blinking at him, carrying a rare hint of playfulness. Guess what rank Grandpa is now? Perfectly solved. Lin Yu showed surprise, this was quite unexpected to him. He put down his cutlery and pondered slightly. Although the Hunyuan immortal herb could greatly enhance and refine spirit power, at the level of title Douluo, raising even a single rank was extremely difficult. For an immortal herb to promote a breakthrough of 1 or 2 ranks was already the limit. But looking at Du Guyan's excited expression, along with the statements of perfectly solved and no more backlash. Could it be rank 94? Based on his estimated rank 93, Lin Yu added another rank upwards. Wrong. Du Guyan smiled and shook her head, saying word by word. It's rank 95. Rank 95. Lin Yu was really startled this time. How could it improve so much? Although the medicinal efficacy of the Hunyuan immortal herb is formidable, it shouldn't cause Senior Dugu to continuously jump 4 ranks, right? He looked at Du Guyan and asked doubtfully. Could it be something else happened? Chapter 61 Inches Yanzi, would you be my girlfriend? Could it be that something else happened in the middle of this? Lin Yu spoke with a look of shock on his face. You guessed right. Du Guyan nodded heavily, her pretty face full of excitement. After grandfather consumed the Hunyuan immortal herb, his spirit power was indeed greatly enhanced and tempered. But the most crucial change lies in the poison pellet inside his body that has accumulated the venom of the jade phosphor serpent for decades. Recalling Du Gubo's description at that time, she recounted. Under the influence of the Hunyuan immortal herb, grandfather's solid poison pellet actually melted away inside his body. It transformed into a core that is neither entirely real nor entirely illusory. In your words, it is a spirit core. The moment the spirit core condensed, grandfather felt a powerful surge of spirit power feeding back into himself, leaping directly from the 93rd rank peak to the 95th rank. Du Guyan's tone was filled with pride and excitement. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Lin Yu understood instantly. This was not only the credit of the immortal herb, but also the result of Du Gubo's decades of painstaking efforts. The poison pellet was not only the condensate of highly toxic poison, but also the collection of Du Gubo's continuous cultivation of spirit power over all these years. At the moment it melted to form the spirit core, not only was the poison controlled by himself, but the accumulated spirit power was also feeding back into himself. Under such favorable conditions of timing, geographical advantage, and harmony among people. Only then did Du Gubo have this qualitative leap. Lin Yu sighed with emotion, this is Senior Dugu's own good fortune and accumulation, the immortal herb was merely a catalyst. You can't say that. Du Guyan shook her head, looking at Lin Yu with gentle eyes, all of this is your credit. Without you, there would be no present for the Dugu family. No, I also obtained huge benefits from Senior Dugu, we achieved this together. Lin Yu and Du Guyan looked at each other and smiled. Their mutual understanding needed no words. Then where is Senior Dugu right now? Lin Yu said. After grandfather resolved the poison, seeing that you didn't come out for a long time, he couldn't sit still either, and told me he was going to see an old friend to vent the stifled anger of all these years. An old friend, venting anger. Lin Yu was slightly stunned, then gasped deeply. He isn't going to look for that Mionja of Spirit Hall, is he? Ah, Lin Yu, you know too. Du Guyan let out a cry of surprise and gently nodded. Looking at grandfather's impatient look, he should have gone to find the chrysanthemum Douluo. He has also nagged many times over the years, saying that if it weren't for the burden of the poison, he couldn't have lost to chrysanthemum Douluo so many times. It seems Senior Dugu is going to shock the world with a single battle. After a while, he should be able to get rid of the title of the weakest title Douluo. Hee hee. Soon, Lin Yu finished his meal, packed up the food box, and looked again at Du Guyan, who had been quietly accompanying him. Since Senior Dugu's poison has been completely resolved, Yanzi, next, it's time to resolve your hidden trouble. Hearing this, Du Guyan raised her white jade hand to stroke the hair at her temples, smiling gently at Lin Yu. Everything will listen to you. Immediately after, Lin Yu and Du Guyan walked side by side to a patch of melon vines, on which hung several golden melon fruits. It was precisely the Earth Dragon golden melon. Lin Yu picked the plumpest and ripest one, handed it in front of Du Guyan, and gently instructed. The method of taking the Earth Dragon golden melon is very simple, eat the entire melon completely and then meditate to digest it. Although she had been prepared for a long time, when Du Guyan truly faced this moment, she was still somewhat excited. After her beautiful eyes stared fixedly into Lin Yu's for a few seconds, she nodded heavily, her tone carrying a hint of choke emotion. I know. With those words, Du Guyan took the Earth Dragon golden melon, sat cross-legged, and ate the entire golden melon as Lin Yu said. In an instant, golden light accompanied by dragon might covered Du Guyan's delicate body, making her look like a goddess cast in gold. Behind her, the phantom of the green phosphorus snake naturally appeared. However, at this moment, the green phosphorus snake appeared somewhat painful, its snake body twisted continuously, and its snake head and abdomen gradually bulged. Obviously, this was evolving towards a dragon type. Looking at Du Guyan before him, Lin Yu simply stood in place, quietly waiting for the completion of this transformation. 2 hours later, when the last wisp of golden light merged into Du Guyan's skin, the next moment, a heavy dragon roar sounded. Behind Du Guyan, a giant dragon, primarily golden in color with green as a secondary color, born with 4 legs under its belly, dragon horns on its head, and exuding a heavy aura all over, joyfully roared up to the sky. At the same time, Du Guyan also opened her eyes. Her dark and bright eyes after the poison was removed had now turned into a brilliant golden color, and even slightly slit vertically, resembling dragon pupils. Feeling the unprecedented lightness and full power within her body, Du Guyan's face showed unbelievable surprise and joy. She lowered her head to look at her plain white jade hands, squeezed them hard, and only then confirmed that it was real and not false. Looking at the joyful Du Guyan, Lin Yu smiled and spoke. Yanzi, how do you feel? However, before his voice fell, Du Guyan's live body after the transformation exerted a slight force, rushing out like a sharp arrow. With a joyful low cry, she plunged straight into Lin Yu's arms and hugged him tightly. Lin Yu. Lin Yu was caught off guard, his body shaken slightly by the impact, and he subconsciously reached out to steady her. However, the next moment, his entire body instantly stiffened. On his cheek, a warm and soft sensation exploded. Following closely behind were a few drops of scalding hot tears falling down, sliding across his cheek and dripping onto his neck. This. Lin Yu was directly stunned by Du Guyan's reaction, and only came back to his senses when he felt the delicate body in his arms trembling slightly from excitement. A surge of pity and tenderness couldn't help welling up in his heart. He raised his hand and gently hugged the beauty in his arms. A moment later, a voice came from his arms. Thank you, Lin Yu. Du Guyan buried her face in Lin Yu's shoulder, her voice carrying a heavy choke, and said intermittently. Really, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what would happen in the future. Hearing Du Guyan's heartfelt gratitude, Lin Yu silently hugged her tighter, but his heart was not calm at all. After learning that he had transmigrated to the Douluo Continent, whether before or after awakening his talent, many things he did had a purpose, among which was approaching Du Guyan. He felt that all of this was like a virtual reality game, where every target was a mission, and as long as he became a god king, it would be considered clearing the game. But until he felt the warmth on his cheek just now and the slightly trembling delicate body in his arms, he suddenly woke up to the realization that this was a real world, not words on a cell phone or book from his past life. Some people and some things, since he had already encountered and interacted with them, he did not want to miss out either. Holding Du Guyan in his arms, feeling her breathing steady down, Lin Yu followed the throb in his heart and spoke softly. Yanzi, although saying this now might be suspected of leveraging a favor for a reward, I still want to tell you. Lin Yu slightly loosened his embrace, lowered his head to look at the pair of golden eyes in his arms that still carried tears and joy, and asked seriously. Would you be my girlfriend? Chapter 62, I do. Dragon Girl Du Guyan. Yanzi, would you be my girlfriend? Hearing this, Du Guyan was slightly stunned for a moment. It seemed she had not expected Lin Yu to bring this up at this moment. Immediately after, on that bright and moving, pretty face, a radiantly brilliant smile blossomed like the snow melting under the morning sun. Those beautiful eyes, which were originally emerald green to pitch black and had now turned pale golden, curved into a pair of crescent moons. Without the slightest hesitation, Du Guyan extended her arms, affectionately wrapped them around Lin Yu's neck, tiptoed slightly, looked up at him, and nodded heavily. I do. These 3 simple words carried determination and joy without any hesitation, because she had long been deeply attracted by the person before her. Hearing the affirmative reply, a wave of joy surged into Lin Yu's heart, and he forcefully picked up Du Guyan and spun around in place. Ah. Du Guyan let out a soft exclamation, the smile on her face becoming even more brilliant as her arms wrapped even tighter around Lin Yu's neck. Stopping the spin, Lin Yu looked at the delicate face close at hand in his arms, smiling like a flower, whose golden eyes were gazing affectionately at him. Tender affection surged in his heart, and unable to suppress it any longer, he slowly leaned down and kissed those soft cherry lips. The soft warmth blossomed between their lips and teeth. Du Guyan's body stiffened slightly for a moment before relaxing. Closing her eyes, she responded awkwardly yet passionately. After a long while, their lips parted. A faint blush rose on Du Guyan's face as she panted lightly, pressing her burning cheek against Lin Yu's chest and listening to his equally somewhat hurried heartbeat. Following the immense joy, a trace of apprehensive anxiety suddenly floated into her heart. She hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice. Lin Yu, are we doing this too fast? Will you think that I am a very casual person? Of course not, Lin Yu denied resolutely. Looking at the pretty face in his arms, he said with a serious expression, there is still a long time, enough for us to understand each other. That trace of anxiety in Du Guyan's heart instantly vanished into thin air, leaving only overwhelming sweetness as she let out a reassured amen. After both of their emotions had calmed down a bit, Lin Yu remembered the business at hand, held her shoulders, and asked with concern. That's right, Yanzi, how do you feel right now? Mentioning this topic, Du Guyan's beautiful eyes lit up again, sharing her joy with the person in her heart. It feels fantastic. My spirit power is already at level 38 now, increasing by 6 levels all at once. And, with a thought in her mind, golden spirit power condensed. A brand new spirit phantom appeared. No longer the chilly green phosphorus snake, but a dragon-like creature covered all over with fine cyan golden scales and possessing a streamlined body, emitting a steady and profound aura all over its body. My spirit is now called Blue Spirit Earth Dragon. Du Guyan excitedly introduced it to Lin Yu. The attribute is primarily earth type, and virulent poison practically doesn't exist anymore, only retained as a minor auxiliary characteristic. Moreover, my previous spirit abilities have all changed, fitting the current spirit even better, and their power has even increased a bit. Listening while nodding in gratification, Lin Yu smiled. At the same time, a faint light flashed in his eyes. Entries, activate. Sure enough, that long-soaked poison abyss blue, which once symbolized toxin infection and brought pain, had completely disappeared. Replacing it were several brand new entries. Innate rank 10 purple, sub-dragon blood blue, golden-eyed dragon girl blue, gentleness mixed with toughness green. Sub-dragon blood blue, the immortal herb from the ice and fire yin yang well bestowed the pure bloodline of the sub-dragon clan. Due to the legacy of the Dragon King skeleton, its strength is extremely high, no less than a Tyrannosaurus rex. Golden-eyed dragon girl blue, the nourishment of the bloodline power transformed her appearance, making her golden eyes resplendent. Her charm is greatly enhanced, and when angry, slight dragon scales will appear, accompanied by dragon might to deter others. Gentleness mixed with toughness green, within her seemingly delicate and frail body, there is contained a tyrannical, fierce strength like a Tyrannosaurus rex. Looking at these brand new entries, the last bit of worry in Lin Yu's heart was also put down, though he still felt a bit of pity. Unless it is the purple imperial heaven-destroying dragon, a sub-dragon is always a sub-dragon. Even a Tyrannosaurus rex cannot compare to a true dragon. It seems I will still have to find an opportunity in the future to help Yanzi elevate her sub-dragon bloodline to the level of a true dragon. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's heart stirred. Fortunately, it is currently Douluo. Neither spirit beasts nor various ruins have been moved. I remember that 10,000 years later, Muen once obtained a complete dragon core left behind by a true dragon in an ancient ruin. If we have it, paired with the 9-grade dragon Ganoderma, dragon-type spirit bones, and so on, it shouldn't be a problem for Yanzi to undergo a transformation. However, he could just keep these matters in mind for now. There was no need to discuss them in detail with Du Guyan right now. Lin Yu immediately lowered his head to look at Du Guyan and said in a soft voice, Yanzi, your spirit has just transformed. During this period, stay here at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well and get well acquainted with it. In addition, the changes to your spirit and appearance might also cause a commotion in the outside world, and Senior Dugu is not in Heaven Do during this period so as to avoid any unexpected accidents. Alright, I'll listen to you. Du Guyan nodded obediently without any objections. Having just established a romantic relationship, she only wanted to be together with the person in her heart. How could she possibly want to leave this place? At the same time, Lin Yu's thorough consideration and care also made Du Guyan feel immensely secure in her heart. Oh, that's right, Yanzi, didn't you want to learn those self-created spirit abilities of mine? Lin Yu suddenly remembered what had been said before. Ah, Du Guyan lifted her head from his embrace, somewhat surprised. Can I learn them? Apart from the secretive and hard-to-detect mysterious heaven skill and purple demon eye, Lin Yu had not concealed externalized techniques like ghost shadow perplexing track, controlling crane catching dragon, and mysterious jade hand. Therefore, Du Guyan also knew about these. Of course you can, Lin Yu laughed, reaching out to flick Du Guyan's straight and delicate nose. You are my girlfriend now, if I don't teach you, who else would I teach? The mysterious heaven treasure record wasn't originally his, and he never had the mindset of jealously guarding his own wisdom. Of course, he wasn't generous enough to teach just anyone, but people close to him didn't have this problem. As for Tang San saying that learning the mysterious heaven skill requires abolishing one's previous cultivation. Stop joking. Whether 10,000 years later or 20,000 years later, anyone who entered the Tang sect could cultivate the mysterious heaven skill. There was simply no such saying as abolishing one's cultivation. Besides, the mysterious heaven treasure record was originally in his head. How could he not know whether it could be cultivated or not? You're so good, Mua. Du Guyan looked at Lin Yu with eyes full of deep emotion, excitedly kissing him on the face. As a spirit master, becoming stronger is engraved in one's bones, and this point is no exception regardless of whether one is male or female. Although she knew Lin Yu had many secrets, she would not proactively ask about them. But now, the person in her heart was going to proactively teach her, which naturally made her endlessly happy. Then are we starting right now? No. Lin Yu decisively shook his head, his eyes carrying intense heat as he moved closer to Du Guyan's face. Warm breath flowed between their cheeks. Right now, I want to thoroughly taste you. The next moment, their softness collided once more. Du Guyan's eyes also transitioned from excitement to daze. Looking at the face close at hand, she gradually and slowly closed them. Chapter 63, Jade Phosphor Divine Light, Jade Phosphor Divine Light, Jade Phosphor Divine Light. Just as Lin Yu and Du Guyan officially established their relationship and were staying together intimately at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well. Meanwhile, in a mountain forest not far from Spirit City, there was a man dressed in golden robes with gorgeous features resembling a woman, standing and confronting an old man in midair. He was none other than Poison Douluo, Du Gubo, and Chrysanthemum Douluo of Spirit Hall, Yu Guan. Old Poison, have you grown too accustomed to peace over the years? How dare you come straight to Spirit City to challenge me to a battle? Chrysanthemum Douluo sneered. It seems I must teach you a good lesson this time. Cut the crap. Du Gubo let out a cold snort, his expression arrogant. Chrysanthemum Guan, who is teaching whom a lesson this time is not certain yet. Oh, such big words. Hearing Du Gubo's reply, Chrysanthemum Douluo was noticeably startled, truly not expecting the other to answer like that. Interesting, then let me see what gives you such confidence. As the brief conversation ended, Du Gubo and Chrysanthemum Douluo summoned their spirits at almost the exact same moment. Jade Phosphor Serpent Avatar. Miraculous Sky Connecting Chrysanthemum Avatar. 6th Spirit Ability, Jade Poison Overwhelming the Sky. 6th Spirit Ability, Golden Stamens Overflowing with Rosy Clouds. Although the two of them were not engaged in a battle of life and death, nor did they hold a mortal grudge, they did not hold back at all in their attacks. Right from the start, they directly unleashed the Spirit Master's fundamental spirit ability, the Spirit Avatar, and every move was vicious. On a hilltop 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, there was also a figure exuding a chilling aura, watching quietly. He was none other than Chrysanthemum Douluo's old partner, Ghost Douluo. As partners of several decades, Ghost Douluo naturally knew the grievances between the two of them and had no doubt about the outcome of this battle. After all, over these past years, there had been quite a few battles between Chrysanthemum Douluo and Du Gubo, but every single one had ended with Du Gubo's defeat, leaving no suspense whatsoever. However, this time, the result exceeded his expectations. As the battle began, Ghost Douluo was initially casual, but soon, his calm expression turned to shock. How is this possible? In the battlefield below, Chrysanthemum Douluo was actually being forcefully suppressed by Du Gubo, continuously retreating, and that face resembling a woman was filled with disbelief. Old Poison, your spirit power, how is it possible? Chrysanthemum Douluo wasn't doubting whether Du Gubo could break through. After all, anyone who could cultivate to a title Douluo could not possibly have core talent. And over these years, the other had been stuck at rank 91, so breaking through to rank 92 wasn't anything strange. However, what shocked Chrysanthemum Douluo the most lay right here. At this moment, the spirit power fluctuations on Du Gubo's body were identical to his. He was actually also at rank 95. No, it was even faintly slightly stronger than his. Ha ha ha, exhilarating, exhilarating. Seeing the astonishment and shock on Chrysanthemum Douluo's face, Du Gubo felt unimaginably exhilarated and immediately laughed towards the sky. Want to know? Admit defeat and I'll tell you. Old Poison, you're dreaming. Chrysanthemum Douluo let out a crisp cry. You've only just broken through. How are you worthy of making me admit defeat? Take this. However, before he could finish speaking, his expression changed once again. I saw that massive Jade Phosphor Serpent Avatar before him, as thick as a water vat and tens of meters long, opening its mouth towards the sky. Dazzling green divine light condensed in its mouth. Chrysanthemum Douluo had fought Douluo countless times, so naturally he recognized this move. It was precisely the ninth spirit ability of the Jade Phosphor Serpent. Jade Phosphor Divine Light. Wait, old poison, you're playing for real. Chrysanthemum Douluo was alarmed, and before he could finish, the green ball of light in Douluo's mouth had already struck towards his direction. The dazzling green beam of light cut across the sky, with poison permeating every void it passed through, causing the trees below to instantly wither and die. Fortunately, Chrysanthemum Douluo had rich combat experience, and releasing the ninth spirit ability directly like Douluo was too obvious. Therefore, he avoided it without expending much effort, though his heart was still pounding with lingering fear. However, before Chrysanthemum Douluo could calm down for a few seconds, another streak of Jade Phosphor Divine Light pierced through the void in the sky. Old poison, you're doing it again. Chrysanthemum Douluo couldn't help roaring in anger once more. However, Douluo didn't care at all, opening his mouth to spit out a streak of Jade Phosphor Divine Light over 1,000 meters long. Jade Phosphor Divine Light. Jade Phosphor Divine Light. Jade Phosphor Divine Light. Old poison, are you ever going to finish? Chrysanthemum Douluo's exasperated and somewhat incredulous voice echoed in the sky as his figure constantly dodged and maneuvered. However, Douluo was feeling unimaginably wonderful right now. He simply had no time to reply to Chrysanthemum Douluo as he continuously released his ninth spirit ability. Ever since taking the Hunyuan Immortal Herb, his total spirit power was at least 40 to 50% higher than those of the same rank, and its intensity had also increased by 40 to 50%. Coupled with the uninterrupted operation of the spirit core in his body to recover spirit power. The ninth spirit ability had transformed from a previously massive consumption ultimate move into a conventional skill that could be used multiple times. Don't look at how Douluo was only at rank 95 now. Relying on these huge advantages, he even dared to go head-to-head with peak Douluos of rank 96 or even rank 97. In terms of combat power, he leapt straight from being the weakest titled Douluo of the past to become one of the prominent powerhouses on the continent. If one added the deterrence of poisoning a city with a single dose, Douluo at this moment was not even inferior to a super Douluo. All of you, stop. At this moment, Ghost Douluo's voice, carrying a chilling coldness along with 3 parts anxiety, resounded across the sky as he appeared not far from Chrysanthemum Douluo. Seeing Ghost Douluo appear, Douluo's gaze also shifted over. Not only was there not the slightest trace of fear, but there was instead fighting spirit. Ghost Douluo, do you want to come in and try as well? Ignoring Douluo's provocation, Ghost Douluo frowned as he looked at the somewhat disheveled Chrysanthemum Douluo and asked with some concern. Chrysanthemum Guan, are you alright? Chrysanthemum Douluo patted his clothes, shook his head at Ghost Douluo, and said, rest assured, old ghost, I'm fine. While speaking, he dismissed his spirit avatar and looked at Douluo 100 meters away. Old poison, what on earth is going on with you? What kind of medicine did you take to suddenly become so strong? Seeing Chrysanthemum Douluo dismiss his spirit avatar, Douluo's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of regret. He also transformed back into human form and flew not far from the two of them. Didn't I say it already? As long as you admit defeat, I'll tell you. Looking at Douluo's smug expression, Chrysanthemum Douluo couldn't help gritting his teeth. However, compared to the outcome of a single battle, he wanted to know the reason behind it even more. I admit defeat, alright. The moment the words, admit defeat, left his mouth, a deeply gratifying expression appeared on Douluo's face. It was simply like hearing celestial music clearing one's ears instantly, or drinking ice water in the dog days of summer, refreshing through and through, exhilarating the soul. Ha ha ha, Chrysanthemum Guan, you have your day too. Ha 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 ha. Alright, old poison, are you ever done? Chrysanthemum Douluo said irritably, I've already admitted defeat, spill it quickly. After laughing for a moment, Douluo restrained his smug look, touched his chin, and said with a serious expression. You guys might not believe it when I say this, but the old man being able to reach today relies entirely on my granddaughter's husband giving me a little white flower. Hearing this, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo looked at each other in dismay. A little white flower? Who are you trying to fool? Chapter 64, The Terrifying Douluo, shock across all factions. Small white flower. Poison Douluo, who are you trying to fool? Ghost Douluo frowned, his face full of disbelief. However, he did not see that his old partner immediately fell into deep thought upon hearing the words, white flower. HMPH, believe it or not, Douluo immediately let out a cold snort, do I have any reason to lie to you? But your words are a bit too far-fetched. Ghost Douluo shook his head, indicating it was hard to believe. If eating a white flower could raise one's rank by 4 levels consecutively, I could eat 10 or 100 caddies of them every day. For titled Douluos like them, gaining an increase of 1 or half a level was already considered a blessing from the heavens, and it would take 3 to 5 years to see results. If they could really advance 4 levels consecutively, let alone eating flowers, they would dare to eat anything else. HMPH, do you think all flowers are the same? That was found for me by my granddaughter's husband, not some wild flower by the roadside. Douluo said with a proud and smug look on his face. Your granddaughter's husband? Old ghost, wait a moment. Just as Ghost Douluo wanted to ask who Douluo's granddaughter's husband was, Chrysanthemum Douluo suddenly interrupted. At this moment, however, Chrysanthemum Douluo's face was full of excitement, and he looked at Douluo with a fanatical gaze. Old poison, what does the white flower you mentioned look like? Does it have any special characteristics? During the battle, he had already sensed the richness and condensation of Douluo's spirit power, and coupled with the white flower mentioned by the other party, he already had some guesses in his heart, but he couldn't believe it. It's just a very ordinary white flower, Douluo said. The Hunyuan Immortal Herb truly didn't have any special features on the outside. However, it is quite heavy when picked up. Heavy, a small white flower. Chrysanthemum Douluo muttered to himself, his guess turning from doubt to certainty as he looked at Douluo and said incredulously. Old poison, you actually ate the Hunyuan Immortal Herb. Hunyuan Immortal Herb, Ghost Douluo was puzzled. But Douluo looked at his old enemy with great surprise. Chrysanthemum Guan, you actually know about it. HMPH, nonsense. Chrysanthemum Douluo let out a cold snort. Since you have eaten the Hunyuan Immortal Herb, then it's not surprising. To improve by 4 levels at once, I'm afraid only such an immortal herb that seizes the creation of heaven and earth could achieve it. The immortal herb is indeed very powerful, but the harvest is not entirely due to the immortal herb. This old man also paid a lot. Douluo smiled faintly. The immortal herb was indeed very powerful, but the credit of his poisonous core pill was also huge. Only by combining the two could such miraculous effects be achieved. However, the greatest credit belonged to Lin Yu. Without him, there would be none of this today. After saying a few brief words to Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, Douluo turned and left, his face filled with relief and joy. He did not hide his tracks when he came this time. Many people in Spirit City knew about the challenge, and naturally, it was the same when he left. Therefore, his beaming appearance was naturally noticed by some thoughtful people in Spirit City. Seeing that Poison Douluo, who was usually gloomy and regarded as the weakest titled Douluo, was so smug today, a shocking guess arose in many people's minds. Could it be Poison Douluo defeated Chrysanthemum Douluo? Inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Chrysanthemum Douluo came to see Bibi Dong at the first moment. Hearing Chrysanthemum Douluo's own account of being forced to concede defeat by Douluo today, Bibi Dong's exquisitely beautiful face was full of disbelief. You mean, Douluo not only broke through to level 95, but his total spirit power and recovery speed far exceed those of the same rank. He can even use his 9th spirit ability so frequently. It is absolutely true, Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff. Chrysanthemum Douluo's expression was complicated as he explained the information regarding the Hunyuan Immortal Herb to Bibi Dong. Hunyuan Immortal Herb, does such a supreme treasure exist in this world? Bibi Dong muttered to herself in a low voice, a sudden desire rising from the bottom of her heart. If Xiaogan could also obtain such an immortal herb, would he be able to get rid of the limitations of his spirit and completely change his destiny? Elder Chrysanthemum, you say. Seeing the change in Bibi Dong's expression and guessing a bit of her thoughts, Chrysanthemum Douluo quickly added. Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, immortal herbs are met by chance, not sought. If it weren't for a predestined person or someone who knows their goods, even if placed right in front of them, they would only treat it as an ordinary wild flower. Hearing this, the light in Bibi Dong's eyes dimmed a bit, revealing a trace of regret. Immortal herbs were hard to find, and destiny was even more ethereal. Bibi Dong was silent for a moment, suppressed the thoughts in her heart, and restored the majesty of the Supreme Pontiff. In that case, Elder Chrysanthemum, you go and contact Douluo, invite him to join Spirit Hall, with preferential treatment. Bibi Dong pondered slightly and took out a token engraved with 6 spirit patterns, representing the highest authority of Spirit Hall. Take this Supreme Pontiff token with you to show sincerity. Even if he is unwilling to join, it's good to form a good bond. His individual combat power crushed Chrysanthemum Douluo, and his poison skills were full of deterrence. He alone was comparable to 3 or 4 titled Douluos. At this time, Douluo already had the capital to make her take him seriously. Yes, Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff. Chrysanthemum Douluo bowed to take the Supreme Pontiff token, but in his heart, he held no hope for successful recruitment. Based on his understanding of Douluo, with the other party's strength soaring now, he was probably even less willing to be bound by anything. Heaven-Do City, Crown Prince's mansion. Qian Runshui also received the report at the first moment. Douluo personally ran to Spirit City to challenge Chrysanthemum Douluo, and, it seems he didn't lose. Yes, young master, Snake Lance Douluo nodded. It's just that the specific process of this matter is only known to the 2 Douluos, Chrysanthemum and Ghost, and our people have no way to verify it. I know. Qian Runshui put down the letter, her exquisitely beautiful face unable to hide her surprise. But after the surprise, a trace of haze floated into her heart. Douluo was Prince Shuizing's biggest backer. Although she didn't take the other party seriously, he was still one of the stumbling blocks. Now that Douluo's strength had soared, it meant that Prince Shuizing's right to speak would also increase, which was definitely not a good thing for her. However, there was obviously no good way to deal with this matter. Qian Runshui sighed softly, gently rubbing her temples with her delicate hand, temporarily suppressing the consideration of changes in the political. Qian Runshui sighed softly, gently rubbing her temples with her delicate hand, temporarily suppressing the consideration of changes in the political situation, and turned to ask about other things. Where's Lin Yu? How has he been recently? Hearing this, Snake Lance Douluo stammered for a moment, reporting to young master, Lin Yu hasn't been at Heaven-Do Imperial Academy these past few days. Not at the academy. Where did he go? Qian Runshui was puzzled. Disappearing together with him is Douluo's granddaughter, Du Guyan. Snake Lance Douluo continued bracingly. According to our informant's reports, they disappeared on almost the same day. And before that, the relationship between the two was already unusual, and they even had a conflict with Yu Tianeng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. What? Qian Runshui suddenly raised her head, showing obvious shock for the first time on her usually calm face. Lin Yu and Du Guyan. How long has he been at the academy? And he's already hooked up with a titled Douluo's granddaughter. However, thinking of Lin Yu's ethereal appearance, Qian Runshui quickly let it go in her heart. It was not impossible. However, when Lin Yu's disappearance time and the change in Douluo's strength were combined, an incredible guess quietly emerged in her heart. Could Douluo's matter be related to Lin Yu? Qian Runshui's voice of shock was naturally also heard by Snake Lance Douluo not far away, and he was likewise somewhat incredulous. Young master, it shouldn't be, right? Although Lin Yu's talent is very good and he might not be unable to impact a super Douluo, after all, he is currently only a spirit elder. That's true. Qian Runshui nodded slightly, suppressing the somewhat crazy guess in her heart. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But it's also time to find a time to make a trip there. Chapter 65, The Apprehension of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Yu Yuanjun sat in the main seat, holding a newly delivered confidential report with a gloomy expression. Sitting below him were his brother, First Elder Yu Luomian, and his son, Yu Tianeng's father, Yu Longfei. Big brother, is the information reliable? Did that old poison really break through like that? Yu Luomian asked in a deep voice. Yu Yuanjun placed the confidential report on the table and let out a cold snort. It is close enough. Otherwise, given his temperament, how could he actively run to Spirit City to find trouble with Chrysanthemum Douluo? And so blatantly at that. Whether he won or not is unknown, but being able to make Chrysanthemum Douluo suffer a loss is enough to prove that he is different from before. As he spoke, he looked at Yu Longfei. Yu Longfei, let the matter regarding Tianeng end at that. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Longfei abruptly stood up, his face filled with unwillingness and anger, and at that. Father, where does this leave the face of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? No matter what, I must teach that kid named Lin Yu a lesson. Yu Yuanjun raised his eyelids, sweeping a fierce gaze toward this impulsive son, his voice carrying an irrefutable majesty. A lesson? How will you teach him? Tianeng lost to Lin Yu, whose spirit power level was even lower than his, in a public one-on-one wager. Your skills are inferior, so you must accept defeat when you lose. Do you think the reputation of bullying the young as an elder sounds pleasant? Does the reputation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan mean nothing to you? He paused, his tone growing even more serious, and as for Tianeng's little scheme, do you think I cannot see through it? It is nothing more than wanting to use Du Guyan to get connected with Du Gubo, but it backfired instead. Now look at this, because of a certain Lin Yu, Tianeng ended up offending Du Guyan. You still want to make trouble? Do you think Du Gubo cannot find a reason to come and release poison in our sect? Yu Longfei was suppressed by his father's gaze and words to the point of breathlessness, his face turning red, yet he dared not talk back. Du Gubo's poison, who in the world did not know of it? Aside from Yu Yuanjun, who could resist it by relying on his own cultivation, who else in the sect, even Yu Luomian, dared to say they were not afraid. Not to mention that Du Gubo now had obvious improvements, and his deterrent force was even more terrifying than before. Yu Yuanjun withdrew his gaze and said in a deep voice, pass the word to Tianeng, let him cultivate peace of mind at Lanba Academy, and he can figure out how to reclaim his face in the future. As for you all. His gaze swept across Yu Longfei. All of you, behave yourselves. Yes, father, Yu Longfei lowered his head and agreed. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the #1 beast spirit sect in the world, was actually tied hand and foot when facing a junior. When had they ever felt so aggrieved? Thinking of this, Yu Longfei secretly harbored resentment in his heart. Lin Yu, I remember you, just wait, you hurt my son, this matter is far from over. ... 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Old Bone, what do you think? After learning the news, an elder whose figure was like a sword looked at the robust elder not far away who was teasing a little girl. Sitting down and looking, how else could I think? Bone Douluo glanced sideways at Sword Douluo. He, Du Gubo, has no enmity or grievance with our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. So what if his strength is strong again? Uncle Ji Yu was right. The refined Ning Fengji smiled and nodded. No matter what poison Douluo is like, it has nothing to do with our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I am just curious, why did Du Gubo's strength suddenly become so much stronger? Sword Douluo asked in confusion. Who knows that? Bone Douluo said unhappily. The speaker meant nothing by it, but the listener took it to heart. However, a flash of sharp light crossed Ning Fengji's eyes. However, in the end, he helplessly shook his head again. Forget it, send someone to deliver a congratulatory gift. ... Prince Shuizing's mansion. Ha ha ha, uncle, his grace green phosphorus is so prestigious this time, daring to even barge into Spirit City. In front of his uncle, Shui Bang completely changed into another appearance, and upon hearing Du Gubo's deeds, he burst into loud laughter on the spot. If that brother of mine also knew about this matter, I am afraid he wouldn't be able to sleep, right? Ha 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 ha. You brat, restrain yourself a bit, Prince Shuixing said unhappily. Your grace can indeed back us up, but how long this favor can last is still unknown, and he won't help us with everything. As long as you stay safe and steady, I guarantee you peace for the rest of your life. Several princes of the Heaven Do Empire died one after another, leaving only Shuiqing to inherit the position of crown prince. Even without evidence, discerning people had a rough idea in their hearts, but it was not easy to say anything about such matters. For the sake of the throne, it was nothing more than normal. Furthermore, the intensity of the Heaven Do Empire was much weaker than that of the neighboring Star Luo Empire. Coupled with Shui Qinghei's external reputation for virtue, everyone simply turned a blind eye. But Prince Shuixing could not bear to see Shui Bang, a prince quite similar to himself, follow in the footsteps of his elder brothers. Therefore, he gave him some pointers and let him pretend to be a prodigal son outside. Coupled with his friendship with Poison Douluo, it was not difficult to save Shui Bang's life. After a few years when Shui Qing took power and demanded a fief to become a prince, everything would be worry-free. Understood, uncle, I know what I'm doing. Naturally, I won't easily provoke those people with obvious backgrounds. Shui Bang waved his hand indifferently. However, seeing his nephew looking like this, Prince Shuixing helplessly shook his head. As days passed by, some high-level spirit master families with relatively smooth information networks also heard about Du Gubo's changes, and for a time became even more apprehensive and awestruck of him. ... Deep within the sunset forest. Yan Yan, Lin Kid, I am back. Du Gubo's spirited voice echoed above the ice and fire Yin Yang well, and his figure descended in an instant. However, as soon as he landed, he saw the scene in front of the stone table. Lin Yu and Du Guyan were embracing each other, looking quite intimate. It was just that neither of them expected Du Gubo's arrival. Du Guyan was flusteredly getting up from Lin Yu's embrace, her pretty face full of blushing red, and Lin Yu also revealed an unnatural smile. The two of them stood up from the stone chairs as if with a guilty conscience, standing in place. Grandfather, how did you come back? Du Guyan stammered and asked, casting another glance at Lin Yu. Senior Dugu, Lin Yu scratched his head. Du Gubo looked at the two of them and remained silent for a long time. Du Guyan's changes were all taken in by his eyes. The poison was resolved, leaving no further worries, and now even the other half had found its settlement, everything was complete. There was no displeasure in his heart, but instead, it was filled with gratification. Ahem, Du Gubo cleared his throat, his face intentionally turning a bit serious as he looked at Lin Yu. Kid, shouldn't you change how you address me? Lin Yu was stunned, then understood immediately, and hurriedly bowed to Du Gubo in salute, grandfather. Good, good. Du Gubo laughed loudly, good thing after good thing coming one after another in recent days, making his mood extremely pleasant. None of you stand there anymore, sit down and talk. Seeing this, Du Guyan's last bit of unease vanished into thin air, and she excitedly pulled Lin Yu to sit down by the stone table. As soon as they were seated securely, Lin Yu looked at Du Gubo. Grandfather, was your trip to Spirit City smooth? Hearing this, Du Gubo's expression became even more smug. Ha 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 ha, smooth, of course smooth. This trip was simply an overwhelming victory. You guys didn't see Chrysanthemum Guan's expression. Tisk tisk, it couldn't have looked better. Now this old man's strength is different from the past. Even Spirit Hall has to give some face. Although the news of victory was joyful, upon hearing Spirit Hall, a flash of worry crossed Du Guyan's face, and she subconsciously looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded slightly, signaling her not to worry. Du Guyan took a breath and turned to Du Gubo. Grandfather, there is something I must tell you. Lin Yu is actually a person from Spirit Hall. Chapter 66 Du Guyan, Yi Lang Lang. Grandpa, there's something I need to tell you. Actually, Lin Yu, he is from Spirit Hall. Du Guyan looked at Du Gubo with a hint of panic. After the two of them confirmed their relationship, except for his biggest secrets, his transmigration and entry talent, Lin Yu had told Du Guyan about most of his other experiences. This naturally included his past of being awakened and nurtured at the Spirit Sub-Temple in Nuoding City initially. What, a person from Spirit Hall? Du Gubo's smile faded as he looked at Lin Yu in surprise. Then why did he run to Heaven Do Imperial Academy? Lin Yu had already thought of an excuse and explained calmly. I'm not clear on the specific reasons either. I was recommended from the Nuoding sub-temple and later arranged to enter the academy by Bishop Solace. Regarding Tian Runshui, he didn't mention a single word. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell, but that he couldn't. The matter was simply too heavily implicated. Once leaked, let alone Douluo only being rank 95, even rank 97 or 98 would face mortal danger. Therefore, the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. After listening, Douluo frowned, but quickly relaxed his brows. Having lived for the better part of his life, he knew that the relationships among major forces were complex, so it was normal for Lin Yu to not be clear about the arrangements. Seeing that Du Guyan still had some worry on her face, Douluo instead laughed. What kind of big deal is this? The old man has an old grudge with Chrysanthemum Guan, but it's only with him. There's no feud with Spirit Hall. Yan Yan, you're overthinking it. As he spoke, Douluo suddenly remembered something, took out an item from his spirit tool, and gently placed it on the stone table. Come, take a look at what this is. A token quietly lay there, engraved with intricate patterns, and strikingly featuring 6 types of spirits in the middle. Coming from Spirit Hall and being well read in the original work, Lin Yu naturally couldn't fail to recognize such an obviously characteristic token, and he cried out in surprise. Supreme Pontiff token. That's right, Douluo nodded smugly. This was sent by Chrysanthemum Guan at Bibi Dong's behest. After this battle, this old man can be considered famous across the mainland, even the Supreme Pontiff has to show some respect. Finished speaking, Douluo's expression couldn't be any more smug. Therefore, as for Spirit Hall matters, this old man doesn't care. You are my granddaughter's husband, as long as you have Yan Yan in your heart, nothing else matters. Hearing these words, Du Guyan and Lin Yu exchanged a glance. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, and smiles appeared on their faces. 2 days later, Lin Yu and Du Guyan returned to Heavendo Imperial Academy. Walking on the academy path, Du Guyan leaned close to Lin Yu, her pretty face excited and her golden eyes sparkling in the sunlight. Do you think Lang Lang will be startled when she sees me later? I think. Before Lin Yu could finish speaking, a cry of surprise came from around the corner. Yanzi, Lin Yu, you're back. Lin Yu and Du Guyan looked towards the source of the voice. The person who came was precisely Yi Lang, whom Du Guyan had just been muttering about. Yi Lang was still dressed in a school uniform with a white veil covering her face, seemingly no different from half a month ago. However, after she approached, she was immediately startled by the changes on Du Guyan's body. Yanzi, your eyes, how did they become like this? And your aura is completely different too. As a 9-heart Begonia spirit master, she was extremely sensitive to life auras and could clearly sense that the cold aura belonging to the green phosphorus snake inside Du Guyan's body had vanished at this moment. Replaced by a dominance akin to a Tyrannosaurus rex. Du Guyan smiled and tightly linked her arm with Lin Yu's. Lin Yu helped me resolve all of it. The green phosphorus snake poison in my body has been completely driven out, and I'm no longer afraid of the backlash. As she said this, her golden eyes narrowed slightly with a sweet expression on her face. Yi Langlang's gaze fell upon their linked arms, and then seeing Du Guyan's happy expression, her body trembled slightly. You are together. That's right, Du Guyan nodded happily, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Lin Yu. Having received Du Guyan's affirmative reply, Yi Langlang's face instantly turned pale, her pink lips also losing all color as she tightly pressed them together, and her beautiful eyes dimmed a bit. However, all of this was hidden beneath the veil, and Du Guyan, who was immersed in sweetness, didn't notice it either. Lin Yu, however, noticed a bit of difference. But looking at Yi Lang and then glancing at the deeply attached Du Guyan beside him, he only sighed inwardly. Yi Lang quickly snapped back to her senses, lowered her eyes, forcibly suppressed her emotions, and spoke. Congratulations, Yanzi, and congratulations to you, Lin Yu. Then, as if to divert her attention, she took out a small booklet from her spirit tool and handed it to Lin Yu. This was entrusted to me by Yu Tianeng before he left. He said, it's what he promised to give you in the previous bet. In addition, Yu Tianeng, Osro, Yu Feng, and teacher Qin Ming left the academy together a few days ago. Lin Yu took the booklet and thanked Yi Lang. He didn't have much reaction to the departure of Yu Tianeng and the others. As for the secret manual, he merely glanced at it casually. Lightning attribute secret techniques didn't have much use for him. The class bell rang. Meng Shenji assigned a new teacher to the Heavendo class. The entire day of classes passed steadily. Du Guyan occasionally spoke in low whispers with Lin Yu, and every now and then Lin Yu helped tidy her hair as the two of them playfully bantered. All of this was silently taken in by Yi Lang. She was even more silent than usual, almost never speaking, just quietly reading a book or looking out the window. The final class finally ended. Du Guyan packed up her things and turned to look at Yi Lang. Lang, the weather is nice today, let's go for a walk together. Yi Lang raised her head like a startled animal, and upon seeing Du Guyan and Lin Yu, her gaze immediately became evasive. No need, I have an urgent matter today. I won't disturb you too, you guys go ahead. Finished speaking, Yi Lang lowered her head and walked away quickly, her retreating figure appearing somewhat hurried. Du Guyan watched the direction in which Yi Lang left, the smile on her face gradually fading, and she turned her head with a puzzled frown to look at Lin Yu. Don't you think, Lang is a bit strange? Lin Yu looked into Du Guyan's golden eyes, sighed inwardly, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. Silly Yanzi, what do you think? What do I think? Du Guyan instinctively retorted. But looking at Lin Yu's helpless smile, the blindness that only saw her lover in the eyes of a girl in the passionate phase of love gradually faded, and her rationality returned. Everything was quietly unveiled. Lang, I. Du Guyan's breath hitched, and her complexion instantly turned pale. She finally belatedly realized how huge of an impact her interactions with Lin Yu today had brought to Yi Lang. When Lin Yu had just arrived at Heavendo Imperial Academy, it was he who first took the initiative to tease Yi Langlang's reaction, and even prepared to matchmake the two of them. Yet, now it was she who was standing together with Lin Yu. Having figured everything out, a wave of guilt and complicated feelings surged into her heart. Du Guyan tightly clenched her hands at her sides, her heart aching painfully, her golden eyes flustered as she looked at Lin Yu with a hint of a crying tone in her voice. What should I do? Chapter 67, Yi Langlang's thoughts. Heavendo Imperial Academy. On the lakeside lawn. Yi Lang sat quietly, her fair arms hugging her knees, her snowy chin resting against them, her silver eyes looking blankly at the lake surface, making her whole person appear quite desolate. Lang, so you were here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Just at this moment, Du Guyan's call rang out from behind. Her voice was tinged with anxiety and worry, accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps approaching from afar to near. Awakened, Yi Langlang trembled slightly, subconsciously raising her hand to wipe the corner of her eye, as if to wipe away some traces. Not wanting the other party to see her state at this moment. She took a deep breath, slowly turned around, and looked at Du Guyan running over panting. Yi Langlang still spoke calmly. Yanzi, why are you here? Weren't you going shopping with Lin Yu? Du Guyan took in all of Yi Langlang's actions. Especially upon hearing the other party's such calm inquiry, the trace of guilt in her heart grew a bit stronger. Her eyes instantly turned red, and she lowered her head. I'm sorry, Langlang, I'm sorry, it was clearly you at the beginning. However, before Du Guyan could finish speaking, Yi Langlang interrupted. Yanzi, don't say that. She shook her head slightly, struggling to adjust her emotions. I'm really happy that you can be with Lin Yu, really. I'm happy for you from the bottom of my heart. But, Du Guyan raised her head, her golden eyes already brimming with tears. Yet it was clearly you who became interested in Lin Yu first. I was even happy for you back then, feeling that you finally had someone you were interested in and wouldn't always stay alone so quietly. Yet in the end it was me and Lin Yu who came together. Yi Langlang gently shook her head and looked towards the lake's surface. As for matters of affection, what right or wrong is there, and what talk of who came first? Besides, there was never anything between Lin Yu and me, right? She paused for a moment, her voice gradually drifting as she spoke of the secret she had always hidden deep in her heart. Yanzi, actually, I originally planned never to marry in this lifetime. What? Du Guyan widened her eyes in shock. Why would you have such a thought? You are still so young, and there is still such a long road ahead in the future. Yi Langlang turned her head, her silver eyes gazing at Du Guyan, with only a heart-wrenching calmness at the bottom of her eyes. Yanzi, have you forgotten? Our Yi family, just like your Dugu family, both have flaws accompanying them for a lifetime. As soon as these words were spoken, Du Guyan shook all over and instantly reacted. 9-heart begonia can only ever have 2 flowers in the world. 1 flower withers, 1 flower blooms. This meant that every generation's inheritor of 9-heart begonia, at the very moment of awakening their spirit, was destined to face the departure of their dearest kin. This was also why, even though it possessed the heaven-defying healing ability, the 9-heart begonia spirit always remained obscure on the Douluo Continent. Even the sect of the same top support system spirit inheritance, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, did not regard 9-heart begonia as an opponent and even spoke of it with full of regret. Because 9-heart begonia simply had no foundation to rise to power, and with even just a slight accident, this spirit would completely disappear on the Douluo Continent. That's right, 9-heart begonia. Du Guyan's voice dropped lower, carrying sudden realization and understanding for her good friend. There can only be 2. Yi Langlang nodded. Yes, therefore, I don't want my children to endure the same pain again, that fated loop of destiny that can never be shaken off. She closed her eyes slightly, and when she opened them again, her pupils were filled with a resolute chill and dead silence. This kind of spirit, no matter how powerful or how astonishing its healing ability is, in my view, should not exist. Du Guyan looked blankly at Yi Langlang, for a moment not knowing how to respond. She recalled the potent poison attached to her own green phosphorus snake, which was likewise a pain that clung like a shadow. If she had learned the truth and hadn't met Lin Yu, she might have chosen this kind of path as well. That's right, Lin Yu. Du Guyan's heart stirred, and she reacted instantly. Lin Yu was so knowledgeable, even the green phosphorus snake poison that had plagued the Dugu family for thousands of years could be easily resolved. Then can 9-heart begonia also have a way to be resolved? Langlang, I have a way. Du Guyan instantly snapped out of her sadness, her pretty face full of joy, and immediately grabbed Yi Langlang's jade hand, shaking it up and down. Langlang, we still have Lin Yu. You can solve my snake poison, he must also have a way to solve your problem. Yi Langlang was stunned all over by Du Guyan's shaking, her face full of astonishment. But hearing her mention Lin Yu, she shook her head and said. Yanzi, my problem is different from yours. Mine is a curse, not poisoning. However, Du Guyan completely ignored what Yi Langlang said. And immediately waved to Lin Yu, who was waiting not far away. You, come over quickly. With Lin Yu's physical constitution, even across dozens of meters, he could take in the conversation of the 2 women. When Du Guyan waved to him, he immediately stepped forward. Yanzi, Langlang. Seeing Lin Yu arrive, Yi Langlang's eyes fluctuated slightly, and she nodded. Du Guyan let go of Yi Langlang's hand, grabbed Lin Yu's arm, and asked full of anticipation. You are so amazing, you must know about the problem with Langlang's family's spirit, right? Are there any flowers and plants at Grandpa's place that can solve it? Lin Yu helplessly rubbed Du Guyan's beautiful hair. Yanzi, do you take me for an omnipotent wishing well? However, he was also pondering secretly in his heart. According to his deduction of the entry, the restriction of 9-heart begonia was most likely the work of a divinity with an extremely high level. Even if the immortal herbs of the ice and fire yin-yang well were precious, they were after all merely mortal things. Even the strongest among them, the yearning heartbroken red, was only legendary related to a divinity, and compared to the true level of begonia death curse, gold, it was still far inferior. Du Guyan shook his arm coquettishly, looking at him with sparkling eyes. In my eyes, you are omnipotent. Yi Langlang listened quietly on the side, her eyes dimming slightly. She thought Lin Yu was shirking, and that he was also powerless. So she shook her head gently, her voice not changing much. It doesn't matter, I'm already used it. The Yi family has explored the spirit for thousands of years and never found a way to crack it. This curse is my Yi family's destiny. Langlang. Du Guyan distressedly held Yi Langlang's somewhat chilly hand, and turned her head to look at Lin Yu, her gaze full of anticipation. Lin Yu looked at his girlfriend's expectant eyes, and then looked at Yi Langlang's pair of beautiful eyes that seemed calm but hid heartbreak, sighed inwardly, and suddenly laughed out loud. Langlang, you underestimate me too much. The problem of 9-heart begonia, believe it or not, I really have a way to solve it. Yi Langlang's delicate body trembled slightly, and she gazed dazedly at Lin Yu, drifting in a daze as if she hadn't heard clearly. Chapter 68, Shui Qinghei's Invitation. Really, Du Guyan was the first to cry out in surprise. A brilliant smile blossomed on that stunningly beautiful face, and she happily wrapped her arms around Lin Yu's neck, kissing him on the cheek. Mwah, I knew it, Yu definitely has a way. Lin Yu smiled and gently set her down. Langlang is still watching right here. Yi Langlang finally snapped back to her senses at this moment, her silver eyes gazing intently at Lin Yu as her voice trembled slightly. Is this true? Lin Yu nodded without hesitation, his tone carrying the confidence that no one else possessed. That was the foundation given to him by his trait talent. Of course it's true. In this world, apart from me, I'm afraid there isn't a second person who can solve this problem. But before Lin Yu could finish his words, Yi Linglang, just like Du Guyan a moment ago, suddenly threw herself into his arms, her delicate voice choking with sobs. Thank you, Lin Yu. Even if you're just comforting me, it doesn't matter. Lin Yu spread his arms slightly, awkwardly glancing at Yi Linglang in his arms, and then looking over at Du Guyan beside him. Du Guyan bit her lip as she watched this scene, her face filled with complex emotions. In the end, she let out a relieved sigh and nodded at Lin Yu. Leaning against Lin Yu's chest, Yi Linglang could clearly feel the temperature of his chest, as well as the comforting natural aura. The vitality force belonging to the Blue Silver Emperor. This is the embrace that Yanzi can lean into at any time. And for me, this is probably my only chance. Thinking of this, Yi Linglang hugged him a little tighter. Lin Yu fell silent for a moment and was about to speak when Yi Linglang suddenly released her hands, proactively retreating from his embrace. Sorry, Yanzi, I lost my composure a bit. Du Guyan generously waved her hand with a brilliant smile. It's fine, when I found out back then that the snake venom could be cured, I was like this too. Then she impatiently turned back to Lin Yu. Then how exactly should Linglang's problem be solved? Lin Yu paused in contemplation for a moment and replied. I need to check some ancient texts first to sort out the context. Of course, ancient texts couldn't possibly exist. In the mysterious Heaven Treasure record, there were indeed descriptions regarding the preparation of various toxins and the details of immortal herbs. But for something like the nine-heart begonia, there truly wasn't any. He needed to figure out how to approach this from the perspective of traits in order to solve Yi Linglang's problem. If all methods failed, then he would only have one way left, to go all out and achieve divinity earlier. A problem that mortals could not solve. Might perhaps be just a flick of the finger for a divinity. But deep in Yi Linglang's heart, she knew very well that this was likely words of comfort spoken by Lin Yu to appease her. Yet she didn't feel disappointed. Instead, the scare coming from her friend made her feel a trace of warmth. Even if it was just comfort, she would gladly accept it. Thus, Yi Linglang obediently nodded, her tone soft. It doesn't matter, I can wait. Don't worry, Linglang. Du Guyan pulled Yi Linglang's hands and comforted her. You was amazing. He will definitely find a way very soon. Linglang, you just need to wait. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly from the side. Lin Yu. Right at this moment, a call suddenly came from afar. The three of them looked over in the direction of the voice with bewilderment. They saw a group of people walking quickly toward the lakeside. The three leaders were all very familiar to them. Crown Prince Shui Qing. Behind him followed the three education committee members. Du Guyan was filled with surprise. Why is the Crown Prince here? It seems he's here to look for Lin Yu, Yi Linglang said. As the two conversed, Shui Qing had already approached with the committee members. Shui Qing maintained a gentle and refined smile throughout his face, his gaze sweeping over the two young maidens by Lin Yu's side. I didn't expect Miss Dugu and Miss Yi to be here as well. Both Du Guyan and Yi Linglang nodded and bowed in salute. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Lin Yu also nodded to acknowledge Shui Qing. Shui Qing immediately smiled and waved his hand. No need for formalities, no need for formalities. Let's dispense with these empty courtesies while we're outside. Miss Dugu, your esteemed grandfather's name spread across the continent a few days ago. This palace sent people multiple times but failed to get an audience, so please help me convey my regards to His Excellency. Du Guyan nodded. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. I will definitely bring your words back to convey to Grandpa. After finishing the greetings, Shui Qing looked toward Lin Yu. This palace has come this time to invite young Master Lin Yu to Heaven Do City for a gathering. I wonder what young Master Lin thinks of this. Lin Yu was slightly stunned. To be honest, he had never expected Jian Runshui to come to Heaven Do Imperial Academy today. Although he didn't know what it was for, since the other party came in person to invite him, it wouldn't be good for him to refuse. Moreover, when Lin Yu looked at the golden trait above Shui Qing's head, he suddenly came up with an idea. The third copy now also had a place to be put to use. Instantly, Lin Yu glanced at Du Guyan. Shui Qing also captured the scene, raising an eyebrow as he immediately smiled and said, if Miss Dugu and Miss Yi are interested, you may come along as well. Thank you for the Crown Prince's kind intentions. Du Guyan smiled and politely declined, and Yi Linglang did the exact same. Very well then, Shui Qing didn't force the matter. You chat first, this palace will wait in the distance. Seeing Shui Qing walk away, Lin Yu looked at Du Guyan. Yanzi, are you not going together? Du Guyan stepped forward to tidy up Lin Yu's lapels and smiled while shaking her head. I won't go. I'll stay here to keep Linglang company. Saying this, she thought of something and immediately warned him. You aren't allowed to stay long either, remember to come back tonight. Du Guyan grew up in Heaven Do City since she was young, and she certainly knew what kind of ghost gatherings those nobles held. She trusted Lin Yu, but she didn't trust those swarming bees and butterflies, especially given how peerless Lin Yu's appearance and talent were. Lin Yu immediately gave his assurance, rest assured, Yanzi. Not far away. Shui Qing, Meng Chenji, and the others watched the interaction between Lin Yu and Du Guyan, immediately starting to discuss. It seems Lin Yu and Miss Dugu's relationship is quite good, Meng Chenji said with a smile. Indeed so, Zhilin nodded. Meanwhile, Bai Baoshan at the side frowned. Have you all noticed that Miss Dugu's appearance right now seems a bit different from before? Although it was a questioning tone, he was extremely certain. And I seem to sense a faint dragon might on her body. This is definitely not something the green phosphorus snake could possess. Brother Bai, watch your words, Meng Chenji said in a deep voice. No matter what happened to Miss Dugu, it is not something we should be considering. How could he possibly fail to notice Du Guyan's changes? But even if a heaven-shaking secret were hidden within it, it had nothing to do with them. Furthermore, standing behind her was Du Gubo. Hearing the reminder, Bai Baoshan and Jilin immediately nodded. Immediately following that, Meng Chenji looked toward Shui Qing. Your Highness the Crown Prince, this Lin Yu originated from Spirit Hall, and now he is together with your Excellency Green Phosphorus's granddaughter. This is not a good thing at all, it's best to find a way to keep him within the Empire. Otherwise, if the other party drags His Excellency Green Phosphorus to join Spirit Hall, that would be terribly bad indeed. Meng Chenji spoke with utmost sincerity, every word considering the interests of Heaven Do. What Education Committee member Meng said is very true. This palace knows, I happen to have this exact thought. Shui Qing nodded with a solemn expression on his face, though his heart carried a smile. If Du Gubo can be pulled over to Spirit Hall, that would be a heaven-shakingly great thing. However, as he watched the interaction between Lin Yu and Du Guyan, his brow furrowed involuntarily. On the main road leading to Heaven Do City, a rather luxurious imperial carriage was moving forward slowly. The interior of the carriage was decorated simply yet exuded luxury. Lin Yu and Shui Qing sat facing each other. After a brief silence, Lin Yu spoke first. Crown Prince, we only met once before, right? May I ask why you specially came to invite me this time? Shui Qinghei's lips curved up slightly as he waved his hand. Brother Lin Yu, there's no need to be so distant. Just calling me, Big Brother Shui, will do, and it sounds closer. Hearing this, Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Big Brother Shui, more like Big Sister Shui. However, he still nodded and called out, Big Brother Shui. According to Shui Qinghei's wishes. Hearing Lin Yu's address, Shui Qinghei's smile grew even wider. It has been more than half a month since our meeting at the cathedral. The shock Brother Lin Yu gave me back then is still vivid in my mind. It is precisely because of that chance encounter that I wanted to invite you for a chat. His gaze fell on Lin Yu with a hint of emotion. I just didn't expect that Brother Lin Yu, after entering the academy for such a short time, would fall in love with Miss Dugu. Now you have even become the son-in-law of Poison Douluo. However, before Lin Yu could figure out the implication behind his words, Shui Qinghei's tone suddenly changed. As far as I know, Senior Poison Douluo is an honored guest of my uncle, Prince Shui Qing, and has deep ties with the Empire. With your abilities, have you considered staying in the Empire and taking up a position? The Empire will certainly not treat you unfairly. As for Spirit Hall, you can rest assured, there will absolutely be no problems. Good fellow, is this to test him? Lin Yu thought to himself. But from the other party's perspective, this consideration was normal. If he were to quit Spirit Hall because of Dugu's grandfather and granddaughter, Qian Runshui wouldn't even have time to cry. Immediately, Lin Yu met his gaze with a solemn expression. Thank you for your kindness, Big Brother Shui. My spirit was awakened with the help of Spirit Hall, and being able to study at the Spirit Master Academy is also entirely thanks to Spirit Hall. I will keep this kindness engraved in my heart. I suppose my coming to Heaven Do Imperial Academy probably couldn't be done without Big Brother Shui operating behind the scenes, right? However, regarding this, I can only say I am sorry. Shui Qing quietly listened to Lin Yu's words. He was extremely satisfied with this answer in his heart. At the same time, this was also the fundamental reason why Spirit Hall had been able to boast over 60% of the mainland Spirit Masters for so many years. On the surface, however, he still showed a look of regret. Sigh, what Brother Lin Yu said is correct, it was indeed me who arranged for you to come to Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Every time I think that a talent like Brother Lin Yu was originally a citizen of Heaven Do, yet was discovered by Spirit Hall first, I feel a sense of pity. That is why I came up with this plan, hoping you can stay in Heaven Do and serve the Empire. Speaking of this, Shui Qing took a sip of tea. And switched to a new angle to approach the topic. However, I heard that Poison Douluo and Spirit Hall have old grievances. The events of a few days ago are known throughout the mainland. Does Poison Douluo really have no objections to this? Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged. Grandfather's grievance is more of a personal grudge with Chrysanthemum Douluo, not with Spirit Hall. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a token appeared. It was precisely the Supreme Pontiff token. This is the Supreme Pontiff token. Upon seeing the token, Shui Qing couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He actually took out the Supreme Pontiff token for Poison Douluo. Well, given Poison Douluo's current strength, even he cannot ignore it. Although he thought this way inside, on the surface he only looked quite surprised, without mixing in too many personal emotions. I see, it was my oversight. Shui Qing sighed softly. Since that is the case, so be it. However, I have one more matter I'd like to ask Brother Lin to assist with. I wonder what you think of it. Please go ahead, Big Brother Shui. Shui Qinghei's expression became solemn. Ever since the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy tournament was held, the Empire has always won fewer matches than it lost on the road to contending for the championship, which is truly regrettable. With Brother Lin's talent, if you are willing to serve as the captain for the next tournament, I believe there's a very good chance to keep the championship in Heaven Do. However, what answered him was still Lin Yu's refusal. If I were to become the Heaven Do captain, a direct clash with the Spirit Hall team in the finals would be inevitable. Please forgive me for refusing once again. Hearing this, Shui Qing feigned disappointment and sighed. Sigh, it was my thoughtlessness and abruptness. In his heart, Shui Qing appreciated Lin Yu's persistence even more, but there was a vague sense of blockage in his chest. Although he valued Lin Yu's personal talent more and felt that the other party would surely become his capable subordinate in the future. At the same time, he also wanted to deflate the arrogance of the Golden Generation in the next tournament and let Lin Yu teach that vixen a good lesson. However, it seemed impossible now. Could it be that I have to tell Lin Yu my identity? No, now is not the time for him to know these things. Today's harvest made him quite satisfied. But at the same time, he had other troubles. Moving all the way forward, the carriage slowly drove into Heaven Do City. The tranquility was broken, replaced by hustle and bustle and prosperity. However, when the Heaven Do citizens saw the carriage imprinted with the royal insignia driving over, they instantly quieted down and made way. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of a magnificent building. Lin Yu looked through the carriage window and saw a huge plaque hanging above the main entrance of the building. Heaven Do Grand Auction House. Are we here to attend an auction? Lin Yu looked at Shui Qing, surprise written on his face. Shui Qing smiled gracefully and nodded. Indeed, this auction is quite large scale, and it is said that many rare items will appear. Thinking that Brother Lin Yu might be interested, I specially brought you along to take a look. The two got off the carriage and walked into the auction house lobby under the guidance of the attendants. Inside the brightly lit and luxurious hall, there were already quite a few people. Just as the two were about to head to their private box, a deep, smiling middle-aged man's voice suddenly came from the side. Qing, over here. Shui Qing and Lin Yu looked towards the source of the sound. They saw three people standing not far away. The middle-aged man at the lead had an elegant temperament and a smile on his face. Standing beside him was an elderly man with white hair and beard and a straight posture. As for between the two of them, they were holding a cute, exquisitely carved little girl of about 9 years old. The moment he saw the three of them, Shui Qing immediately led Lin Yu to greet them quickly. Haha, Qing, you are a bit slow today. Ning Fengji smiled and joked as he saw Shui Qing approach. I have kept teacher waiting for a long time. Greetings, Senior Chen Shen. Shui Qing replied with a cupped hand salute and a trace of apology. Little sister Rongrong is here too, you are getting prettier and prettier. Hello, Brother Qing. Ning Rongrong smiled sweetly. Chen Shen also nodded with a smile, but his gaze involuntarily fell on Lin Yu, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. However, after he looked closely, the surprise turned into confusion, as if there was something about Lin Yu that puzzled him. Hearing Shui Qinghei's address, Lin Yu understood instantly. It was consistent with what he had thought in his heart earlier. They were precisely Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo Chen Shen, and Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengji also noticed Lin Yu, and seeing that he had a handsome appearance and an extraordinary disposition, radiating a natural aura, could not help but marvel inwardly. Qing, this is. Ning Fengji looked at Shui Qing with an inquiring look. Teacher, your grace, allow me to introduce you. Shui Qing turned slightly to the side and raised his hand in a gesture. Lin Yu, my good friend, is currently studying at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Though only in his teens, he has already reached the rank of spirit elder with exceptional talent. Then he turned to Lin Yu, brother Lin, this is Schoolmaster Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Senior Sword Douluo Chen, and Schoolmaster Ning's beloved daughter, Ning Rongrong. Lin Yu cupped his hands slightly and bowed calmly. Junior Lin Yu greets Schoolmaster Ning, Senior Sword Douluo, and Miss Rongrong. A student of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, Lin Yu. Hearing this name, Ning Fengji seemed to remember something, and instinctively exchanged a glance with Chen, both feeling a jolt in their hearts. Talent, appearance, name, and even being a student of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, so many pieces of information match up one by one. Wasn't the person before them the youth from the intelligence they gathered a few days ago who had a close relationship with Du Guyan and might even be involved in the mystery behind Du Gubo's massive increase in strength? However, they had not expected that Shui Qing and Lin Yu would also cross paths. A sharp glint flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes, though his expression remained mild. So you are little friend Lin Yu. Truly, heroes come from the youth. I heard a few days ago that the academy had produced a young genius, and seeing you today, it is indeed as legendary as they say. Schoolmaster Ning flatters me, they are just empty reputations. Lin Yu's expression was calm, neither humble nor arrogant. While they were talking, Ning Rongrong also curiously looked Lin Yu over a few times, a flash of brilliance crossing her glazed eyes. This guy is actually quite good looking, much better than those crooked melons and crack dates in the sect. Step aside, all of you, make way for me. Didn't you see that the 4th Imperial Prince has arrived? Just at this moment, a commotion came from the entrance of the auction house. Shui Qing and Ning Fengji, who had been conversing happily, furrowed their brows. They saw a flamboyant blonde youth barging in surrounded by several lackeys, causing the guests to cast sidelong glances. The moment he saw this person, Shui Qing's originally gentle and refined expression instantly sank. The newcomer was none other than the 4th Imperial Prince, Shui Bang. Your Highness, I heard that this auction actually has catgirls up for bid. That figure, tisk tisk, I guarantee it will satisfy you. You have a heart. A flash of heat crossed Shui Bang's eyes, but when his gaze swept across the main hall and he saw Shui Qing staring at him with a gloomy expression, his flamboyant expression instantly froze. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned to leave. But before he could even take a step, Shui Qing's voice, carrying a hint of anger, rang out. Shui Bang. Shui Qing's voice was not loud, but it carried full majesty. Seeing that he had been caught red-handed, Shui Bang had no choice but to turn around awkwardly. Imperial Elder Brother, you're here too, and Schoolmaster Ning, your Grace Sword Douluo, little sister Rongrong. Hello everyone. Who is your little sister? Blah blah blah. Ning Rongrong let out a cold snort and directly turned her head away, not giving this so-called 4th Imperial Prince an ounce of face. Rongrong, do not be rude. Ning Fengji chided, though his tone carried no hint of blame. Apologies, Qing, Rongrong is too willful. Teacher, why apologize? Shui Qing shook his head, then glared at Shui Bang with raised eyebrows. Shui Bang, in a public place, making such a noisy and unseemly spectacle, what system is this? Have you forgotten the proper upbringing the royal family should have? You are truly a huge disappointment to me. Seeing that he could not hide, Shui Bang had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk forward, squeezing out an awkward smile as he bowed to Shui Qing. Imperial Brother's reprimand is right, your younger brother momentarily forgot himself and lost his composure. Please forgive me, Imperial Brother. His eyes flickered, and his tone was full of perfunctoriness. Shui Qing looked at him, a flash of disdain crossing his eyes. Pay attention next time, do not lose the royal family's face again. Dong. At this time, the bell inside the auction house rang leisurely. Ning Fengji was all smiles and opportunely issued an invitation. Qing, little friend Lin Yu, the auction is about to begin. If you don't mind, how about we take our seats together? Shui Qing knew very well that his astute teacher probably wanted to use this opportunity to contact Lin Yu. On one hand, to investigate information related to poison Douluo, and on the other hand, probably to win him over. Shui Qing immediately smiled slightly and politely declined. Thank you for your kind intention, teacher. It is just that this student invited brother Lin Yu here today. If we share the same space with teacher, I fear it might disturb teacher's refined mood. How about another day when it is convenient? This student will bring brother Lin Yu to visit and seek teacher's guidance. Ning Fengji did not force the issue and nodded with a smile. Very well, then we shall chat another time. Shui Qing nodded in greeting to Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Ning Rongrong once more, then signaled the attendant at the side to lead the way, taking Lin Yu toward the exclusive private box. Ning Fengji and the other two also walked in another direction. On the way, Chen looked at Ning Fengji with a puzzled expression. Fengji, that fellow named Lin Yu seems a bit strange. Ning Fengji was slightly taken aback. Uncle Jian, why do you say that? According to our intelligence, Lin Yu's spirit is a mutated blue silver grass, Chen explained. But just now on his body, I sensed a sharp aura, somewhat like the keen edge emitted by a sword spirit. And his state also seemed a bit off. Oh, there is such a thing. Ning Fengji furrowed his brows slightly, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head with a smile. Perhaps it is a unique aspect of a mutated spirit. How vast is the Douluo Continent, and how many spirits are there? Who can say for sure? That's true. Watching Shui Qing's retreating figure, the awkward smile on Shui Bang's face instantly vanished, replaced by a gloomy shadow. Today is really bad luck, I didn't expect to run right into him. As he spoke, Shui Bang's gaze shifted from Shui Qing's back to Lin Yu's back. Who is this person, to actually be able to follow by Shui Qing's side? Hearing Shui Bang's whisper, a lackey who had been following Shui Bang closely leaned forward and lowered his voice to say. Your Highness, you haven't been at the academy these past few days so you don't know. This brat seems to have just joined the academy a few days ago. I happened to see him once in the dormitory area, but I'm not clear which noble family he belongs to. A newly joined student, an unknown minor noble, it seems this brat has pretty good talent. Hearing this, a flash of disdain crossed Shui Bang's eyes, but deep down in his eyes, there was also a hint of jealousy. The swan spirit was simply too weak, even his royalty, that fact could not be changed. He probably is. The few lackeys nearby also nodded in agreement. Shui Bang gazed at the disappearing figures and thought inwardly. I can't afford to provoke Shui Qing, but this brat who popped up from nowhere. I want to see what skills he actually has. However, that was a story for later. Right now, he cared more about the cat girl at the auction, and he had a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent. A trace of a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Shui Bang straightened his robe and led his lackeys toward a private box in another direction. Chapter 71 Third copy. Please, Crown Prince, please, young Master Lin. Guided by the maid, Lin Yu and Shui Qing entered the exclusive private box. Brother Lin Yu, wait a moment, it will still take a little while for the auction to officially begin. Shui Qing sat down with familiar ease and gestured to Lin Yu. After sitting down, Lin Yu merely glanced around a few times before losing interest in everything before him. Although the scene was grand and luxurious, there was truly little about it that appealed to him. Of course, the carefully selected maids were indeed nice, but compared to Du Guyan and Yi Langlang, they were still quite a bit inferior. As the auction was about to begin, the venue became rather quiet. Even Shui Qing did not strike up a conversation with Lin Yu. Lin Yu was quite happy with this, and his mind became active as he thought about the matter they were discussing when leaving Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Since he had made a promise to Yi Langlang, naturally he would not easily break his word, but regarding the Begonia Death Curse, he truly did not have many clues. Although the mysterious Heaven Treasure record records a lot of knowledge, such a curse has never been heard of before. Perhaps this curse is very likely exclusive to the Douluo Continent. Golden entries largely represent the divine level. If one wants to solve it, I am afraid only power of the same level can do it. Moreover, it cannot be a knowledge type or bloodline type entry. Relying solely on the knowledge of the Douluo Continent, even if all of it is combined, it cannot stack up to a golden entry, and bloodline type entries are the same, only benefiting oneself. From the looks of it, external factors need to intervene. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's gaze flashed. He looked at Shui Qing by his side, or rather, at the top of his head. Weren't there several golden entries right in front of him? Angel God's Descendant, Gold God's Gaze, Gold God's Blessing, Gold Angelic Divine Gear, Gold. Looking at the golden entries above Shui Qing's head, Lin Yu secretly reviewed them in his heart and could not help frowning. To be honest, the value of the entries on Qian Runshui's body was not low at all. Angel God's Descendant, Gold could allow her to possess the angelic bloodline, awaken the Seraphim, and have the qualification to inherit the Angel God position. Furthermore, on this basis, she could also copy a set of angelic divine gear, which could be said to be equivalent to directly paving the path to becoming a god. Of course, in reality, this path was directly blocked off. Wanting to become the angel god depended on whether Qian Dalyu agreed or not. And God's blessing, Gold was even more simple and crude. Whether you were a spirit master or a titled Douluo, it directly boosted spirit power by 10 ranks bestowed by gods, and its value entirely depended on the individual. Either cultivate 3 years less, or reach the heavens in a single bound. Neither Angel God's Descendant, Gold nor Angelic Divine Gear, Gold will quite work, and God's Blessing, Gold cannot solve the problem, so there's only God's Gaze, Gold left. However, looking at the entry introduction of God's Gaze, Gold Lin Yu was slightly troubled. What did it mean by, at least obtain the gaze of a divinity with similar attributes? Does it mean that if my attribute is fire, I can attract the gaze of the fire god, and the meaning of, at least, is that beneath the fire god, divinities similar to the magma god will also gaze at me? Lin Yu pondered in his heart. Although the entry talent did not have the function of automatic explanation, according to his speculation, it should not be far off. It's just that this range is too broad, right? God attendants shouldn't have the authority to actively gaze, and the lowest should be a third-tier god. As for the highest, could it be a god king? Thinking of the two words, God King, Lin Yu's eyes became profound. Although he did not know whether the Begonia Death Curse, Gold passed down by the Yi family was naturally formed or artificially manufactured. But in his impression, the candidate who had the ability to easily solve it was probably only that goddess of life. It's just that the range of God's gaze, Gold was too large. Perhaps it could attract the attention of the goddess of life, but if it didn't trigger a gold output, I am afraid he would only receive the gaze of divinities similar to the plant god, wood god, flower god, and grass god. And in Lin Yu's impression, among the first-tier gods, there seemed to be no existence with a wood attribute, even among the 7 elemental gods, there was no wood elemental god. Therefore, there was a high probability it would only be a second-tier god or a third-tier god. What truly conflicted Lin Yu was precisely this. Too low. Before awakening his talent, upon learning that he could inherit a god position, even if it were just a third-tier god, he would have been ecstatic. But now, unless it was a god king, Lin Yu wouldn't even deign to look at it. My spirit is the Blue Silver Emperor. Solely speaking of talent, the difficulty of inheriting a god position is not large. What's difficult is having a divinity pay attention to me. Lin Yu clenched his teeth and made up his mind in his heart. Take a gamble. For the third copy, being empty is still empty. Twin spirits and God's blessing are not very easy to copy right now, and even if they were copied, the effect could not be maximized. Rather than that, use this chance to see the effect of God's gaze, Gold and get in touch with the God realm in advance. Even if it is wasted, it is just a single chance after all. At this time, Shui Qing also noticed Lin Yu's gaze, slightly turned his head, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Brother Lin Yu, why do you keep looking at me? Is there something improper about me? While asking, he also looked over his entire body. He seemed to truly think something was stuck somewhere. Lin Yu recovered his senses, his gaze flashing as he looked at Shui Qing. I see that big brother Shui's expression seems a bit tired. Haven't you been resting well lately? Shui Qing was slightly stunned, not expecting Lin Yu to be thinking of this. His heart warmed, and he sighed. Sigh, recently, the Empire's affairs are numerous, it really makes me a bit tired. Just wanting to copy the entry, he was still worried he didn't have an excuse to make contact. Now didn't the opportunity just come? Lin Yu's tone suddenly became very concerned. No matter how busy big brother Shui's official duties are, you must still take care of your health. As it happens, I learned massage techniques before, which are useful for relieving fatigue. If big brother Shui doesn't mind, why not give it a try? As soon as the words fell, Shui Qinghe's expression changed slightly, but he quickly covered it up and waved his hand somewhat unnaturally. No need, I appreciate brother Lin Yu's good intentions. A little fatigue will be fine after resting a bit. Don't stand on ceremony, big brother Shui, it's just a mere effort. Besides, we're all men, there's no need to be so polite. How could Lin Yu listen to this? Copying the entry could not be delayed, so he immediately stood up and came behind Shui Qing, turning a blind eye to the other's polite refusal. Seeing Lin Yu get up and come over, Shui Qinghe's body instantly stiffened for a moment. You are a man, but I am not. Ever since she was young, apart from Qian Dalyu and Qian Zunji, even elders like Golden Crocodile had contact limited to rubbing her head, and that was only during her childhood. Ever since disguising herself as Shui Qing, she had kept a quite appropriate distance from everyone else. Even at palace banquets, at most she only exchanged polite handshakes with all the nobles. At this moment, with Lin Yu standing behind her, that unprecedented feeling of closeness to a member of the opposite sex caused an inexplicable tension to surge in her heart. Should I firmly refuse? But he has already stood behind me. Ah, what on earth should I do? Chapter 72, Replication complete, Qian Run Shui's enlightenment. I'll have to trouble you then. Shui Qing took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. In the end, he still did not make any overly radical reactions. Besides, this was also a kind intention from Lin Yu. Big brother Shui just needs to relax. Lin Yu gently pressed both hands on the sides of Shui Qinghei's forehead. The next moment, a delicate tactile sensation came from his fingertips. That was the tactile sensation coming from a woman's skin. A normal male, even a royal aristocrat, would absolutely not possibly have such skin texture. At the same time, a purple light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Under the gaze of the purple demon eye, he also observed an extremely subtle contour fluctuation. As expected, Lin Yu understood in his heart. This subtle lack of coordination was precisely a special camouflage spirit ability that came with Qian Runshui's angelic divine gear. However, even with a divine gear spirit ability, when facing zero-distance contact in the mustard seed realm purple demon eye, it could not be completely masked. However, this was only for Lin Yu personally. After all, he had long known Shui Qinghei's background. If it were placed on anyone else, even if they touched personally, it would be absolutely impossible to see such subtle changes. Just like in the original work, Tang San also broke through to mustard seed, able to easily see through Xiao Wu's transformation, yet completely unable to see through Shui Qing. Fortunately, Lin Yu's expression and actions did not have the slightest change, as if he had never perceived this bit of abnormality, only focusing on the massage. His fingers gently pressed on several calming acupuncture points. A trace of pure life aura from the blue silver emperor, under Lin Yu's control, quietly diffused outward. Shui Qing only felt a cool aura wrap around his whole body, and the exhaustion of many days actually dissipated bit by bit under Lin Yu's kneading and pressing, and his originally tense body also gradually relaxed. At the same time, Lin Yu's mind locked onto the golden bubble above Shui Qinghei's head. God's gaze, gold, start replication. Time quietly passed. Jingle. A crisp bell sound came from the hall below, instantly breaking the tranquility within the private room. Shui Qing trembled all over, as if startled awake from a dream, his body leaning forward, quickly breaking away from Lin Yu's hands. That's enough, brother Lin Yu. Shui Qinghei's voice carried a hint of embarrassment. Many thanks, I feel much better. Lin Yu calmly withdrew his hand and sat back in his seat. Big brother Shui is truly too polite. I might still need your help a lot in the future. The moment Lin Yu turned around and sat down, a trace of blush quietly surfaced on Shui Qinghei's face. Perceiving his own loss of composure, he quickly lowered his head, coughed lightly while adjusting his lapels, and forcibly reined in his unusual emotions. Ahem, brother Lin Yu, feel free to speak if you have matters, as long as it doesn't violate principles, I will grant anything. As a tall and gracefully figured female auctioneer stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere in the venue became warm. Hello, esteemed guests, I am Xingya, the auctioneer for this auction. The Heaven Do Grand Auction House thanks everyone for your attendance. Now I announce that the auction officially begins. The first auction item is. The auction proceeded in an orderly manner. Item after item of auction goods were presented, and then transacted in bidding. There were priceless rare gemstones, spirit tools just excavated from ruins, and rare medicinal herbs. Until a cage covered with black cloth was pushed onto the stage. The black cloth was lifted, and the lights focused. Curled up in the cage was a young girl around 13 or 14 years old. And right on top of this young girl's head, there was unexpectedly a pair of cat ears drooping in her hair, and behind her she even dragged a long tail. She only wore crude clothing, her exposed skin carried stains and scars, and there were no emotions whatsoever in her eyes. The moment they saw the cat girl, from the ordinary seats below, as well as the direction of several private rooms, bursts of gasps came. In the eyes of many people was an inability to conceal excitement. Qingyu looked at this scene, her face still carrying an extremely perfect smile, reaching out to gesture. Presuming everyone doesn't need me to introduce too much, a cat girl, the product of a failed spirit awakening, her figure and appearance are both top-notch, starting bid 50,000 gold coins. I bid 70,000. Don't fight with me, 80,000. 100,000. For a time, intense bidding sounds rang out in the venue. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu stared closely at the cat girl in the cage, but his brows unconsciously frowned. Even after coming to Douluo Continent for over a decade and having seen much injustice and darkness, facing directly this kind of scene where people were treated as goods and sold, a strong sense of discomfort still surged in his heart. Shui Qing noticed Lin Yu's reaction and also furrowed his brows slightly, but quickly revealed an understanding smile. Could brother Lin Yu be interested in the cat girl? If you like her, I can step forward and help you bid for her. After winning the bid, place her at my place first, and I will definitely not let Miss Dugu know. Lin Yu slowly shook his head, withdrawing his gaze from the cat girl. Big brother Shui has misunderstood. Oh, Shui Qinghei's smile paused. I was just thinking. Lin Yu looked at Shui Qing and said earnestly, should the matter of human trafficking exist? Shui Qinghei's smile completely stiffened, seriously sizing Lin Yu up and down, not expecting him to actually answer like this. Soon, amidst a chorus of bidding, he sighed. It is very rare for brother Lin Yu to have such a benevolent heart. Indeed, the Empire's laws strictly prohibit human trafficking, but as you have also seen, in auction houses, including private transactions among various major families, when has this kind of thing ever truly been severed? All kinds of women with outstanding appearances or exceptional talents being captured and sold has long been a deeply ingrained and spoken rule. It is simply not something that can be changed by changing an emperor or issuing a few prohibitions. In spoken rule, Lin Yu wore a sarcastic expression on his face. At the end of the day, it is because strength is not strong enough. When strength is sufficient, all the rules in the world only need a single sentence to be changed. Strength is not strong enough. Shui Qing repeated the sentence and shook his head. Brother Lin Yu, you are oversimplifying things. Even if they are titled Douluo, their strength is enough to destroy a city, but can they resist the interest network of the aristocratic class that has extended for 1,000 years? They cannot, because they also need to act within the rules, and their families are all constrained by this. Personal martial prowess, when facing intertwined social rules, often appears pale. Rules, Lin Yu still couldn't help sneering. Big brother Shui, what you said perhaps makes sense. Titled Douluo won't do, Super Douluo won't do either. No matter how strong they are ultimately just humans who can only live for a few hundred years and cannot fight against the world. Lin Yu paused, his eyes staring straight at Shui Qing. Then, if human strength cannot break this kind of rule, then, what about gods? Gods. When this word was uttered, Shui Qing's body trembled violently. That's right, gods. Titled Douluo, Super Douluo, no matter how strong, they are still mortals. Perhaps they can suppress things temporarily, but they cannot change them permanently. But what about gods? A god's life is nearly infinite. A god's power far surpasses Super Douluo. In the face of absolute power and eternal time, aren't the so-called rules as fragile as paper? Moreover, wasn't her ancestor, the first angel god, relying on dispelling darkness back then to ultimately ascend to the god position? At this moment, Shui Qing, or rather Qian Runshui, only felt as if something had shattered in her heart. For a long time, she had lurked in the Heaven Do Empire, attempting to rely on replacing Shui Qing to ascend to the imperial throne and unify the continent. For this, she did not hesitate to pay with her youth, masking her true personality and living until now with another person's appearance and habits. But did all this really need to be done this way? Asking herself in her heart, did she really take those mundane rules too seriously? If she invested all her time into cultivation and inheriting the angel god position, perhaps she would already not be far from becoming a god by now. By that time, whether the continent was divided or united, wasn't it just a matter of a single sentence from her? Chapter 73 Deep Sea Silver Mother. As Lin Yu's words fell, the private box fell into a dead silence. Only the rising and falling bidding sounds from the outside remained. Qian Runshui was silent for a moment, then seemed to awaken from a big dream, saying with a hint of shame. Brother Lin Yu's words have benefited me immensely. It is true that my thoughts were limited before. If there really is a divinity descending into the world, perhaps it really could change everything. But immediately afterward, Qian Runshui changed the subject and looked at Lin Yu with curiosity. However, regarding the information about gods, I wonder where Brother Lin Yu learned it from. Even many titled Douluo do not believe in the existence of gods. Lin Yu also put on a relaxed smile. Could Big Brother Shui have forgotten? I came from Spirit Hall, and the legends of the angel god couldn't be completely groundless, right? Hearing this answer, Qian Runshui's gaze toward Lin Yu became even softer, vaguely adding a touch of approval. So she also knew and recognized the glory of the angel god. Qian Runshui's tone unconsciously softened. You were right, I almost became muddle-headed. But the next moment, her voice became serious again. 200,000 gold coins. Lin Yu looked at Qian Runshui with some surprise. Feeling Lin Yu's gaze, Qian Runshui explained. I know, this cannot change anything. As long as the desires of human hearts remain, such things will never cease. But at least, I can save the one in front of me. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. He vaguely felt that Qian Runshui seemed to have changed slightly, appearing somewhat more assertive than before. As soon as Qian Runshui's voice came out, the few nobles who were still bidding instantly quieted down. Someone recognized that the voice came from the Crown Prince's exclusive private box. A slight gasp of air suddenly sounded in the arena. It is His Highness the Crown Prince. Since His Highness has made a move, let's forget it. What a pity, a rare cat woman. After a few whispers, all bidding sounds disappeared. Qinya glanced around the venue, and seeing no one raising the price, she immediately dropped the gavel and announced, 200,000 gold coins for the third time. Congratulations to the honored guest. In the private box of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong was playing with a newly auctioned gem. Hearing Qian Runshui's bid, she couldn't help raising her head, her face full of surprise. This is Big Brother Qinghei's voice. In her impression, this Crown Prince brother had always kept himself clean, was gentle and refined, and never had hobbies of this sort. A trace of surprise flashed across Ning Fengji's face. In the past when he participated in auctions, he would also encounter similar auctions. Every time he encountered one, he would try his best to bid for it. Tens of thousands or over 100,000 gold coins were not worth mentioning to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Saving a young girl about to fall into the abyss in this way was quite worthwhile in his view. It could also be considered a trace of insignificant kindness in his heart. Since Qing has spoken, I will not meddle. I believe he will not do anything to this young lady. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong and Chen Qin nodded in agreement. They never doubted Shui Qinghei's character. On the other side, inside private box number 7. Shui Bang's expression at this moment was exceptionally ugly. Shui, Qing, he. At this moment, a lackey leaned over and asked with curiosity. Your Highness, could the Crown Prince also have a liking for this? You completely couldn't tell usually. Shut up, Shui Bang interrupted with a low shout, gnashing his teeth. Impossible, Shui Qing doesn't get close to women at all, let alone cat women or fox women, even if noble daughters were delivered right to him, he hasn't touched them. Up until now, he doesn't even have a concubine. I even suspect whether he likes men. The people inside the private box looked at each other in dismay. Discussing the Crown Prince was something Shui Bang could do, but these people did not dare to casually chime in. At this moment, someone ventured a guess. Wasn't that person beside His Highness the Crown Prince before quite good looking? What if he bid on it to give to him? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly came to a realization. That's right, the Crown Prince has someone by his side today. It must be like this. He doesn't like this himself, so he bid on it to please the person by his side and win people's hearts. Listening to the discussion, Shui Bang also concluded in his heart that this was the truth of the matter and immediately slapped the sofa armrest with a gloomy face. Good, very good, Shui Qing, you really know how to win people's hearts. I have noted this matter down. Thinking of Lin Yu, Shui Bang felt a mixture of jealousy and hatred in his heart. On the other side, in the exclusive private box, a waiter respectfully pushed the door open and entered. Your Highness the Crown Prince, should the auction item be delivered now? Qian Runshui waved her hand, no need. Take it down, wash her clean, change her into a new set of clothes, and send her to the Crown Prince's mansion. Yes. After the waiter withdrew, Qian Runshui looked at Lin Yu with a smile at the corner of her mouth and asked again. Brother Lin Yu, do you really not want her? I believe that with your personality, letting this girl follow you will definitely not mistreat her. Cough cough. Lin Yu coughed twice and quickly waved his hand to refuse. No need, I have a girlfriend. That's true, it was presumptuous of me. Qian Runshui apologized, but satisfaction flashed in her eyes. The auction continued, and the atmosphere in the arena became warm again. When the next auction item was carried onto the stage and the velvet cloth on it was lifted, a metal block the size of a human head appeared. This is an unknown rare metal occasionally received, with extremely high density. Even the craftsmen of our firm find it extremely difficult to smelt and forge. After appraisal, it is determined to be of great value, and we hope to find someone destined for it. Starting bid, 5,000 gold coins. Chinya's voice rang out, but this time it didn't cause much ripples. Inside the private box, Lin Yu's body suddenly sat up straight, a purple light flashed in his eyes, the purple demon eye activated, and his gaze locked firmly onto the metal block. This is... In just a split second, he was 100% certain of this object. Deep Sea Silver Mother. Lin Yu blurted out in a low voice, his face full of surprise. Deep Sea Silver Mother. Qian Runshui was also attracted by Lin Yu's reaction. Brother Lin Yu knows this item. Lin Yu took a deep breath and nodded. To those who know goods, it is a rare top-tier material in the world, and the best choice for forging divine weapons and sharp tools. How smart Qian Runshui was. She immediately heard the meaning in his words and smiled. It sounds like Brother Lin Yu is a person who knows goods. In that case, this metal is destined for you. If you want it, I will help you bid for it. Lin Yu was overjoyed in his heart, but then found it somewhat difficult. The gold coins on his body were okay for paying daily expenses, but bidding on this kind of metal probably wouldn't even cover a fraction of it. Could it be that he had to sell hidden weapons like Tang San? How sharp was the eyesight Qian Runshui had honed in various aristocratic occasions? She saw at a glance that Lin Yu was short of money. She directly quoted a price to the option stage below. 10,000 gold coins. Lin Yu was startled upon hearing this. Big brother Shui, you are. No need for you to spend money. Consider this item a welcoming gift from your elder brother. Qian Runshui laughed heartily. It is its honor that you can fancy it. This, many thanks, big brother Shui. Seeing Lin Yu accept it calmly, Qian Runshui nodded with satisfaction. The starting price of this, unknown rare metal, was not high to begin with, and even fewer people were interested. As Qian Runshui spoke, the bidding ended quickly. The Deep Sea Silver Mother was soon delivered to the private box. Lin Yu stepped forward to touch the cold and gray surface, waited, and a confident smile appeared on his face. That's right, it really is the Silver Mother without a doubt. Brother Lin Yu, what wondrous use does this thing have, to make you value it so much? Qian Runshui asked with curiosity. Things that could move Lin Yu were definitely not ordinary items. Lin Yu put away his excitement and looked at Qian Runshui. Big brother Shui, if this item is used properly, it can be used to make a weapon that even an ordinary person holding it can use to kill a titled Douluo. What? Qian Runshui's eyes widened sharply. A weapon that an ordinary person can hold to assassinate a titled Douluo. How is this possible? She rarely lost her composure in front of outsiders. Mainly because Lin Yu's information was too terrifying. As the young master of Spirit Hall, she knew how strong a titled Douluo was, but she had never heard of any weapon that could allow an ordinary person to threaten a titled Douluo. Even a divine artifact required corresponding strength to wield. Brother Lin Yu, you aren't joking, are you? Qian Runshui looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. Lin Yu didn't explain much, just put the metal into the spirit tool, his tone firm. Big brother Shui, believe it or not. Seeing that Lin Yu was unwilling to say more, Qian Runshui suppressed her shock in her heart, and her evaluation of Lin Yu invisibly rose by another notch. The secrets on this youth seemed far more than what she saw on the surface, and were even enough to subvert cognition. But so what? The stronger Lin Yu's talent was, the better it was for her. As a result, at this moment, in Qian Runshui's gaze looking at Lin Yu, there was a faint hint of intense passion. I definitely will bind you firmly by my side. Chapter 74, Du Guyan's Proposal. The auction was nearing its end, and the final grand finale lot was an 8,000-year-old right leg spirit bone. As the spirit bone appeared, the entire auction house completely boiled over. Millennium spirit bone, my god. The intelligence was indeed correct. Coming this time was the right choice. For a time, many bidders who came specifically for this made their moves one after another. Bidding sounds rose and fell, and the price soared straight up, breaking 500,000 gold coins within a few minutes and still rising rapidly. However, Qian Runshui and Lin Yu showed little interest in this. For Qian Runshui, the Spirit Hall treasury did not lack spirit bones, and an 8,000-year spirit bone could not catch her eye. Not to mention she also had a whole set of angelic divine gear. For Lin Yu, he possessed a 100,000-year blue silver emperor right leg bone, so this millennium spirit bone likewise failed to stir his heart. In the end, this millennium spirit bone was tucked away by Ningfengji at a price close to 1 million gold coins. Let's go, brother Lin Yu. Lin Yu and Qian Runshui bid farewell at the entrance and took a carriage back to the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Passing by the lakeside pavilion, a familiar figure made Lin Yu stop in his tracks. Du Guyan sat alone in the pavilion, resting her cheek in her hand and gazing at the sparkling lake surface. Yanzi, why are you still not resting so late? Lin Yu stepped forward and asked gently. Hearing his voice, Du Guyan immediately turned her head, a bright smile blooming on her exquisite face. Without any hesitation, her jade foot tapped lightly, her body lifted by a fierce surge of power, and she lunged straight toward Lin Yu. Swoosh. Although Du Guyan was nourished by the Dragon Clan's bloodline and her strength far exceeded ordinary people's, compared to Lin Yu, it was still a bit lacking. Lin Yu used controlling crane catching dragon to easily dissipate the force, and her soft, delicate body instantly fell into his embrace. Yanzi, you. However, before Lin Yu could speak, Du Guyan, who had rushed into his arms, wrinkled her fair, delicate nose and began to sniff carefully. Seeing this, Lin Yu instantly understood and simply let Du Guyan check him over. Du Guyan sniffed carefully a few times, and seeing that she didn't smell any cheap rouge, she nodded with satisfaction, her smile growing even more brilliant. Finished checking. Lin Yu chuckled playfully, wrapping his arm around Du Guyan's waist. Du Guyan leaned against his chest smoothly, her pretty face slightly flushed, and she chided playfully, I grew up in Heaven Do City since I was little, how could I not know what kind of person you are? I definitely have to check. Lin Yu hugged Du Guyan tighter and teased with a smile, with a virtuous and peerless beauty for a wife at home, how could I have eyes for ordinary rouge and powder? Who is your wife? Du Guyan's pretty face turned even redder, and she lightly punched Lin Yu with a hint of bashful annoyance, we haven't even married yet. Isn't that just a matter of sooner or later? Lin Yu lowered his head, gently kissed Du Guyan on the forehead, and pulled her to sit down in the pavilion. The two snuggled for a while, and Lin Yu remembered the events of the daytime. Yanzi, how's Yi Langlang today? Mentioning Yi Langlang, Du Guyan's expression softened, carrying a trace of heartache. She is much better. I accompanied her for a while this afternoon, and her emotions are much more stable. Except that. She raised her head, a flash of worry crossing her golden eyes. You, Yi Langlang's curse, do you really have a way? Although she knew her beloved was very powerful, capable of easily resolving even the green phosphorus snake venom passed down in the Dugu family for 1,000 years. However, Yi Langlang's curse was completely different. If the green phosphorus snake venom still left traces to follow, then the Yi family's curse was like the jealousy of the heavens, mysterious and unpredictable. Feeling Du Guyan's worry, Lin Yu's tone was certain. Of course there's no problem. Don't you trust me yet? If I say I can solve it, I definitely can. Besides, I already have some ideas. Really? Du Guyan's beautiful eyes instantly lit up, her delicate body straightened up, and she cupped Lin Yu's face with both hands to confirm in surprise. Absolute truth, Lin Yu nodded with a smile. That's great, Du Guyan cheered, her red lips landing on Lin Yu's face, her beautiful eyes filled with adoration and admiration. You, I knew you were the most amazing. Yi Langlang will be extremely happy when she finds out. Ever since the snake venom was resolved by Lin Yu, coupled with confirming their relationship, Du Guyan could be said to trust Lin Yu's words 100%. Even if it were more absurd or impossible, as long as it was spoken by Lin Yu, then it was possible. After their intimacy, she nestled back into Lin Yu's arms. But as the joy faded, Du Guyan suddenly fell silent, seemingly hesitating about something, stopping on the verge of speaking. Yanzi, what is it? Lin Yu noticed Du Guyan's abnormality and asked in a low voice. Du Guyan took a deep breath, as if making a huge determination, bit her lower lip lightly, and blurted out words that shocked Lin Yu. You, why don't you take in Yi Langlang as well? Lin Yu froze, practically doubting his own ears. Yanzi, what are you saying? Du Guyan lowered her head, her voice somewhat muffled. At the beginning, it was originally me who wanted to match you and Yi Langlang, but in the end, it was me. Seeing Yi Langlang all alone today, I always feel sorry for her in my heart. But matters of emotion are just like this. Lin Yu sighed and gently comforted Du Guyan. I know, Du Guyan said in a low voice, and besides, the grace of lifting a curse is simply too great. Instances of immense grace turning into enmity are not uncommon, and I don't want to reach this step with Yi Langlang. But if Yi Langlang also becomes your girlfriend, or even your wife, then it would be different. Du Guyan's voice grew lower and lower, her cheeks flushing red. Even close best friends must settle accounts clearly, but a family doesn't need to speak of two different households. Listening to her analysis, Lin Yu had mixed feelings in his heart. He hadn't thought that much. Yanzi, I once promised Grandpa that I would take good care of you for a lifetime. Hearing this, Du Guyan tightly hugged Lin Yu's waist. I know, what I said is also serious. Lin Yu fell silent for a moment, ripples stirring in his heart. To say he had no feelings for Yi Langlang would definitely be a lie. He gently cupped Du Guyan's pretty face and confirmed once more. Yanzi, do you really not mind? Du Guyan looked at Lin Yu, the tenderness and guilt in her heart suddenly being washed away by a sudden wave of jealousy. The next moment, she suddenly leaned down, her white teeth glistening like snow. Hiss. Lin Yu was caught off guard and bitten by Du Guyan. Du Guyan raised her head, her golden eyes carrying grievance. As expected, men are all playboys. I could tell early on that you had feelings for Yi Langlang. Finished speaking, she got up from Lin Yu's arms in a huff. Humph, stay here by yourself. Lin Yu looked at Du Guyan's back, full of grievance. This wasn't the topic brought up by you first. Why turn around and blame me? However, he knew Du Guyan wasn't truly angry. That speech of hers earlier was probably indeed a decision made after careful consideration. It's just that wanting to share one's lover with someone else, even if the other person is a good best friend, ultimately takes time to get used to. Thinking of this, Lin Yu got up and caught up with Du Guyan, pulling her into his embrace. Du Guyan only struggled symbolically a few times before letting Lin Yu hold her. Chapter 75, Second Rank Mechanism Type Hidden Weapon, Torrential Pear Blossom Needle. Late at night, inside the dormitory. Lin Yu sat before the desk and waved his hand. Accompanied by a flash of faint spirit power light. A grayish rower suddenly slammed onto the desk, emitting a muffled impact sound. Thud. It was precisely the deep-sea Silver Mother. Lin Yu quietly looked at the head-sized Silver Mother in front of him, flicking its surface with his mysterious jade hand. Clang. Accompanied by a soft sound. A streak of silver light instantly emerged on the surface of the Silver Mother. Seeing this scene, heat surfaced in Lin Yu's eyes. I didn't expect to encounter the deep-sea Silver Mother at the option. It is indeed an unexpected pleasant surprise. The so-called deep-sea Silver Mother, as the name implies, is the parent ore at the core of the deep-sea silver ore. Due to its extreme mining difficulty, only very few naturally detached parent ores ever appeared in the world. Even 20,000 years later, in that era where forging technology was extremely developed, the deep-sea Silver Mother still belonged to the rare metals among rare metals. However, none of these mattered to Lin Yu. Most importantly, the deep-sea Silver Mother could be used to craft the top-tier hidden weapon ranked second among the Tang Sect's mechanism-type hidden weapons. Torrential Pear Blossom Needle. That was a top-tier hidden weapon sufficient to assassinate ordinary title Douluo, and even Super Douluo. I remember in the original work, when Tang San was fighting the Spirit Empire, he once took out a Torrential Pear Blossom Needle, directly severely injuring Qianjin and Shanmo, two 96th rank Super Douluo. Furthermore, if not for the intervention of Gold Crocodile Douluo, both Qianjin and Shanmo would have fallen on the spot. Lin Yu looked at the deep-sea Silver Mother with deep eyes, recalling the plot from the original work of his past life. However, now, a crucial problem lay before him. That was how to craft the Torrential Pear Blossom Needle and handle the deep-sea Silver Mother. Could it be that I also have to go learn blacksmithing, or go copy Tang San's skilled craftsman, Blue? No, this is simply too troublesome. As soon as Lin Yu thought of this, he immediately rejected this plan. Whether it was learning blacksmithing or copying trade entries, it was far too wasteful for him. The former wasted time, while the latter wasted a copy opportunity. Solely for an external object, it simply wasn't worthwhile. Even if its power could assassinate title Douluo, it remained the same. One must know how precious a single copy opportunity was. Even the lowest trade entry on him, Blue Silver Emperor Blood, had brought him a series of benefits such as innate full spirit power talent and the super spirit, Blue Silver Emperor. It was fundamentally incomparable to a Torrential Pear Blossom Needle. Just as Lin Yu was distressed about how to handle the deep-sea Silver Mother, he suddenly slapped his forehead fiercely, full of annoyance. Why did I start thinking from the perspective of a working stiff? I can completely outsource it. I don't know how to do blacksmithing, but some people do. Anyway, mechanism-type hidden weapons are inherently just mechanism boxes assembled piece by piece. I just need to break down the blueprints of the Torrential Pear Blossom Needle, have the blacksmith shop forge them according to standards, and finally inspect and accept them, right? Moreover, the Silver Mother is inherently difficult to handle, but Heaven Do City happens to have one person who can barely manage it. Patriarch of the Strength Clan, the god of mighty power, Titan. Thinking of this person, a sneer surfaced at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Anyway, I'm not in a rush right now. Let these people forge it slowly. Given time, they will eventually forge it out. As for the final step of blood chi sharpening, Lu Gao is also too rigid. Isn't a matter like this simple. Which city's death row doesn't have a few damn death row inmates? By then, with the torrential pear blossom needle in hand, plus the Yama invitation currently being concocted, even if Tang Hao arrives in person, I will not fear him. With premeditation against unpreparedness, I might not necessarily fail to counter-kill. Using a weapon forged by the servant Titan to kill the master Tang Hao, just thinking about it is quite interesting. Reaching this thought, Lin Yu suddenly felt a wave of relief. Awakening the Blue-Silver Emperor had brought him enormous benefits, but similarly, it had also brought him massive threats. He had uprooted the golden-veined blue-silver grass transformed by Yin, taken away the spirit bone, and cut off the possibility of Tang San awakening the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline. It could be said to be an irreconcilable, mortal feud. Once Tang Hao and Tang San communicated, they would 100% notice something was wrong with him. Although they might not necessarily confirm that he was Lin Yu of Notting Academy, once they met again, Tang Hao would definitely make a move against him. Moreover, this encounter was inevitable. Because he still needed to copy Tang San's twin spirits. But now, the sword pellet was being nurtured, the Yama invitation was being concocted, and the torrential pear blossom needle was eagerly awaiting forging. These three lethal moves completely filled his shortcomings. But very soon, Lin Yu pulled back his thoughts. His expression returned to seriousness once again. No, I still cannot relax now. Even if these three lethal moves give me the means to kill a super Douluo, these are after all merely consumables, I cannot rely on them. The Great Tao has not yet achieved success, our generation still needs to work hard. Although saying so, Lin Yu's tone was still much more brisk. With a wave of his hand, he stowed the Deep Sea Silver Mother back into his spirit tool. The Deep Sea Silver Mother is resolved, the next step is to look at the trade entry I copied from Qian Runshui. The next moment, Lin Yu directly closed his eyes, his mind sinking into his consciousness. A golden bubble was quietly hovering right there. It was precisely God's gaze, gold. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the God's gaze, gold bubble, Lin Yu took a heavy breath. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Pop. Accompanied by a crisp sound exploding in his heart. The golden bubble of God's gaze, gold instantly shattered, transforming into a golden mist of light filling his entire spiritual sea. However, although the special effects were maxed out, Lin Yu himself only felt his sea of consciousness grow warm, followed by no further sensation whatsoever. Lin Yu opened his eyes and frowned slightly. What's going on, is that it? Immediately afterward, he looked at his own hands. Activating his talent, a series of bubbles manifested. Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record, Gold God's Gaze, Gold Blue Silver Emperor Blood and so on. Looking at God's gaze, gold prominently ranked at the front before him, Lin Yu scratched his head full of confusion. There's no problem, how could there be no reaction? Could it be that I really chose wrong this time? Wasted an opportunity for nothing? Or does this trade entry have a delay? Lin Yu suddenly thought of the flow of time between the God Realm and Douluo Continent reaching an astonishing 1-to-1 ratio. Namely, 1 day in the God Realm was equivalent to 1 year on Douluo Continent. Let's wait a bit longer, the gaze from the God Realm side towards me should also take some time. I'd better cultivate first. Lin Yu shook his head, stood up, and walked toward the bedside. He never doubted his own talent. Since the copying was already completed, it naturally had already taken effect. However, this effective time could not be guaranteed. After all, this involved other people. However, just as Lin Yu walked to the bedside, his robust body, which was already no inferior to any adult's, suddenly toppled straight forward, just like a mecha that had lost its pilot. Plop. The soft mattress, carrying elasticity, bounced Lin Yu's body twice before finally sinking down powerlessly. On the balcony, the golden-veined blue-silver grass perceived this situation and anxiously fluttered its branches and leaves, but aside from that, there was nothing else it could do. Chapter 76, The Astounding Effect of God's Gaze, Goddess of Life. Meanwhile, in the God Realm. Just when Lin Yu used God's gaze, gold, it was not like nothing happened as he thought. Instead, it directly attracted the attention of multiple divinities. Inside many divine temples, divinities looked in surprise toward the direction whence the sensing came. Their sight pierced through layers of spatial barriers, ultimately falling upon a handsome youth. It was none other than Lin Yu. In an instant, Lin Yu's blue-silver emperor spirit within his body, his powerful physique far surpassing the same rank, the sword pellet being nourished, his age, cultivation, and so on, were all exposed to the eyes of numerous divinities. For a time, low murmurs echoed within the divine temples. Such a pure force of life. This child has extraordinary talent, given time, he might not fail to step onto the divine path. Is this their plains method of cultivation? A blade of grass full of vitality. It actually matches me quite well. Many divinities merely sighed with emotion for a few words before withdrawing their gazes. After all, not all divinities were willing to pass down a god position. However, not all divinities merely glanced casually. In a divine temple with ancient vine binding as beams and pillars, and exotic flowers and rare herbs spread throughout the hall. Two divinities raised their heads simultaneously, looking at each other. The male was dressed in a dark green robe, his entire body seemingly shrouded in a deep and tranquil aura like a primitive forest. The female wore a light bluish green gauze dress, her aura like a spring breeze sweeping across the plains, gentle and full of vitality. The god of forests and the god of nature. Although they did not come from the same plane, because their attributes were connected, coupled with both being second-tier divinities, they were naturally acquainted. The god of nature spoke. Did you sense it too? Of course, the god of forests nodded. This youth's life aura is pure and his talent is extraordinary, not inferior to mine before becoming a divinity. The god of nature nodded gently, a soft and beautiful smile on her face. Speaking of which, didn't you want to find a successor before? The god of forests' gaze flickered slightly, looking down at the lower realm once more. His talent indeed meets the requirements, the god of forests pondered. His affinity for the life attribute is extremely strong. Inheriting my forest god position, or your nature god position, either is fine. The god of nature said, isn't that just right? It is rare to encounter someone fated. If we wait again, who knows how many more years it will take. The god of forests thought for a moment and nodded. Very well. Let us guide his consciousness up for a meeting to see if there is truly a fated affinity. Having said that, he raised his right hand, divine light flowing at his fingertips, and was about to guide Lin Yu's consciousness to the divine temple. However, right at this moment, another even more vast force of life arrived a step ahead, easily guiding Lin Yu's consciousness away. The god of forests paused in his action, his face filled with astonishment. And the god of nature beside him was the exact same. The two of them simultaneously looked along the source of the power. That was precisely the center of the god realm. In a lush and verdant mass of forest, an ancient tree so massive it defied description stood quietly. Its branches and leaves were like a canopy, its roots like veins, and its entire body radiated an aura of laws that made all divinities of the same attribute feel awe and reverence. That was the ancient tree of life. And Lin Yu's consciousness was being pulled and moving toward there. The forest of life, the god of nature whispered, a flash of understanding crossing her eyes, that person has made a move. The god of forests withdrew his hand and shook his head helplessly. Since a god king personally guided him, then so be it. Yet he still looked in the direction of the forest of life, his expression carrying a hint of puzzlement. I just can't figure out, although this youth's talent is quite good, it shouldn't reach the point of attracting a god king's gaze, right? The god of nature gently shrugged, the smile on her face unchanged. How could what a god king thinks be casually guessed by you and me? Perhaps there is something special about this youth that we haven't noticed. The two looked at each other and smiled, saying no more. Divinities have infinite lives, although successors are rare, to them, it was nothing more than waiting for a period longer. On the other side, within the forest of life. What is going on with me? Lin Yu only felt as if he had crossed an endlessly distant distance, and his body had become somewhat heavy. He shook his head hard, and his consciousness gradually awoke from its trance. However, when he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was currently situated within a forest so powerful it was utterly impossible to describe with words. Every tree here was hundreds to thousands of jong tall, as if able to easily prop up heaven and earth. The air was permeated with an extreme richness of life aura, and every breath made him feel incomparably joyful and satisfied. That feeling far surpassed the experience of tempering his golden body in the ice and fire yin-yang well. However, these were not what shocked Lin Yu the most. What shocked him even more was that the fluctuations emitted by any casual blade of ordinary-looking green grass underfoot far surpassed the immortal herbs he had seen in the ice and fire yin-yang well. Could this place be the god realm? Lin Yu was horrified in his heart, instinctively looking around his surroundings. Right at this moment, a figure quietly condensed not far ahead of him. That was a female dressed in a bluish-green long dress. Her appearance was so perfect it was almost illusory, and her dual pupils were as clear as a spring. Just standing there quietly, her entire body radiated a rhythm capable of reviving all things, as if she were the embodiment of the law of life. The female gazed at Lin Yu with a hint of curiosity. Welcome to the forest of life. You may address me as Goddess of Life. Although he had anticipated it long ago, when the four words, Goddess of Life, truly reached Lin Yu's ears, it still caused a massive shock in his heart. Immediately following that, he bowed and saluted with a respectful attitude. Junior Lin Yu pays respects to Lord Goddess of Life. The Goddess of Life took in all of Lin Yu's reactions, and the look of curiosity in her eyes grew even stronger. Your reaction is very interesting. Have you heard of me? Lin Yu's heart tightened, and just as he was deliberating how to answer, the Goddess of Life had already gently shook her head, not pursuing the question further. However, what I am more interested in is another matter. With your talent, inheriting the position of a second-tier divinity or third-tier divinity is not difficult. If it weren't for the lack of a suitable candidate among the first-tier divinities, wanting to inherit one would not be impossible either. Speaking to this point, confusion appeared on the Goddess of Life's face. According to common sense, someone like you should be far from enough to attract my gaze. But as it happens, you did it. And this is an almost impossible matter. Lin Yu froze in place. He opened his mouth, only to find that he simply did not know how to answer the Goddess of Life's question. Say that he had used high-dimensional talent to copy God's gaze, gold from Qian Runshui, which was why he attracted the attention of many divinities in the God realm. Impossible. Let alone whether anyone would believe him if he spoke it out. Transmigration alone was practically a taboo for all transmigrators, the ultimate secret that could not be told even to the closest people. Yet, the one asking him questions at this moment was a god king standing at the pinnacle of the entire world. And he was merely a spirit elder on the Douluo Continent. The gap between the two was akin to a single drop of water compared to the ocean. For a time, only the slight sound of the wind remained in the forest. Chapter 77, missed out on the Goddess of Life God position. Lin Yu uttered a word, but he did not know how to continue. It was truly because this question was simply impossible to answer. Seeing Lin Yu's troubled expression, the Goddess of Life's cherry-pink thin lips curved up slightly, revealing a gentle smile that encompassed everything. Never mind, I was merely curious. Since this is something you do not wish to say, then I will not ask. Regardless of how it was done, this is your ability. Hearing the Goddess of Life relent, Lin Yu let out a long sigh of relief and immediately bowed to the front once more. Many thanks for your understanding, Goddess of Life. At this moment, his heart held only deep relief. Fortunately, the one standing before him was the Goddess of Life, one who could be called the most inclusive and easygoing among the 5 great god kings of the god realm. In Lin Yu's words, she was a holy mother figure. Not that kind of derogatory holy mother, but rather a commendable one. She was truly the kind of person who would step forward in a crisis. This could be seen in the future when a spatial temporal turbulence swept through the god realm, and the Goddess of Life and the God of Destruction together chose to sacrifice themselves as the price to protect the entire god realm. Of course, there might have been a trace of guilt mixed in. However, if the Goddess of Life were replaced by the Asura god or the god of evil at this moment, things might not be the same. Although god realm regulations existed and they might not necessarily strike at him, there was no guarantee they would not use some other methods. After all, from a god king's perspective, there was not much difference between an ordinary person and a super Douluo standing at the peak of the mortal world. Just like Qian Runshui's 9th trial. Even a quasi-god about to inherit a god position was nothing more than an existence that could be easily manipulated before a tier 1C god. Even the most important divine trials could be interfered with. And for a god king to find out immortal secrets was simply far too easy. However, just as Lin Yu was feeling fortunate, the Goddess of Life spoke again. Although I do not know how you did it, I am afraid I must disappoint you. I have no intention of passing down a god position. Moreover, someone like you right now might not necessarily be able to pass god king level trials. However, you do not need to be discouraged. Just as I said before, with your talent, it is not difficult to inherit a tier 2 god position. If you are willing afterward, I can recommend you to other divinities. I imagine there should be quite a few divinities willing. Many thanks, Goddess of Life, Lin Yu still said respectfully, but his tone carried a trace of disappointment. A god king god position, to say it was not a pity would be false. However, he knew his own situation best. Although his current talent was passable, Ice and Fire Gold Body, Wang Chu and Chu and various entry bonuses allowed him to far surpass his peers. For now, he still belonged to the level of genius achievable in the mortal world, and had not reached the point where he could make a god king look at him in a new light. Watching Lin Yu's disappointment, the goddess of life let out a chuckle. Alright, there's no need to be so disappointed. Although there's currently no tier 1 god position suitable for you in the god realm, god positions are not unchangeable. If your talent is truly outstanding, perhaps in the future you can advance a tier 2 god position further. At that time, you will be one of the main gods. As the first human in countless years to draw her gaze, the goddess of life still held high hopes for Lin Yu. Of course, saying so was one thing, but in reality, elevating a god position was far more difficult than elevating a divinity's divine force level. Most god positions were fixed at the time of condensation, making it difficult to advance even an inch across tens or hundreds of thousands of years. If it were truly that simple, Poseidon would not have passed his god position to Tang San and would have long since elevated himself to a quasi-god king. Alright, next, I will send you. Wait a moment, goddess of life. However, before the goddess of life could finish speaking, Lin Yu snapped out of his disappointment and hastily spoke up to interrupt. His copying of God's gaze, goal this time was not simply for a tier 2 god position. The goddess of life looked at Lin Yu in confusion. What is it? Do you have anything else? Goddess of life, it is like this, Lin Yu hurriedly explained. Actually, I wanted to ask. Following that, he recounted the begonia death curse that had circulated in the Yi family for thousands of years, wanting to ask for the goddess of life's view while also seeking help. True to her name as the gentlest goddess, the goddess of life quietly listened as Lin Yu finished speaking. However, after hearing it out, the goddess of life shook her head and gently sighed. Child, it is not that I do not want to help you, but the god realm has its own rules and regulations. I cannot take action to help. But I clearly. Lin Yu wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by the goddess of life. You were able to come up because you obtained the gaze of a divinity. This belongs to a type of procedure for inheriting a god position and complies with regulations. But if you want me to intervene, that is not possible. There are many ways to inherit a god position in the god realm. It is not limited to just the 9 divine trials. Because the divinities of the god realm come from various planes, not every plane has a place of inheritance. For example, the place of inheritance for the sea god only exists on Sea God Island in Douluo Continent. However, if there are similarly talented individuals on other planes, they have a chance to directly receive the gaze of a divinity, thereby obtaining qualifications. After all, planes differ, and cultivation paths differ. It is impossible for inheritors from all planes to go through the 9 divine trials. This is just like how the gods of goodness and evil passed down their god positions to Jidong and Lian, completely without needing the 9 divine trials, yet there were still other trials nonetheless. Yet the premise of all this was within the rules and regulations. And wanting the goddess of life to act and lift the begonia death curse on Yi Langlang, like Lin Yu desired, was a complete violation of the rules. Seeing that the goddess of life was about to end the conversation, Lin Yu hurriedly spoke up. Wait a moment, goddess of life. The goddess of life paused her movement, her eyes carrying inquiry. Lin Yu took a deep breath and quickly stated the information about begonia death curse, gold that he had seen on Yi Langlang earlier. That curse does not seem to be naturally formed. I was wondering, could this be the handiwork left behind by some divinity? Moreover, through my research, that curse even contains the mysteries of life and death, which is extremely terrifying. Hearing, divinity, and mysteries of life and death, the goddess of life's originally gentle expression turned slightly serious. Within the laws of the universe, whether it was life and death, creation and destruction, or yin and yang, they were all extremely high-tier existences. Once the two fused, it was possible to birth the supreme power of the world, which was also the realm that she and the god of destruction had always pursued. Creation holy power. That was a power that only a creation god could fully master. And if the curse on Yi Langlang was truly related to a divinity, then as a god king, she indeed had the obligation to take a look. Divinity, life and death. The goddess of life softly repeated these 2 words, a trace of contemplation flashing through her eyes as if she had recalled something. She looked at Lin Yu, her tone peaceful. I need to confirm this matter. Wait here for a moment. As her voice fell, the graceful figure of the goddess of life turned into dots of green light, dissipating within the forest of life. Chapter 78, 2 Solutions. Creation Holy Power. Looking at the spot where the goddess of life disappeared, Lin Yu let out a heavy sigh of relief. Good thing I thought of this in time. If he had just been sent back like that, this opportunity to copy God's gaze, gold would probably have truly been wasted. But immediately afterwards, a surge of excitement welled up in his heart. He was currently in the god realm. Furthermore, it was one of the most core god king territories. The Forest of Life. The aura surging here was none other than the legendary immortal spiritual chi, which was the key to divinity achieving eternal life. Compared to it, Douluo vital energy was simply not worth mentioning. I cannot waste time. Lin Yu immediately sat cross-legged, circulating the mysterious heaven skill, and began frantically absorbing the extremely dense immortal spiritual chi in the air as well as the life aura emanating from the ancient tree of life. Although he was unclear whether this approach would have any effect, even if he could only absorb a tiny bit, it would still be a heaven-sent fortune. On the other side, the figure of the goddess of life appeared inside a divine temple. This divine temple was completely different from the tranquility of the Forest of Life. The sky was densely covered with dark purple thunder, and the entire building presented a purple-black hue, emitting a strong and pure aura of destruction. Right in the center of the temple, a stalwart figure draped in a purple robe sat upright upon it, precisely the god of destruction. Xiaolu, seeing the goddess of life arrive suddenly, the god of destruction revealed astonishment in his eyes. Why did you come over? Without exchanging pleasantries, the goddess of life cut straight to the point. It is like this, earlier a lower realm youth was guided by me to the Forest of Life. She briefly recounted why Lin Yu had come to the god realm, simultaneously mentioning the begonia death curse on Yi Langlang, as well as information possibly involving divinity remnants and the mysteries of life and death. Finally, the goddess of life looked toward the god of destruction, her slender eyebrows slightly furrowing. This matter, does it have anything to do with you? Me. Hearing this, the god of destruction's expression instantly turned serious. Xiaolu, what kind of words are those? How could I possibly disregard the regulations of the god realm and do such a thing? However, right as his words fell, he suddenly paused for a moment. The power of life and death. Douluo planet. The god of destruction muttered in a low voice, then suddenly seemed to recall some distant matter, his brows furrowing. Seeing his reaction, the goddess of life furrowed her slender brows even tighter. You really did it. It seems there was such a thing, but that was already a matter from the dragon god realm era. The god of destruction hurriedly explained, it has nothing to do with the present. He paused for a moment, his voice lowering somewhat, and within the eyes looking at the goddess of life, there was faintly a trace of guilt and self-blame. Didn't we always want a child? But the law of life and the law of destruction conflicted, and there was never a way. I just thought about doing a bit of research to see if any living creature could fuse the two forces, perhaps it could bring me inspiration. Hearing the two words, child, the goddess of life's originally serious and fearlessly beautiful face instantly softened, and she gave the god of destruction a helpless stare. You. But that was already a matter from hundreds of years ago, and in the mortal realm it has been a million years, added the god of destruction. But don't forget, the cultivation system of Douluo Continent relies heavily on bloodline inheritance. Even if it was just something you did casually, it would still bring long-term effects to the lower realm living beings. The goddess of life let out a soft sigh, her face full of helplessness. Now they've come looking for us. I know. The god of destruction pondered for a moment. He was not someone who dared not take responsibility for what he did, and immediately stood up from his god position. Let's go, Xiaolu, I will go take a look with you. ... In the forest of life. Kid, wake up. Lin Yu was currently immersed in cultivation when a majestic shout like a thunderclap suddenly rang out by his ear, startling him awake. He abruptly opened his eyes to see that the goddess of life was standing right in front of him at this moment, and beside her was an extra man draped in a purple robe. Lin Yu hurriedly got up, wanting to bow and salute. Junior Lin Yu, greets. No need for formalities. The god of destruction interrupted Lin Yu's movement, his voice low and direct. Xiaolu has already told me about your matter. Lin Yu's heart tightened. The god of destruction continued speaking. However, the reason remains the same. Divinity cannot directly interfere in the affairs of the lower realm, a point that even I cannot violate. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately grew anxious. Then what should be done? Is there truly no other way? Watching Lin Yu's anxious appearance, the god of destruction suddenly grew interested. What is your relationship with the Yilinglang you spoke of? Lin Yu answered without hesitation. She is my fiancée. Hearing this, the god of destruction and the goddess of life exchanged a glance, both of their expressions softening slightly. The god of destruction pondered for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth. Although I cannot personally take action to lift the curse, actually, the method to lift it is also very simple. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Please enlighten me. Aside from me taking action, there are two other methods. The god of destruction raised two fingers. First, find someone who masters creation holy power, and have them take action to break it. Hearing this, Lin Yu's heart instantly sank, and along with it, his expression looked somewhat unsightly. This is also called a method. He was not unaware of creation holy power. In the Haomiao continent, which was also ruled by the god realm, when the child of Zhou Weiqing, the protagonist of Heavenly Jewel Change, and his wife the divine heavenly spirit tiger Tian'er was conceived in the womb, a wisp of creation holy power was accidentally born. But it was precisely this tiny bit of creation holy power that played a crucial role in the final battle with the Lord of the Underworld, which could be said to be the supreme origin power of this universe. Moreover, even the supreme god King Dragon God had attempted to master creation holy power using the two powers of the destruction divine core and the creation divine core. Therefore, in the words of the god of destruction, finding someone who mastered creation holy power was simply harder than ascending to the heavens. No, ascending to the heavens still had a method. But this was nothing short of idiotic daydreaming. Watching the difficult expression on Lin Yu's face, the goddess of life exasperatedly patted her husband. Can't you be serious? The god of destruction's expression did not change, and he continued. The second method is relatively simple. After you become a divinity, just bring the person up to the god realm. Once in the god realm, there is no such thing as interfering with the lower realm. However, I must remind you that wanting to bring people up to the god realm requires inheriting a level 1 god position, and there are only 2 quotas. As the words fell, Lin Yu did not reply at the very first moment. He just stood in place somewhat silently. At this time, the goddess of life spoke, her tone still gentle. Child, there is no need to be dejected. Although the god realm does not have a level 1 god with the same attributes as you, that doesn't mean there are no other choices. Within the god realm, there is a chief god, the sea god. He comes from Douluo Continent just like you, and also has the intention to pass down his god position. You can completely go to his inheritance grounds and give it a try. Just as the goddess of life finished speaking, the silently listening Lin Yu suddenly raised his head and uttered an earth-shattering statement. Respected elders, if I can master creation holy power, can I inherit your god positions?